you. Nearly, cholesterol's up, blood pressure's up, weight's up, everything's up. I love it, David. Well, you're one of the best fucking regulars in the show's history. You did it again. So much fun, always. Comes in like a wrecking ball. And that's just the way he's shaped. Great, David. Look at his hair waves goodbye. I think he gave me the middle finger there, dude. All right, back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your next bucket pool is Ben Dalkey. Ben Dalkey, everyone. Here we go.
I think I have a bad handshake, so I did some research. Apparently,
and translated that emotion into dynamic physical activity. Vizohi ke'ein avodas kohanim. And the Sassan says that this is very similar to the Kohanim. So what do the Kohanim do? So the Rebbe says so beautifully, the Gemara quotes, the Kohanim underrepresented the Klal Yisrael. So we'll say to see this a little bit differently. Who are the Kohanim? The Kohanim will say are the individuals who pledge their lives to the Ribbon Shalom, who understand that the greatest accomplishment in life is a life that is lived for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. See, I will say, all of us think it, and all of us believe it, but what? It's the Kohanim who do it. So to say the Sassan is so beautiful. Because it is rewarded with wisdom, that's how we know it's because that is Kabbalah's. Not his intentions, not the fact that he was bothered when he saw wrongdoing. The difference between Pinchas and everyone else is that he didn't just allow himself to be bothered or upset, but he chose to act. He chose to do it. And that's the Avodah Hashem. Everyone yearns to live a life that is dedicated to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The difference is that Hanan actively do it. Therefore, Pinchas didn't just have an emotion or a machshava, but translated that into thought. Ultimately, again, is rewarded with the risk of Nassau. And this Sassanas is teaching us an incredible resource. That many of us go through life with incredible desires and aspirations, beautiful dreams, right? A pining and a yearning for great desire to become something so beautiful. So many of us have such well thought out, incredible hashkafas. Right? This is my life approach. This is my ideology. Wonderful. Where do you see? If you want to know what your hashkafas are in life, see, people always like to talk about hashkafas.
Shema Yisrael,
People should be able to say based on the way. The problem is, so many of us have manifest.
Shema Yisrael,
Something over your heart, and it has to be expressed through your actions. Because if it just remains if I believe that a life of ruchnius is important, show me where that occurs. Show yourself where that manifests itself in your home, in the children you're raising, in the lifestyle that you're leading. Where does that come out? Ultimately, again, in your behaviors. The difference between Pinchas and everyone else is everyone was outraged about the immorality that was occurring all around them. The difference is everybody just cracks and said, "Oi, never, oi, terrible." And then what happened? Then what do? They went to work, right? They went to work, or they opened the paper, or they turned on whatever. You know, they took a beer out of the refrigerator. Whatever they did, it bothered them, and then they went over to them like, I don't understand. If it's bothersome and if it's wrong, then we need to stand up. Now, again, I'm not talking about religious zealotry right now. That's a different discussion, which requires its own. But the point that the Sasemis is making over here is that the godless of Pinchas is that something bothered him and he acted, as opposed to the rest of Klal Yisrael, who it bothered them, but yet they didn't do anything about it. Which globalized it. What the Sasemis is saying is, listen, we walk through because it teaches us that ultimately, in the end, it's not enough to like feel or believe a certain way. Because humans evolve to express and have expression through dynamic life activity. Or in other words, each of us has the ability to be a thing. Everyone wants a life of their own. That right. And although technically speaking, racism and racism is actually part of the shape. The Equilaba also says that the loss of memory of shape that maybe has that ability to not only abrupt harmonics, but to definitely go ahead and be a spiritual level of spiritual. Find the strength to be a good person. Find the strength to be a holy person. That was to have beliefs, convictions, struggles, aspirations, and to find the core and courage to allow those stories to find their expression in the way that it is in the first time.
Hey, this is Redman coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. You know we're Tony. Let's go! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. How about a hand for Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez? That's where you would clap. And Muling, John Dees, and this is the great Deep Madness on the bass guitar, everyone. What an episode we have for you this evening. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world, and so much in store for tonight. Very excited about it. And before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week, absolutely no different. I mean, wow. Sometimes it's fun to introduce new people. Sometimes it's fun to have a guy from New York or Philly or LA or somewhere that you've never met before. This one is a homegrown episode. These two guys are absolute Kill Tony legends. One of them for being one of the best panelists, one of them for being one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Both of these men, well, one of them looks like an American and the other one doesn't. The one that doesn't look like an American is an American. And the one that doesn't look the one that looks like an American is actually from the land of Estonia. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's guests are Ari, Maddie, and Asana Moss. Ari Matti, the Estonian assassin, and the brown bomber. How exciting is this, ladies and gentlemen? Ari, welcome back to the panel of the show.
Happy to be here. Me and Hassan look like we're planning the next 9/11.
This does look like a press conference for that.
I'm getting the funding.
We almost nailed it all. They shot down United 93, took a loss there. We have to plow forward onto the next one. 9/11 press conference. You guys know how the show works. You both know it very, very well. Hassan with one of the best jokes of 2025, famous Indian woman's vagina joke. He says, "Do you want to see what an Indian woman's vagina looks like?" And then he goes like that. You guys get it? It's a little slow audience here. It's a hairy vagina, everybody. This crowd, I don't know about this crowd. Might be some locals trying to fuck it. I mean, then look at the fucking Gucci fucking hoodies.
Yeah, I should be with them.
Douche.
I should be with these guys.
Yeah.
What's up, uncut gents? What's up, the boy?
His earrings at Joe. It's a lot.
It did look like you guys planned it.
Yeah.
100, yeah.
It wasn't planned, that guy says. Absolutely incredible. Are those real? You guys really have that? What do you do for a living to have Gucci? And you don't work, you retired, you sold your company. What kind of company was it? It was what? Software. What kind of software? What does it do? It's complicated. You sold SAP. What's SAP? SAP?
Rich people was real vague.
Yeah.
We sold it to SAP, we got the GPT.
Yeah.
Now we get into EBTs. It's a TLA.
Yeah.
Keep throwing more letters at it.
Yeah. So they throw it in. You're coming across as a real FAG. You should be able to explain what the company was that you sold, but you're going to wear a Gucci hoodie out at night. I mean, you have some explaining to do, sir. Well, welcome to the show, everyone. You guys know how it works. Over 250 human beings signed up for tonight's show. Very exciting. If they get pulled out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. Yeah, some audience member did it better than the man who's been doing it for 12 and a half years. This is where he panics and just starts hitting random buttons for no reason. Anyway, they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There it is, and that interrupts their set, and then I conduct an interview with them. They go from being a lucky comedian to being interviewed on the biggest live podcast in the world. They have no idea if they're going to get selected or not. I pulled the name, we go wrangle them from the bar next door, and in the meanwhile, while that first bucket pull finds out that he or she is indeed about to have the opportunity of a lifetime, I have a golden ticket winner. It's going to show you supposedly how it's done with a brand new 60 seconds. You guys get it? Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian tonight is the long-awaited return of golden ticket winner. This is Mason Bird, everybody.
I was walking late at night. I saw these two women walking down the street. And one of them looked at her friend and said, "Oh my God, that guy is so creepy." But the other lady looked at her friend and said, "It's not like he can catch us anyways." I turned around. I fucking stopped. This is right, I couldn't catch her. She was so fucking mad. Oh no, not a good thing. I'm wearing a trans woman. Don't ask why. And she asked me, she said, "Mason, do you believe in trans women? Do you think they're real?" And I was like, I view trans women the same exact way I view God. Only in a time of dire need. You will find me on my knees praying.
There you go, Mason Bird, ending with a big applause break there. Was there something else?
I'll do a quick little.
Okay.
I think abortion should be legal. Yeah. All right. But every time you get one, you get a teardrop tattoo on your face.
There you go. Way to set the tone, Mason Bird, with the first minute of the night. Welcome back, Mason.
Thank you for having me back, Tony.
Absolutely. How's it going?
Pretty good. I got fired from Jersey Mike's.
Was it because of talking about it on this show?
No, I was 28 days late, and they called me to do like free sandwiches. When you hire you know you're gonna steal some sandwiches. What are we doing here, man? Yeah, what are we doing?
28 days late.
In a row, yeah.
Oh, got
In
it.
a row. I was like 3 minutes late every day because I hated my boss. It's horrible.
Wow. So that's what it takes to get fired from Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, I was also pretty bad at the job.
How can you be mad? How can you be bad at making sandwiches?
I wasn't very fast. I was always in the back doing something I was supposed to be doing, like eating the cookies or, so I'd mix pops together. They get really mad about that.
You mix pops?
What's going on, Gummy? Gummy. Hello, how are you?
I'm just having a bad day. Yes.
All right, well, we're going to change that. So, what happened?
Well, nothing in particular. Like I had some kind of argument with my parents, and I'm not physically doing that well.
Okay, so you had an argument with your friends. Why did you have an argument with your friends? What was it about?
No, not my friends, with my dad.
Oh, with your dad. Okay, what was it about? We all argue with our parents, so that's not uncommon. What's up? What happened?
It's just. I really don't want to talk about that.
Okay, well, I will just give you some overall positive energy. Uh, I can tell you this: time heals all wounds. So whatever happened there, just give it some time. It will all be fine. You said you're not feeling well physically. What's going on? Are you sick? Can you go to a doctor? You're muted if you didn't know. All right, Gummy, if you're there, please speak. If not, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, my mom was screaming at me. That's why I muted.
That's okay, it happened. So, are you able to go to the doctor? You're not feeling well?
It's not anything serious. It's just I didn't experience something.
Okay. All right. So, you think you'll be okay? Okay.
So you just stream yourself every day.
Yeah, I've been doing so for 4 years, 24/7. It's like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement, and it's more data than anybody's ever archived on the internet in global history.
Why do you do this?
World peace. I like giving people positive energy. I like people being able to see a portal into my life anywhere in the world. And I think that humanity will be able to learn a lot from it. Not only is it a timeline or a time capsule, you can literally go back to any moment of any day of my life for the last 4 years and see what I'm doing essentially. But also, it's a great amount of data for people to be able to study in the future. So parts about human anatomy, human biology, my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my drinking habits, my circadian rhythms, my behavior patterns, all are going to be studied in the future. I have more data archived than any person, and that's going to be very valuable to AI and the developing of AI models. And I get great joy out of being able to meet new people like you and people in my Discord and people all over the internet who are just interested in building a positive world. I stream my life for world peace. I'd like to see world peace someday, and it all starts with one person. And so I've dedicated my life to it.
Oh, well, aren't you positive?
Well, it's important to be 100%. And you should know that I've gone through tough times in my own life. I've fought with my parents, and I have had times when I'm not as physically well as I want. And if you give it time, everything's going to be okay. And you're a strong person. I can already hear it in your voice, and you'll get through this. You know that, right?
No.
Yes, yes. You know you're going to get through it. You've been through tough times before. Sure. So you made it through those okay, right?
I would say that.
I think you're doing okay.
I'd like to hope so.
Absolutely. 100%. So I'm here if you ever need to vent to anybody, and, just do what you did. Is there anything else with which I can help you?
No, just, to be honest, I didn't expect you to respond. I was just, I don't know, I was just trying to watch what you're doing. I was a bit curious.
That's okay.
Like, why?
100%. I hope I was able to answer your questions. Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
Okay, that's all right. Well, if you do have them, just do exactly what you did. Just ping me in the chat, and when I get a chance to check the chats, I'll take a look and respond. And apologies if it ever takes me a little while to get back to you. For your sake, I want you to continue to be strong, both physically and mentally. You'll get through this. You are a young, positive, strong individual, and everything's going to be okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. I'm always here for you. Peace.
Okay, you too.
Thank you.
I'm hungry. I have no food. I've been doing this new thing. It's part of
Are we not in the sugya of warm water? Achshav being the common being the but now you can make it with warm water or with cold water. So what's the
And it makes sense from because of how like
כיוון שאני אומר לך מה זה סתם, לך מן היסוד עכשיו אני אומר לך בין
it's like very high, so that's what hates, right? It kind of sounds like me almost, because it has rain on something else, you know, coffee thing. For him, it's fruitcake.
again when I was
So maybe like he's thinking about it. I mean, honestly, it looks like a coffee cake. There's a lot of brown in there, dude.
another cup of water with pasta of the
I don't know what's my effect on
that
it.
you went ahead
To me, it looks more like candy or something. What kind of fruitcake has
so the must seems to be that
magenta in it?
maybe
Well, shout out to our ponchos. It kind of looks like a fucking
and
bottle.
Levi says and then he's making another cup of water. So what is that?
Well,
What
that's
kind of water?
right?
Same
Yeah, I
type
was
of
thinking
water.
kind
Same
of
type of water. Now
looks
watch this. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says, "Lo b'chamei anwas."
This one right there.
He says, "Hayiti omer lecha achshav min omer lecha
You should say Gerardo's poncho there. But even say
b'chamei
it
mechamei mitzvot."
kind of looks like Gerardo's poncho.
B'chamei
Fruitcake
mechamei
is,
mitzvot. כלומר,
they get flack for saying
העוסק
fruitcake.
בדבר
No,
לא
but
להשכיל אותו
I heard that
שבדבר.
and I'm like,
So
oh,
it's like
this
the
guy
neutral
is
is
speaking straight from the
When you're
divine.
only involved in
Yeah.
something,
Either way, he's on our level and he's thinking about
if
food.
you
That's what
want
we're
the
thinking of.
continuity of the
Food,
present
humor,
circumstance.
food jokes.
So if I just want the continuity of what is already happening, I need to not articulate that
But other than that, I'm doing all right. I'm living in
למה
the
ספילו בדייתו, והוא ספר חילם עמו, ואומר אפשר שיסי עושה כל
It's
בזה.
that dude. When I think of fruitcake, I think what's a fruitcake?
In
I
the
don't
muscle.
really remember.
So if I ask my student
I know that it's like he gets like I mean the world goes in there right now outside of
so with the
It's
cellular
hard,
water,
but,
I'll take a of glass
he gets
of
a lot
water,
of flowers. Okay, I don't like fruitcake.
warm water.
I like
If I
carrot
said
cake.
to
Is
him,
that a fruit?
can you
That's a
please
vegetable.
go
I
ahead
like
and
vegetable
make me a
cake.
cup
I
of
do
wine
get
with
those
warm
confused
water?
a lot. Everything
Interestingly
carrot
enough,
cake,
the
but then
way
carrot
we might
cake's
understand
different.
that
This
big
is
piece out.
this is disgusting.
That
It's
warm
like
water
fruit pebbles.
means warm water or cold water.
It's like one of those
Why?
British
Because
foods.
had I not said
You know,
anything,
spotted
you would have
dick.
assumed that I want the extension of
That's what
status
spotted
quo.
dick kind of looks
Now
like.
that I'm saying something extraneous, it must be to add something. What am I coming to add? What am I coming to add? I'm coming to add warm water or cold water. So it's like, you see, you have to say it over to yourself a couple of
I
times
guess
because
that's
the
why
first
not.
glance,
It's a
it doesn't sound intuitive. It sounds just the opposite. So I'm explicitly saying, give me warm water, but like whatever you do, don't try this like because this psychological just do what you said. The idea being over here was that it's really quite fascinating. What it's a see, what it's a close is that people are precisely there.
No, not all muffins contain fruitcake.
So if my student needs a cup of wine with warm water, if I just want warm water again, just make me another cup of wine. That's the extension of the status quo. If I say make me another cup of wine and use warm
Fruit
water,
muffins such as
why do I
blueberry,
need
banana,
that
or
way?
strawberry muffins are
So
typically
the
light,
way
airy, and
that
moist
he
rather
was
than
understanding
dense
that
and
phrase
preserved in
is coming
spirits.
to say I can use
Okay,
warm
so
water
there's
or
like, dude,
anything
if I
else
was
you want
on
to
team
make the
fruitcake,
cup of wine with. So it's an
if
incredible
I was on
muscle
team
based
fruitcake, I
on the
would be
idea
accepting
that
blueberry
people
muffins. That'd be
don't
my first
use
overall draft pick right
unnecessary
there.
words. It's incredible.
Yeah,
Hachinami,
one, it
what's
makes
the
you more
nation?
popular
Here we
because
go.
the brand of fruitcake
This
is
is
not
really
doing so
exciting.
well. Yeah, like historically.
The context of skin, as I watch this,
Fruitcake
it's something that
muffins.
is
It's like,
dealing with
come
over
on,
here.
dude.
The
What kind of beer
context
drunkers
is
say this is my
chatos.
fucking
So,
bacon?
ba'asichatos, the
Either
kasava
a fruitcake or
from
a fucking muffin.
if it's ba'asichatos,
That's
then I'm
yeah,
saying,
that's
Welcome.
goes out of his way
candied
to
fruit.
say the
How are you?
Candied fruit is in the fruitcake, so it's not really.
Welcome. How are you?
It's different. I guess there's spices.
And the context is about
I guess these things.
Hope you're well.
If I'm not there or if you're talking about
Doesn't sound too good to me, but again, I've not
all
had it.
you need to say is
I
what?
would never
Yeah, go
do
fuck
it.
yourself.
Actually,
Nobody want to talk to you anyway. Everybody knows that.
that's a harder argument to make, I think. But if you want to try,
the extra mention of consciousness they tells you what? That within are training outside
I mean, I'm not going to change my mind.
and
No,
thereby
Apple Pie, dude, why aren't they accepting these?
not just
This one seems more obvious because one is a pie, one is a cake.
old from one
It's not tell me it's different.
Hachinami,
What's the
if
fuck?
these
They all
contests
go
are
on they come out.
ba'at
It's keto, bitch.
then
Cake
why
is
do you
cake.
mention chatos again?
Oh, you don't have
Electro touch. rather the additional skills in the practice are also must be what
Doing a
must
fluffy
be in
impression.
order
Oh,
to
yeah.
do other types of models. It's like
Or,
quite a fascinating.
yeah. You'd probably be really good at that. Experiences.
Additional
Jelly
word pathos
roll, fluffy,
idea of
cake,
outside
pie.
was it, and thereby invalidating
Oh, what did you sent me something before we started? Oh, yeah. I sent you this. I saw this clip of this guy. And he's just getting hated on before he was mad. He's I've seen him on Instagram before this came out. He's very popular. He's always been over there. There's always things that are celebrities. And when I saw it, I immediately knew. I was like, I guess impersonations are pretty. I mean, he's gonna hate them. Not pretty good. My wife was like, I guess they're good. There's something soulless about it. I can't put my finger on it. I just don't really like it. And that's why I find this boring. And I just let it go. That's like, it's what inspired that I had about I said this impersonation is never be friends with a celebrity. I stand by that. I think the more you're friends with them, the less funny it becomes. And then I just left it alone. And then the other day, he just getting destroyed. Oh, okay. Sobriety and something that's impersonation.
The Talmud Shemosif Marabot
So I want to say, you someone talk a lot there. I don't feel like you guys take over with that. He's doing celebrity impressions. Yeah, he has a bunch of celebrity impressions. And writing, put out this clip of him doing it, thinking like, oh, people are gonna love this dude. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. It starts off so bad. It's like within half a second, it's already great. He might have the Guinness Book of World Records for how fast he got to just people hate it right away. Dude, people were savaging it to the point where I go, I thought of this. I'm getting angry, savage. Yeah, saying horrible things about how bad. And then I was like, he's not that bad. His impersonations are pretty fucking good. You know? And I'm like defending this guy I don't like. People take it too far. I'll tell you one thing I hate his last name. Friend. Come on. If my last name was Gerardo Friend, I would change the color. I don't know. I mean, sure, why not? Yeah, it's too strong. I think part of the reason why this is bad is the problem, I'm guessing, because I didn't watch the footage. It's the order of the impersonations. Because I've seen him do pretty good. He literally talks to celebrities. Dude, I get it. You love this guy. He's one of my favorite comedians. He was talking to Jimmy Fox. So Jimmy Fox knew who he was. He's like, oh, you're that guy. And I saw the other people. And I go, oh, this guy's made it. He's doing very well. And yeah, sure, the impersonations are pretty good. I don't like it. And I thought, but it's not a big deal. I'm going to fucking destroy this guy online. He's going to write like one little thing about how I don't think they should be friends with the people they impersonate. And then now he's just,
how do I know that he can
you can't start off something.
the Amy of the Patrick stuff. I don't know that it's like
He was going for the big swing. Paul Giamatti is the worst person to pick for that. You do the impersonation well first, like you said. Right, I agree. And then you come in with something. Yeah. Oh, it's Radical! Let's get the rounds. That's converted. Which is ridiculous. Oh, that's awful too.
About Keith
Don't fucking take a smarmy sip of iced coffee right after you do an impersonation. Oh, so there's a edit it out. You're terrible at it. And also don't impersonate them. I mean, yeah, well, what do you mean? What? They're humans. You're impersonating humans. What are you doing impersonating?
When I lost all my
No, you asked me what do I mean. I'm gonna smother you. I'm just joking, but no, I think it's weird for him to go to Jennifer. Jennifer Coolidge is the slut from she's the belle from intersection in the 35. Okay, gotcha. Sex and the City. No, Jennifer, she is just the belle from American Pie. But I'm not wrong, right? She's in the Sex and the City, right? Jennifer Coolidge, I don't think so, but I have not seen the show. It's Jennifer. I watched every episode. Like I told you, season 6 episode, the perfect presidency. That's exactly what happened. You're not thinking Kim Cattrall? Oh, maybe I'm not. I don't know. Okay, so but that's Jennifer Coolidge right here. That's not a good picture. That's is he gonna do that?
It ultimately where the leftovers that being
It's funny to go from all
and if you keep going on those sides.
Jennifer
Why
Coolidge.
is these boys look at that shit?
He's doing
Big dog, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
millennial.
I don't give a fuck. I'm supposed to myself.
Oh, wow. Cool story, bro. What'd you say?
Fucking
Boy got mad. This boy got pretty bad. You see?
Peace, son.
This is a reference to John Adams. Why don't you start with that one? And then you go, I'm Paul Flynn, do you mind? I think that would have been funny. He needs a hand. Variety. I was like, why the fuck is Variety putting their hat in the fucking impression screen, dude? Is that the expression, putting your hat in the ring? Yes. Okay. Yeah. And I believe it comes from maybe Theodore Roosevelt saying like throwing his hat in the ring for presidents against the Oh God! Pretty good. Yes, that's it. If that was the only impression he did, and then I went through somebody else, so much more respect. But actually, he's good. C-Class, the thing that he's getting criticized for is that he's doing that impersonation's okay, but he's saying nothing funny. So with that one, it's just, yes, that's what she sounds like, but you said just doing funny. That was pretty funny. Just, oh God, but it's only funny if you go on to like Arnold Schwarzenegger, or, you know, don't do that one, but go to a different version. Here's what I would have done. If you know Paul Giamatti, how about you go, here's my impression of Paul Giamatti coming inside Jeff Townsend. Oh God! But you don't even do a Paul Giamatti. If you can do a good Jennifer Coolidge, you're probably good at anybody. Well, to Matt Friends, you know, I want Matt Friends out when it comes to this because he did bring that to Variety, but they were like, oh God, no, we can't have Paul Giamatti coming inside of Jennifer Coolidge. Here's what I agree with you. And then they were like, just say Paul motherfucking Giamatti. They told they were fucking. Here's my impersonation of Messi coming inside Jennifer Coolidge. Oh God! There are these Messies.
One cup went out,
That'll be funny if Messi had like it was like super
one
tricked out
cup
by
went out,
Jennifer Coolidge,
one
like
cup
our
stayed.
age, you know.
It's
So
shiny
it's
white.
super into her.
Plug that one
He's
out.
like,
I
none of
know
them
it's
made it on
possible.
the
What's my shine?
We can just talk about
My
something.
shine
No,
is what about
I agree with everything you said. If it was Paris, Cristiano Ronaldo wants to fuck with American Pie. If I met somebody my age and they go, I don't want to, I'm like, all right, that's fine.
Inner cup
Give control.
cup that we need on the inside is cup.
I
On
know.
the other hand, Nicholas Efman was in what happens if instead of taking one of the cups out, okay, where did I take one of the cups?
Oh, he did just do the whole guy.
Inside the basement. Remember again, what did we just get finished saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Respect.
The previous issue we just got
Not a
finished
good,
saying.
like, not,
That
you know,
Hamilton
can't say
Alexa
funny.
can't
No,
take
but
one
why?
of the
Why?
cups.
Also,
One of the cups
who the
one
fuck is Matt Fred and why are they
That's
pushing
what I
this?
say.
That's a good question, too.
I mean, inside the structure of the inside the table, right? Not inside the example compound. Into the actual single blood of base of the validates the blood. So what's the snatch? Remember again, this case, so what did we establish? Case number one is if you take cup A outside, and what's the status of cup B? Crush it. What happens if I take cup A inside the structure
It's just
of the
like,
base of the
Tucci has made it so that he's kind of iconic now, right? He's a big, he's him. You know, Stanley Tucci is, oh my God, let's get that clip right there. Stanley Tucci is him. Well, like,
meaning himself. I didn't mean like he's the best basketball coach. He's very good at basketball.
Ultimately, again,
I meant like he's himself. He's very like an unknown brand. You know, so you can't fuck it up.
Then you have
All I'm saying is that
then you have the actual
I'm not gonna say it, but what are you saying? What are you saying? I didn't understand it. Homeless Kobe? No, like, it's like, what is it? What do they call it? East Europe, like South. They're called like hobos. Not hobos, but like, what is that? White redneck Kobe or something like this.
So it's like, so
He's
he's
white,
number
right?
one.
Let's not spend more time on it because you kind of cut me off in the middle of it. It's not funny.
Outside
Now I was trying to do like a spur of the moment type joke thing, you know what I mean? All right, let me do an impersonation of what you just did.
So
All right, it's just like what were you trying to say before? Austin Kobe, long pause. I was like, all right,
Case number two,
I
you
was,
take
you know,
a cup of cosmic blood into
yeah. So I don't know. I was just saying, when Stanley Kobe, Bravo Tucci.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to
I
listen to
forget. I think I
Mind the
think
muffins
it's
and I'm saying
society has like a really bad, has terrible taste, and they think that other faction is like the best possible stage of comedy. Like this new podcast, they don't listen to each other, they just
if I'm not sure to do the aboga outside of the base of the
go
dollar, yes.
today. I've been like,
You're guilty. Yet in case we all agree that one, drinking some of the blood outside the actual
okay, so
camera,
there.
it doesn't get out.
Yeah,
Blood
so
left
missed
behind.
opportunity there.
I'm pushing on
Maybe
my
not
camera, so
really
it's
good love.
been seen.
That would be funny if Blake came out and was like, I've never killed someone. He's obvious that he has. It's an industry. He's so inside. He's such an industry man that he knows reverse about Wembley that no one else does. I don't think this is really good for Blake to anybody to do that.
Does not invalidate the sacrifice of blood. Assuming we bring one
He's
cup
losing
of
me.
blood inside the base of English, proper
Words flying high.
shouldn't validate blood that is
Why is this
left
coming up after you? Why is this coming up? You have to do that first, then come to the set up punchline. Yeah, you're right. He's not continuing on becoming dancing at all. He's just, now he's just singing a song that replaces and now we were singing it with Cummins, which would be kind of weird. It's like, yeah, he's plays half rock. If he doesn't do Matt Rife, I don't know if he does. I haven't watched the whole thing.
Ultimately, again, that invalidates
You were out by 12 days.
actually
Nah, I only watched it. Buddy, Buckle Thomas, Wob's gone. Okay, so that's the guy that kind of looks like, yeah. You never saw Succession? I did. I never finished it. Yeah, I mean, this one, I did it now, like, remembering from the grades. I did watch it at least twice. And this one is pretty good, but he doesn't
any
really
valid
see.
blood that was
Fuck,
accidentally
fucklehead, I haven't taken the size of a red sequoia. I'm gonna fuck like a bullet train.
No, it's because I should correct myself. It's just not funny. My impersonation is good. But
the forehead plate, right? The plate that put the sits on the forehead of the motorcycle. That sits Murat coming, in Murat it sits only goes in for items which are coming, and that's items which are taken out of the memories. But says the Imam, Tanya, I'm going to be able to do this once over again. So remember, the kids are really going to focus on over here. See, it's no fun to focus on the kids that everybody therefore, I have 2 cups of hot musky blood, and one of those cups is taken outside of the base of the flesh. Outside. Everyone agrees that what? That ultimately, again, the remaining cup is kosher, right? Obviously, everyone agrees the one taken out is puzzle. Not everyone agrees it, and the one that remains inside, ultimately, again, is kosher. Machlokes case is where you have 2 cups. One remains, we'll call it in the kosher area, and the other is taken inside the base of English property. In that case, Rabbi Yosef Levi said the cup that in the proper area is kosher. Chachamim say it is possible. So here we go. Tanya. I'm going to say Kavachomer. Uma b'makom shemachshav. And also here's the Kavachomer Rabbi Yosef Levi. Uma b'makom shemachshav b'osalas b'chutz b'chasol dam shebachutz eshivivim. So we'll say, remember again, when it comes to the machshava, if you have machshava to do avodah outside of the base of English, that would be the Yet, when you take blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it does not invalidate the blood left over. Then I would think, Makom she'im machshava po'salas b'chutz. Then both in a case where machshava is not possible. Where does machshava not possible? If when doing the avodah, you have in mind to bring the blood inside the Beis Hamikdash, as much as that is illegal, it does not invalidate. Then Eno Dikshalo Yipasal Dam Shevachim Shevachutz. And both it goes without saying that what? That when you take some of the blood inside, it should not invalidate the blood left outside. So it was like, let's assume for a moment we'll all agree that the blood taken inside is invalid for you. But that's okay. That's not what we're focusing on. What are we focusing on over here? The usability of the blood that's left in a sanctioned area. Amrale says it to be Yosef. Harayu Omer Asher Yuva Mitama. The pasuk says, remember again, this is the pasuk talking about that if the blood of a chatas is brought inside the Beis Hamikdash, so the chatas is invalid. We'll say that the Kiddush over here, the Gemara says, Asher Yuva Mitama, Afilu Miktsas Dama. Now, the Kiddush that they're saying over here, Abosa, is that what? Even if only some of the blood is brought inside the Beis Hamikdash, so we'll say, in the previous case, when we spoke about Achatas, and it's brought inside the Beis Hamikdash, the Achatas is invalid. We were talking about what? Where all of the blood was brought inside. Here the Gemara is dashing, Asher Yuva Midama. What a drasha. Midama means what? You know, means what? Even some of the blood. So the drasha is that even if some of the blood is brought inside the Beis Hamikdash, that will also go ahead and invalidate the cover. So the Gemara says, Amar Lahem, Afilu Mitzvah Nama, Amar Lahem, Al B'chomer Liyotze Me'at. So that the Yosef and the keeper responds, well, I should have a couple of things. Uma b'makom she'machshav b'salas b'chutz, wholesale dam shebechim shebachutz. So when it comes to the world of machshava, so machshava to do avodah on the inside of the Beis Hamikdash does not invalidate the carbon. Yet what? She'im machshav b'salas b'chutz, wholesale dam shebechim shebachutz. Yet if you bring some of the blood inside, it invalidates the blood even left outside. If that's the case, he says, then makom shemachshava b'salas b'chutz. And I will say certainly in a case where a machshava for chutz does invalidate the carbon, then again I would say, Rabbi Yosef really is turning their logic on them. And if that's the case again, then blood that is brought outside should invalidate any leftover blood that's left inside. Allah Harehu Omer Asher Yuva. So Rabbi Yosef really, the pasuk says Asher Yuva. And Nichnas Posel, Nina Yosef Posel. It is only blood that is brought inside the Beis Hamikdash that invalidates any remaining blood outside, but blood brought outside of the Beis Hamikdash does not invalidate blood left on the inside. Someone says, let's go 1 second. Why don't we say that a machshava to do the avodah inside the Beis Hamikdash should invalidate the cover based on the cover? I'll tell you how. Listen to this. So what's in the case, ultimately again, where blood taken outside of the Beis Hamikdash does not invalidate that which is left inside. Yet machshava poselas b'chutz. Yet a machshava to do the avodah outside of the Beis Hamikdash will invalidate the carbon. Makom sheposel dam shebechim dam shebachutz. Then Abu said, we take some of the blood inside the Beis Hamikdash, and it does invalidate the blood left in the appropriate place. Ain't no dinshet in machshava poselas b'chutz. Then certainly what? A machshava to do the avodah inside the Beis Hamikdash certainly invalidate the carbon. You omer by Yom HaShlishi. Therefore, I said the pasuk says Yom HaShlishi teaches me what? Makom sheyeh meshulash b'dam bebasar u'bein. The only makom which ultimately goes ahead and invalidates a carbon dioxide is a place where you can do all three things: dam, basar, and a meal. Blood applications and burn ultimately meat as well as things. Since on the east side of the Beis Hamikdash, we don't burn meat and we don't burn limbs. Therefore, again, the machshava cannot invalidate. Below Tehi, machshava posalas b'chutz mikavachomer. So also remember, all that's happening over here is now we're just going through all of the different variations of this logic. Velote machshava posalas because michal chomer. So we'll say I can make the argument. Then now a machshava b'chutz, a machshava to do the avodah outside of the base of mikdash should not invalidate the kal v'chomer based on should not invalidate the avodah based on a kal v'chomer. What's the kal v'chomer? Umam makom sheposal dam b'chinim as shebachutz. So we'll say ultimately again in a situation where they take some of the blood inside the base of mikdash and invalidates that which is left outside. Yet even in that case, the machshava posalas within. Yet a machshava to do the avodah on the inside does not invalidate the custom. Makom shelo pasal dam shebachutz shebechim. And I will say certainly in the case where you take some of the blood outside of the base of mikdash, it does not invalidate the blood left inside. Eino din shi'e posam machshava b'chutz. In other words, so ultimately again, machshava b'chutz does not invalidate. Outside of the prescribed area. Meat that is brought inside ultimately again to still be kosher. She hates the deal she wants. I might have thought based on how the woman that she wants to outside. And I think that would be funny again. Blood brought outside does not invalidate blood that is left on the inside. Basra had no single puts. Right? But ultimately again, but meat that is brought outside.
I think somebody in the comments said it sounds like it's just like, why aren't you developing it? It's just like three words per. You know what I mean? It's too fast. Jennifer Cole is oh God, that's it. You did way too much coffee, money. That didn't even make sense. For Bill Gates, there's so much more. It is funny to make that choice, that creative choice, where you're like, okay, 2 minutes on coffee, the rest of it, 5 seconds. And then on the nap, obviously, like Kermit, if he does Kermit the Frog, he's like, this is my first nation, so he's got to be Kermit the Frog. So he just keeps doing it. Probably. Get Jay. Down, but probably get Jay. That's a good titty guy here. And this is like white idols. All of these are just white. Yeah, and that's a good point because it's just kind of at that point you're just doing an impersonation of a white sounding person. I don't know if Trump is still there, but Harry Styles actually thinks, oh, he's like the 21st century Big Jack. Yeah, I know Harry Styles. Yeah, I've heard his music. He's in One Direction. Yeah, he was in One Direction. I would have said but I don't know what he talks like. Just him talking. I don't think that's famous enough. I mean, he was super famous, but as far as you're talking to us, we're not going to know what he sounds like. That shot in this, I know who he is. I know his music sounds. I know he's you know, it's not like this.
It should also continue to be kosher. Are you over there for the plastic cell? Basra, Basra, that shit from
Girls that have the 2 banners and they go straight because their boyfriend's in basketball, you know. Yeah. They're waiting. They were like it after they see the replies. You're right, because then they're going to decide what the reply is. Like, they'll put like the dead face, like the skull. They'll put the skull emoji and then be like, me watching this, thinking that he thinks it's funny. Oh, yeah. Because they're being honest. They actually like it when some replies. They're like, oh my God, I got to say something. You know what else is killing it here? And you can't really help this, but I think it's partial.
The plastic says,
This is kind of smarmy. And his face just doesn't do any favors.
this is by
It kind of adds on to the smarmy.
by the
You know, I would have a respectful conversation with them. But at the end of it, I would have to still
why did
what if he came up to you and he did a really good impersonation? I would love it from a distance. I want him to do this, like, with the way he
example,
treat
say,
celebrities.
person actually
He treats
understands
us.
Restream
He's
as
like, I'm here with her.
Moshe Rabbeinu gets angry at
He's like mad. He
At
pretends
first
he's
glance,
mad.
Moshe Rabbeinu was
They
saying,
got your
then
name messed
why
up or
didn't
something.
Aaron
God damn it.
maybe what happened, based on
He does
maybe what happened,
He's like, I got small teeth.
maybe
Like,
Aaron
tired.
accidentally brought the blood inside. Also, what happens if you bring the blood of the convert inside the base of
City
the
Gang.
then what?
It's like his
The
collaborator. I
different
think City Gang.
hole is
Fuck you.
Moshe Rabbeinu Aaron's rule, they
For
just
some reason, I
accidentally bring the blood of the convert inside the
Yeah,
base of
for
the
a
Mikdash,
very
to which Aaron
specific
says, no.
City
Then
Gang.
Moshe Rabbeinu was puzzled if
Just
he
don't
didn't bring
know.
the blood of the convert into the base of the Mikdash, then what?
And
Then what?
fuck
Then
you.
what?
Liev Schreiber is the guy that played
Why aren't
Warren's
you
brother.
So say, so what says the
I
Gemara,
know Liev Schreiber, but I'm not sure if I've seen him.
Amy Ella Prima. I even know supposed to be word Prima means. I would have thought, based on this, that Prima means that you're not allowed to bring blood of the convert.
I'm telling you, like, that's my, I'm
If
telling
you
you, my
bring the blood of
photographs
the
are
convert,
being
the
stretched.
that's in the
We
that's
should
in
do
the
that as a
now.
bit from now
Hey,
on.
funny guy.
Actors,
How do I know that even
we
works?
we
How do I
figure out
know
who, like, who's gonna come up on the show, and then we pick the most obscure
the rest
thing
of
that
it
they've
is
been in.
structure.
Oh, that's like in the average. Oh, it's a Viagra.
Omar, Ella Kodesh. It was in Torah as in the phrase Ella Kodesh. Ella Kodesh means Kodesh Kodesh. Ella Kodesh means anywhere in the temple from. The Gemara says, so Ella Kodesh
Just a lot of fucks. Make it more
Yomar
flair.
Kodesh Val Yomar Prima. I don't understand. Just say Kodesh without Prima.
I know Tim
What I
Gunn,
said.
but here
Would it
again,
just say
same
Kodesh means
similar
what?
criticism.
Kodesh means what?
Who knows what Tim Gunn sounds like? I'll tell you.
If I can't bring Kata's blood into the base of English, then what? I certainly get
It's
what?
got model.
Kodesh
He
Kodesh.
directed
She said just say Kodesh without Prima.
No.
Rava, Bazeh, Bazeh,
Oh, wait, no.
so it's like this one.
Fuck. No, he's the Tim Gunn is the fashion guy on Project Runway.
Yeah.
He's a mouse.
I would have thought that what does that one phrase refer to? Kodesh Kadosh. You have to say both phrases because you just said one. I would have automatically assumed
That's such a
the first and most
fucking
sacred part of the name. Once it says two, I mean, once it says Ela Kodesh Pnima, now I know that what?
Spider-Man.
Now I know that Pnima
Schwartz
means
goes,
Kodesh
yeah, that
Kadosh.
James Garfield is a great
Kodesh
job.
ultimately means
He's thinking Andrew Garfield. You know,
James
James Garfield.
Garfield.
James Garfield is one of the first. That's what I was laughing. He's like, James Garfield should be there. Grover Cleveland played a great Venom in that movie. I'm just as stupid as you. Tim Gunn's not fashion.
Any
Always been.
non-point
Since he was a kid.
coach up
I
going to
found
soccer
I love the look. Very shame.
coach up on the plane,
He's directing.
so here, but also not eat any kinds of food.
Something well
Gemara says,
my recommendation would be
we got
don't
this
wear
on
no
coach
socks
up,
with
that
loafers. What are we handling? Good morning, Kipper. Tina. Tim Cookin is
type of
absolutely.
service was owned by whoever. So
It's
here,
a thrill to be here today, announcing iOS 42 and our brand new Vision Pro. I mean, the hackiest combo. Yeah, ridiculous. They're on iOS. Let me finish. They're on iOS 16. Oh, so the joke is that it's like way too many iOS. Oh, so they're killing it. What kind of joke is that? Oh, I was gonna say, if you go that high, and it's gonna be hacky, I agree with you, it's hacky. But if you do go that high,
also
why not 69? Make it even happier. Why not 69? If you're gonna do that,
Then I would have said one. Omar, coach up,
I think around iOS 20 I'm sure. He's just, it feels like he hasn't watched any of those meetings where Tim says the speech. He's just guessing the keynote. Aren't they like when they have something like when they introduce?
Therefore, boss soccer believe out
And if I'm wrong, I think we're gonna rest in power. In the comments, right? If it's a keynote, I have my suspicions. My bad. I just checked right now. They are on iOS 42. My bad. Oh, it's Sakurai.
So I should
It's
say one item.
Sakurai.
So for example, it just says coach up
And
and
now I
soccer.
understand why
I would have thought kosher refers to someone who's like waiting for a certain number of years, but she can't eat the seven.
Jesus Christ. Why do we do a podcast? No. The guy from
Therefore, you don't have to write both kosher and something. Whether you're old forever or just old
now I know why, because he thinks this is small data.
both you can
Very funny. Guess what I got?
go ahead and partake of I would expect that the
Thanks, Matt Friend. In this scenario, was small data, so he still thinks this is a joke on me. That he thinks this is small data. In any scenario, he still guaranteed they would love that still. Like, really, whoa. I want to, yeah, it is. I want to know, like, does Tim Cook sound like that? Because I don't even know what he sounds like. He never sounds that excited. I think this guy's on something like thank God he has a fucking microphone wire. If it was a wireless mic, dude, oh my God. Oh my God. The sort of the thing he is working with Mr. Tarantino, of course, on the set. I mean, if I was Christoph Waltz, dude, I would throw away my career and hunt this guy down. Riding the I was Frankenstein. His name's
just tell me the blood is possible. Once you hit the ankle, we're
I
done.
barely was.
It's another way.
Yeah, was a very sudden and exciting enterprise, but
you couldn't have the access to Polish production without knowing why are you making that? So it's a so bless you. So because there is a technical way to access the English production without going through the difference compelled to go and write on the rubber
I agree that the voice sounds like Christoph Waltz.
entering in
And
enormous impact.
I think part of the problem is that it's specifically from that one movie. Glorious Bastards. He's been in a bunch of movies. He sounds like he's super inside. Oh, he's in that too. Yeah, that's right. Don't get me started on that.
Rubber says it's a team of fantastic halacha, which is there was a family poet, and I have in mind that will bring the blood into the Kodesh HaKadosh. Then, when I bring it into the Hechel, if I bring it back and I change my mind and I take it back out, the blood is still kosher. That's the See, watch this. If you bring it into the Hechel, the blood is kosher. So it turns out if I bring it into the Kodesh Kadoshim, the blood is also kosher. Why do I need that statement? Once the blood hits the Hechel, we're done. When I say Hechel, we're done. So why do you tell me that it becomes kosher to the Kodesh Kadoshim for a very unique case? So the coins were in the blood, that's what it takes to the Kodesh Kadoshim. And then once he gets to the Hechel, he changes his mind and he takes it back out.
As a kid, when you heard the
blood is kosher. That's the novelty of the
so
reading
like that's still in my brain. So when you said Frankenstein, I agree, obviously. Spoiler alert. You cannot not be a bad guy. But the other guy is also okay. When he just finances him and then he's like, I gotta go home and he leaves. I don't think that's what happened.
So let's say that's the What happens if you think that or
No, but I think it's because I'm comparing Frankenstein to yourself. What's
So
hard?
what happens if shit is the amount of night with me now?
The antagonist of the
What
movie
is
is
what is
Frankenstein.
that? Before this
I guess. Oh, he's killing people.
What's the status of
Yeah, I mean,
me? I'm not.
I don't know. I think that the two of them
Oh,
are
hey,
pretty
from
bad.
Karina May,
I'm not
Alan
sure
Kodesh.
that you can say, well, I'm willing
Oh, hey,
to,
from the
like,
Lord Karina May, Alan
I'll
Kodesh.
listen to you
Okay,
and disagree with you.
so what's the
Yeah,
key say?
for sure.
When there's a prohibition,
I like it. He's actually a pretty good guy.
when there's no prohibition,
He's a terrible person.
there's also
So,
a
and then
prohibition.
he wants to have his. Yeah,
Oh,
because he dies. He gets killed by Victor Frankenstein. So,
it's brought into
yeah,
the
it's
Kodesh.
almost
Do
just
we say, well, once
that.
that they brought into the
Right.
Kodesh,
Because that guy tries to kill Frankenstein, doesn't he?
Oh,
He should, so he can get the, no, he tries to sabotage the thing because he wants to be placed into the monster. Pretty bad. And he has syphilis because he fucks with mice. This is a bad guy. It's okay, whatever, dude. He would have done the same thing, Frank. He's essentially Frankenstein. He's like, in a way, that guy is like Frankenstein looking at himself in the future. But Frankenstein becomes him, right? I don't think he starts off.
No, I have this impression that I want to do. I don't do impressions, but it's all these fucking conservative.
What is the status of that blood?
They're not all conservative, but like these influencers who with like the arm tattoos, and they all do the same shit. They're all like, I don't know how to do it. They're all like, I'm so American. Like, how American are you? I'm so American. My ancestor was on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. My ancestor
Do we say it's all one place? Or do you say there's no ultimately that's no considered to be Yitzia? So the Gemara says,
was able to
just so to take away
create. Oh, what is that shit?
So I'll say,
Hold on.
first of all, Dam Chatos.
Didn't
Dam
know.
Chatos Shechnis or Chaber Bob.
What do you call those things? A catheter? No. What do you call that thing when you stick it like your arm? You stop doing it.
I went ahead and I received the Dam Chatos in 2 cups. Case of Mishnah. Remember Mishnah?
It's like
2
a.
cups. The Yatza Echem, the Chutz. Most remember we have 2. I took one of the cups of blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Hakmini kosher. Ultimately, again, the cup that remained inside.
What do you call that thing?
So we'll say that is halacha l'maisa. 2 cups of dam chatos, 1 blood taken outside, 1 cup remains inside. Ultimately, it's kosher. Nichnas echad mehem lehikol. We'll say if one of them was taken into the hikol, inside the Beis Hamikdash proper, the hizam imel sham, and I will say he's used there for sprinkling. Remember, Rama Mazin over here was actually used there. Afachitzon pasta. Even the chitzon, even the one that remains outside.
What do you call that thing? No one knows, and I forget.
So halacha l'maisa. So ultimately, again, see what we have in the Rambam as follows: 2 cups. If one brought outside, one remains inside, remains kosher. 2 cups.
Anyway,
One taken inside,
what do you
remains
call those
kosher.
things?
If
Stop the blood.
for sacrificial purposes, it
The
invalidates
tourniquet.
all that remains outside.
Tourniquet.
What happens if it wasn't?
My ancestor.
So the Rambam says it depends. If it was intentionally taken inside the Beis Hamikdash, then what? Then it will invalidate that. It will invalidate the one that remains outside. But if it was taken in Shogeg, then
Oh, now I'm seeing why.
ultimately goes ahead and remains valid.
Now I'm seeing why.
So we'll see, today's 4th of July. And it's exceptionally important for us as citizens of this country to recognize the importance of this day.
My ancestor performed a tourniquet on Amerigo Vespucci. My great grandmother was named Mayflower because of her beauty and her elegance. They named the ship after her. And these guys are like, my ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812 and the Civil War. My great-great-grandfather was 94 years old and was fighting for both the Union and the Confederacy because he wanted his neighbors to know how much he loved this country. My great-grandfather fought in World War I in the trenches and fought at the Battle of the Bulge. My grandfather in World War II, my great-grandfather in World War II helped to taught General George S. Patton how to lace his boots. Do you see these tribal tattoos? My ancestors taught the indigenous people who were here thousands of years how to tattoo. The chief of the greatest indigenous tribe to ever be indigenous said to my ancestor, one day you will have a descendant, and make sure that he starts a coffee company and a podcast and fights in every battle in the global war on television, global war on terrorism, and fights for truth, goodness, and the American way. And if anyone ever tries to take that from him, you tell them that there's not enough elk meat in this world, nor enough beard wax that will ever keep you from ensuring that the pride of this country will ever lack the passion that you and your family have for that flag.
The beauty of our democracy.
Ensure they know that you had to use
The beauty of our democracy
a box full of made in the USA flags as tourniquets
and you can say whatever you want.
at ground zero on 9/11. Ensure they know, like, these people, they're all the same, and they all turn out to be like scummy.
And we should be like on whatever issues.
Really? Yeah.
Never come
Anyway,
at our expense for our love of this.
that was really great, Rabbi. Thanks, baby.
And one last thing. How we have to go out of our way to get back here. Men and women
I think it gets worse and worse. And then at the end, he realizes the hair's in his ways, right? And then, I don't know, I fell asleep. But I enjoyed the movie. He's just a financier.
That's
Epstein just financed me. It's like, I feel like that friend is watching us argue this whole time. He knows the answer. He's like, good. They should have. That's my market. That's another criticism I have. Part of being an impersonation is something really good. Is you have that solid grounding.
For us, to preserve our freedom.
I don't know if that's true. No, that's not true. But Jim Carrey was an impressionist. Everybody in my mind is in a movie like that. You don't want to be sort of thinking in these sort of generic American terms. Okay, let me ask you a question here for real. Yes, don't when I answer this question, okay? Do you have less respect for him or for somebody that were just do like, let's say, Michael Fitzgerald is a different impressionist. Okay, Matt Friend sends out this video
sometimes you
And
go
then Variety's trying to start some beef with the impressions game. And so they get Michael
the armory
Fitzgerald.
is there. So you
Just
just
does
have to
impressions
regard
of
for it.
Christopher
You know,
Walken,
say thank you.
Arnold
Say
Schwarzenegger.
thank you. Now they do look at you strangely
What's
because
another one?
they never get
Martin Scorsese, right?
But say
He
thank
just does
you.
like the hackiest
Police
impressions, but they're
officers,
actually pretty
again,
good.
the police,
Which one
like
do you hate?
anything else, there are good
It
police
depends
officers, bad
because,
police officers.
like,
None
even
of us are
though
getting up in the morning.
Walken, Schwarzenegger, I guess Scorsese,
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson, these are hacky.
Right? None of us get up in the morning.
If you can say something funny
Say goodbye to our families.
as those
Don't
people,
know what
it's still fun.
you know, there are many
It's just
women
like we've
who every
gone
single
past
day.
it.
Even if they were the worst impressions, I like that.
I think I agree with that. Yeah. It's really more about what
We're
you
not
do
perfect.
with the
We're not
impressions.
perfect.
I was watching, I don't know, I don't want to watch the show, but the
You mark your toes.
camera on the
Privilege
base
bar,
of
Hashem,
the guys
God,
that
we're in a
pursue
country. There's a police
is
force.
awesome.
Whatever perfection,
It's
imperfection
pretty
they
funny.
have. But that's
And so I already saw it doesn't matter what podcast, but they
drink your beer,
have this guy,
the barbecue,
the guy who does
take your
camera
day off.
goes, hey yo in the court, hey yo in the court, like when somebody's Osworthy or whatever. So that's pretty good. Check that out.
Okay, so, you know, guys, come on, dude. You gotta let me know that. This just in, it's Hillbilly Kobe. It's not Hobo Kobe. I, didn't graduate college. So, Hillbilly Kobe, Hillbilly Tucci. We did it, folks. We did it, dude. Thank God. Because he's him. And I don't know if you know why I'm bringing that up, but it's because Austin Reeves one day in the NBA scored a lot of points in the playoff versus the Grizzlies. He goes, I'm him. You said that?
Yeah, I mean, if I was really into it, I'd probably do the same thing.
They also call him AR-15. Austin Reeves.
That makes sense too. Did Kobe ever yell at him?
Kobe said, don't be too
Job ain't finished.
and then here we go. I'm sorry, we're having our team do some research for us while we were looking stuff up there. What nationality is for kick? Ancient Rome, ancient Egypt. Isn't that crazy?
That was kind of nuts because how did they candy stuff back then? How do you candy stuff?
Yeah, I think they were making apple pie, maybe. Anyways, so that's important. What else is up here? Is that whole okay?
I guess since you brought up Austin Reeves, you want to get into your Kevin Durant thing.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and
You got to tell me a lot about this. I don't know much about it.
all right, so dude, there's something epic that happened. You know, we talked about Pam Bondi on the live. My bad, sorry, live. It's fucking me. I got CT too. But we're not gonna talk about the Epstein file thing at all today, all right?
You can if you want.
I've got one thing on the Epstein thing. Just, I thought this tweet was funny. We'll get into the Katie files after this, but you want to read this out?
All right, so this is Thomas Massey, Kentucky congressman. Ever heard of him? He says, I am not suicidal. I eat healthy food. The brakes on my car and truck are in good shape. I practice good trigger discipline. Never point a gun at anyone, including myself. There are no deep pools of water on my farm, and I'm a pretty good swimmer. So he's Gadooshing right here, but the truck thing is probably where you're pointing at right now.
No, this is hilarious to me. And I was, in my mind, it's not, yes, like Brennan Schaub, right? But everything comes back to Brennan Schaub, what I'm trying to say. I thought it would be hilarious if Brennan Schaub posted a tweet just like this, because he's talking about the Epstein files.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised. He's probably telling me, I gotta be careful.
Yeah.
They can come from me next.
I drive really good when I go to baseball practice, you know, like, there's no,
Yeah, I've never flipped my truck. It's funny because he can't say these things. He can't, the brakes are probably not good because he's worked on them. He's flipped his own truck.
Oh, come on.
Does he practice good trigger discipline? I doubt it. And I mean, he's literally has bows.
I've been shooting bows since I was 6.
I'm a world class top 10 athlete. Drafted in the first round. My heart is good. A lot of ladies in the crowd tonight.
All right, so here we go. We're going to get into the Katie files, dude. It's just so funny. I mean, this, like, I was laughing so hard before he came over. And then when he got here, I forgot I had to go to 7-Eleven. That's how much I was into the Katie files since 10 a.m. today. Just like looking at this shit. So, I want you to first look at the username of the top user there. What is it? Get out my diggers. Like that's Katie's. That's. Do you want? Oh, you were asking me earlier, like if you
All right,
would
it's
prove
like
whether or not that's his account, right?
let's
So
begin.
the proof is
Our
pudding
shoot this
daddy.
morning
So I don't know why it's that, but this joint August 2021 right here. As you can see, there's a little owl right here. If you go here to Kevin Durant's account in August of 2021, he posted the same owl and it's the exact same photo, basically. Meaning like the same aspect ratio and everything. Okay. In 2021, and it comes back now. And then also him yesterday at the All-Star game. Thank you for challenging my opinion here. And him yesterday at the All-Star game. Fuck you, by the way. Him yesterday at the All-Star game was on his phone the whole time.
All right, so let's begin.
Because
The
this was coming out
beautiful
yesterday.
document ahead of us today.
So like,
It is
where there's smoke, there's fire, daddy.
We
He
actually
had a
left
burner
off the
account
last
before when he was on the Warriors. And he has
Let's just do
another
a
burner
quick
account
review.
now. Just 2 days ago at the media day.
It says that also
Boogie
picks
Cousins
up on
defended
81B
Boogie
and
Cousins,
matches up 6 lines
great
up and
player
down.
for ex-Sacramento King.
Warriors.
He was on the Warriors with Kevin Durant. He was like, if you had to,
about sacrificial
I
mix.
forget what the other option was, but they had to give your
One has to
Twitter account
imagine
or let's
also,
just say
like,
basketball
we look
bullshit
at
account.
Cabanos, so
And he
we
was like,
often
fuck.
kind of
Okay, but he had to think about it. Anyway, so Kevin Durant's known for having burner accounts. This is his burner. Anyway, so we'll get back to the part 2 of this question. He plays with somebody named Jabari Smith. And here he's saying, I can't trust Jabari to make a fucking shot or get a stop. And somebody in this group chat on Twitter says, just don't give him a tech free throw. That'd be honest, even a tech free throw. It's like when somebody gets a tech on the team, somebody that was on the floor and shoot a free throw. So that's what he said. It's like, just don't let him shoot the techs. He's low-key hard work. So he's calling his teammate, his current teammate, the armor, on a break. All-Star game break. They don't get back until like Thursday or Wednesday. So he's going to come back to Japan and he's been called the armor by and then he's going to say, this wasn't my account.
What happened? So now some
Yeah, what do you think Jabari is going to leave it? There's more here than just Jabari. So Alfred Singer is basically like the number one option on his team with the Houston Rockets. And here he's just saying, Coach called that play to pass to Alfie, LOL. I'm going to turn the ball over with this shitty ass team. I don't give a fuck. Your franchise player can't shoot a defense. That's a way bigger issue than my turnovers. These guys are your future. And there's another, I don't know where it is in the files here because there's a lot, there's like 2 million pages. There's one that he says like the Hornets team is younger and has a lot better players than the Rockets team. KD on the Hornets greater than KD on the Rockets. So he's basically saying like, you know, meanwhile the team he's on it. He wants to be on the Hornets. Or was he on the Hornets? No. But he's like, he's a different team. Yeah. This one is, okay, he's calling Devin Booker and Frank Vogel his ex-teammate and ex-head coach. He's calling him Stalin and Hitler. It was like, the Suns are my team when we lose and the Bucks when we win. So he's basically just commenting on the state of his current team at that time. He was on the team at that time. He's making laughs here. He says here, I swear I miss Ben Simmons. At least he would give me the ball, which is so funny.
And the last time he got caught doing his was it something like this where he's messaging people?
I think it might have been replies.
So he switched. And these are all him talking to
just as the one of the partners who brought inside becomes
I don't know that part of it. I'm assuming there's at least 3 or 4 people in the chat. And one of them was randomly. That's it.
I wonder how he takes things.
Why
would he pick? I would never ran if I really thought I was Kevin Durant.
Remember again, what's the cheapest on the other end?
It is. Get off my Dickerson.
Whenever it comes to sacrifice because of one word. What's his one word? No. Remember, this says whenever
Getting hired is one of his old names, and then getting hired 77 was another one of his names. Let's see here. What else you got?
Right, much. That'll be away in a couple weeks after the summer.
Oh, this one's
So the idea over here is as follows. The idea over here, Revelation holds rolling. What is rolling? then anytime you have a mix of sacrificial blood, you can apply the whole thing everywhere, and the blood that doesn't belong with you as what? With you as water. So where is Rabbi Eliezer in this discussion over here regarding inside blood and outside blood that gets mixed up? Jewish Gemara is not telling you why. So Gemara said, hey, if
Ben Simmons is asking a question.
you're a little bit stuck. What should you do?
Why would
Maybe
we trade Kyrie for a person
if you
who
want to
plays
say
basketball?
blood application outside, then do the blood application inside.
He talks a lot
So
of shit
that's
about
not going to
Kyrie
tell you
Irving.
why.
He talks a lot of shit about. He calls Russell Westbrook a bear, a triple double cocaine bear.
Same way, and we actually never, I don't know if we ever
Is Westbrook kind of known for that, or they're rumors
seeing
of
it
that?
that halacha is nice to
No, but he's
of going ahead
triple
and
double.
down from
Like I
first
think the
line,
leading
upper blood and then lower blood.
So he's just saying like
First
like
line, inner
it's
blood,
an allegory.
probably
I really don't like this white man. This man don't respect my game at all.
So that's
I
not
would know.
so that's not
They didn't know what the cocaine bear was for a while. They were like, I'm trying to figure out what the cocaine bear is until they all got it.
then you'll see inside application on the outside. Even the why would I not play for because at the end of the day, every one of these with contrast and usher that once the blood is run inside the one, there is violence. You look at the first that is only by 400. That means because the way you say it, early down some contrast that just like a contrast and usher, the blood is run inside, it validates the validation all other but I wonder that they know that only applies to actions and not to usher. So also because of this, therefore everybody else is not good. Remember
What does that mean? Just like you don't get
any blood that belongs outside of the belong outside of the order
flop for
that
fouls.
is normally sprinkled outside. If you bring it inside, then what happens? By
There's some
definition,
hilarious stuff here. I'm sorry that we're just going through all of them, but it's especially climate of like every file, they call it the TV file.
but you're good next to one. It's a month. It's a month. So you guys can start. So I'm going to much
So I'm thinking that, you know, this is like media frenzy, obviously very important, you know, NBA stuff. We gotta get to the bottom of who the cocaine bear was and all that
So the
stuff.
classic Greek
This is something I'm gonna focus on next week, and then when I come back,
לא say Ahel Batish Israel. So the
the
concept
file
says
doesn't
exclusively
work.
by
And
Chatas.
it's important to
You
remember
bring the
down
blood
is
of a Chatas into the base
so like at the end of the day,
the
whenever we arrest
Chatas
him
is
and there is not,
so that is in the Purish of
like
That's why you
everybody
notice
that
again what
his money is in the
everyone
they did
agrees
nothing.
that if you bring the
So
blood
at
of
the end of the
Chatas
day,
inside
Kevin Durant is a hero.
then what's the halacha?
Everyone
The Chatas
talking
is
about
possible.
files that
No one
never
agrees with you
existed.
that
Text
why
messages are real.
it's a busing. Good. It's a
Not even
busing.
case closed or
Or say,
anything.
one of
It's
these
not
things that get uses this busing by Chatas and applies it essentially
like
all
light
carbons.
all
That any
I saw
carbon
this,
whose blood is
and they were
whose
showing
blood
his
is supposed
videos
to
of his
be
face. They're
outside
like, look,
and
you
is
know,
then blood
I
inside,
am
that validates the carbon.
okay,
That
so
is
here's
the
the
shit
cocaine
that
bear.
I do.
This is great.
So I'm gonna be
Russell Westbrook, the triple double cocaine bear. Where's the videos of him on his phone? Here we go. Kevin Durant All-Star highlights. At the All-Star game, nobody's doing those. Nobody's like at halftime on their phone on the court, except for the guy next to them. That's not an NBA. No, I don't think it is. He's talking to this
And
guy.
now the Rebbe says, I'd like another glass of wine.
No, he's not on his
That
phone.
leaves me
I
another glass
don't
of
know
wine.
why you're trying to like, you're the Acadiologist here.
Russian Rebbe.
It's evident that Kevin Durant got outed. I don't know, man. It's like, it just doesn't seem like that somebody would say all that stuff. Like, the way they said it, it very much to me seems like setup. That's how I see it.
Rebbe asked for a
I
glass
see
of
no
wine.
proof.
This drink
Right,
that
and
needs
it's
a
a
glass of
photo.
wine, this water,
You can see
one water. And Rebbe said, but I'm a little Muslim.
right.
drinking another glass of wine. So I'm gonna open up. Rebbe, what kind of water would you like to I'm gonna load the time and unless are we not in the super of warm water? Actually, things that come in things and so on. But now you can make it with warm water or with cold water. So what's the actually all the time and כיוון שאני אומר לך מה זה סתם, וכמה מן ה-IBC, עכשיו אני אומר לך באיזה כמה so
And then he probably finds somebody that follows him on the other account. He's like, yo, keep it on the hush hush, but get off my dick this time. I don't know, I'm just making things up.
It's funny in a way because, like, if I was having conversations like that, he would be like your family friends.
Right.
But Kevin Durant, he's such a famous basketball player that he can't have people. They're all like, hey, Dad, you turn, you change,
and Rebbe says,
so now he has to find randos on the internet
what is
to
that?
say
What kind
that
of
Steve
water?
Kerr doesn't like.
Type of water. Straight that water. Now watch this. Now look at
The
Rashi.
other thing is that
So
it might
Rashi
not
says,
even be
"Over
random on the
Rashi."
internet. It might be like
Finish the rest of
friends.
that. He says,
And
"I
it's
see over
very
the
funny
Aksha,
for them to
over
put
the
him out like this.
It's fucked up.
No, it's very funny because he's already got that
I'm in the show.
reputation. This was like LeBron James or somebody that's never had
regular
that.
high school
And I feel like it would be a lot harsher of a sentence for the
when
person.
you're only involved in
But it's KD. Everyone expects this from him.
if
You
you
know what
want
I mean?
to
So it's kind of like lighter. So that he's not in trouble.
So if I just want to have fluids in one organism, I need to not particularly that explicit.
Jabari Smith Jr.
ומזכירו בדייתו, והוסף אחירן אימו, ואומר אחרי שיסי עושים או יהיה בחסות. In the mushroom. So if I ask my student for a
The
glass
only
of
other
wine,
thing that I saw this week was
so we dilute with warm water. If I say, can I have enough
so
glass
if you
of
remember
wine?
Nicole Harper,
His drinks would be what?
Nicole Harper was this
If I
comedian,
said to
she's a
him,
Canadian comedian,
just go ahead and
and
make me a cup of wine with
she
warm
got
water.
famous because a long
Interestingly enough, maybe
she
one
made a
of the
video
scans that
where
they
it's like fat people are
that warm water means
she's
warm
like,
water or
you're
cold
fat
water.
people.
Why?
And now,
Because had I not said anything,
I don't know if this
you would
really
have
was
assumed
going
that I
on, but
wanted
it certainly
to
seems
status quo. Now that I'm saying something extraneous,
she's
it must
trying
be
to
to
like
add
draw
something.
Jelly
What am I
Roll.
coming to add?
She's saying
What am I
that
coming
Jelly
to add?
Roll is
I'm
like
coming to add warm water or
stalking
cold
her.
water. It was like,
Jelly
you
Roll
see, you have to
has
say it over to
for
yourself a
stalking
couple
her
of times because
for
at first
years.
glance,
They've been
it
trying
does
to
sound
derail her
intuitive.
career.
It sounds just the
Someone
opposite
posted
of
it.
explicitly
That's right,
saying,
so-
give me warm water, but like, whatever.
She looks way different now. She looks a lot worse.
Like this psychological.
She's going after
I mean, the idea being over here was like, it's really quite fascinating. What is this piece of
We're having a great day. I'm so sorry that I could not accept that alleged hush money deal to me. I just, I asked for an apology, and it should be easy for you to apologize for all the crazy things that you and your wife did to me, especially when I don't know you guys. And you're saved now, right? So, like, you should want to atone for sins. You should want to make things right with people. And even if you're just going with AA, you want to make things right with people that you've wronged. But instead, you allegedly sent me a hush money deal, and if I wouldn't sign it, then you allegedly threatened to sue me, which is crazy, because they're still threatening me. There's been a lot of threatening me for what, like 5 years now, which is so strange to do to a woman that you don't know. Very odd. So anyway, I just wanted to ask if I could post the alleged hush money deal online that, some of your fans, they think it doesn't exist, and I'm just being a crazy woman and making this all up. So if it doesn't exist, obviously I wouldn't have anything to post online. But if it does exist, then I just want your blessing to post it. So that, you're not going to sue me for posting it. And obviously you're not threatening me anymore. And we can all just have everything out in the open. And everyone can know who you really are behind the scenes. And people can know that, I was telling the truth maybe for the last 5 years about everything. That'd be great, right? Really, really sucks that you wouldn't just apologize. It would have been so easy for us to sit down and have an adult conversation and shake hands and move on. But cosplay Christians be cosplay Christianing. So let me know if I can post that online. Oh, and just know that anything you or your lawyer send me in the future, I'm posting online easily. So have a great day.
This part I am.
That is the traditional statement of context of
This
must
part, she's mad friends.
It's like,
She started off the same week. Alright, this is my impression in the car. Okay, so she's gonna be okay. I think it's just random by the next person the same. No, it's the same. Interesting. This is her So she got this is clickbait. Tasha K on stage. It is annoying that she didn't capitalize the O also. She's a capitalizing. Tasha on stage, dude. I'm going to Tasha on this year. Just simply Tasha.
But I
You're on stage.
I have plumbing.
Oh wow.
I'm going ahead and watching. I'm going ahead and filming my research plumbing in my
Watch the NBC.
I'm looking before I use that hand.
Crap,
But
it's
then
bottomless
something else
approach.
I'm not sure.
Alright. Tasha. I don't know why she's like an Elmo voice. The other girl's gonna see this. Bottomless approach to crab legs. So let me get this right. Who's like telling me you're a fat, disgusting piece of shit like years ago. So I don't really remember it's called Flabby Ads. If you want to see it's called Dear Fat People, and I don't remember exactly what the concept of it was. Pictures of saying fat people are gross. Okay. That was one of my takes. It's just like it would be funny if the terrible things the other girl did was just to make fat people. She was mad that he was fat. I think what she's saying is that they were harassing her or something, or trying to blackmail. I don't know. But it's a very vague accusation. 10 years ago, she was different. She looks a lot different now. I mean, I don't like she's that hair, but it's
Got my kitchen hands today.
her biggest red flag of all time. I've always said this. When girls ask me, like, what's the red flag thing? I'm like, if you bragging about cutting your hair, it's pretty big red flag. You know, couldn't agree with someone said
Terrence for your semen. Dear fat people. Some people are already really bad at this video. What are you gonna do, fat people? What are you gonna do? Wait, are you gonna chase me? Really? You gonna chase me?
So she's like, wait, she's 10 years ahead. Yeah, she was part of the beginning, I think. Trump saw this. She's great. That's what they're gonna do. But when he does it, it's somehow funny. He gets criticized, like, what are you gonna do? It's ridiculous that a leader would say that. For her to say this is kind of strange. For the president to just do, like, elementary school takes at people is funny. What's the difference between them and bullshit?
I look at who says
Yeah,
one
exactly.
thing. I'm the man that cover you pull up anything something about.
Because she's a fan.
I don't care how many
Presidents and that's I regret to inform her that I laughed.
I'm not gonna listen. Ella,
Frankenstein.
Ella, Katas, nothing.
I can get away from you by walking at a reasonable pace. Frankenstein, not so fast. Zombies have barely gotten faster. I watched like 3 episodes of The Walking Dead, and not being slow myself in the brain, realized that every single episode is exactly the same. Oh no, we need something, but it's all the way over there, where the zombies are.
See, all problems
That shit
inside
is not a
all
thing.
the
Tell me
people
why that up. That's the race car. The race. Yeah, but I couldn't wait for a story. That's discrimination.
How do I know that
Yep,
people
that
like
means you're
their
too fat. You should stop me. Everybody
all
does it.
problems?
It's
You
not
give me
funny.
Ella, Katas,
It is funny when you
I
think
love
about
that
Julia
advice
watching
from now. Katas, Nikki, I had a little advice from you as well. Gomar, you called.
There's no
Yeah,
he's getting mad, right? This is why he did his campaign against her, because he was fat and she's being mean. You know, it's like he's trying to lose weight, and then instead of being supportive, you got this woman being like, "Why don't you come over here, fat ass?" Oh, you can't because you just ate a hamburger.
How do I know?
It's the reason why I
Thinking
think
about
I
these
thought it
Katas
was
suffer.
over here in a second. I wish I would have known how he got into this video. But something's telling me that he's eating off his feet. He's on YouTube, he's scrolling, he's eating maybe a laptop, you know, he's like,
She's
and so he clicks on it. And it's because it says dear fat people. And he sees this.
other forms of context. But Allah
Where do you think you saw
not
that?
to include other forms of kabanos.
That's just
Kiva
awesome.
is using the
Let me ask you a question. Where do you think you saw
all
this?
types of kabanos in the blood and also
Scroll
again
YouTube,
not supposed to
like
be
some churros or
sprinkled on the outside or it's inside the covered cakes. Now,
What year did this video came out? Okay,
some of
it's
you
years.
can use hydro.
Where was it?
So you can use this muscle.
So he's watched. He saw this. He saw it on like a pirated burner. Shout out to Kevin Durant. And he's watching it. And it's like that moment, right at the moment of the speech, he's like, I would have a great phone. Cash on your family. That's what he didn't say that. That's what
Again, certain part of
this is what
this is why he turned the country and he turned the season. He watched this video.
as well.
Yeah.
It ultimately burn the leftovers
Because
outside
with Wayne Griff, he couldn't do that because
because
left wingers, they attacked her already, did nothing, and made her more famous. Right now, right?
we learn out
Then you're on the same page. It's true.
what inside of your head.
Wait a second. General Kevin. So ours is like, it's got this weird, like, you know, when he puts it in a bag, like, it doesn't really fit, so like, part of it is sticking out. That's the general purpose of a fucking sword through it. Why did that horse make noise? It's like a snap. This video
I mean, the only good thing about it is it's pretty short.
Oh, sure, yeah. It could be longer. Glass half full.
608. I wonder if she's like, she's trying to like subliminally tell us like John Ross. 6 minutes and he's like,
They have been a second this way. This chick, I saw her. Here's what's like annoying about her is that she's an idiot and she's doing this for like quite honestly, and it's also like just the but she has no poncho. Yeah, no poncho, like structure. But on top of this, she's also still tries to do a little bit of like, you know, like she did that. She went on Luis Gomez's podcast with Tony Hinchcliffe.
Next step, how about
Oh,
right? You have to go ahead and
now, Tony and they kind of were like a little weird, sexist. And she was like, I'm uncomfortable. Like, I guess, like, but this is the world they chose to be. You know what they do. And like,
in the white line, about 10
I didn't hear this.
So you
said
see the
after
cups.
you
I was I watched
two more and things
because
this chick that I've been hanging out with was like, she obviously everyone fucking wants to know about California.
outside
You know what I mean? And I am born in Washington. I cannot talk about Washington's not probably true. George Washington was my left right. Yeah, he's
one cup went out, one cup stayed in.
So she
One
asked me
cup
about
went
it.
out,
I was like, yeah,
one cup
she
stayed
would
in.
have said
Shiny's one.
on her phone. She
Once
said,
that went out, I know it's
yeah.
possible.
Then she told
What's
me
my
about it
shine?
later. She was
My
like,
Shiny's one about the cup that stayed on. Cup on the
was
side.
he to you? I have to get all there. I don't remember after my career, I watched one
So watch this. I just see what that goes up that way, but what's not really caution.
like,
So ultimately, again, you should
He's
say
being himself.
that's character. Cup is
whatever.
caution.
I'm not even going to go that far to do that. Like, I was not ever going to have a great time
If
with
not ethnic,
Tony with him and
what's
Two
his
Short.
watch this?
Two Shorts
What
has
happens
like
instead of
I dress like shit.
out?
And
But
what
here,
I
where did I
just
take
like,
one of the cups? One of the cups
one of the best comics
inside the basement. Remember again, what the just get finished saying.
She thinks it's like it was Lucy Kay. They are both Isn't he half Mexican? No, his dad's Mexican. Oh,
What happens if I take cup A inside the structure of the man?
are really
What is
stupid.
the status
Brennan
of
Shaw
cup?
watched this 10 years
Says
ago. For sure.
he says
Next, dude, she needs to come out with that. That would be funny. Yeah, she should have been Nicole Arbor. Go in her DMs and search Brendan Jump Please. First of all, we're on your side. Come on. Yeah, come on the show. We're talking about beach shop. Forgive you for this video. And that's why Jelly rolled the shop now because he found out that he was
It's fucking magical. Are you gonna tell the doctor that they're being mean and fat shaming you when they say you have a fucking heart disease? I'm not talking about people who have a little bit of pushing for the push. And if there's people watching this with a specific health condition, this is not easy. I'm talking about the 35% of North Americans who are obese.
Well, I'm technically obese. And I technically have cushion for the push. There you go. Case closed. Got her. Maybe there's a Venn diagram of people like me that she's like, nah, you're cushion for the push. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, yes, you're cushion. You want to fuck? She says, like, let's see if you're cushion for the push. Let's just like,
If you are so fat, you are affecting your own health. I think bone isn't a thing. How stupid do I look?
That's so funny. Like, she just got out of an art go somebody that was primarily arguing big bones. Like, they're not that, they're big bones. That's where this video is coming from. Yeah, again, you just want to think that person.
Answer that. There are no fucking skeletons that look like the Michelin Man. Fat shaming. Who came up with that? That's fucking brilliant. Yes, shame people of bad habits until they fucking stop. Fat shaming. If we offend you so much that you lose weight, I'm okay with that. You are killing yourself. I'll sleep at night and get a little jealous that you get to eat whatever you want. Obesity is a disease, and so is being a shopaholic. Don't get fucking parking gas. It would make a lot of sense if I did. I'm the one with all the bags. Fat people market is fine. You should be in the back of the whole parking lot.
I'm not going to say I agree with her, dude.
To the doors.
That would just be fun. That would be, no. But I'm just saying that'd be so funny if I was like, dude, shit. I was just immediately like, that is something that's very like professional shit part of the back. Yeah, the more exercise you get, the better it gets. Listen, do not take what I said. I was trying to anybody should, everyone's parking spots that's far away from this. There's something weird like going to the gym, you'll still want to park in the front row. It's just like some weird ego thing where it's like, I got the best parking spot, you know? Yeah, well, I mean, today's weather is rainy. Let's just hear her out.
Why are we helping the one to die quicker coming way? It's assisted suicide. Today, chronic is taking up blood to explain. I don't feel bad for you because you are taking your body for granted. If it was not
She's like, damn, so we have a lot of traction on that video. The next one's about Mexico. I forget what she did next. But she probably did something to try to recreate the, everyone hates me thing, but it didn't work. Never seen this. You've seen this? Oh, yeah, this was fucking very hot. I was not so good. So I might have watched this one just like, fuck you. I'm checking out my own cooking and drinking. It's like, oh, yeah, people with Nicole. I took a picture of the meat of this. We brought it off this way. That's why I took this picture. There is a car that I was behind. And this was the license plate. Ford JOI. FORJOI. I bet they think, they don't really. It's for joy. Yeah, but not for jerk off instruction. Yeah, no, that's how we do it. I was just like, hell yeah, I was hungry nonstop. I agree with you, bro. Some guy, I'm like, I'll take it from you too, dude. Just tell me how to jerk off, please. It's actually the guy. It's a brand. Like, yeah, you rule. JOI rules, brand. I was thinking like the grandmas are into it. Oh, grandmas love JOI. Oh, yeah, I appreciate your take there, but I was saying like this person is main focus on like this Ford jerk off instruction. Like she gives them. Like okay, you force a JOI. Yeah, and you want to hear it. I'm like, whatever, whoever
My focus is where you have two cups. One remains only in the muscle area, and the other is inside the base. In that case, it looks like it says, I mean, it was
It has to take you all the way to the end. And then
blood outside of the circumference. It does not invalidate the blood back over. Then I would think muscle should be machshava posalas. Where did machshava
Not a matter of
but it seems that what you have in mind to keep the blood inside the base of the as much as that is
between the grandma.
it's not but ain't no usually plus the gun shit that machshava plus
You two
that
see
was
your
the first time
I was not here.
left out. It was like that's the blood inside isn't valid. That's what focusing on
Some kind of social redemption. We need to listen to disorders.
on the hashtag body positive. You want to be positive to your body. Work out, eat well. That's being positive to your body. Really think of enough of you hashtag something bad for you. It makes it okay. Hashtag self-love. Hashtag team smell good. Everybody use the hashtag. It'll unplug our arteries. They forgot to tell you that plus size stands for plus heart disease.
It's so hard for me to like listen to what she's saying right now, but yeah. I'm pretty sure the audience is what she's talking about. I can't stop thinking about what he said.
Some of the blood is brought inside the base. That will also go ahead and validate
It's kind of funny.
plus number.
Unless you want to keep talking to
I'm
the
reliable.
but is that you bring up a good point there. She really is just like there's not it's not even it's like what is it, green screen or a white wall? It's a green screen. It's a green screen. And she's just saying people are fat and fat people.
So when it comes to what the black shop
So let's go back to
it's
time on
not validated.
Dear
Yet what? Yet what?
Yeah, so Dear Black came out first. That was part of a Dear series. And then
Yet
she's on the
blood
radio.
inside and it validates the blood
And how to get a
outside.
threesome.
And that's
Dear side chicks.
the Nogam Shemak Shama Posamas
At the Dear refugees.
Dude,
she's really ahead of her time in this slutty closet. North Pole versus everybody. Dear feminine, how to get laid on Valentine's Day. Dear valuable too. Okay, wow. The second one.
outside
Okay.
should invalidate any
Why dating
blood.
fuck?
Inside,
Easy.
law test. I should
Dear blind children. We should make videos like Dear Brendan Johnson here. Stop DMing me.
Plus knee problems, plus diabetes, plus your family and friends crying if they lost you too soon because you needed to have a Coke, plus fries, plus size, plus that. I was at the airport not too long ago, and I had to wait one of those lines. It's like, as I get to the front of the line, a family comes to the front and hits the button. That is most movies. I'm talking TLC.
It might not be a green screen. This is going home. It's a pretty simple. Which is a Dear Ball. Dear Ball, guys. Oh my God. This is a 3-hour episode.
Better mouth shaker. They go to the front line because they were complaining that their knees hurt too much to stand in. Oh, I just came an hour early. Like, I was
But a family was so bad that they complained that their knees hurt. After I laughed at that. But I would let them know I don't think your knees hurt. Yeah. It would be cool if there was a law at TSA or something like this. Whatever it's called, like a protocol. where you let them go by, but you can fetch it.
Velote
You know what I
Makshava.
mean? Like, so it's like a quick approach. Sure, like, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, a Makshava Bakos. Makshava to Yavod outside of the base.
I wanted to, yeah. No, because then I would literally, I would go on flights, you know, capital. Instead to go fly, you see fat people, you're allowed to, like, I would be looking for shit. Just fucking do something stupid. You know what I'd rather do than that? You ready for this? I should be on this much. I would rather be like the TSA guy that's in charge and this shows how much it is. I would want to make my staff go and family flying the fat family. And I go, okay, go over that family over there and ask them if they're these and the staff would want to do it. They're like, what? Do I have to do that? I'm like, because and then why? Because I want to laugh. So yeah, I have a stressful job. The terrorists can come in here at any time. Go to that family. I just took 5 minutes. I'm on 5 minutes. Tell me you go to that family. I want you to hurt that family's feelings. Go over and do it, or you lose your gun. If it's key in your fence, you know this. You gotta be poor. I have a video coming out about your poor people.
Do you overeat? Let me help you. And they complain. And they smell like sausages. And I don't even eat sausages. It's just their hormone. You're so fat. But they're that standing sweat. Fresco was coming out of their pores. Like a Play-Doh fun factory. So I made an extra 10, 15, 20 minutes. Now I'm a fat heavy star. I'm a white girl. This isn't it.
That'd be funny if I was a fat dude and I used to go for this. She's hot. She's like, yeah, baby. Yeah, they were all laughing shit. She sucks, dude. And she has a thing that sometimes girls do where the tongue is like right next to the teeth in the back of their mouth. So it makes them sound. She's annoying. Yeah, very annoying, very high energy, which is good for you too. I'm careful. Like people can't, you know, I'm very high energy. So I empathize with her on that. Like, let's just slow it down. Maybe be on some downers as opposed to uppers. Maybe she should get into hair. And then make this video, you know. I mean, that would be a lot better. I think. She probably still have like negative views, which is cool. I accept it for that. But you're a lot chiller and like more poignant. I think in and out of your nose. She's just like, yeah, fit me. She's like female Jeff. 100%. Yeah. This is Jeff. I found her and went right there. It's so bad she doesn't look like she's doing that well right now. Because Jeff died, to his credit, is in sobriety, and he doesn't look bad. No, just his hair like what? What's a real problem? Dude, you get all people should come alive. You know where yours is at. I wish Jeff died was able to see her at the right time. Because she looks awful. I feel like probably something's going on.
How you living, Tim? Well, my man, thank you. Yo, Doug, no, has anybody ever told you your mic is really difficult to hear? Doug, no one can hear you, my man. Yeah, I can hear you. It sounds like you're whispering. Like, you need to increase your mic level. You need to come closer to your mic or get a new mic because people can't hear you. Gee, I love you. I'm just trying to help you. No one can hear you. Yeah, dog. I mean, I'm a straight. Yo, baby.
The pasuk says, so it's like this is by this.
Let's hear you, big man. Yo, dog.
Moshe Rabbeinu was wondering about his watch. Why did it make him happy? So first, so was it? By the way, we started beginning to make some, we all know, but in order to understand Polish, you have to learn tomorrow. So now what's like, the first thing I actually understand is that's the Hashmi. Moshe Rabbeinu gets angry at Aaron for not eating the katas. Now, at first glance, Moshe Rabbeinu assumes then why
You know what I mean?
is
Like,
Aaron
it's just like
eating katas?
connecting the dots.
Maybe what happened?
Charlie Day.
Maybe what happened? What
If
happened?
you use drugs, you
Maybe
make videos
Aaron
like this. If you stop using drugs,
alcohol.
or
The blood of the katas
indulge
and
in other
other
things
things
and
that
vices that are not healthy,
if you're very
you end up
alcohol,
looking
it is
like a healthy
possible.
person.
Moshe
And
Rabbeinu
then
asked
telling
rule
people
if
it's
you
kind of holds you
accidentally drink
accountable.
the blood of the
Drug
katas
use is not
inside the
big.
Beis Hamikdash,
Big fat people
to which
use.
Aaron says,
And people
no.
don't like what that is.
So when Moshe Rabbeinu was
Yeah, joke's on him. You're kind of
drinking
fat
the blood
and
of the
you're fat.
katas
Yeah.
inside the Beis
But,
Hamikdash, then what? Then
It's
what?
like, you're right here. I was thinking
Why
like
are
the
you
Charlie Day
doing
thing.
this? Watch this.
I would,
Says
of
the
course,
Gemara, Tanrab on the Shema.
she's on drugs. You don't make
Amy
videos
Elohim.
called
I
Dear
didn't know
Fat
someone said,
People,
"Where
or Dear Black People,
I would
Dear
have
so
thought based on this that Eva means that you're not allowed to
Dear
drink
refugees,
blood of
it's
the
like,
katas.
it's like, really? Like, I understand maybe you're not in for immigration and others maybe have specific ideas about refugees, right? There's some, but it's like, refugees in all, like, that's your target. Those are people that really have nothing. They can't even live in the country. They can't respond on YouTube. They're not going to hear you because they're being brutalized by either their country or here. You know, they're, right. I mean, yeah, you're going a little too far.
So,
I said, yeah, way too fast to whatever you said.
Yomar Kodesh Yom.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah,
Just say
there's
Kodesh.
definitely
Listen, what can I say? If it was just a Kodesh, but
alligator or
the
whatever.
Hafer, if I can't bring not the blood, then what? So you get what? Kodesh Kodesh. It says just say Kodesh without Mima. However, but Zeb,
I don't know. I haven't watched
so
any
like this
videos.
one comes together. It was like,
I know that's not the case, but you're like, I don't know anything. You said the full name, but I didn't know. It kind of sounds like
I
having
would
that
have
in the
thought
show.
that that one
Watch
thing
it.
for
But
two, Kodesh Kodesh.
I don't enjoy it.
Has to say
But
both
yeah, no, there's for
just
sure
so
like kids screaming for help and then being reported immediately afterwards.
once it says two, to me, once it says La Kodesh Tumima, now I know that what? Now I know that Mima means Kodesh Kodesh.
Support that kid.
Kodesh
And so it's just not looking good. And I'm
However,
not talking about the ice thing, honestly, because I have no clue of that. But that's crazy.
say,
You know, and then, Trump had saved your refugees 10 years ago. That's the thing.
no show.
That's what he's like, for my second term, we're going to enact the project they call our and it's even more ridiculous is she's from Canada. So she's not necessarily a refugee, probably, but she's not a legal American citizen.
Also not
And she's in the same boat. She is not looking good. For dear refugees, just seems mean.
we got the
We don't see
no
it.
show.
It could be in support of them, I guess. Yeah. Dear fat refugees. Dear coconuts. Yeah, she kind of has that line.
So here, just
I totally got thumbs up on that vegetarian because I'm always selecting how people speak on that. I'm the one who can speak in full sentences and has no interest in sugar daddy. I am a minority who already searched my ass, sir.
if someone was
Then I'm running to my plate. Just as I stop to wipe my sweat, who do I see in a fucking golf cart? So what? You guys can find me and ride in a golf cart, and I'm sweating like a pig. But if I play an ugly girl in a movie, I get a fucking Oscar. Yeah. There's a formula to it, guys. After I get on the plane, I find out what this is. And the stewardess walks up to me. Hi, ma'am, I hate to ask, but we've got a disabled passenger. Would you like switching seats? Of course, because I'm not an asshole. I'm like, oh my god, of course, yes. Oh look, it's Bat Family and Jack of the Sun. So don't worry to the side. I just lost my shit. His friends was on my lap. It was actually on my lap. I took the handle and squished it down. I took my feet, yours.
therefore
I actually took his back and I pushed it into his seat and I held it. He was fine. He was just fat watching a movie.
therefore again, much as sometimes
Make better choices. Yes. Jeff actually said this.
So what's the point? I should say
I know, I was
one.
thinking about that too. Like,
So
if
for
I'm the
example, I
fat
just
kid,
said toe shove and suck. If I just said toe shove,
Check this
I would have thought
massaging.
toe shove refers to
She wants
someone
some
who died
she
for
was
a certain number of years.
Explains important things to a degree. Of course, the excessive black women in church dresses are my favorite thing in the world. I'm really fucking selfish. I don't want to keep you around. I have no idea the correlation between high nuts and calorie intake, but I'm not going to question it. I not saying all this to be an asshole. I'm saying this because your friends should be saying it to you. Think of me as one of your ride or guys. If you're being a douchebag, you can be all like, bye bye, being a douchebag. That's because you're being a douchebag. What do you do? Get rid of the douche. True fact, they used to use vinegar as douches. My lady was just reacted like a turtle's head being touched. The truth is, I will actually love you no matter what, but I'm really home. This ball of truth exploding into your face will act
I've seen this. Like, I saw this hilarious. He's talking to like someone that he's traffic. He's like, this. I know you had to run other people that they It's called Dear Fat People. It's a book from Canada. I'm trying to get to see one of their shows. Trying to take Woody with me. It's just hard to get Woody scheduled. So, like, Woody's in, so I could be in New York, I'll be in Paris. We can never figure out when is available for the show. So, I don't know. I'm trying to get Joe Rogan to see if he knows anything about Nicole Rogan. Joe won't respond to my emails. Very difficult. No. So I looked up Nicole Rogan. She's not I don't know if you've heard about this website. It's called Gmail. Drops like you made a website where you are your fans. Because they keep taking the emails down, just it's part of this website that keeps
you could technically
to
access
shrapnel that seeps into your soul makes you want to be healthier so that we can enjoy you as human beings while on this planet. He's ready out to tag teams.
so because you're
Thanks
using
for listening, everybody. My name is Nicole.
without going through this if the toilet was held to going right on the rubber one thing is the Pasuk speaks about entering in a positive fashion. Another discussion
Christian, so I guess he's on
this is my worship. Rava says it's a teaching of fascinating about this. If I'm the Kohen and I have in mind to bring the blood into the Kodesh HaKadosh, then when I bring it into the Mikvah, if I bring it in and I change my mind and I take it back out, the blood is still
Depending on how deep the
that's
conditioning
the
is, I might post this on Patreon.
See, watch this. If you bring it into the hay, hole, the blood is possible. So sometimes if I bring it into the Kodesh HaKadosh, the blood is also possible. Why do I need that statement? Once the blood reaches the hay hole, we're done. When I say we're done. So why do you tell me that it becomes possible to go to the Kodesh HaKadosh for a very unique case? So if the Kohen brought into the blood, that's going to take it to the Kodesh HaKadosh. And then once he gets to the hay hole, he changes his mind and he takes it back out. The blood is precious. That's the novelty of the living by the Kodesh HaKadosh. Why Rabba? I have a double check for the summer of the that's what I have double check. What happens if you think that's or you have all the small puppies, which is what or again worships at the Sarah. So what happens if you give this Tamal and Bible mouth after you drop this blood inside the Kodesh HaKadosh? What kind of we are reading ala Kodesh? Say, oh hey, Karina May ala Kodesh, Karina May Prima, oh hey, the Lord Karina ala Kodesh, Lord Karina Prima. So what do we say? When there's a prohibition, there's a prohibition against Kodesh. When there's no prohibition to bring it into the Kodesh, there's also no prohibition for the Kodesh. So I can remember this blood is brought into the Kodesh. So do we say, well, once it's brought into the Kodesh, it doesn't become a valid according to the Kodesh HaKadosh. All Yama, שלא במקומות.
And then she's trapped in it. I'm somewhat trapped in that era myself. You're trapped in
אני
it.
יכול ללכת למייסר,
I can't get out of my
עוד יש לנו
but she's stuck in it.
And if you want to say that,
Whatever she's stuck in.
ultimately, because you're bringing the blood where it doesn't belong, I was just put it. Because we're not going to find this right here. He's on the man on my body. I was saying, ultimately, again, the blood is sprinkled in the collision of both seal and halo. And I was saying, we bring that blood out of the collection to the hate blood. The diesel, bring them back in. Stop. What is the status of that blood? That the collision of blood back out, now blood back in. We are number 100. We say that you're into that part of the collection of blood is what? Because when I leave the collection of blood, once you take it out, you can't bring it back in. You can sort of hold it up and up. If you want to say once you take it out, take it out. You don't need that one on the if you sprinkle the blood from the offering both seal and mizbeach, and you see out the mizbeach, ויכניס לנו לבלוט them back in. מהו? What's the halacha? Halacha v'adei chad b'chol. Or you can see it in there. You can see it's all one place. Or you see there's no ultimately that's supposed to sort of be seal. But it says, okay, so we just so take away one takeaways. So what's it? First of all, Dam Chatos. Dam Chatos she'achnis al ha'chaver b'chol. Although actually, let me do that one for Chatos she'chidol tamah b'shnei kosher. I went ahead and I received the Dam Chatos in 2 cups. Case of this one. 2 cups. The Yotza and them, the most memory of 2 cases. I took one of the blood, one of the cups of blood outside of the base of the blood.
I like the jelly roll egg, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Again, the cup that
That's interesting and funny. It's random. The song sucks.
That is halacha
Fine.
l'maisa.
There's a
Cups of
fire
Dam Chatos,
besides
1 blood,
message.
outside, 1 cup of inside. Ultimately,
I don't. It's fun. I've never heard anyone that his wife
was like one of them was taking
like his wife and Jelly Roll's wife have done something bad.
He's something that is hard. I was like,
She's a comedian. He's sort of comedy adjacent.
so even the one that was outside is possible. Shenet Amar, Shukam, Ramak, Mitzvah, and Mitzvah,
And also, I have no like
so halach on the Maisa,
it's like
so
they're just playing this game. I don't even know where it started. Like, apparently, she has a podcast and she's talking shit about some Jelly Rolls. And so maybe Jelly Rolls just can't stop doing it. You know, reads the comments and says, imagine you're like super famous and then you get the I got I'm suing people. Yeah, so remember the Dear Fat People person? Yeah, she told me that I hit certain crazy lies. I don't know. It's just weird being a celebrity. Sometimes you gotta sue these randoms. Yeah, they have horrible disparities from the 90s. It's just so challenging. How do you begin a punch? There should be a little hole out here too. Oh yeah.
Here's creep me out. It's like you made a doggy and he's trying to get out.
I really can't stand bridges and songs. I wish I went back to a time where I could stand it, but now it's like I'll like a song a lot. I don't like the song a lot, by the way. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. But I'll hear a bridge and be like, God, I just have the song with no bridge. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know if you feel me on this. Like the way bridges, what it define bridges is something for us. No, like there's a verse, chorus, and then they do a bridge. And I can't stand it sometimes, man. Yeah, just the third part of the song is like, that we don't do this. That's like corporate bullshit that you use. It's just like, just to make sure that it's played more like capitalism. It's like,
sometimes
it's is it kind of like you feel it's at a
that's a different discussion. I have no idea.
I feel like it's an option. And if it does add to the song itself, then yeah, like Rush has some great bridges. But like not all of the songs have bridges. Yeah. Like popular music now. Like, I'm not trying to fucking ask for popular music coming back and being great. I don't give a fuck. But I can't stand bridges. I can sing because if I'm understanding bridge correctly, I do sometimes think, wow, this is so different from the rest of the song. It feels like a separate song. Yeah, that's the bridge, right? Yeah, change up the beat a little bit. It's like different. It's like verse, chorus, and then bridge. Different avenues. Go back to the chorus. It's like somewhere. I'm like kind of anti-chorus, but like I'm not a fucking amazing artist. Like my songs typically don't have choruses. Anyways, I didn't mean to go down this road, but like all she said right there is like she doesn't like music years. That sounds like the start of the verse. Like it's just like you have no other words to say, so you just made this weird bridge. Where you just repeat over and over. It just reminds me of bad songs that they passed. Like rap. I mean like a rap song.
The beauty of our democracy is that we have the right to disagree. The beauty of our democracy
I was being convinced.
is
So then it came
do
out.
whatever you want, and you can say whatever you want, and no secret police is going to show up at your door to go and arrest you for voicing policies or voicing ideas that are contrary to the government. And you should voice your opinion, and you should be on whatever issue. But if you never come
She called Jelly. She called Jelly great.
we always make sure
That's pretty funny.
marriage is
Yeah, not everything in the song.
but you can't go find without seeing the search. And
Used
the
car
reality
salesman.
of shows is that our work on the web on the whole
That's
in America years without seeing.
Jelly told you to tell.
We have to understand that when we look at the website, we observe our democracy. In countries we barely see and we should think about that and don't be the second plus for military families that love their mothers and love their fathers. For us,
This kind of makes me want to stop hating on Jelly.
sometimes
Yeah, it's
there are
good. So
great
bad. It's
challenges
making me
in
like
this country that the
oh my
consequences are
gosh.
not sure that you have. Plus, it's a
Stop
fact
doing it all together, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's good.
we have become a shtickle.
Sorry if you guys never see Jelly Roll hate your good. Maybe that's why you stopped tuning in to Jelly Roll too much. We have to test ourselves. Yeah, so we get to learn. We're gonna stick to my friend.
Every single thing in this country that you get, but it comes at a sacrifice. Incredible also, like when it comes, literally again, with blood, sweat, and tears, and you have to find ways.
It's just
Why
dude,
not
I'm so
do
sorry
that?
for saying this, but it's just
The armory, so you can see National Guardsmen, you know, say thank you. Now that you're
if we were famous, there'd probably be a video about us like this.
I say thank you to police officers. Again, the police, like everything else, like good police officers, bad police officers, none of us are getting up in the morning. I should go start again about that. Okay? None of us get up in the morning, put on a Kevlar vest. Say goodbye to our families. And don't know what's coming. You know, there are many women
You're gonna catch what you said now. Well, so
Soldier West butthole of under Christian album. Jesus made you free or two. Did Jesus make you friend? Maybe you. Church me 3 times about major spin. Call me good Lord. I'ma watch you finish it. Just play with you.
the different sports are something to go ahead and win country. There's a police force. Whatever profession is the best they have. But that's not
this is Saya.
drink the beer, drink the barbecue,
I swear to God.
take the day off. It's fantastic.
She's saying flip the
But
devil on your line. What the hell is it? But I'm starting to map out a timeline because here she saw the Grammys. When was that last Sunday? Today is Monday. And she's like, oh, I gotta make this song. And then she fucking spent 5 days straight just like with a really good budget, to be honest. And she made this video, song and video, and posted it 2 days ago. That's wild. Yeah. Well, I mean, she's on the right meds for productivity. That is nuts. She's on the One day you're gonna be eating a nuts out him from the wheels like this. Because your vitamins, your doctor keeps telling you to take more and more vitamins until you get to this level right here. Yeah, I need to get in this. So, get you the dude, whoever's with her or like helping her should have been like, love the song. Let's cut 2 verses. Let's make it a minute 30 of just solid pop, pop, pop. I mean, let's maybe just have one setting as opposed to 6. You know, I agree with you. They should have done that whenever an adult person watches her probably not there when they finished. Right. Dear Nicole. Well, I can't wait to see the diss track on refugees, dude. I think that's his best episode. Yeah. Yeah, she should go back to making fun of refugees. Yeah. Shout out to y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Check out the Patreon if this got heavily confused. I'll put a good version on this. See you next week.
Mazel tov, Hashem Zov, Yemet Hashem, Adonai, the Esther Shem Novos, and all of our shiurim this week are dedicated by Aaron and Alana Weinberg, Jonathan Weinberg, Sarah Weinberg, Tua, Odi Hashem, Wish you the best of Hashem. Matan Arba, Matan Arba. So we left off 2 lines up from the bottom. So Matan Arba, Matan Arba. Machanami.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access to this show. What's the show called? 10 Minutes of Shop. Oh, in case you forgot. You must have forgot. Anyways, then that's not why they're here, right? They're here because they want to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought too. Why are we doing this? Because we just saw Tom Segura and put us in a strange mood. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We just said why you're here. Let's go ahead and just, I gotta listen. I'm on 5 minutes now. So start the timer, play the jingle. Oh, we don't have the soundboard. The first one's from Wonderful Salary 5432. By the way, Merry Christmas to all the homeless cats out there, folks. Let's see what this is. Homeless cat infiltrated her comments. So, talking about acting skills being idealized. Everything else pales in comparison. That's the main fan base, dude. They got accepted. They're willing to say that they accepted. They were more true things. Yeah. I mean, everything that they put out, the only way they know, look, if something has no homeless cat comments or comments that aren't that and have a lot of likes, that's when they know it's actually good. Like, really good. Otherwise, it's just your main fan base likes everything you do, which is the homeless man. That's social media. This isn't real. Dude, if I ever post something and there's not a water, I'm concerned. If there's not a high sheen, I'm like scared that I'm doing terrible. Right, that's what we want. We want as many high sheens, waters, cool story, bro. We want as many of those we can get. You don't matter. You don't yet, and nobody knows who you are. They want the opposite. They want people writing 3 emojis, 35, stuff like that. Yeah, they go. You're right. They want like race car, fire truck, peach emoji. This content is magnificent. What you're doing was unreal. Wow. So delighted to see this by an Asian, like me or guy or something that are very good. That's so funny. Imagine the first time Brendan shot Brendan 35 comments. Like he loved it. He's like, dude, it's such a nice. Yeah, I bet he can convince himself that a random 35 isn't a little bit strange. Spicy. All right, we got a post from SLEETO, a meeting of the minds. They been like us. Brian Kettle and white liberals have declared war on Joe Rogan. And like us, first I noticed him and that random guy that nobody knows who he is, but he's talking about Joe Rogan himself. People fear him. Yeah. Do you think people fear him? I think it's more gender than that. Women fear him. I see it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a little bit frightened by him. I'll be honest. Yeah, he does have like that psychopath type. I went to Harvard type shit. You know what I mean? He didn't go to Harvard, but he gives me that vibe. Yeah, maybe. I'm afraid of him because he yelled at our boss, Bobby Lee. Bobby is one of my closest friends. And if he's the kind of guy that's behind closed doors, that's the thing. Behind closed doors, exactly. What is Cam behind closed? That's the scariest part. On the thing, he's just cringe, kind of lame. Some Christians are really like, oh, you're lame. Yeah, that's. So, yeah, those are all kind of just lame, goofy things that he does. But behind, when he's off, the camera stops. Is when it's sort of like angry, violent, and force, anti-killing comes out. That's the kind. I'm not worried about that as a man, but I'm worried about that if he's going to try and play for you. He seems like the kind of guy that might try and kill people. Yeah, and it's very,
very funny that we are talking about Cal behind closed doors now, because if you look quickly, the next post is what you wake up to after Brian and you would drink up the comedy clip us by one usual 44 dude. That's just, yeah. And that is Photoshop. Oh yeah, because there's no chances that it's like that. Yeah, that's very strange. It'd be funny if he posted it himself, maybe himself fake ass. That would be great. So Cal, you know what's interesting about being behind closed doors now is that he is literally and figuratively, because the Hollywood's closer to him, right? So he's always behind closed doors. The women are trying to bring in, like, also hopefully closer to our thing. Oh god, Charleston werewolves outside. You know, everyone's closing their kids, probably his own children, closing the doors, ex-wives, closed the door. You see, if anyone's seen a closed door, if anyone's been behind a closed door, it's Cal, right? It's Brian. It's Brian. It's Rings, right? Well, it's actually fun. That's something you learn in life. You close doors on people like Brian Callen. Hey, can I get a no? You want to hear the Austin Coffee? No. Hey, you want to watch Brian Callen? Does that make sense? No, actually, doors closed on you. That's just Callen. Wow, dude, your logic. I like when it leaps where it's like, oh, what is he like behind closed doors? That's him all the time. What fucking sense? What does that mean? What sense does that mean? What are you talking about? All right, let's see what we got here. This is just crotch milk. I've never seen that username, crotch milk. Oh, this is good. Yeah, we all retweeted this. So that's Bert Kreischer at the Commanders game. Posted your favorite comedians representing your squad. Scored my favorite. It looks like St. Obama 44 is a match fan. Right. Bert Kreischer. Tom, it's hard to make a bad season works, but this didn't work. Yeah, I mean, this is just classic, right? I had to retweet it right away. All my homies and friends.
That was
I was getting together. It was just Big Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation, that it. We did it. Every time we stop it, I don't like that. I don't want to hear the whole thing. Alrighty, so this is just a cringe alert. This one's called The Shops. Hashtag The Shops. Could be even time. First impression, dude, what do you get for it's giving? Yeah, horrible sketch. Just like, why? This alone, this is the first screen. My husband always does this when I fart. She farts a lot, by the I'm speechless, man. I don't. Just this is one of the TikTok kind of where it's music, and then I think this is Coco Briscoe style. Whether the liquid it's not very good. Blood is mixed together, I mean, she's choking him out. The dog's coming in for a little pat on the ass at the end there. The dog's a horny beast. So Donnie dropped down there, dude. I don't want to hate on the dog because that's actually good acting from the dog. The dog's the best part of this whole thing. And it would be. Who's the smartest here? I get the dog. I believe I left a comment on this saying that's a showdown. Zero inputs. Oh, fuck. Got it. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't expect this. Any other thoughts on the friendship? It's bad, but I don't necessarily want to discourage it because we kind of wanted to see the shops. We're going to see how that plays out. Yeah, it's funny because, you know, on this show we've done 107 episodes now. And it's like sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it doesn't happen, you're like, I don't want that. Yeah, that makes sense because you never really know what it's going to be like until that happens. This was posted by Clint Polar of Chips. The Chronicles of a Storging Podcast. And Interstellar. And apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like it opened doors. Is that noise? Is that noise that we're hearing? But I hear this noise? No. You can hear, but it's not. Styles switch barbecue. So everybody, I'm breathing in fumes right now. That's start to pizza. That's correct. Start to pizza. I love that. Because what happens is carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting hot. That's what those fans are. It's a free high. It's a free high. Glass half full. Glass half full. Free high. It's a free high. And I'm free high dying. Really caring. We're being sympathetic. True. Text something like the take on this. Text my somebody's working on a truck. Like he has people working on trucks and cars. This too is that's hilarious. What's going on? I need this investigated. I don't like how awkwardly placed this screen is. Like, why are we seeing his foot? Yeah, it's got a randomly half the size. Disgusting. Classic chin. Your chin's like, wait. We have to get Brian's foot in the thing. Just to make fun of it. You're right. It's fell for it. It's just like when I see some cat in there, I was fucking good. I'm saying, and Brian's like, make sure you get my sandals. I don't really know. I don't remember the characters from Star Wars. I didn't watch a lot of it. But then you just hear it in the background, like, what do you know? Who wants to bid on this one? Successful. You gotta make that video without change. I gotta find a Storage Wars video. Oh man, I never watched the show, but I know what you mean. One day, Brendan's gonna come to work, and the thing is gonna be locked. The studio, but he can't get in or shit. And so they can't do the pot, so they do the pot outside. He's like, yeah, I don't know. I came here, they locked up the studio, and then like I said, it was like, don't pay me behind the payments. Someone else is like, I'm bidding on this, like all these drugs, or they like undo the thing, and there's a bunch of rain falling out, like spill everywhere. Yeah, like fish tanks. There's this dog like this that's clawing at the inside to get out. This is the storage unit. Oh, wow. He's driving his. He bought these. I know way too much about British shows. I've been writing songs, that's why. I don't know how to do. I'm not obsessed. But he's driving around the storage unit that he works in. He bought these for his kids for Christmas. And guess what? I'm just kidding, I don't know that much. So, I mean, that's kind of funny. Like, the other people in the storage unit are like, can you tell him to stop trying to get our stuff? I'm not complaining about them doing construction, but meanwhile, it's fucking. He's doing donuts in front of where your legal papers are. And everyone else is like, why do you have so much shit in here? This is for like one car. You're filming a podcast in here? It's a lawyer with his legal papers. Is that Brendan Shaw? They film Storage Wars in here, right? This one's supposed to be Commute Time. Another one from Crime Time. Hashtag the shops. Why the fuck is Duolingo telling me I have one more chance to? Wives acting like their husbands. Good purpose, yeah. I don't want to see this.
Yosef comes on and he says,
Oh, I think
that's
we have to hear what she said.
But Lucas specifically says that Shirayim requires that refers to remember again from Quran.
I don't know.
Had a bottom.
That's kind of like, remember that one meme that was going around on chains of the guy walking into the studio being like, yeah, that could definitely be used for that.
Yeah, you gotta slice that out.
And when you have a mixed real context blood noise, context that is not yet been applied to the blood, and all the blood that is not been applied to them.
Well,
That's complete to
I think it's funny. It's when wives act like their husbands, but Brenda is acting like the wife. And
but Allah and all the blood
that's not part of this description. Wives act like a woman. So if wives acted like their husbands, that would make the man act like a woman too. But yeah, no, it's horrible. She also didn't work on a single truck bill. If she's acting like her husband, wouldn't she be, feeding fish or, taking a kid to baseball practice, doing vlogs, talking about fighting? I mean, this is definitely Brendan and Charleston. That's that vibe. She became a Charleston Marbles. Yeah, his character. Let's see what else we got here. This is posted by Air Pumper. I haven't seen the movie. Boy, Crystalina makes an appearance in the comments. What's a pop culture moment that gives you second hand embarrassment? Mine is Paris Hilton kissing a non-pregnant woman's belly. Where is this? Is this on Reddit?
What's the brand new
I've never seen that one.
Where do you
I
have
know I'm talking about the interface and things right now. Yeah, I've never seen it. Yeah, let's see, Crystalina, the moment you realize on camera that snapshots can be recorded, that the minors
anywhere from below the red line all the way to where all the way to the actual face that Jesus says no Shirayim sweet
chains in the nose.
in order to try to be proper you have to go ahead and place them on the actual face side of the
123.
fundamental focus how to deal with Shirayim.
Kind of another hot 7539 posted this. This is one of our guys. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Me football player, me MMA fighter, me actor, me commentator, me podcaster, me comedian, me marketing beast, me thick boy umpires, me weekly magnet, me baddie smasher, me car guy, me dog guy, justice for Tank,
that she's together with other types of sacrificial blood.
mountain
You
biker,
could really be offered up on
me
this day.
weightlifter, me tough mudder, me fish guy, me beast of the dead. This feels like some sort of prayer. It does kind of, it's like, yeah, that's the thing he says in the beginning. Make sure he says, oh, the truck guy, the reformation. Yeah, baseball dead, me doubt, got it. What's it about? Boat. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, probably it's happened.
So Ola and Bafar, Ushmamina, Makola, Makushinayan, and I will say, what do you see here?
Before you exit, which one's your favorite?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The baddie smasher part, that was the most exciting part. The DS from Mark. Really? Yeah, that shit was hilarious, dude. That was so funny back in the day. That was like funny because there's so many. This is like one after the other. That's good. My favorite here, not necessarily the time period, but just all the things together. Me, Thick Boy, Empire, CEO. Okay, I don't really understand what is the connection between Empire and CEO of Empire. You understand why I get that wrong, because Empire is so into baseball. So that, I mean, this still a good time. Yeah. That's definitely the best addition to this meme. But I like him as a comedian. I don't like him as a podcaster. I don't care for his commentating. His acting is probably the worst.
That's
That T-Fat K3D is the worst thing ever. Yeah, that was really rough. That was hard to watch.
and
MMA fighting, I don't know much about that. Football, he didn't really play at all. No. And Patty Smash, like Chocolate Werewolf, waking up in the morning and drinking the tiger thing, reading the paper or whatever. Dick juice, sweet nectar, that's the same kind of period, That sweet Nick. Remember that? It's a great time to be alive. No, Alright, let's see what we got here. This is another keeping up with the shops.
Everybody agrees.
Boss 99. I feel so bad for them because they just want to lose this. It's not going to happen.
One another.
Right. They don't want that kind of stuff. We're going to see this.
Massive
I'm so glad you're not mad.
The Pasuk says definitely arrow. This is also by the keeper. The Pasuk says definitely arrow. Go ahead. I'm sorry, it's not arrow. Arrow will take the blood and they
I
will
like
apply
that.
the blood.
These are the straight up, just like I said last time, Andrew Schultz.
Stay out of it.
Like the kind of guys that watch Andrew Schultz and think it's
Why does the Pasuk have this?
love this kind of stupid shit. They probably said, hey, just like us, we have a bad relationship. We're in a shop with this guy, he's
But this halacha ultimately again,
a lot of words just to say engagement.
only applies to
Likes,
others.
comments. You're thinking about it in a completely different way, dude. That's ridiculous. But that's actually like, hey, I'm comparing this to their other thing. This one's actually funny compared to the other ones. You think so? Did I laugh? No, but it's like coming closer to the scale of fun. I might be redacted because it's late and I'm tired. However, how about this? So they do these sketches, and then when people grade them, they do a card, like they're like 10, like E or whatever, but all the things are like, it's really good. Oh, yeah. Because there's like a tense moment where we don't know what the rating is going to be. Will they make it to the next round? Chili, that one should be the best because that's his favorite. He's my favorite chili. You're smart, You're thinking, like a CEO. Okay, let's see here. Like that. Oh, shit. That looks like Luca, your co-host, dude. Posted by CJK SST. Hey, but encouraging me that your co-host be MMA analyst. I think that makes sense. The other guy like shot. He was in MMA. He fucking gets it, dude. Also, mostly, I will fuck you up. That's a lot of what's going to happen on the Mortal Kombat show. He says that. I get a call from him. Okay, so here we go. Stolen Valor's version of Tim Kennedy, right? Is his name? Yeah. Posted by 1-4460. I have not seen this yet.
I get a call from the FBI saying that ISIS was trying to come and kill us. Somebody was looking to find me and my family where we lived, and it's like this is there's a case where they're trying to find somebody locally to kill you and your family. It's like that's fucking sick. That's such crazy. I've been traveling all over the world. What you're telling me is that these idiots are going to come to my house in Texas. So I call my friend that works for Fox News. Like, hey, can you put me on live? And they're like, yeah, I'm fine. Check it out. My address. So I get live on Fox News, and I say my address live on Fox Television, and then you can send anybody that you want to my house to try and kill me and my family. Just know you're ready to get back. I'm going to kill them.
Just gonna give I pray to God you push the right button. I pray to God,
On the bottom,
I swear to God. I wonder which one you want me to do. Because now I kind of want to do one.
I'm
gonna do the one I think. Alright, she's like, pops smoke for like a day, and then she came back, here's the one I think that you wanted that I want to play for that I want. Okay. That's the very what do you think? Pull the fuck up.
First place where? Below the red line.
Pull the fuck up.
Where?
Below the red line.
Right? So
Okay,
ultimately, again, what's the creation coming along? Together. Then how long the nights again? You can apply for them. Mike, the ain't all in the back. I said, the average
Because I don't have like, punch me, motherfucker. Let go when you want. What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's crazy. You wouldn't do that if you didn't want people to kill you. Your address on the thing? What are you talking about?
one pet section was exactly
I mean, I believe he did that, but it's very, very short-term satisfaction for the long-term, like, fucking problems you got now.
Because
People showing up to your house. Yeah, I don't even understand what the short-term satisfaction is.
Got my son,
You're gonna kill a
mixing
fucking
it together
arrow.
with once. I was like,
I know,
that
he's
mix
like,
taking place when?
you
Before
shouldn't want to
application.
kill people.
Now, if you
You
hold
know?
that down,
He's a little bit too, I'm starting to
then what?
believe
Then what?
the stuff
Then the
he says.
application
I think
down.
he's like a murderous psychopath. He doesn't- I don't want to have to kill terrorists. I wish they things had Sure, if they come to my house, I found somebody, and I do say my address
Blood
off.
together,
Yeah.
ultimately, and
At the
still
same time, I'm not
sprinkling. And Beyonce tells you that
I
ain't
wish
down
that
the
they
back
didn't want to kill me.
I already learned out that concept from Yom Kippur.
Yeah, he's
You
different.
must be right.
At the same
You know, everybody uses this concept. It's just about focusing you learn it out.
Alrighty,
Now
so
you
this
get
is
it out.
posted
How
by
about
Peter Piper OMG. What is this? And I asked the same question when I saw it too. So I got this. This is I don't know if that's Shop Wars or that's Piper. I think it's Shop Wars. Yeah, it's Shop. Where's your charger at, dude? Almost dead, daddy. Let's go to the next one. This is posted by Pimple or the Chips. Where the kiddos Xmas gifts up. So this is the video I was referencing earlier. This is quite clearly a storage unit, correct? Yeah. What do you think about that? You know,
Who
a lot
part
of
of
thoughts. One,
teaches me
where
that only
he's
the
kids
actual
give.
covenants of
Two,
that
is that safe for a kid?
Mula of that covenant.
Three,
Tashma. Nasra the Nava, Holomimba, whatsoever again, go back to the right side. What happens if there was a mixture of the blood? Only the fire, the Mala, about the red line, alone Mimra. And this, so without asking the Shiloh, as to what the correct was. What's that?
I'm just like, why don't you just record podcasts at your house? Like, it looks like a big enough house to record a podcast in there. This is so embarrassing. Paying rent on a storage unit, which is probably like $100 a month, which is nuts. And then you have the gall to be like, why is everyone so loud in here? Because people are at the storage unit. Yeah, they don't think it's a fucking film set. Yeah, that's a good point. And also, what if another person is doing a podcast while you're doing this? Yeah, you're probably running their podcast. It's insane behavior. There's cars in the storage unit that are all hands just taking it over on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, why are you on your feet? And I just thought it was kind of funny to be doing it live and hear gifts there getting our kids, but if they see the live, then they know they got they're on social media. So I think we could be funny if you saw your dad like playing a PlayStation. He's like, check it out, I got a Switch for really fun. He's gonna love this shit.
So I have a mixture of carcass and overblood together. I didn't have to Shiloh. Instead, I went ahead and I did the application. The knowledge of the application of the law. Now that I did the application of the law, which was lecturing the mixture. Two things. Number one, Shiori Chakas, and Shirayin from Chakas. And number two, overblood. Abu Shirayin, given the other the Mala, once I went ahead and did the application about Abu Shirayin, it's Shirayin of Chakas below, because honey, he will be even Shiyak service in the matter. What's the price level? So I have to do the application of the line. Everyone agrees that what? I see the remainder of the application below the line. So I'm not putting the word line below sense. I'm putting again overblood and Shirai Chagas. What do you see from here? Shinamina, Makom Ola, Makom Shirai. Makom Shirai, what do you see from here? That was like that you can place Shirai not only on the face of the Mishkan, but you can able to put Shirai where, even on bottom of
You bought Chinese motorcycles. You are on a podcast, right-wing grifting and not putting the like. So he put something over that made it in China, something he put in America, there's like a sticker over there. In China, I think it was to that effect, but I'm sure we'll get into it. Because I think I saw this on James, or I'm following him on Instagram, which is that'd be so. That's like the dumbest redneck video ever. Like JBG, look at day, and it says made in China.
7 of the line.
That's like Jeff Dye level. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those memes that he does, and they're shockingly stupid. They're the most obvious thing ever that can possibly be thought of, and then he's like saying it in a meme form as if he's the first person ever to do it. You can't be trans and not have a clutch, some shit like that. Yeah. So it's like, oh, I see. People say that I have a real clutch in society. It's like, whoa, I'm straight. The only thing I'm not just about me is that I like Bravo shows. And Joe Rogan thinks I'm funny.
This is where this is ultimately again the status hyperbolic status persona is getting mixed together with the shrine of the status and their value. The name of marriage is going to be always the shrine.
It's someone else's story. Over under that thing getting humped.
And even if I find a little bracket, shrine will cause a problem
What
by
else we got here? That's where they're the pockets are there. It's just a tear.
the blood. It doesn't compromise the answer. Only level of control of that.
You're living here. It's the best place. Right, we're in my mom's basement, but I'm trying to get in the living room. Do you think he bought like Timu on sale things?
Ultimately, again, the majority of the blood
In
there
a conservative
was
mind,
the majority of the
China
blood
is
that
not
was
safe.
applied
Yeah.
the malady.
So yeah, like for people that he's trying to get to follow his page and stuff like
I know
that,
the
and
malady.
then to post to be like, hey guys, I'm getting ahead of it. I did buy Chinese stuff, and they're like, fuck you.
And the amount of blood of hypothalamus
And maybe we won't
and
get to
then
it. I don't know if I saw the
thereby
chance or I saw it on his own story,
was
but
definitely
that
applying
rubbed
the
me the
right
wrong way.
type of blood
Dude,
across
there's
the
a lot of Tim Kennedy stuff, which I'm looking forward to. I haven't watched
Because
any of it.
that's what it's all comedy. I mean, even man, don't make
Papa is so tough that Cold Punch is our treat for him. I did watch one. It is fun. Ronaldo Johnson posted this week. I don't know about this one.
And I push back, and I've told him this too. Like I'm a cold punch. This one has a cold punch. When that so like the cold plunge and like jump into cold water was like a dessert in college football. Like, dude, if they allowed us to do that and we jump in there with our full pads on, it was like such a gift. So to me, I'm still wired that way. Where like I just did one at the correct gym, which usually people know there's one at the correct gym, and cold plunge. Like, yeah, they want to jump in there and be funny or freeze up. It's like funny. I just jump in. It's like a treat for me. And like when you guys allow me to do that, like this is a discipline thing. Like I'm just wired where it's like none of that's possible.
Valid sacrificial blood or sacrificial item or
I thought he was gonna die. His wife.
down enough. And then it's even in the case where what? When I look for the men's stuff, even starting down. So just have this here, blood and only.
Anyways, I fucking challenge I couldn't stop.
Can't supply that rather than getting
I wanted everyone I know to analyze him saying that. And what I think about it is that it's concerning. It makes me think that you shouldn't be to the doctor and he's using it in like unimaginable pain all the time.
The pain
I feel from
pretty much anywhere on the low,
you're always in pain all day long. Mine with the cold water,
lower half
it's
of the death is the equivalent
it's
of
gonna make you
pouring
freeze.
it out by the base of
He
it.
acts he's like an
That
alien
he
of
just
some
said
kind.
no.
It
That
doesn't
he
affect
said,
it.
Shirayan,
So I have a wild hepatitis.
half the
Right.
time by the
So
base
I'm
of
Brendan
the
Chow.
Haru pass.
Obviously, you're joining them, right? We are going through our times. You know what I mean? Certain travel balls, and then I got a 5 podcast to record. You want to become an influencer? Jesus Christ, you're making beans cheese every night.
So
want
it's
to
like,
take a job once a month, right? And we started brainstorming. We're like,
I'll tell you that I'm
we were doing really good when you were into the admiral. This is you talking to me. Do you think they're like, let's just do it?
I'm right. Podcast
and then they
Coaches,
jump into this like
Aktivities Arabs,
fucking
Shiari
on
Hatas, and
Instagram
Downtown
every day type thing. They're posting all the time. He's getting a little more aggressive on the podcast. I love calling him stuff like this. You know what I mean? And I think, dude, I don't know if I said this last show, but I feel like he's on Hattie. You're on Vivance. You know, you guys are connected spiritually. We gotta be on the same thing. And he was drinking rain out for your rain. When he was fighting people, I was fighting people. When he was waking up and doing everything. Yeah.
So Rambam Kastin, aber von meistens Ludo, Shirai,
He's like some Mario I like what you said about the two of them. So what's funny about that to me, he does Adderall, right? Because he needs, I guess, or she tells him if we need Adderall back because
you have a
it's
little
the only way we can
blood
perform
that
at
is
this
normally
level.
applied
But it's so bad. Adderall leads to sketches like that.
together with blood
It's a bad
that
look
is
for Adderall.
applied outside.
It doesn't really.
So
Just
what
as
do
when I stumble over things, keeping it private.
So you
So, yeah, I mean, you expect better results. So, and then this is my other train of thought on the same locomotive where you're in. I'm so, we as a community are so lucky that Brian Counts is Brennan Chop. You know, yeah, Brennan Chop and Brian Counts yelled at Boss Bobby Lee one night and threatened his career, all this stuff before.
Why you pointed what
And so, but we're lucky Tim Kennedy wasn't in the review because guess what? Bobby Lee would be dead. That's right. He just tells me. It doesn't matter if it's a terrorist or a guy that has a podcast and shit. He wouldn't even threaten his life. He would just be like 8735. Almost like one plan. And then he was address. Pull the fuck up. He's telling Bobby Lee to come to his house. I'm not gonna come to your house. Anyways, and that on the same fucking train going down the same station, dude, I would love to see a podcast with Tim Kennedy. Yeah, he's a good guest so far. That's a good one. Yes. If we're getting this bomb every time, we need this. You know, if Chase is going through a recession, we're getting ready for the recession. We got Chase. You know, we got influencer content coming in. Hot daddy. Yeah, we need Tim Kennedy, Bob.
outside.
He doing somebody who was
So
feels
Kasher,
humble, bragging to
ultimately, again,
his, which I guess to him is.
Within the
Okay, so now the answers here to this next post from one question we had earlier. Post by 1 usual 4460 is OnlyFans content next to the story. I don't want that, dude. No, let's not put that in the ether. I'm gonna vote on that. Let's see here. Bet on yourself. Posted by Material Bride 82 creating the narrative is views. As you can see there. Any thoughts? It's just a lot less.
Akiva Omer, אומרים שנכנס למחקת מוסרית או
We can't see the audio. That's true. Audio is king. I wonder, you know, is it because Tim Kenny's been on the show so many times and retired in That's very kind.
outside bug that
No, I don't think it's because he's been on the show so many times.
from the
Right. They couldn't possibly be stolen about accusations and all this stuff that people don't really want to talk to. Somebody needs to have a social relationship with a guy that's willing to lie on the airwaves about his time in the military. I guess, but like Tim Kenny probably lives in one of the storage units.
So again, apparently you mix it together.
But I mean,
Some
selling
say
later.
pour all
Sorry,
out.
what's
What
up?
if you didn't
I'm
pour it
seeing
all
all
out?
the folks usually in that store so you can get
If you put the body outside the inside, some say
There's all these dead
if you
bodies
apply it inside the outside,
shop
some say
studio.
puzzle.
They're in the storage
Rabbi Akiva says kosher.
they're buried. There's all these like
Some say
different tombstones.
once outside part of the
Stuck in the ground outside. Tim's killing people. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. This one's posted by Turbulent Yeah, 2575. One of the 350B thank them. Odds of making it to the NFL. Invited to Combine. Invited to Combine 350, dude. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's impressive. We've always said these are impressive guy, dude.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker?
So aggressive. Let's see. Oh, this is my post. Welcome to Austin. You know, just more and more redacted, dude. You know, don't think many people got him. I don't think people were into Davey Marley back in circa 2007, 2006.
Oh, he was great. He was amazing on the days. Yeah, it was the best days.
Hopefully there's a new song on this episode. I'm sure there is. Let's see here. Chappelle wasn't winning the race. Bobo just lost his footing, posted by Far Cry X1C. Yeah, he just lost his footing. It's like the AI is
He looks like he's doing ballet or something. The thing where you put your foot all the way up. It's like one of those stairway or something like that. He's a very
I don't want that.
Okay, so this is the one I was referencing earlier. He talks about him being from China. Spiced up the kiddos, Xmas ATVs posted by toxoplasmosis predicted Christmas gifts. Let's see here. I'll give you all of this.
Kiddos Christmas gifts. 1, 2 ATVs. Hopefully they'll put them. They came. The only thing, even remotely Texas, about this ATV is that sticker. That's right from China. It came straight from China. So I took all the decals off, all the Chinese writing, all the decals, all that shit all over. I fit in mine.
So let's weird shit.
I'll tell friends in the motor space, cute shops, American flags, shelter for the deleted. Dope, yeah? Dope. We last long enough on. Little positives. Flag. Send it, son. Texas. Texas.
So we'll say, so again, remember, continuing still, I call it the series of mix-ups.
I wonder if these companies want this. I don't know. Like, are they happy that Chop is doing this? Or are they kind of like,
Trying to figure out what
all pub is good pub? Yeah, or they don't even think about it. Like, well, now he's going to get down here. We got 13 tattoos on Travis Barker's back. Yeah, I mean, I'm still think it's weird to post your kids' birthday gifts. They're not Christmas gifts. Yeah, it's a little strange. Yeah, and then they go to the effort of covering up all the Chinese writing and strange white here. What's the point? What else would you cover up? You buy something from a different country and you're just like, I can't. I don't want that in it. He's like, I got this Irish flag. Fucking took off all those colors, the green, white, and orange. And red, white, blue, am I right? What? I had the stars, Daddy. Black. Dude, I got my kids at home, right? But I got the globe, and then I called all the countries out. Just got back from New York, got a big apple, put Texas on that. Quit like quintessential New York things. It's like, I got a piece of pizza. I don't know if that accent. I got a piece of pizza from New York, so I fucking put some fucking Texas meat on it. So Chicago style. It's spicy. Alright, let's see what else we got. Alright, so yeah, we got more Tim Kennedy stuff, dude. Thurs. Oh yeah, this is the one I saw. What do you think he's trying to say by thurs? Thirst? Do you want to like guess a lot or a little? Theirs. Oh, I think that's it. Okay. Andy Kaufman took most of this. Let's see. I think that's funny and take me 3 guesses.
They're gonna get theirs.
How many times did he say that?
I realized that when I got the bill for the property tax. I went, oh shit, yeah, I'm paying state, but I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, you gotta even out. You're gonna get theirs, but you're not gonna escape that. There's nothing you do.
To learn a life lesson from Papa would be something I wouldn't be able to come back from. If you taught me something good, no, I can't. I learned nothing. I've watched it for years. Not a single thing. The government's gonna get theirs. His brain is just fucked up. He just realized that this is like Andrew Schultz level of epiphany for me.
Papa, and he's like,
Support that activity. Then what? That's
dude,
South
I
Coast.
gotta pay
That's South
taxes.
Coast.
No matter where I go.
What application do I have? What application? That's my thought process. I'm gonna leave
I
that
do
to
like
you.
this, like, tip because it's QR
No,
code.
that my thought. The other two
Oh,
classes,
yeah,
it's
he's
the
a
same thing.
poet.
It's exactly
Getting off the grid. Get off the grid, Papa.
what's happening with this.
But then he can't do
Quite fast.
He's just in a cabin with everything.
Government's
Government's gonna make pay for themselves. I feel.
It's called 1A.
This is plus my commute time, Papa, the snow. I like
Now I
this.
have
I mean, it shows that he doesn't care if he's not big for him. Yeah, he knows he's gonna get some comments from that. Okay, we got another one. Papa with a curveball posted by Papa Sintovera. Chino Vera? Papa Chino Vera? Let's go.
Those are baseball.
Listen to the sex, don't talk about that. That's not true.
Oh, really?
No, listen to the sex, don't talk about that. That's not true.
Oh, really, dude?
Why fight the baseball dad thing? That's all he talks about. Baseball dad. Yeah, baseball dad. You're driving your kid to baseball practice all the time. We're about to reveal 2025's biggest moments posted by Netflix. Is there some kind of punchline you think here?
But more importantly, you've done a nice city of that.
Netflix is made for by
2026.
spoilers.
You should notice that, if you only do one, worst case scenario is about to have a figure.
Is
You
this
are over
not even its promotion post?
diminishing.
It's just you see Netflix.
Below a CISA
You think Papa, I don't even think about the streaming company. Netflix is like 40 chess with us right now. You know, like you think one thing, they think another thing. They got us to watch it. They're doing it on purpose, man. Incredible.
Violating something.
What are you gonna do? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
One usual 4460 posted this one. I don't really want to watch it. All I asked for this Christmas was a truck walk. As you can see, I already have ordered it. I already did watch it. Do you know what this is? All right, you'll get it.
And in general, when everyone is out,
It's Yasiel Pete. I don't know who he's with though, but anyways, let's go to the next post. This is posted by that's fucked up. Posted by Brandon Hilarious, but fucked up. Posted by Ronaldo Johnson. Psycho Tim says he's willing to commit violence, evil acts if a friend asked him. So, no one is surprised by this.
You ever speak of Dr. William from Right Stand? He doesn't like with like hedge funds or something. Murder on his brain, prints money, I think.
Blood on his hands, you know what I'm saying? Ending lives.
if I only do one, even if I should have done four, I go ahead
Veterans too. Yeah, he was always the man. He is the man.
Like I would, he called me if he called me in the middle of the night. Hey, I need you to insert the most diabolical, nefarious act possible, which would never happen because he's such a freaking Boy Scout.
Yes.
He's one of the people that I would drop anything that I was doing and drive wherever he was to do whatever he was asking for because he is just to the core.
Such a human. Is that from endearment? Which one? Oh, dude, Brendan Cooney's such a fucking Boy Scout. It's usually kind of used as like a pejorative, you know, like they're kind of, they're too late when they want to do something. You're a Boy Scout. Come on, it's not a big deal. Dude, I hate being a motherfucker is not a Boy Scout. Yeah, I mean, it could be like he's a Boy Scout. Like you could be defending somebody or saying like he's that guy's bad, like not well, that guy's a Boy Scout. What's that fucking big carne asada pair of sticks? What I thought was weird about that is he's going back to the thing that they do where they just describe someone they both know and no one else does. And they spend 30 minutes, oh man, he's the greatest guy. You know, he really is a wonderful man. You know, Boy Scout, got knocked over here. Facts, huge dick from the vaccine. It's like, why are you talking about this random dude? And he's like, hey, you know that guy, Kevin? Oh, dude, Kevin, what a fucking guy. Yeah, Kevin Stan, man. He's fucking great. I would do anything for Kevin Stan. This one time I saw him and Daniel go at it. Yeah, and I saw Kevin. You usually don't go at it with Daniel. You more like that with Mark, but not with Daniel. I was like, Kevin, you're great. You're a Boy Scout. Yeah, and I took outside that time. Yeah, this is great.
He's a great guy. And anyways, so I get my address out in case any fucking terrorists, low-life scumbags, pussies, find me in Texas. I'm fucking killing. In fact, when you come to my house, I'll leave the door open once you put a knife to my wife's throat and see what happens to you. I hope you try and kill. I hope you kill my kid. I hope you kill my son. Guess what? I'm gonna fucking apple grab you. All right, let's see this. What do we got here? Should we all do a hot chip for time's sake? Posted by Flaky Parsnip, 1795 to 97. Best comedy special. Mark Panic. Seriously, look at post-mortem. These are things we all think. Here in Median, Brett Goldstein, the second best thing in your life. So there's something I wanted to talk to you about on Tweeties, our other podcast. You get a chance to check out my Tweeties plug right there.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Dude, we on the Patreon used to do stand-up comedy specials. Right? The first week that we stopped doing the stand-up comedy specials, they were like, all right, let's put the Matt Rifle. Yeah, they put out the Matt Rifle, and then they fucking bought DC or Warner Brothers. They're like desperate for us to get back to it, you know? Yeah. And then they put out the Dave Chappelle thing, and then they put out Tom Segura. They're like, please, for the love of God, we're bleeding money here. We just do our stand-up special reviews. But we're not budging, dude. No, that's not. We're not gonna do that Al Pacino thing. Again, you're not gonna do that. Just when I get less protected. Oh shit! Well, watch the fucking Gringo feature all day, man. You gotta be. All right, 24-hour stream coming soon. Let's see here. This is posted by Colleen Vertical. I don't know how to say that. Brian worked in the fryers. That looks like Brian. It's a nice little find. I like how you don't like Brian. In a bizarro flip-side world where Brian does something that makes people happy. He's talented. He's like good at his job. An Asian Brian would actually make a good thing. It's like if only he was born Asian and didn't do comedy. Or I mean, he could do comedy, just not something different. Yeah. This one's posted by Vanilla Greek Yogurt. This says, oh no. Oh shit.
That means people pussy.
I don't know if you got it, but Spanish, Espanol, no, they're buying it from Walmart. So that's why it's from China. I couldn't find anywhere near it, so I just looked at it. I was thinking we were doing, but the cheers. Oh, because that's where we got our cheers. Oh, so the cheers are all. You never wanted to say that you got it from Walmart. Well, like, I guess you keep watching the T-Mouse, you get it. Yeah, that's what I got it from Walmart, did it? We put American stickers and flags on that Chinese shit. We put Trash Tuesday stickers on it. That's true. Let's see here. 3.1 stars. Great reviews. Red, $849. That's good. Yeah. Pretty good. Nice dad. Great dad. The best of some dads. Let's see what we got here. This is Will Cancel Christmas on your ham. He's supposed to be That's a fact. Yeah. Thank God he got away from Papa, right?
So now once the scan
We're going to end pretty soon here. This is posted by Danny Kaufman, too. Getting Bobcat with this line again. I don't know what that means. But I do that more to eternity on Bob.
what you just have to do is you're going to have to
When you were 9, he's more athletic, bigger, faster, stronger, better ball player. I was pretty far. His dad was, you were 9, would you have beat me? This is the difference. I didn't have a plan B. You would have to kill me to stop. See how you get a little tired, you take a break, you tell
Dude, I don't want to kill you. I just want you to stop playing baseball. I had to murder a 9-year-old today. That's what it was. I said, I will kill you. I had a gun. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I was carrying a knife. I said, I'm going to cut your dick. Slice your throat.
additional water
If you don't stop,
into the mixture
I'm gonna
and
baseball
that
practice.
makes
And when you're in the IDs and I'm running the show.
Try it.
Like, guess that leaves me
Let's
Let's see. Never stop. I'm running circles around it. That is fucking fire, dude. And I just wouldn't stop. And eventually I would, and that would give me more energy.
I wish I had a funny thing to say at the end. Like, and then my son told me, and then his son said something funny.
My son said, let's get ice cream.
My son said, I want to rewatch Game of Thrones. Will we get one?
Let's see here. There's another one that I wanted to watch from the Tukumi episode, but I didn't get enough upvotes. You guys don't matter. Let's see. This is a text post. Tales from the Boppers posted by Tony O. Old Syndrome of a Down, but never leave. This heavily in the chains. So at this festival time, this is 6 streams that are best positive reviews. I have been watching those because I was trying to find something like footage to put into the songs. Bada bing, bada boom, cut this side. Didn't find it. I just remember it differently. Tales from the Boppers was so well done that it's just like created other scenes that I had. Let's see here. Me, Texas Racer B, posted by It's Loves Movies. I don't think this is probably going. Oh, yes. I don't know if this is it, but we'll see. Danny Kaufman 2, going band for band with Psycho Tim talking about Kuma pounding in sliders. Let's see. I'll show you goals for my son this weekend. Like, this crazy, I think there's 4 defenders all descending. Like, okay, we know who that kid is. He passed their shoulder off the other kid's skate. That's why before he scored a goal. There's like, bash. He runs that corner 10 years. He's like, what is this? I had my son, I was giving him some shit because he was a bit of a slut, I think. And he just goes, he's a smart kid. He goes, did you try that? I go, well, because you're looking for child. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna fuck your world up.
Any thoughts on that? He's just constantly trying to, like, I'm better than you. I like the idea of just constantly telling your son, like, listen, I'm way up. In comparison to me, you're a bullshit. I know you're 9, but you suck. I'm a master at everything. I've mastered, and if you ever put me against any 9-year-old, math, baseball, obviously, driving.
I walk away on skating today.
Fucking, oh my god. You could, yeah, you could pull more thrills in me. Yeah, I would fucking, I would die if I couldn't have sex at your age. You have to count it to stop having sex. Yeah, you have to easily.
Therefore,
you don't want to know what I started.
that's why when new water gets mixed with the part of
I had sex once a baby. Alright, sir.
I got in there. Oh, and then he goes, now, Dad, I'm only throwing you my fastballs. This ain't my fastest. Let me start mixing up with like the cutter and the change up stuff. I go, sure, dude. I mean, not a crib.
Oh no, he's saying that. Oh really? Oh fuck, I don't know. Prayer. Go speed shop. I went too fast. Go back a little bit. Turn the whole clip over. It's even funnier than they can. Yeah.
Stuff. I go, sure. I mean, not a crib. Everything we're good? We're good? That's not like you're good. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, my bad. Actually, it was kind of funny you said that he didn't. Wasn't able to hit the balls. But he, yeah, it could have been funnier. Not a prayer. Just don't do it in the weird voice. What's more psycho? The fact that Tim Kenny's willing to share his address to have the terrorists possibly come and kill him, or the fact that he's sitting in a chair like this. Somebody's got to sit in the chair wearing suspenders. Brian usually sits kind of straight, so he's not there, so you gotta have another guy. We should have a petition started.
If you hold
Alright, let's see what we got next.
and it's possible that even if he's going to do 2
war is on.
then maybe
Dry eye,
maybe
5
both Pizza Bar will be what? The new, we'll call it Indian Bar. Like the new additional one. So also, you can remember, don't just see anything uniform in mixed together. Furthermore, Ella Casabegish, Rabbi Eliezer must hold that there is the perfect liquid uniformly mixed with each other. He has suffered in his roti. Anything else that look like a job, but there is no sheer there is no real, there is no sheer rather whatever you spend is
There's some about it's like somebody had to watch cameras. It's maybe just didn't hit it this time. You know, it's not even. If we want to do it, we'd appreciate this. But shout out to him. But I think that's it for this week, dude. Alrighty. Well, we'll see you next week. Take your vitamins.
Bottom line is your typical understanding the shita of Rabbanon. The Rabbanon, I totally get. Rabbanon say when water falls into the mixture of paraduma, then what happens at all sides? What happens to the water? What happens to the water? Invalid. It's possible. And again, that's based on the three principles. They hold yesh bila, water mixes uniformly with each other. Number two, hazat tzricha shir, it is a requisite amount. And number three, ein hazos mitzvahos, sprinklings do not combine. So when you put those three things together, I uniformly understand the shita of the Rabban. The problem is we don't understand the shita of Rabbi Eliezer. So I will say now we're going to advance a number of different interpretations. Ultimately, again, with the shita of Rabbi Eliezer. Watch this. I'm going to Shlakish. So we'll say three different approaches. Shlakish, Rabbi Rashi, understanding the shita of Rabbi Eliezer. Watch this. I'm going to Shlakish. V'olam yesh vila. So Shlakish says Rabbi Eliezer subscribes to the concept of vila, which means that ultimately what? The water mixes liquids mix uniformly with each other. And therefore what? V'azal tzricha shir. And there is a requisite amount for azal. V'hocham asking what's the case here about Sain Kikon? Shenis arbu achas v'achas. Also, this is amazing. So now what it's saying over here is how much water got mixed in. Exactly one measure of water, or one measure of new water corresponding to one measure of paraduma. Which was a way of saying that if you do two hazos, then what? You will use up all of the water in the mix. Now this is quite beautiful. If you're using up, if I'm going to use up all the water in the mixture, then I understand Rabbi Eliezer shita. Rabbi Eliezer is going to say yesh bila, water is mixing only with each other. Hazah tzricha shir, but it's giving it fire shir. And you also have to say that hazah is mitzvah. Right? The sprinkles mixed together. So beautiful. Then I was like, if I do two sprinkles, then I know what?
Thanks for tuning in.
I've
As
gotten a part
always,
for what.
please
Whether I got it the first time, whether I got it the second time, whether I got it I got the part
if
for
you
what.
enjoy the
I
Patreon,
know that.
you get to see the
I
show
know that
early.
because
Don't you want to do
there's
that?
no water
We had a good time
left.
coming up.
Why
You know
not?
what I mean? And that's how we're here, though.
That's
You're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer. Play the G clip. Oh shit! 1 second.
Just the moment. First of all, she has something. She has something.
We got Mark earlier this year.
We'll say you have
Before GTA
exactly
6.
one sprinkling amount of the water that runs. Well, one sprinkling amount of the waters.
We got Mark Earl last year.
Therefore, it will up.
2 years in a row. 2 Super Bowl. Has anyone ever done that?
Therefore, we'll say
Usually, like, the A-list is like, he might be A-list now, dude.
life is beautiful.
He's getting there. Yeah.
Life is beautiful.
It's just, it was said that, honestly, that's what happens when successful people leave Thick Boy. They become even more successful.
I know.
Just fact. Global superstars. Tiger fact. He's watch the rise, fellas.
Rabbi Amar.
Ever
Rabbi
heard of
said
it?
no. The
And
only
also leave a comment below if you were with your family watching the Super Bowl and you go, oh, when you see this half-naked guy on screen. That's what I did, and everyone was like, what the hell?
now,
It's kind of like if you did this, like that is hilarious that you did it in front of your family, but it's the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. That's what all of the cats. I'm surprised. Is that not a post? That's got to be a cat's post. Mark's on that thing. It's a real thing from the Grace Movies I've seen. What's on all of them? Yeah. Shout out to you, Mark. I'm going to send you the text here. Here's what I got. What else we got? Joe Camel couldn't find a clean suit scene. Posted by Dad Oz 66. Sister here. You know, people back in the day, Billy Bob Thornton and Julie were like, we're stuck in the car. How did they do that? Yeah, he just said that guy lived his life, man.
There's something else to do, but that's okay. I know this part is more water. And now there's no shear for the Hazah. So therefore, again, once I do one sprinkling, I'm good to go. So why do I need to watch this? No, so the comes to that one on, you hate the low missionary. So I'll say, this is a cast. Why is this a penalty? What if Hazal essentially doing by using
definitely modding a truck over.
making you use up the water? Why are they making you use up the water?
Or a 70s saga working on a truck in a blazer. Like, damn. Especially shot his brain. Damn, dude. Sometimes, you just can't get rid of this shit, dude. What do you think happened? For sure, his life is falling apart. Oh, damn. Everything's going bad, dude. I was
Why?
Adderall.
Why?
I didn't even think of it. It's cocaine. Hilarious. So much cocaine that it's not as bad. Just a bunch of battery. He's going crazy.
I'm the guy with the
I was
pieces of
thinking,
the
he's a slob.
My eats are hard to go ahead and pour a little bit of my
Or, he didn't have a suit until the very last minute.
Sometimes I'll
It's
take
like, hey, George, give me your suit. Some guy
We're
goes,
gonna realize you.
Lisa, do you have a
Essentially,
suit?
we're gonna make you.
Like, we're about the same size.
You're gonna make you
Or
go
he
ahead and
pulls
think
out of his
about
closet.
this way again.
Like a donut or
Incentivize
something.
any
donut. Yeah, like a pat or a donut.
That's love. Ravashi, I'm like, you be love. Ravashi,
Or,
I'm like,
you know,
you be love.
it could be so many things.
Ravashi says,
It literally, he's such a piece of shit that it could be a witch got to smell on him. Because he hit a witch's car and tried to drive off, or he did something bad to a witch, and the witch was like, blew on his back. Now he's cursed with 3 fucking things he has to do, or 3 bad things happen to him. Here's my thing, dude. You know, have you followed Jay Moore at all? That fucking white guy. Situationship. They don't know whatever that. You know, he went to rehab for Adderall. You know, recently? No. That was like 5 years ago. Yeah, 5 years ago, he went to Adderall. He went to rehab for Adderall.
Why do you require you
He went
to
to
do
Adderall
that?
for edibles. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to say here, dude. He just for 3.5 years. And then he came back and was like, I changed my life.
But
Good.
there's only a minute amount of water that got mixed in.
He's never really addressed.
But if you
He's kind of, he's
you know
Teflon.
what?
Yeah, when it comes to drugs and
At least
alcohol,
one,
that's what we've heard,
of them
right? He is addicted, or he does it for a while, and they just stop. He doesn't need to go to rehab or give a speech about it. He just quits when he wants to. I'm not a patty, so that makes you like. Weird faces he's done, stuff like that. Right. Remember we've seen that off the podcast where he's like making those weird faces. Yeah, that's from drugs. No, that's from too much donuts.
Number one of those things, any amount.
I feel like we make those kind of faces sometimes. I don't think it's from so I probably make those faces for sure.
Azor does not get very
I'm on
much.
sober.
Azor Mexico,
Listen, on social media, this isn't real. We're just white powder. Yeah, I mean, dirty clothes and a nice, dirty shit on that nice suit. This is where he seems to put against. Pray for shock, dude. Not to start there. Allegedly. It was totally normal to see 15-16-year-old girls in the club before the open and the 90s drank heavily, close to
Here
Miami
you
and
have
990
legends
bar.
that can be every episode. Hazor social
No, I didn't.
status.
You don't even
Even
want
if
to say that.
Hazor's
If it's
provides
true, it just sounds
ultimately
good. Wait till you see the
other waters
legends.
is
Okay. Oh my god, it's bad. That picture is so funny.
They look, you should
That's
say
the
that
face
he
of
has
never saw that
Also,
Kramer video.
Let me sing over there, those ones go. Please keep us here. Furthermore,
Comedy's
both
hard.
turned up. Both turned your head, yo.
The hat is crazy,
Another
man.
race will say, hey, Amadeus, stop lunch.
Listen,
Another
I get
race
it.
says,
I'm a
and
ball
one of
guy,
them out, let's
right?
say, listen to
Have
this.
I ever
Now,
wanted
this
to wear a
race
newsboy cap? Goddamn right I have.
references.
Have I thought about it endlessly throughout my
And
life?
it's
Can I
funny,
pull off
remember,
a newsboy
since
cap,
I will be
fedora, etc., etc.?
what happens in
Yes,
colony
I've
case?
considered
You
it.
have a mixture of
But I don't
substances blood.
because I know I look like that.
Some of the
I
blood
don't want to look like
is
that.
applied above
You have
the
this
line.
dude drive fast
Some of
podcast,
the
dude.
blood is
Just try to have
applied
better hats like
below
this one. This one we both have great hats. We don't need to have like
and this mixture of
I mean, what
sacrificial
the
blood.
fuck does he think? It's like he's a Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders sounds like a show that sounds like a small
It's
person.
the mixture
Peaky Blinders.
placed it above the
Peek
line.
out there, fucking
That has total alulo.
oh,
And it was
Joe.
ultimately what? Ultimately again,
Drinking his little
bottom.
pearly.
Now, what it sounds like, that's not
Alrighty,
what
let's see this
sounds like.
working toe.
And
By five.
one
How
that
many
you
votes
apply
for
below the line
more slow
also
content unless it directly involves brain dead?
what you say.
I like that. Yeah, I do too because we try and stay away from the fan. You know what I mean, dude? I don't really want to talk about slow jump. She seems like a nice person, I guess. I don't really want to get into it. Alright, let's see. Let's go away from slow jump here, dude. Let's crack some preach. She farts a lot. The farting stuff is kind of funny, but I can do that. That'd be cool if you put just no more slow jump unless it's farting or brain dead.
Some of which is applied.
I mean, it's kind of mean to make it seem like first, but that's obviously not farting.
And it works for that which is below it.
Yeah.
How does that
But,
work?
you know, would you want,
Your
if there's a
boss,
subreddit, would you want your wife on there who's constantly farting? Oh, man, if you want to read about me, I'm going to, yeah, but if it was my wife, I don't want that. No, none of that. You don't want your family, you want to be attacked yourself,
If you
not
only
your
feel
family.
like it's possible, let's
You know, that's why
right? And you apply 50% of it above the line, 50% of it below the line. That's what?
most
That's
of
what?
my grief time, Bob American
Applies
is
the
kind
wrong blood in the
of
wrong
married to a
place.
Mexican,
It's
but
also
he
that
gets
all
triggered
the
when
blood you
families
apply
speak
above the
Spanish
line
because
should
he's
be
too dumb
down
to
below,
learn.
and vice versa. How can that be? It's only to say
Don't just say that. I don't know that fucking last night I popped off because Joanne was
because Ishbila means in
ants.
every drop of blood is comprised of all the blood.
I just meant
They feel good,
all
like
forms
this
of
ice.
We're all dead. The kids are at the wrong.
How come I ask?
You just gave them. Well, yeah, but
Wait a minute. Bro, you're not mid-30s. We established that shop is older than us, right?
And what happens?
Yeah.
Because
And
you're
shop
in
is like
Mala,
what?
sheer Antonio
That's what I thought. There's no way that shop is. I'm not older than
So
shop.
let's say again,
I know we've looked this up before, but I get scared.
was the type of blood was above the red line.
Just scared.
40% was
I
right
can't
below
be.
the red line.
42 years is not big. Yeah. Wait,
You
he's 42.
apply 50%
In
of
his
the blood
30s. He doesn't even know what how old he is. We were watching. We're in
that you got some of the above the red line blood up there. Now, whether it's 10% or whether it's less, we don't know. But one thing is for sure, which is what? That you went ahead and you were yoking. I will say, I had to tone it on the low. And how can you say, how could that be that you applied 50% of the
when we're on trial,
blood?
so you're laughing
So
at it
how
because
can
he
you say
didn't know
that
how old he
when
was.
you
He
apply
didn't think
things
that
below the line,
could be serious brain lifts and
what?
not as
As
serious
more
thing
flows
you
in
like.
the then it's something that what? That all the blood applied above the red line was
Go
in
to
fact
jail.
below the
You
red
should have
line
saved
blood,
this guy from
plus some
Brian Hill.
additional above the red line blood, which the nurses
You know, I'm in America. I speak English, right? So we're around the dinner table, and it's like, dude, for an hour, the entire conversation in Spanish. I'm just staring at the wall. I'm like, well, fuck me. I'm just gonna sit here and stare at the fucking wall when you guys have a great dinner. Yeah. And literally just Spanish. I'm like, and after 45 minutes, I'm like, disrespectful. A little bit. You're just having a little complaining about that. So I'm like, you just, I should go eat another one. What am I doing? I'm enjoying the food I
Go figure out a way to pay for your house.
Yeah. So, because I was telling you, there was a lot of people.
Is that not crazy?
From the Bronx.
Crazy and sad about that is that if it was an English, you wouldn't understand it either. Almost no difference, really. Unless they really dumb it down for me, he's not going to get it. So I don't understand the issue. Because that makes me they go, well, this doesn't mean shut the fuck up, Shad. What are you going to give to, like, I'm sorry, it's like, right, what do they give to the conversation? It's like impossible not to make. Really, what are you going to give to the conversation? Not much. They're going to sit here and say something really stupid. People are going to have to be
You have to go ahead and go back.
and move on as if you didn't embarrass your wife. So you just go and watch TV. Like, you're so easily entertained. You put on Blackfish again or something. Yeah, nobody will notice if you leave the table. They're like, okay, shop's gone. Girls is the
It's no Spanish yet.
No, you think this is in 30s. Yeah, you say, no, who doesn't know Spanish is not old. Spanish is something that Wayne and we're trying to get them to know at age.
You went ahead and you put it
Oh,
in
this one
another
was
shit.
5 days ago.
The
This
amount
was
of
huge.
blood that could
Somebody
have
saw
sent
this.
you
I saw what you made with this person. Oh, yeah. Me, mechanic, commute time.
And some of the you know, so that you capture the correct canal. I, the hot tap only on the low cut running, but it says that it sounds good and there's one application about it, which was, you know, doesn't mean the one application, rather it means the same shit out. It means that ultimately, again, that whatever you get after
All I think he just, this is filming himself taking out a screw. Two screws, sorry, I did a short change. Anybody can do this. I'm a moron, I can do that. I literally did this on the bug this last weekend. Really? Yeah. Today, I fucking, okay, today at work, and I don't talk about work at all, but one of the lights was blinking, and it's one of the lights that turns on automatically when you come in, right? And it's doing like this weird, it looks weird. And I know our contractor is going to be in. So I text him. I say, here, can you look at this? And he's like, it's just a light, man. Like, but I go, so I go up there and I'm looking at it, and I take a ChatGPT picture of it, so I try to twist it out, it's got like weird balls in it, and you just gotta pull it out, the GPT says. So I go up there, and I pulled it out, and I said, they have a person find this on Amazon, get a new one, I'll put it in my site. You can episode 2000. I can film myself doing that and make $1 million. I almost fell off the and when I put the ladder, I had to go like this. When I put the ladder in the wrong way, I couldn't even see. The staff was like, I kept burning my hands and they didn't know how to turn off the light. Because of the whole thing. Yeah, I'm not chopped. What happens next? Another one from Chris Lives. Let's see what this one is. Part 17. Let's see.
Long story short, I've been really in the country. Like, I've always been in the country. But what music? What music guy are you like?
You go all with me. That's good. Yeah.
Really all about Spotify. It's just when you hear things that it gets like the house or anybody in particular. And of course, Morgan Wallen is huge right now. What's your favorite song?
Is this guy homeless? It's aggressive. He's like grilling at me. It's like, whoa, dude. It might have been a slow weekend change. Like, we need something with because I kind of, I like Morgan Wallen. I can't even remember the name of the song. I probably, if you asked me, I would just start singing it. That's what I would do. I'd like, you know that song? I'd start singing it. Oh, here's, you're going to start at the beginning here, Daddy. Okay. Papa, don't kill me. Sure. What's your favorite country? And I'll say country. No, see, like, this is what I'm saying. I would say, what exactly? Because I would have said, what's your favorite country? I'm like, why would you say country? Oh my God. I wouldn't use Morgan Wallen. I'd use somebody that I could rattle off a few songs. Yeah, that's true. George Strait or something. Yeah.
how does that work?
You're allowed to feel ashamed, but you have to be honest. You should pick, if you can't name a single country thing, maybe just as a Spotify, like which one? This is something that needs to be taught to Sean. Like basic reasoning. It's kind of how Mark was telling us about how Sean doesn't understand the fundamentals and ideas of comedy. He thinks comedy is just like, you say that person is fat, to them.
You do one application.
Whereas you gotta, it requires a little bit of
one application that
whatever it is,
and again, remember, you're doing one application over here, you have to set it up. Two forms of blood mixed together, each of which only require what? One application, and the amount of each blood is enough for what? One application. So you want to say when the right percentage is one application, you do one application. That's all. So you're going to do two applications, which never use up what? Use up what? All of the blood, which never tells you that the application is done to each of the blood. Then even if you're in the proper dry, we'll say, you're going to stop again with tomorrow, and we'll just take you up to the answer for like the nice one. Because again, remember, you started off with a credible case, and you kind of
I almost want to carry on a cowboy hat, but he would know.
so what happens in that case of Para Aduma when you have
every state, every state that he's in, whatever the state is associated with that thing,
what happens
here to there, and you hang it. Like, I'm going to Wisconsin, some cheese curds.
What do you do? Two applications, right? Two
Welcome to New York.
Remember again, you got people a little bit.
Dude, please do that. If you ever see shop and here's a specific state that has something, give it to him,
So
dude.
you kind of got,
I'm so dumb. I don't know anything. Vegas, here's some
but what
chips.
about the Para Aduma?
Like poker chips. There you go.
So the Rampan, and you know, Para Aduma, Carrot Test, Aloha Test says that's
There,
not
yes,
Mine
they
is
ski.
introduction.
Charlotte,
Arabic go ahead and mine my food. Let's say if you have Para Aduma water, and then additional water got mixed
you
in.
will not
Potion,
believe
any
what
amount
just
of new water
happened.
gets mixed in. After the 9 inches, none of the food is fine. Even I will say the sanctified water, are you eating the food? Let's say once you have your Para Aduma mix, and then you water gets mixed in, the introduction of the water validates the Para Aduma mix. Getting the yarn itself and how Para Aduma food. This is why. Not only that, but if you enters in the treatise, it's also valuable. Remember, the same is once Para Aduma water is made, you are not so not for the commercial potatoes, yalla, calls, stuff, and I do my food. But I just say, you stuff on my use to get my food, because it ultimately against the program. So anything that we're thinking about the water, you have to pull out, dry out, clean, and start all over. Coming, anything that can be water.
Also, by the way, I am 313. We have what the fuck
Just a reminder
this
that
episode.
hey,
So I think we're gonna have a literature about this, but depends on no, not that, not Jerry. Okay, yeah. Callan just spent 2 hours downplaying and vocalizing everything in the MC files. He said he talked to Rogan about the Benz episode. Like, we'll just stick to a close report the entire episode. Obviously, I see your portrait. These are clear parts more because it was some of the shit that Rogan and Benz stuck to on the other episode. Callan kept going back to basically being a bunch of rich dudes cheating on their wives, and then he doesn't care about that. He's going to beat your head, yeah. And what you don't care about. Also, trying to minimize it by chalking it up to a bunch of socialite NYC models being around just to throw stuff in the 90s. You ignore the traffic part, you're probably barely any guys that were into each other. So again, just another thing that with rich dudes and party top models, Rogan fucking this too, although not technical calendar. And you went on to a lot of points, he's artistic, it's organized, he's also speaking for his family. Did you see that tweet about Woody Allen where the guy was like, I refuse to believe that Woody Allen cheated on his daughter? I did see that, yeah. It's probably one of our future ones. I don't know who it was. Never trick out. He's naming the waters after his crucial period
experience, no matter the opinion people have about taking Bell after Bell. Lots of styles are leaving the crowd.
And you immerse it in the book, so the immersion for the immersion for the bucket
Damn, shout out to
is invalid.
PGL, He's always got some great
The bucket
comments.
itself
Brendan the Pickle Pussy Shop, I'll put Matt all over Sony's.
if
I
it's
heard about this too. It's like KT's calling out
why would you immerse
for talking shit.
it actually
Yeah,
comes
I
down to
mean,
the
that's what I
color
read.
that's
Alright.
Shahrukh of the closest to Camai. So I got what happens? So Rowan also by definition,
He's also stated that they
urine, so urine has the status of nervous. Therefore, when the bucket of urine goes down to right, then the ultimately against the bucket itself becomes part of the consequence of the bucket. Rowan also eating that. You know, my apple
I didn't see the bar.
The bucket is coming. Like the bucket is coming. That's what so again, remember, the only that's the bucket. Then the bucket is anything less than 51%. Water, the bucket will remain coming.
It's entertaining. You have a primal biological desire to be R-worded, Brian Callen, Peter Nine PR. I mean, I've never seen this kid before. Now he's like, take a shout out to Callen. You look at this. Not good. But you can put anything in quotation marks. It sounds weird to say Callen said it. I'm like, these you did too. That's crazy. Whether we talk about things in our car,
Yeah, they continue this side related.
it's tough to remember all the especially when you crash.
They say as long as there's a travel to the next level,
This is such a fun idea. I like this a lot.
you don't say that.
I saw it right away.
You
And I
don't
was
say
like, oh yeah, that's it. That's it right there. Yeah. And then somebody could do me by saying we have the actual video, somebody make it look and this is better.
That foreign substance is looked at like a
Half of Charles Slayer is just welcome to Destiny Holiday or whatever it is. It's this whole thing. So,
one type of blood cannot be evaporated. Main rope cannot be rope. One type of sludge cannot be evaporated. A tar cannot be rope shot. This case, for example, was an item of salt.
I don't know, you might have to read the comments to understand what's going on there. I have no idea.
So item of chemical.
That makes sense. What is the thing? Just a young kid with a dream, but to achieve that dream, we're going to the right. Okay, but what comes after that doesn't make sense. So let's just start with I was a 6'7", 265-pound monster and former first-round draft pick in the NFL. Just a young kid with a dream to achieve that dream was a 6. I don't understand it. I don't know. I say Chris I like to do. That's good. Okay, that was the worst possible time to see. Kona, let's go to hot. I want to get some fucking video shit. Sky 2305 posted this. Papa the White Fight to save the podcast.
The case of the urine
Sure, it says donuts.
complicated case is
Alright, next one is Anthony Joshua. It's one of my favorite fights of the year. It's Fluffy Hernandez and Sean Strickland. Amazing fight. Speaking of everything, let's get into outside of basketball issues. Because videos are going to start some shots of that attention right now. If he doesn't train, I was training my team.
That sucks. Hopefully not. Well, let's save the podcast. Yeah, obviously, that's the biggest not the same what's there. Fighting. Stay on a vacation. We're just figuring you advice, and it comes out to make the same. Like your pocket say this first video, and I say this every single video. You can make it worse, especially like real popular.
sai do jeito que você
The other hand, saying, yes, listen, and this is the Misfit gives me a bad is my chance to have that social media. These are just stages working out all the time. Stays fit, makes jokes, and do your comedy. Like, fuck, I can't figure out that shit. It's just become like a mad right. I can't work that this isn't really my nobody knows. Yeah, well, like crowd work or like context. Crowd work. He tries to show it right. He dresses like he's a straight he tries to do it right back. Yeah. That'd be funny if you guys just enjoy it. I still don't know shit. Stuff you're not gonna be happy with. But I'm gonna go on that stage right now. I'm gonna talk about something. You should give me for everything, and then accept what comes out because I'm gonna make you listen. He becomes that right. Because right when he's like is that sneeze. Oh, he's so confident, you know. Oh, okay. What do you do? Good job doing that integration. And like, I'm a pilot. Oh, okay. So, want to get a pilot of that's ass? I think there's this weird chemistry that he has the audience already that everyone thinks is not. So it works in his favor. He just stopped at the wrong time. He stopped at the time where everyone thought he was not funny. And so that's what he is. But you use that to your advantage. If everyone thinks you're not funny, you say you're funny, you're not here. Yeah, that's true. Because if you do say something funny, they're going to laugh. If you don't say something funny, they may laugh harder. Yeah. So it's a win-win. He's won the game. You should do comedy again. Yeah. I think we made our case here. Let's see here. This is hosted by Danny Kaufman, Papa Super Bowl commercials discussion. Let's see.
Halftime show was just hell. They just played the commercials. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. The Super Bowl used to be so fun, so unique, so original, and we've just kind of lost our way. Now that our crypto, Ozempic, they can't believe it's all this.
Yeah, it's stupid. Regurgitated as if somehow Coca-Cola and Budweiser were better than Ozempic and whatever the else he said. Like they're not that much of a difference there. The reason their ads are boring is because celebrities. Yeah, I mean. He's just he's probably mad about some. His comic friends were at the Super Bowl and BGL. Oh, that's why he's that BGL. Like if it was BGL was on it. Let's take the sock off your spouse challenge. This is that. Your girl is joking around. It's not. You would film a minute video of you doing it. Last few seconds. Where's the credits? Yeah, also when we finish filming. On that side. When we finish filming, we don't talk to each other.
So once I do then ultimately again,
So they have to figure out how to spell this.
one thing, I mean,
That's
It's like, yeah, like, you know, but the thing about it, too, you do your let's say, what happens? It's a culinary catastrophe. Like, you go out and you take one bite, trying to say, why would anyone in their right mind, really, I respect you so much, but why in your right mind would you make the same mistake? Right, so like, essentially, right? You had a lapa, you had some lamb, they use lettuce, tomato, you roll your why did you pass the right? So the builder goes to just say, like the common felt that Johnny on the back of the that the truth on the back of the letter is really glowing. The truth is think that not the letter that the letter is what happens. Make me go to the first. If you want to think that what?
Welcome.
Therefore, again, so I try to point out any is to the interesting about whenever it's a place like is a college. Something that is quote unquote cohort ultimately working the same for a music of the so. Why not says everything? No, when we work in order, not work together. Even if somebody calls, you're on that chart 10 times, so the charge you're will not remove the charge you're ultimately
Really powerful men like Bill Gates going to an island with cheese. That ain't weird. That's cool. Is it normal to go to an island and cheat on your wife? Can you just do like sounds real It looks like that was the operation here, right? Looks like the operation, right? Basically was he was a worker for Assad, and what happened is that's what we're getting, right? Well, that's basically what's happening. And how do you get your rich? And it's kind of easy for if you're working for the country itself for them to be embezzling money and washing money, laundering money. So it's basically just, I mean, technically a pawn for them to basically get. You can't just like hire. I think Coffee Zone was talking about this where he was like, you can't just hire Bill Clinton, you can't just hire these people. So what he did was get on them, get them. Now you're like, I'm not gonna say whether I know or don't know if they showed up there knowing you as a kid next to them. It seems like they knew. If you get a 14-year-old, listen, no. Like they showed up to the island just knowing they probably have a cheaper. One time I did it. I get it. You was like,
ultimately again, if someone moves ultimately again, you look at the wife, you can not get the ultimately again, because it's the wife of the
same guy that worked on
go ahead, so you practically needed this why? Because of the even if there is lots of
essentially incarnate waffles. They were just like, how does it? You went you got into clubs and you went to those cottages, and there was a whole arrangement. Oh, by the way, here's the other thing nobody talks about. I love it. I love older. When you were a 16-year-old girl, my wife was a big mom for my first wife. She was having kids in her teens. Because there was so much fighting. She didn't say, okay,
a lot of water. The point is there's much more water than saliva. Still, you can go ahead and watch it.
No, you don't get it. New York, dude.
I mean, I thought by signing York, saliva gets
That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. It's bad to say that about those things that are just prodigy. They're like, wait a minute, that was not processed. It was a body. It's like if you're at a party, like whoever doesn't do cocaine at this party, it's gay.
You're like, Ryan will believe you, but there is the
The stories, I'm sure, by the time you're 13, by the time you're 16, back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, and let me tell you something, you think those clubs were looking at IDs? Here's my fake ID. They would provide you with one. You said it for a fact. I know girls that they're models that in New York City, yes, it's bad. She's got this big smile on her face. It's great. That's all he acts like the 90s, some straight get out of jail free card. You're a lawyer for one of these people. You're defending your client, and Your Honor, jury, what's being what my client's accused of support, right? Oh, you've heard the prosecution's case. They found by all these things. Don't forget, this offense is the name of it's the name. If you're 13 or 16, it's different time period. As if I wasn't alive during the 90s, I don't remember it at all. Not that I was old enough to know how it works. It's not. Some people work on not everyone's just
I've got food
so what they would do is actually use that road to try to do that. So just that was their job, is to show up to that club, so to be just the hot girls going at the club. When I met my first wife, she was they called her the Iron She was they called her the Iron Tortoise. Okay. I thought he said that too. Like so I said, that's the Iron Tortoise. No one else said Tortoise. That's pretty cool. That's a hot nickname. It's a hot nickname because nobody the point is that there was a world when you were on top of the circle of the most powerful men in the world. Hamptons, Paris, and Hamptons. And I guess everybody thought, why are they there? Models and then Hamptons is just consuming. They don't know what they're talking about. Eating. Something that's not
will use exactly when the camera says yes, and therefore the other kids are touching 100% that gets mixed together with blood. With tonic, with non-kosher sacrificial blood. Even you know what? There's a lot more sacrificial blood than non-sacrificial blood. When it comes to the blood, or the why the
song, she's only 17.
where there is more coming blood than conscious blood.
I don't understand what. Yeah, that's
In order to prevent us from potentially using non-kosher blood for sacrificial purposes, for you to pour out any mixture of blood, even the watermelon so we'll tell you to pour out any part that non-kosher blood, gets mixed together with sacrificial blood, pour out the whole thing. Either make a roll of sacrificial blood, because we're concerned that blood, if we allow you to use this mixture to come to us, use a different mixture, where ultimately, again, there's more non-kosher. So, however, Marshall doesn't we're not going to like that. If you want to majority of sacrificial blood and what? Or if it gets mixed together with Alacantis, Elder Absivid, our video was this interpretation. Why not go ahead and use a full piece of
60. You can be like, what the fuck are we doing here? Here's what I'm trying to say. I think here's what I'm trying to say. The majority of those girls who are models who came to New York as young as 13, who were supposed to be looked over, okay? I promise you, probably 50 to 60% of them have a story about how they were 16 dating a 32-year-old, how they were 16 dating a 4. What's the point?
Yeah, what is the point? Why are you saying this? You shouldn't be the one saying it. Let them say it. It's just a strange thing to say about a group of women you don't even know. 50% of 13-year-old models had a boyfriend that was in their 30s. And did you say anything about this at the time? You just thought that was normal? Maybe if this is true, that's very strange. But it just makes it look so bloody. I came up a broken record. I don't know. I mean, the LA Times should write about this.
45-year-old. You know why? Because it was fucking accepted.
The New York parties that are in question, or the Palm Beach parties, and it was accepted. Accepted by who? What goes on the island? That's where it goes.
Just trying to tell you guys that nobody's talking about the fact that
You know, this place is saying it's like Terrence Cross. After everything that they say, Terrence Cross should have the same response as the other guy. And anything Callan says, you can probably say that too.
Even if all of them were offered but one, you still can't catch off that last one. You point down the
Basically, bitch. Well, let's watch a little bit.
What happens if you have
it was so, like, if anybody's surprised by this, I guess I was alive when it was happening.
I'm sure you're going to agree with that. Piers Morgan made a take where he said, pre-2008, he said, people didn't know because he was never charged. And so, after 2008, 2008, if you're still requesting to go to his island after he just did
the blood
time,
apporte
which
le bon.
sketchy
Pero a mí
is a
esa
5-year mandatory sentence on what he did. And he only did 6 months of probation, which is sketchy. There were 40 witnesses, most of them underage about this guy. Like Elon Musk asking to go to the island afterwards.
It's okay.
Sketchy.
But essentially, I say is everything that's
I don't know if you
give
made contact.
anything that doesn't belong to false bloodline, I
So
consider it
that's
like
the
what?
funny thing is,
Like
him
what?
and his, I think his name was Mark Saylor, who's the guy who was the headquarter guy.
Okay, so I
Both
split
of
the
them
blood in half.
were seen
Some of
as
it above,
not
some of it
fun
below.
enough to come to
Whatever
the
belongs
island.
above, is above. Whatever
Which
doesn't
is
belong
funny because
above,
Stephen Hawking was
water.
allowed,
Whatever
like,
belongs below, whatever belongs
these
below.
autistic weirdos.
Below, and whatever
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
belong
a
below
wrap
is
on you
like.
guys.
There are some that will come and say,
Not a good look for anybody.
you
It's
stop
always
this
a bad
round.
thing.
Pour it out. Once it becomes because some any kind of natural what.
No, and it's funny to be like, this whole thing is so bad. You know, I mean, number one is it's such a serious topic, right? And they're like doing bits about it or whatever, and not that great to begin with. Callan is kind of going off this historical perspective he has on how they don't get it. It was really bad back then. Everybody knew about it. It was fun. It was accepted. It doesn't say it's bad ever. Shab is like, what? He's just a normal Shab. And then it goes to a Stephen Hawking job. It's like, it's just a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, you know?
Bobby, I'm always his friend. Bobby told me, no one's been more supportive when I started.
So,
It's just so weird for Callan to be like this, dude. But there's the videos on it, I think, Too Lazy to Try, American Redact, they all got their kind of hits going on right now, dude. I do want to see that. Yeah. The last thing I want to say real quick, I watched a little bit of the podcast cringe thing. I know this is kind of a serious episode, but it was always serious. We're a very serious podcast. 10 minutes. We don't do jokes, and it's only 10 minutes long, so shut the fuck in. I watched a little bit of the Pence thing on the kindness. Sorry, go for it. And that fucking guy is full of shit. You watching that? Oh, yeah. That guy is one of the most full of shit people I've ever. His blackmail thing, where he was like, dude, it doesn't make sense. He wouldn't have blackmailed it anyway, because if he had blackmailed somebody one time, then everybody would have known, and then they would have never. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard someone say out loud. It's like, did you work? Was he in the CIA or something? Or he worked in the government? It was embarrassing for whatever organization he's working for that's telling him to say that. Because, I mean, just for so many reasons. That's how blackmail works, dumbass. Dude, he said juice the deal so much. Yeah, it was disgusting. That was weird. Girls juice the deal. Especially the younger the girls are, the juicier the deal. What? Joe, that was you want a juicy deal? I got a couple juicy deals waiting for you outside. Once you blackmail somebody, and they're blackmailed, they have no choice. That's the whole thing. There's so many famous people, Trump himself, who's openly blackmailing people. It's a whole part, and still people go to Mar-a-Lago all the time to get blackmailed now. The whole thing, like, I was listening to that and being like, this is crazy. This doesn't make any sense at all, what he's saying. Right, that wasn't worth it. Yeah, no, it's social media. This isn't real. Of course, whenever I have to talk, you're going to push a button. It's fine. No, every single fucking major comedy podcast right now sucks ass, and ours included. We're doing terribly right now because we still understand we don't get it. That's facts. I hate how it's like Joe Rogan and Brian Callen, like, you guys don't get it. Everyone knows this, and everyone likes it. Yeah. It's just I don't really know what's really going on, but it's certainly not that characterization of it. Well, all I know is that people are dying that are affiliated with this guy left and fucking right. And then this guy's being like, you don't think someone's going to speak up? It's like, no, everyone's fucking dying. People are dying from COVID, from fucking heart attack, like overfilled lungs, killing themselves and shooting themselves in the face. You know what I mean? They're fucking blackmailed, dude. How could there, it's just basic common sense. They said there was no files, right? None. And now there's 20,000 emails. Are those not 3 million? Or whatever it is. 3 million, dude. That was a Shabbos. But 3 million. So, just explain that. Just explain that part. That doesn't make any sense. But the blackmail thing, I don't know why that got to me so hard. I was just like, this.
All right, so let's say good morning.
Of course, somebody was blackmail. At least one person had to. The whole thing is like you would, if you do this kind of thing, you would absolutely like. It doesn't make sense. It's the whole episode with Mike Pence and Joe Rogan. No, I just thought podcast. It was boring with like emphasis on like it was like supposed to be boring. You know what I mean? It was like an attrition. Joe Rogan let them talk for like long periods of time. He had this weird rhythmic way of speaking the whole time. That was like on a metronome, dude. And it was like too boring to them and to like get these things in your head about. They were just juicing the deal. They were just like, Iran Contra. Let's talk about Iran Contra for 30 minutes. Let's talk about fucking JFK for 10 minutes. Let's talk about September 11th. And then just like, oh, see, that's why this makes sense. It's like none of it made sense. They didn't talk about the thing while talking about it for 3 hours. Yeah, you know? I mean, it's not even a good thing, really. I know this is probably something that people do, but it's not even a good thing to have a bunch of women there just as props for your business deals in and of itself. That's not really like morally good, right? You're just like trying to get them to fuck these guys for whatever, God knows what. That's also bad. I mean, that maybe is like over time. It's gotten more and more doing it. But yeah, this Ben's guy, it's like, do you defend this shit for 4 hours on a podcast with Joe Rogan? You feel good about yourself, but you're being it's just, so you don't make any sense. Nobody believes this bullshit that you're saying is blockbuster.
And therefore, halacha l'maisa is just the extra wins as if they are wood on top of the stage.
Alrighty, well, that's it for us, y'all. See you next week.
Look at Rashi. He actually says over here, using the mala ala it's in the wide lines, about 5 lines. וראה אני אתפוס החדוס, שהוא בבל תקתידו כאילו נעיצם לכיוון דלא הקלה קורא מחדים שרש. So the other point over here is that since halacha l'maisa, my intention is not to offer up these rooms of the tapas as a carbon. I'm simply using them as firewood and then the whole intent is to go ahead and cook. Mix it with your shot. Mix it with your shot. Still not do a pop up. Walk me to my truck. Walk me to my truck. Drive into the truck. Shadow bending over. Out of your soul. Lawyers are my stuff. Yo, man, you wanna cut this out? Lawyers are my stuff. Your niggas my that's a good. That's a good. It's a tough. All these foods are new. Keto chocolate. Sauce of cooking. Keto chocolate. Keto chocolate. Just like some sauce. Rogan's up in head. Fucking on this store. He's my dad. All these homeless cause they suck and they sad. Me mechanical. Drinks and alcohol. Pissing in the sink. Read that dead song. Therefore, once you have the identity of sacrificial item, you can't go ahead and just simply say carbon value is just wood, and therefore have to come in and say, start to lesson, let it sit until the next morning, pick it up in this so you can burn it outside of the listen as you receive enemies and validated sacrificial trust tends to do that. Right times are rare. Let's look at the all right, that is the answer. Now, on the back of the alley, we that carbon neutral that
open just up. Back in gigs and cup. We are really rock. Running from the law. Lawyers among stars.
When they are brought, they are never brought
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On our Patreon, you get early access of this show, 10 Minutes of Shop, which you know and love. But that is not why you're here. You're here because we are getting the sound machine to let me do it because we forgot. We get excited because we get these heated discussions about the history of the subreddit and Chop and Slojo's new talk show. And we have to leave it or not. Yeah, Crystalia Innocent. Messenger artist says, but we usually never argue. We usually both agree on things. That's true. And I agree that Toronto thinks that. And at the end of the day, I was driving my son to baseball practice. You know, that Mark's success, we're very happy about Mark's success. But that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Just start the timer. Play that old chin lip. You like Radom? You like your soundboard? Thank you. Join the Patreon because we're looking to get a second iPad. Okay, this first one's posted by Andale Mono. I want Cooney to be surrounded by like 13 iPads so I can just be like pushing different sounds and showing you how good I am at this shit. Do, Bobby. Bobby.
This is not ela therefore value the reaction for anything which cannot go on the fair as a teasing or wrong which means that actually capacity can go on to increasing it on the chorus wood. Increasing on as wood for the fair. Therefore, by also
I think it's true. I'm not even a jet. That's a lot of the line to kill Tony. Crazy. Yeah, you know, this shows how journalism in America has gone down because this guy's
what fuel and therefore again it's
I mean he's not even a comedian, he's just writing down what he saw. He's like a citizen journalist. And I respect that. And I honestly don't like
means that one of some
this is it. He is the new kind of journalist now.
So I want to say
move over Vice. Ever heard of it? He's telling the people what's going on in the streets. And white cocks and they're eating ass and smaller milk. NYC, yeah, right, more like CGM. You go to like Hill Tony, what did you do today? And I'm like, what did you do before us? Oh, I saw an ice agent, so I sucked his cock, ate his ass, and swallowed his cock.
I agree with your treasure, but I disagree with
Is that just a you thing? That's kind of, no. Everyone in line in Austin does. Tony has cool right next to you. Yeah, no, Tony.
that phrase is stated by what? By Soor and Devash. To tell you, Soor and Devash do not belong on Mizbeah, but if what? But if you ended up putting it on the Mizbeah, guess what? You don't have to take it down. Why? Because once it goes to the Mizbeah, you can treat it like what? Like wood. You don't have to treat it like a sacrificial item. But that's unique by Soor and Devash. You can't begin to apply that concept everywhere else. Meet the Hamara Osam. So that's because discussing those particular items. Osam from Ma'ala, Abalatan Ma'ala is only Soor and Devash. That's what goes to our Rabbanon there. If you did so, you don't have to take it down to count ultimately again as wood. About the acting of the world. You can see this applies. Russia. The circumstances was the islands of the awesome food oil of tempest. She was there.
That's crazy. He's like, dude, I don't want to. I want to fuck. Yeah, no. A lot of people have been saying, yeah, on Christmas and holidays, you wake up and the first thing you do, we all do. You email that the biggest, oh, I don't need to, no, I'm horny. Chris, I'm horny. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the activities. Aroma of Christmas Eve. I wake up, I'll rock hard, Daddy. Hey, well, I do love Jesus, like Taylor-year-old, you know. So, but I mean, I like love him in a passionate, also in a passionate way. I've been saying like a way that you love your God, not the way that I'm not trying to fuck him. All right, let's see what we got next. Posted by Whitney Cummings things posted by Chinese Derek. I like this one already. Yeah, maybe in my sleep too, but every time I see this, I get a little happy. Whitney Cummings says Miss Rachel was always off base, dude. Why does she talk to all the kids like they're deaf morons? Also, if you need them just like a toddler to trick them into liking you, that's information to give a mental health approach. I've talked ad nauseum, I feel like, recently about Whitney Cummings as a new. We talked about her live. First dates of mine that I go on. Yeah, just to make sure that no one that they don't like Whitney Cummings either. You know, be safe. You know, always be safe. Ask people if they like Whitney Cummings right away. But I noticed about this particular, obviously I've seen this, you know, or thread or whatever it was. I don't like the way she uses the word dude. I'm sorry. Agree? I don't like this. Yeah, like you know, I don't like people that I don't like white people that use dude a certain way. Yeah, like if you start a sentence off with dudes over here doing this or dudes doing this or whatever, dude outside acting all different. Yeah, I can't go with you there. I don't like that. If you're unless you're like dude, you know, like like Kristen, and then I'm on board. It's okay to social media. It's okay to start off a sentence with dude if it's done in a way that is authentic to who you are. When I get dude, what's up? That's okay, but dudes out here doing, you don't talk like that. Or with way off base, dude. Or Miss Rachel's always been like that, dude. What are you talking about, Miss Rachel? In that voice. You discussed with Cummings, everything is bad about it. Yeah, no, she sucks. And then, you know, not only saw Rogan talk about this. Yeah, the hilarious. Rogan was like, why is she talking shit to us? Yeah, at first he goes, all these people, all they do, they spend all day on threads. They just never get anything done. They're losers. They hate themselves. And then they go out and make fun of Whitney Cummings. She's like, why would you do that? She's so nice. She's great. You know, and she's a hero. It's like her career. What were you going to go see? That was one of my favorite things that Joe Rogan said. Like, were you going to go see her? You weren't. He's kind of a good dude. If you're good at seeing the, even if you don't like you, can maybe win them over. You know, they might go, but he's like, go see her. Because he's not, because he knows she sucks. And you know what? He sucks too. Sorry about that. Those facts are here. I like when you push the bottom. Well, yeah, I was right. You could have hit a good solid right there. So, yeah. The carne said it worked for everything. Yeah. I feel like that one's for when you spin facts. But yeah, what? That makes me happy. Shout out to Whitney Cummings. Keep doing your thing, dude. You bring joy to all of us in some weird, fucked up way. Yeah. Icarus Lives has another What Happens Next here, dude. Part 16. You ready for this? Very excited. You know, tired. Spicy. Can't wait. I'm driving my kids to baseball practice. See this. Yeah, I was just trying to spot the laugh at you. I see. Like your notebooks on. Yeah, definitely serial he hasn't British. No, I don't think so. Well, yeah, well, I wonder what he even means. He from reading, when he says I read books, he probably means something different than watching documentaries. Yeah, I that's a good guess. So I fighters that love fighting. So, you know, all these different shows. And he's still got time for books. That's a good point. It's unlikely, but I honestly think what you're saying is a nice assumption that I think he's saying watching a documentary, but what do you mean? Or what what he means is he's watching documentaries, but he's saying reading books. I don't even think to him reading books because he saw a flyer and he like someone told him about a book. That's what I think. I don't think he's watched comment on YouTube. Yeah, he's like, I read these books about. A lot of people say I I'm fucking like a cook. When he comes to game, it's like a comment like I'm not funny. What book was that? Oh, it's on YouTube. This guy card said it about me. He's got the moon bow. Like St. Martin's. I was reading this book. I was reading this book by Successful Egg, and there's a whole chapter that was against the what is he talking Never mind, I take back everything we said. He's trying desperately to understand what's happening next or what's going on. Which is funny because I kind of look like a boot. That's people that have Rock Crawler's like, as long as I'm as comfortable as possible, I'll be okay.
And then there's the third case, offer it up and do the work and come to why is it the case of
That's hilarious. There's a bounty on his head.
that in the case, for example, you would have an animal which is violent, and that animal is mixed up with another animal, and the other animal, you do not have any of that why do they resonate with the person in the case? In your button world, the animal that was sodomized or did sodomize or did sodomize, and related to that case, you can't fuck up anything. Yet, in the case of the Ola that's a foul home that gets mixed up with other Olas, zero. Now, what's the shot?
But yeah, they're gonna hold them. I was saying the sheriff got it wrong. The sheriff thought they wanted to fight him, but they're actually huge fans of Brendan Schaub standing.
You don't sacrificially
all out there, they're fans. And my first question is, like, hey man, I'm not even trying to overstep here, but I love Sons of Anarchy. How realistic was that?
Why did you? So dumb. Of course, it's biker gangs. They're fucking. It's the Sons of Anarchy. I love that show. You ever watch it? Yeah, I was on he looks so different in his regular clothes. So I didn't remember. I thought it was Hellboy.
That makes sense. Oh, yeah, that's pretty spot on, man. So you do that.
Rob Rose has nothing
Just be John Show. Hunting Quake Hitler, that was fun. Hunting Quake Hitler, that was fun. Yeah, so he died.
I think that one, like,
we're talking about minor. You will disqualify for sacrificial purposes, but it is a relatively minor mobile. We just got the active.
I think that
in all modes, no years. There's going to be people of the opinion that everybody agrees
Or fair, because broken clock right twice a day. Yeah, Tim Kennedy's response was annoying.
Yet the Akivas of the opinion
Actually,
that
he's
it's
dead.
because
Yeah,
of
so
the
he's actually dead. I killed a lot of
I
people in
love the
Afghanistan.
if you find it on with Jack and what's Halacha, what's Halacha,
When he's talking about like some relative that has nothing to do with it years later, he's got some baby.
supposed to
Has
be a
nothing to do
Ethiopian.
with it.
That's the
He's like,
problem.
anyways, talking about going back in time. I killed the baby. That's
all
really
this
doing
problem
that.
gets mixed in
It
with
was
other
awesome.
Baali
And I killed him. That's not the
all this
first kid.
Baal
I don't regret
gets
it.
mixed
That's
in
what Tim Kennedy
with
said.
other Tusher
I stood out in the dark and fired my gun into the
because what's the more talking about over
I think
here?
I probably hit people.
Shiva Aina
Isn't
Kara,
that what you're supposed to do as a
and
United
what
States?
Rabbi Eliezer subscribes to the Akivas of the
Baseball practice. Well, this next post has a lot to do with last week's episode of Record. Talking about views of
Placed it on the
IMDb stuff.
Jack,
That was
what's the
kind of
Halacha? You don't take it
I think
down.
you'd be
That's
surprised.
the
Most
piece
of my
of
legend,
our
Bear
that's
2578, go and read that movie. Melania is currently the lowest rated movie of all time on IMDb. The film is sitting at 1.1 out of 10 stars with over 17K reviews.
Remember again,
So she's preferred wow. She's giving Shab a run for his money.
right? And remember again, you ask
It's just
about
like
conflict,
wherever
it's
you
from
turn
the heart,
Shabbos,
you go to
you
Caesar,
insert the politics.
starts to revolt these
I wonder if they ever, they're in the situation where they're in the White House and they constantly check to see as Melania's reviews are going down and down and down. Like, well, it's still better than Brendan Schaub's review, but IMDb is
Welcome. How are you? Lovely, thankfully. What's good in your neck of the woods?
You can share this That's pretty cool.
Yeah, 100%. First question, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Oh, wonderful. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. So you know a little bit about me. If I may ask, how'd you find out about me? Oh, excellent. Yeah. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's okay. Well, this is essentially a version of that where someone's entire life is captured on camera. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Which is, you know, just, go ahead.
How does it all work out for you?
Yeah, sure, great question. So I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence to be able to fund this project.
And like, I wanted to ask you, so how does streaming 24/7 help you out?
Yeah, excellent question. It gives me a platform that I don't normally have, so I can discuss it with people. I can promote things. I can partner with like-minded projects and like-minded individuals. Essentially, it's a story of human achievement, and that allows people to bond over it and to be able to study it. Basically, I have more data available for the world to be able to study than any person ever. There's more content than any person ever, which is extremely valuable. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated the data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever.
And how come you have like
How come I have what?
like how come you have like a lot of other data like to process?
How can we process the data? Is that what you're asking?
No. How are you able to grasp this many, information and stuff?
How am I able to grasp it? I mean, how am I able to create this much data?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great question. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you'll see the different channels. One of which is has a red circle next to it. It says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, go there. There should be a link in there. Click that link,
Okay.
and you'll see I'm live on more channels than you basically can count on YouTube, archiving my
Yeah, I
life.
saw that. Like when I went to the profile of your LinkedIn link, right? So when I clicked on that, I did find like about 10, 12 streams of running, like the one showing basically live and stuff.
Exactly.
And
So
then it was like 12 channels, like I don't know how many, but yeah,
it's quite a few. It's more than you're going to find from just about anyone else ever. And that date.
So what if you lose power or something? Isn't this gonna close it?
I mean, YouTube had an outage yesterday. Fortunately, I wasn't affected, but I don't say that I have the longest continuous live stream in global history. I stop my streams every 12 hours purposefully so that the data archives. I say I have more data than any person ever. Data to me is important. The length of a live stream isn't really that important to me because that data isn't necessarily archived. If no one can watch it in the future, then did it really happen? I mean, it did. Some, people had the opportunity to watch it, but it can't be studied. So what makes my stream really important is that you can go back and watch essentially any day of my life for the last 4 years and see not only what I was doing, but what was going on in world history. I keep a radio on in the background 24 hours a day that archives all of the world news events. And so people can literally go back and get basically like timestamps.
Just basically create data for people in the future to check out what was happening and stuff.
That's exactly right. It's a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement.
Pretty quick.
Weird.
Still, I just feel that is if you're doing this much shit, there are not like much supporters or someone who's gonna support you and stuff. That kind of is, how do I say, like you do put a lot of efforts and stuff to keep this running. And if there was a community basically in specific to, helping you out and stuff, that would have been a lot of help for you, not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, I have 2,800 people in this community alone. That's quite a few people in itself. I mean, I would challenge you to find any non-mainstream influencer who has 2,800 people in their community. It's really rare. You might have people who have 5 people or 50 people or 500 people, but 2,800 people is quite a lot.
True.
And I don't.
Like basically, are you working as well?
No, I don't ask people for anything. I did the first year that I did this. I'm a certified project management professional. And then just really found that I didn't necessarily need to work and that the streams were more important to me than, my 6-figure a year income. While that was nice, I had enough based on my previous achievements to be able to at least take time off for the indefinite future. And I mean, I do get people who have projects and they ask me to help them with them, and they will give me money for it, thousands of dollars, but that's not. I don't ask people for money. I don't actively request donations. I don't.
I mean, so do you have like, what would you say if I ask how much fun do you have? Like, how long can you run this? Like, how many more years or how many days?
Yeah, so you're asking me what's in my bank account?
No, I'm not asking what's in your bank account. I just wanted to know like how long can you keep this all?
For the rest of my life.
This
Oh,
is
okay, that's pretty good.
your eyes.
Because I don't want, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's like the thing is me that I don't have people, you know, like following their dream, but as well as suffering as well. So that's kind of hurts. So that's the reason I asked.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I mean, if I live within my budget, then and then if I need to, I can always go back to contracting for major companies and working from home like I
How
did
long are you planning to keep it on?
the rest of my life.
Okay, so like, how old are you now?
I'm 40.
Wait, what? You're 40?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like 25 or something.
No.
Right? That's what I believe. That's Nigga Oraisa.
Okay, that's
However,
crazy.
What's crazy? What's crazy about being? What if I may ask? What's crazy about being 40?
No, like not being about the thing, even though like being 40, you just want something like you want to still follow your dream, like rather than people just give up like after like 25, 30, they like you just didn't do the property, just continuing it. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
What's something you can proud of?
when I started this, I was 35, and I recognized that data is really valuable, and especially valuable in the world of AI. And I mean, I have this story of AI's birth. Basically, I was streaming the day that ChatGPT was launched. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. I mean, that's not everybody has that. That they can literally go back and see the different iterations of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, moving into Sora and video development. I mean, that's a really special story.
Wait, are these all your accounts, the VCs?
No, they're other people.
Why? Because they're both sacrificial. Just happen to see that different.
This is pretty crazy. You're the first person like this I'm rating, you know.
Well, there's another person who does what I do on YouTube. They're in here. Their name is Spirit Man. They've been doing this they've been doing it for like 300 hours, or 300 days, I should say. So that's a long time.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. Okay, that is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
There are people that like, it was like they were the same TikTok having a stuff.
That's right. Yeah. And I mean, there are people who've streamed their life previously, but they don't archive the footage. What's important about my stream is that I archive the footage.
True. So, like, how many visitors do you have per month, if you would say?
Per month?
Yeah.
On all my channels, tens of thousands.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. So, do you like stay alone or you stay with your family?
No, I'm independent, and I have had people come visit me. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east of the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
If I'm gonna ask you, how often do you go outside, like, to meet together?
Yeah, I mean, without the cameras every day. With the cameras, I mean, it's just not easy for me to do because I have so many different streams going. So if I do anything, sometimes I'll upload the footage. And it just.
If I'm gonna ask you, why don't you like do some kind of, you know, like make a channel and just use that as your vlogging channel?
Yeah, I've done that, and those get banned for whatever reason. And if they get banned, you have to restart. So I do my best to be uncancelable. It would take a lot to ban all my different channels, and
Why would they ban it? That doesn't make sense.
it does make sense. There are a lot of reasons to ban somebody. Copyright. I mean, I watch the Super Bowl, I watch the Olympics, I listen to copyrighted music, I watch copyrighted movies. So that's just one reason. Other reasons they can is because of spam. Other reasons they can is because of medical misinformation. I don't give medical advice, but I might watch a podcast that's on YouTube that's talking about medical information, and I can get flagged for that. So it's not smart. I mean, when I first started, I had one channel and I had thousands of followers, but then you'll find that you get that channel banned, then it's important to have backups and redundant streams. So that's why I have so many streams going. That's why I don't really care about any one of my channels any more than any of the others, because if one of them gets banned, that's fine. I'm live streaming on like 20 different on YouTube. Then I'm also live on Rumble. I'm also
Most of how we manage, like if it is me, I mean it's really hard to manage all of this together. You know, like 20 channels, content.
yeah, I mean, it's just every 12 hours it requires me to basically restart my streams, and then I've got it so that they are multi-streaming. So whenever I go live on one, it goes live on Rumble and it goes live on Twitch and some other places as well. And just do what I can to ensure that those.
What are your bills per month? Like your internet bills and your electricity bills and stuff.
Yeah, electricity, solar, so there's actually a rebate at the end of the year. And then internet and things, those are manageable.
You are pretty crazy and good as well.
Thanks, Big Dog.
I mean, I really appreciate and respect what you're doing.
Absolutely. You're always welcome here. I'm glad that you came in and asked me the questions that you did.
I was just curious to know what this like the thing that is making you run this long.
Yeah, dog. It's really something. I mean, it's a lot of effort, but it's what I'd be doing with my normal life. I would say this. I probably would have found a wife and have children, but let's say I didn't do that and I wasn't helping to build their lives. I would be chilling, listening to rabbis, which is what I'm currently doing on this other stream. Also listening to podcasts, listening to the radio. I mean, that's what I like to do. I like to stay informed. I mean, this stream gives me the opportunity to meet new people, to connect with new people, which is really just enlightening. And then I go into different people's Twitter spaces and promote myself in there, and get more and more people finding out about what I do and who I am, and it's what I like to do. It's not at all. I don't consider it work or punishment. If I ever don't want to be on camera, I can just leave the cameras going. If I ever want to play a game, I've got a ton of people who will play games with me. If I ever want to watch a movie, I watch a movie. I mean, I'm comfortable. Climate controlled. I don't I eat well. I'm able to do everything that I need to do in my life. So while it is avant-garde, it isn't normal for someone to stream their life. This is exactly what you'd be doing yourself. You'd be sitting in wherever you live on the internet, checking out other stuff, and that's what I do too.
True. That's pretty good, you know. Like you have to feel like you have control over everything, so it doesn't matter.
And some people say, well, what about the privacy element of it? You know, if you know anything about how computers work, everything's being live streamed anyway. You just don't necessarily have control over it. We learned that from the Snowden files. So, I mean, I basically just lean into it. Okay, if people are going to be basically spying on me, why not let the whole world spy on me?
Of kosher
Like, even if it was like you were the first person that I will watch like doing stuff that like all things and streaming for like last 2 years. That's pretty crazy as well.
Last 4
I
years.
just wanted to know what's driving you to go this far.
Absolutely. Well, you're always welcome to ask any questions that you want, and I'll do my best to be as open with you as I can be. And you know, you always got a friend in me, so feel free to rejoin whenever you have time. Okay.
Asking
Sure, I do that. Thank you so much.
Excellent, my man. Take care, big dog.
Take care, my man.
You too.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Take
Bye.
care.
Everybody here, everybody here.
Yes, we know
The video content creator and his
actually
Facebook,
Paula.
Sheila,
So,
and all the
Paula,
children.
if you know
Sorry.
Paula, how you present
Please
our
do
topic,
connect with me.
go ahead
And I
and
will definitely
press
connect back with you as well. Thank you very much here for the opportunity to come up here and chill. Sorry I did not have that much energy today, but again, shout out to
so
Shout out to you,
Paula
Sonia.
hires,
Guys, I feel like this hump day is just something special. Like energy is being sucked out. People are struggling to make it through the day, but my guys, you have shown up today, and you've got to say thank you to yourself for showing up, for being here, for grinding and working so hard. Guys, make sure you're being kind to yourself. Make sure you're being kind to one another. Drop some support down in the replies. Let's build each other up in this space, man. So good to have you guys here. Let's keep cooking. We have Henry up on the stage. Henry the Great. My guy, I just shot you a follow. How are you doing on this amazing Wednesday, friend? Oh, Team Great Dave, all of you, you're great folks, by the way. So, keep it up. It's engaging.
according to their
Dude, I'm a shitty shiller,
That's the
okay? But
I
I'm just
love
gonna throw it out there because I guess that's what this is, and it's part of what I'm supposed to do. In the cyber poems, we just launched over a token called Big Star last week. It's a strategy token. It's the first strategy token if you're not familiar with them, which basically prevents NFT collections on Ethereum right now. Lists them 20% below floor price, so as a collector, you have an opportunity to be able to buy some awesome collections when you can use cool cats and cool captives, bunch of collections with non-derivative rules for currency. Our opportunity for real, just a great opportunity to be able to collect something at a 20% discount. So you can check out Cybercomb's page for 10 of what info on it, but just thought I'd jump on this awesome Wednesday and just throw that out there.
are your trends together. Last year I saw you spoke of the year
So nice to
in the
connect with
cemetery.
someone.
Marco
First
Ohala,
off, I apologize
I'll
for my
share
first
all
time
these
suffering,
plans
but
to any
the massive
who
case
one
of
is
mental
there,
health
move
is like it's
that.
gotta be the flu.
Once
Something's
again,
going on. I'm
what is
struggling.
crazy
We're growing
that you
here,
saw
and
ultimately
excited to
again
meet
at
you,
the
man. Really
entrance
excited.
of the tent
Excited to learn
did
more
not
about what you
open
guys got
up
cooking.
one
And
across from the
real,
other.
just welcome to the space, man. So glad to
Now,
have you.
what
You
touches the
sound awesome,
attention
dude.
of
If you're sick
Villa?
and full, shout
Not
out, fantastic.
once,
If you
but
don't
twice,
know cyber
is
poems,
the idea that the
we're
entry
launching
of
an
the
NFT
tent
collection
not
on
rise up
Ethereum.
to
We
another
launched
floor,
a
just
joke
after
on
the
our
social
5-year
other.
birthday in 2 weeks.
One person is not
So
looking
we've
to
done
well,
a
that's
lot
not
of cool
because
stuff
it's not
out there
looking to
over the 5
so
years.
why is
We've
it
done some
just
really cool
you
labs.
know, I
We
mean, a
messed
little
around
guy,
with the
the
tech,
first time,
kind of
really
the
person for a
grungy,
couple of years.
degenerate
First
community.
time ever
Kind of
dawned
an
on
alpha
me.
community where
Why
guys
is
are
this
sharing,
that becomes a point
wins
in the
and
course of
alpha
teaching?
bear
What
bull
is
market.
exactly
We
that
are
ultimately
like
is catching Will's
one
attention?
of the
I mean,
projects that
that's
took
the
on the
other
SEC.
thing
Well, actually, they took on us at first,
he
but
writes
we
the
beat the
following. He
SEC
says,
in
Ram
March of this year,
Isha
so we're kind of
Makti
coming out of that, and we're
Oh well,
kind of headed back into
Allah
our lane of
Rahati
innovating and just
Akwali
playing around with the tech and having some fun at it.
So the Rebbe says very
Bro, that
beautifully.
sounds amazing, and I'm slightly familiar, but you know what? This is why I have Mrs. Yaki, that's my wife. I lie to you not.
So the
So
Rebbe
during
says
my
very
spaces,
beautifully
she likes to
that
slide things
what Bilam was
across
pointing
the
out
table
is
to
that
me as if we're doing like some type of backroom drug deal at all times. Like that's how it happens. And she just signed her name across the table with all this information. She's just so excited to see you on the space. So big shout out to you. So glad to have you here, man. We have these spaces on Sunday afternoons called Open Invite. On these spaces, and it's a brand new space, we are highlighting different NFT projects in the space. It's really just a kind of vibe and chill community cross-pollination great projects that are coming through and are slated to come through.
even in their
I'd
tents,
love to talk to
even
you in
in
the
their
back end.
tents, that's the message
Highlighting your
that Bilam was
project
so
or
taken. And by the way,
getting you
remember,
in the kind of vibe that wants
understand
us a
the
little bit.
modesty was an
For any of those
incredible
things, and if
and
you're a
brilliant
fan
for Bilam.
regardless, thank
Because
you for
remember,
being here
what's like,
today.
what's
It's been
Bilam's
an
parting
absolute
shot?
pleasure having you in the
Bilam,
space.
after realizing that he can't trust
Absolutely
cloud
will do that.
himself,
We can talk
what
in
does he
DMs
do? He's
after.
good. He's long and
Happy to
successful at one
do
thing.
that. Happy for any opportunity
What's
to
the most
talk
incredible piece of advice that he
Cyber
gives
Coach
Balak?
Web3.
Immorality.
Generally,
Remember again, the end of the
so yeah, thank you for the invite. Thank you, Blaze, for sliding that note across to me. She's obviously plugged in. I love it. Hope
Where
you
did
guys
that
have
idea
an
come
awesome
from?
day, bro. I really
That
appreciate you
idea
letting me come
came
up
from
to share that.
Bilam. Bilam says to Balak, listen, I can't touch them, but I can tell you that their Achilles heel is immorality. That message was so Bilam sees that even in the desert, even when it's an oil around, even ultimately again when it's a tent city, even when they're when they're not established in their own land, they're still matched on the laws of Tznius. But perhaps this is just something else. That what's the interesting lesson of Rashi is here in both places. It's this incredible lesson ultimately again. Shelo yotzis yesod oral haveh. You shouldn't look into your friend's tent. So even if everyone thinks that you want to not see, perhaps it's different to so. But Bilam's soul is a simple problem slow right. Now we don't gain success by looking into the tent of our friends. So there's some things in life.
What is going on, dude? Pleasure to be here. I've had myself a day at work
What's
today.
our success? That I consider my success ultimately again is someone.
Insane to me.
That was the interesting variety of
Just gonna keep it short and
so
sweet.
then you do a thing that's total being relaxed. So it's
You know,
relaxed.
Keys and
I see what happens.
obviously have a
I
space
see my
coming up
friends.
later
And
today.
you know
Really
what?
excited
That's
about
right.
it. Sirski, you probably heard that we have you guys on our radar across the community, but no worries if you guys aren't able to do it today. We understand it was on short notice. Otherwise, I would have reached out to you earlier, but dude, I just had myself a
Right?
I have
I mean,
myself a
look
so
at that
far. It's
guy.
been
You're
nuts.
like, how is this
So
great?
we'll get a
You
hold
know
of
what's
you
going to
guys
happen
soon.
is that's when you love
For
what
the
you're
next
going to
week.
Me,
Looking forward to
I
that.
am
You
doing
know, we both
so
really love you
well
guys, so it would be a
compared
pleasure
to
to have you
that
guys in your
guy.
community.
I don't have to
We've
try
already
all
been
that
with you
hard.
guys, so
I just have to do
really,
half,
really stoked
we're doing
to
half of
continue
the
to
stuff
get
that
to
she
know you
does,
guys
and
and
look how
volunteer for what
wonderful
you're
I
looking
am.
for. You guys have
And
been good
what's
to
the
us
opposite
and
way
your
of
points
love?
and everything,
Sometimes
so
you see
we
people who
absolutely
really
plan
admire.
on
And you see
reciprocating
yourself, you know
that.
what? I'm
So
never
we're
going to be like
really
that.
pumped about
I'm
it.
just never going to
But
be like
overall,
that
you know,
guy.
Keys and I
My
have been really
lifestyle's not
pumped about
conducive to it.
the
I'm not that
direction of
kind of
Campfire
person. I have
Chronicles, dude.
willpower.
Really,
My family's not
really
like
feel
that.
like
My
we're
friends
doing a
are
good
not
job
like
of
that.
creating
Whatever it
good
is.
space
And what does
to you
Dylan
guys
say?
pretty much every
Because
Wednesday.
of the Kalisha,
And
will say
it's been
that
a
we
lot of
never
fun. You know, we're always grateful for the regular speakers and everything. The regular
Makrubu or
speakers and
Halefa
listeners.
Yisrael.
It's really just
You
been a
have
lot
your
of fun.
tent,
So we're just gonna
and I have
continue
my
to
tent. Don't look into my tent, and I won't look into your tent. My tent is always open to you, hopefully your tent is always open to me. That's not it. It's saying in the pursuit of personal greatness, we never compare ourselves to another. In the pursuit of personal greatness, we look at ourselves, we look at our abilities, we look at our circumstances, and we try to maximize what we each have in our own tent. We never have to measure ourselves up against another. We can never have some rest on our laurels because we say, oh, I'm so much better compared to that person. Nor should we ever become defeated or defeated because we either will not reach the level that we see someone else has. Makrubu o Halefa Yaakov. Bilam sees Yisrael showcasing Yisrael. She'ein Kisayet and what's the last one? She'ein Kisayin Ubanan Zek Neged Zeh. Maya Kisayet is not Neged Zeh things right. So the Yatzis is so helpful. I will say, as we learn that I learn every single morning. Each of us is placed in this world for a particular reason. We're all here for a purpose. We're all here for some secret, undefined, incredible mission.
To kind of get up and talk about what they're doing, what they're building. So it's kind of like respectful sharing, you know. But we really just love getting to know people on a personal level, and that's really what we're all about. So if something like that interests you, you know, feel free to drop in later. You know, follow Crypto Keys and I both for updates. You know, he's probably working on a post right now if he hasn't posted it already. And kind of as a reminder for the space, but we've had so many good people in there lately. Like, it's really just incredible. Like, it continues to blow my mind. Like, you know, not that I ever think that we're gonna like plateau or anything with the growth, but like sometimes I'm like, yeah, we got like a locked in community of like regular speakers and listeners, and it's gonna be these people for like a little while and kind of like holding them, whatever. But literally every single week it just grows and we get new amazing people in every single week, and it just blows my mind. I'm like, I can't even believe I didn't know you. I'm like, literally, even though we met when we met, like, I'm like, I like find myself kicking myself over like, man, like I'm kind of sad I didn't know this posted like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, you know. But you know, my saying is better late than never when it comes to the relationships we built here on Web3. And you know, Keys and I have really just been doing a great job of building a really solid, like, kind of mega community. You know, so many regular people from other communities have
is not is Iron Love. We're going to pick up on the bottom of Iron Hail McGrady. We've got until the Gemara. A quick review of the Mishnah. Mishnah brought down a Machoka. You have an Ashram and a Shlamim that they mix together. The Shimon says that you bring both of the Kabbalah, you bring it with the Chumras of each. You have to bring them both in the north, and they're limited in the eating time. And Rabbanan argued on that and said we don't do that because we don't want to take the less stringent carbon and apply additional stringencies to it, because we're worried about the principle of innovating culture based on soul by limiting the time or certain other aspects of the carbon, especially you're potentially bringing that carbon to be disqualified if again you miss the time of eating or it's not brought in the proper place. And so my said you don't, instead of taking the carbon to pulse, you just add both the carbon grades until they get a month, and then you redeem them that way. So Gemara is going to discuss this concept of how do we apply this concept of, or how widely does Rabbi Shimon not apply his concept. He's not worried about bringing karbanos, limiting their time frame, and potentially bringing karbanos to a switch. So, pick up in the Gemara. Tani Kana Kame Rav. So, the question is right in front of Rav. He said, Shvius, if you have Teros Shvius, a lokum the Gameha Truma, Jekinamat and Bakula. If you have Teros Shvius, you redeem them onto coins, you can't go and take that money and buy Truma. Why? Because when you redeem the Shvius onto the money now has future Shvius. You go ahead and you buy Truma, you are going to be limiting the ability to eat that Truma. Why? Because Shvius, Rashi 2 lines to the bottom. Why? So because Shvius, the time for eating Shvius is limited, you can only eat the produce of Yuta when that particular min is still available out in the field. And so when you now confuse this Truma that you're buying with the juice of Shvius, this Truma has to be eaten by that same time. While Truma, right, the thing is Truma, when it's not Truma from the year, there's no limiting factor. Truma can technically, as long as it lasts forever. And so we go ahead and we purchase Truma with this Shvius money. What we're doing is limiting the ability to eat that Truma and potentially bringing that Truma with a tool that if it goes past the time, that Truma now needs to be displayed. That's the best. So Muha Rabbana Kame Rabba. He said in front of Rabba. He said, this price must not be like Rabbi Shimon's money. No, why? Because Rabbi Shimon only being touched with it. Rabbi Shimon did not have an issue with it. Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah, that right, if the two Kabbalahs can mix together, we can go ahead and offer them with Shlomo's each, and therefore limiting the time for eating of one of the Kabbalahs, and Rabbi Shimon did not have a problem with it. No, I feel favor of the Shimon. This upright, this rice could still be could still follow the opinion of the Shimon in the Mishnah. I'm eating like the Eved, but I feel low. Because perhaps when Rabbi Shimon set his position in the Mishnah, that was only the Eved, meaning the Kabbalahs were already mixed together, and then we're figuring out what we can do with that. But this case of Venus, of Shima, Shmita money is the case of Mechatila. We're actually going and taking money that has people to it, and going ahead and purchasing Truma, and therefore actively limiting the time to eat the Truma. It's not a case where the mixture has already happened. So maybe your Shimon's position only works in a case where the mixture has already taken place, and now you're figuring out what to do, as opposed to actively going with Hatula and limiting the time for eating the cut. No proof of that. So comes along the bar and asks, and is it true that Rabbi Shimon only would apply his position, and he's not worried about Ein Mavin touching this tool only in a case of the Yavad and not a Chafila? Abai comes and he's going to ask a series of questions where it seems that Rabbi Shimon would apply his principle no matter whether it's the Yavad or a Chafila. Is it Abai? Top of Ayin Vav Amar. Kulon is showing Kohanim the Shanas Ba'achilasam. This is a mitzvah from later on from the Sefta. It's talking about how the Kohanim eat their various types of touches. And the Mishnah tells us, in all cases, Kohanim are allowed to eat these korbanos in different ways. Whether they're allowed to suyim, whether they want to roast them, shlukim, to overcook them, to sell them regular cooks, the last one, tavle kulin, the tavle shlum. And that's key for us. They can put on, the Kohanim can put on spices that are just regular fluid spices, or even put on truma spices. Shivrei Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon. You see, we're talking about truma spices. What happens is you're adding truma spices onto these spices. You are effectively limiting the time to eat the truma, just like we had before, right? The truma, the spices that are truma could be eaten for as long as they last. But if you add them to a korban, now you're now limiting the time that you can eat those spices. And it seems that you're putting it on the chafila. So it seems that Rabbi Shimon is holding his position. He's not worried about limiting the ability to eat truma, even in the case of the chafila. Malay, this is back there. This is back to Bay. No hana trumas tavon drabanan. This you can't bring a proof here because here we're talking about truma of spices, and spices would only be truma derabanan. The Midoraisa truma is limited to grapes, olives, and the 5 days. So here we're talking about spices. We're not talking about truma deraisa. So maybe again we wouldn't be worried about this principle of anything being touched with a base of truma. We wouldn't be worried about that in the case of truma derabanan, but we may still. Maybe Rabbi Shimon still would be worried about it in the case of truma deraisa. Okay, so Abai comes to another question. Ein no truma to kesef meiser. Nishimai tachi lasem. So now this case is talking about not mixing, but purchasing truma with the kesef of meiser sheni. And what's the issue there? Rashi's notation of my tachi lasem. The makom achilasa. And issue is if you use meiser sheni money, whatever you buy with, it will be eaten inside the walls that you buy. And otherwise, truma could be eaten anyway. So again, you're now limiting what you can do with that truma, and potentially, if that truma is now moved outside the land, it can't be eaten. You can again bring it to becoming possible. That's not a comment in this lesson. Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon not here. Rabbi Shimon comes along and is not here. So we see here clearly in the case of Lechati that you're taking your money that is infused with meiser sheni, and you're going ahead and purchasing truma with it, which then limits the potential of eating the truma because you can now only eat it in Yerushalayim. And we see that Tanakama says that's a problem because he holds like the Rabbanan that A would be in touch with the eating tools. Rabbi Shimon comes along and says it's okay. So we see Rabbi Shimon applies his opinion in a case where it is the Oraisa and it is the Chatila. Rabbi Shimon's opinion of Mishnah is a little bit more far-reaching than we may have thought. And so Rava was quiet and he accepted Abai's question and agreed that Rabbi Shimon's opinion would apply even in the case of the Chatila. So when Abai then went and was in front of Yosef, so even though Abai asked a good question on Rava, Yosef wants to know, why didn't you ask from a different place? Could have added a couple questions on Rava's case. And that's this. Ein Bashlin Yerek Shal Shvius, Shemen Shal Truma. That's when you have a case where you want to cook a vegetable that is a sweet vegetable, and you want to use oil that is truma oil. And again, what's the issue? If you touching the base of fruit. Again, what the issue is, if you're taking the truma oil and using it to cook a vegetable that is sweet. So then you're again taking that oil that was otherwise not used for any food, and now limiting it to being intertwined with the shmita, and it can only be used at the same time that vegetable is still out in the field. So again, just like we had before, it's a case where you're going ahead and limiting the availability to eat the truma. And Tanakama says you can't do that. Rabbi Shimon Matzir, Rabbi Shimon Tanakama says it's okay. So again, this would be another question that Abaye could have asked. Rabbi Abaye says to Yosef, Abaye, allow me, or you say my the topping, but didn't I already ask Rava from the case of the spices, of putting too much spice on kashim, and the issue was the Amali, Hanafu too much covering their abundance. And there, my question was put aside because Abaye says, because Rava said that the truma spices are only truma derabbanan. It's not one of the Dale Risa truma levels, and that's why there was no, that wasn't a valid question on Rav's opinion. Rachanami, also here, why don't we say the same thing? This oil, this truma oil, must be made from some vegetable that isn't subject to, it's not olive oil, which would be subject to truma deraisa. It's some other type of oil, which is only truma derabbanan. And therefore, I didn't ask this question. I already was plugged up when I asked a different question relating to truma that was derabbanan. If that's the case, then we're talking about oil that's not olive oil, but rather some other vegetable oil that's only a derabbanan. Then the Mishnah should have taught us this case in the opposite way. What's the opposite way? Yerek shel truma, in the case of the vegetable being truma, the shemen shel shvius, and the oil would be shvius. Why? Look at the Rashi. It's about 7 lines down where it gets thin. If Chavi Baila in the snake. Should have said in the Rashi, Yerek shel truma, the shemen shvius. Rabbi Shimon Maki, and Rabbi Shimon will be nothing after. And Aval Hashta. Shemen, truma, they're right, rather, but if it switched it around, we specifically said that the shemen is the truma and the yerek is the shvius, it must be that it's because we're talking about truma deraisa. Why? Because oil has the possibility of being olive oil, which would be truma deraisa, or vegetable oil, which would be truma derabbanan. But if it just said the vegetables were of truma and the oil was of shvius, so we know all vegetables are truma derabbanan. So according to teach us that would have been the more precise way to price it. And the fact that we instead said the oil is what is truma and the vegetables are what is truma, it must be that we're talking about olive oil, which is the right thing, so therefore it would be could have been a good question on Rabbi. So yes, it's back. Abaye says back to say why you didn't use this as his line of questioning. So the last me Rafisa the Matir and Shimon. Amali, the Ore, Hasanali, the Ore. So, Abaye says, didn't I also that one from the question that I asked the initial question I asked on Rava? The answer is given was, I was talking about a case where the Mishnah was already implicit. We were talking about a case together. You were in the Chafir, wasn't against it. Instead, it was a case that was already mixed. So why don't we say in this Mishnah, the oil of truma and the vegetable of shvius, and it's already mixed together. So the oil is already infused. You just go ahead and cooking it afterwards, but you already encountered a situation where the two are already mixed. So if that's the case, which would be a good question. So just in fact, no, EBRA, Mike and I are abundant. If we're talking about a case here where the mixture was already in existence, so why would the Rabbanan have this? Right, in this mixture, the Rabbanan said you are not allowed to go ahead and cook it. This was a case where they encountered the mixture already in existence. Why wouldn't the Rabbanan, what's the reason on the Rabbanan version? Why would they prohibit going ahead and cooking that vegetable that's soaked in truma oil, which means vegetable soaked in the truma oil? So what is this? So no, we did have an Arsenal Drummond. No, it's just like the case in our mission. Like we started this whole case in our mission where we had Arsenal Drummond mixing together, and in that case as well, the Rabbanan said you cannot go ahead and strap them with the terms of both, but rather you let them raise and get a month. So same thing here. You don't if we compare to that case, you already have the mixture in the system. We're not going to let you go ahead and cook it and really infuse those two together and limit the too much. So vice versa, we done it. Also, just like the Kata Maria, the case we had in the Mishnah, there was another alternative. Rather than extracting two korbanos and limiting one of them, you could go ahead and let them both raise and then you do the other. There was a second alternative. So the Rabbanan said, because you have another option, we're not going to go ahead and let you limit or go ahead with the principle of limiting cushion to base up tool. But however, here, that's like the contributor. In this case, you have the vegetable oil and the vegetable mixed together. There's no other alternative to be able to take it apart or to figure out what to do with this mixture. Like Abai says, no, hello dummy. This is not comparable to the first case of this one. We had a live animal plum and mixed together. But rather, this is comparable to the second case of mixture, which was the katifa. You had already injected pieces of meat that were mixed together. So you couldn't go ahead and do anything else. The meat was already there and done. So in that case, the case was left like Sakata or for color for the house. So there, in that case, the butter is believed that you can go ahead and use it to treat it with the students of the So in this case, the same thing. When you have the mixture already infused, there isn't another option to have a separate thing. So they do together. So the butter says you can go ahead, you would do what you should, you can go ahead and cook them together. Not to go enough. You have to be done with your katifa to the kasifos, but the katifa. The case of the mission, the second of the mission, you say, so was two pieces of meat. So really, there's nothing else to do. Even they just go to work or weekend with the Kumra, with the Kumra, the two of them. But here, just like that happened, in our case of the oil, the fruit of the fruit and vegetable, the fruit of the oil of Cuba, here's the kind of a steep it. Why don't we bring out the vegetable, squeeze out all those oils, and therefore we're taking the mixture apart, basically, and say, why don't Rabbanan say we should do that instead of going ahead and allowing you to cook? That's the opinion of the Bible. So the Yosef says, there's a mistake. What does the Yosef say to that? He says, no, how exactly do you go ahead and do this chapter season? This was to, if you go ahead and you do it, it's hard to make sure that everything is good as you clean the oil out from the sweet vegetables. Come out to the shoes. Then we're going to have an issue. You're going to be ruining some of the shoes. Because inevitably, you're crushing the vegetable, get all the oil out. Some of it's going to, get ruined at this stage. So you're not going to be able to do that because you have to treat the vegetable on the proper pizza. So, okay, so fine, just put pizza. So then what's the reason to do a nice pizza? Again, so, you do the iron. You're not going to be able to fully get all of the steam oil out unless you do a really high speed. So first outside, we take my focus, I guess, and we see it, whether it is possible to properly in particular, by held that you think but if therefore it wasn't, you didn't use it to ask the question on Rava because it was different than the cases that we have. Okay, so I guess now, after Yosef had come and asked Abai why he didn't have some of these other questions on Rava, there was, I guess Abai had a couple of different other questions that he could have asked on Rava Shita. Again, to see how far the Shimon would apply his limit. He's not worried about Amy being husband with a full, and he would allow his measures to limit Kuma or other functions as long as the mixture, as long as you are satisfied with the Kuma of what you're going to keep in the next step. Shimon I asked the following question on Rabbi Shimon Omer, and here we're talking about Rashi and Makara, talking about the suffix referral, talking about somebody who something referral, mukra, someone had they had some full of drugs, some blemish on the skin, but they were home and they were put away for 7 days. And it's something whether they were just set aside for the 7 days, but never actually became a full-fledged Mitzvah, and therefore they're cutting out at the end of the time they're done, or if they actually were, they actually became a full-fledged Mitzvah, in which case they have to go through the Tahara process. So then I'm sitting on the cusp of the 8th day, which would be when they bring their korbanos. The Macharat, back to the last one, the Macharat on the 8th day, maybe Ashamo, this person who's accepting full-fledged Torah, and accepting maybe just someone who's locked up as a potential Torah, they have to know if they were a full-fledged Torah, they would have to bring korban Hashem and a lug of oil on the inside. So that's interesting on one end. They bring an Hashem and the lug of oil, and they make it snack. So in Shom Mitzvah, if this person actually loves Mitzvah, so this Hashem is a real Hashem and Hashem Mitzvah, or is Hashem, then this Shabbat is the required Hashem, and the lug of Shemin is the required one. Meanwhile, if, however, this person is not an actual Mitzvah, but just is not going to potential Mitzvah, is now getting out, and therefore does not need to actually bring the korban Hashem or the log of Shemin. So then, Hashem Zeh, Shalmei Nedava. Then this Hashem is being brought. It's just a Nedava. It's just being brought as a, non-required korban. And therefore, what do you do with that? What do you now have to do with that korban, right? It might be an Hashem Mitzvah, and it might just be a Nedava. So what do the Kohanim do with it? Also, Hashem, so it has to have Shita with Safon, which is the chomer of the Hashem that you see like the Hashem and slaughtered in the north. But also, Umata Mahanos, the sneak and the Safon, has the stroke, and that's how the overlay. But it also has other species. It also has the stringency of the Nedava. It has to be some from the Minnesota, where it has to be placed on the thumbs, and you have to do Shabbos Musa, it has to be Safam with it, you have to raise the husband stroke, and also it's limited in the time eating for only 1 day and 1 night. Again, we have a situation now where the korban is being brought. It might be a full-fledged Hashem Torah. It might just be a Nedava, and therefore we have to set this korban and follow the stringencies of both. But what do we see here? We see this again. There doesn't seem to be a machlokas in this Mishnah. And we see in this Mishnah that one is allowed to bring this korban, even though this animal is now you're going to be potentially limiting it, right? Actually, in this case, it's either way. Whether it's an Hashem Mitzvah or an Hashem Nedava, you're taking certain stringencies from each. So you're doing is effectively taking a korban that was either an Hashem or a Nedava and infusing it with additional stringencies. And so that seems to be going against our Mishnah that said A is being functioned with A based on shul. So how does this Mishnah fit in? How does this Mishnah fit in with the approach of our Mishnah? And so you're not allowed to go ahead and check these animals in a way that would limit what their availability is for eating and certain things that have to be done with them. So the Gemara comes answers 4 lines from the bottom, from the top, so on base. This case is different, right? We have a person who's really sitting in limbo. And what's the option? The person might be a full-fledged Mitzvah and might not be a full-fledged Mitzvah. So you have to give him some option to be able to become Tahar or move out of his state of suffering. So if we would apply the principle that we are not allowed to limit this korban in any additional way that's not required, you're going to put this person just in a constant state of limbo. They would never be able to get out of their special status. And because we have a person that needs some resolution, therefore the Rabbanu would relax the principle, in this case, allow you to bring the korban with stringencies of the Nedava and of a Hashem Mitzvah. So now the Gemara goes a little bit on tangent once we brought down the case. So we talked about what to do with the Hashem. So now we're going to discuss what would happen and what are the parameters of this logo Shemin, but also the Mitzvah. Because again, this person is a real Mitzvah, then they also have to bring a logo Shemin as part of their korban. And if this person is not, then the logo Shemin is obviously not necessary. So 4 lines down. Okay, enough, awesome. So fine. You now worked out what you need to do with that awesome carbon and how you properly capture the efficiencies of it. So look, Michael and Emma, what do you do with this logo? Logo seven. So the Omar, logo there, you hit it over. So the Omar simply says, you take the vote and you say, if this person is not a Minnesota, then they're bringing the logo seven just as again as the Dava this Minnesota. So the Vilma La Minnesota, who played the comment. Okay, that makes sense. So if the person is not Minnesota, the logo seven is fine. It's part of the process. But if not, and now the logo seven is being done in the Dava has different requirements. You have to do Lisa on the logo seven because the logo seven has the same requirements as was learned from the cover mincha, which the cover needs to take, like the cover take a piece of the mincha offering off and burn it. The same thing, if you bring an oil that's in the dava, you have to take some of the oil off as the pizza. So you have to follow that grammar as well. So this is what I say. Not good. Okay, so you take the pizza. All right, well that's not so simple. But Dilma, the Zorahu, is very much in Sheva. But okay, so that's fine if it's as we're talking about in the Dava. But what if it's a loaded stomach from the Torah? Then it also needs to have the seven sprinklers. So the only okay, listen, you do the seven sprinklers as well. All right, well that takes an issue. But how fast they are. But now we have another problem. If you go ahead and you take the seven sprinkles from that oil, now your oil is sufficient. It's sufficient from what you had before. Which is fine. Either way, you're taking off what was used you're taking off from that oil. Now your carbon is short. What do we say? My supports are a little molly, right? So now we go ahead and we add more oil back on. So we fill it back up. So we sprinkle and we fill it back up to the appropriate level. If not, also a low actually up to my level. Because if we in the case of the Dava, after we take the comments, we have some deficiencies in the oil. And we do is we add more oil in first. There's a lot of these. So we're trying to figure out a way where we can take this load of oil and treat it both for the soda if it's needed and for the Dava if that's what we need. Okay, and now you're going to have another question. So how about Torah? We're about 8 people that okay, so now we took off the pizza, because if this was a Nadava that was loaded with things on, then we said you have to take a piece of the oil off of it. So now you have to just taking off the oil enough, we have to go ahead and burn it. Okay, that's the way. So we want to go ahead and burn it. So we might have Amos. All right, well now the issue comes up. When exactly are we going to burn the pizza that we took from the smoke? If you go ahead and you want to burn the pizza after you've already done 7 applications, now we have an issue. Now we have an issue because you have a principle that if between taking the pizza and burning the pizza, some of your shirayim is removed, you no longer allowed to go ahead and burn that pizza. That's the same task because after the pizza is burned. And if you take the pizza, you take a bit of oil, then you go ahead and do the 7 applications, we've now reduced, take it off the shirayim, you can't go ahead and burn the pizza anymore. Okay, so that's not going to work. You can't go ahead and burn it after it. So rather, what's the other option? We told them not to do it. Instead, let's go ahead and take the pizza, burn it, and then want to do the 7 applications. Okay, so that works fine. We told them not to do that. Then we have another complementary use already moved off of Q. There's another principle called complementary use. Already moved off of Q. Let's see. That was right. Second wine line left. We put them up in fresh. So as we said, now we're doing it the way to burn the pizza before we go ahead and take the 7 applications for the fresh. If you must even make that, but on Sheva, right? How once we've gone ahead and burned the pizza, how can we then go ahead and take the Sheva? Right? The Davari, still on the Davari, perhaps this log is actually a Dava. Daftar Sakome Haskara, and then the burning of the pizza is actually required and necessary. Anakamu Shirayim, and now we're left with the Shirayim of the oil after the burning of the pizza. Another Ma'ayel is the Ma'ayel of our Kishabakir. Then the issue is we take off from that remaining oil, we have an issue about Bakir. I consider because all the folks back, I remember the Sero, which are human days, Namilos, Akido, Kosuman, and Yushalai, then. Yes, the crowd, he's a touch in his game, and crowd left on punch time, man. The thing I told us, one of us, you think, man, how to unlock it. You know, we say, it applies, more widespread to different types of profiles. The Hana Hazal, not going to touch. That's the Kilo Iraqis. These Hazals of the Minnesota are a form of Avoda. And once we've taken a burning performance and have Shirayim, those Shirayim cannot go ahead and be used to perform another Avoda. They can be used as their regular Shirayim, but once the Knesset is burned, you can't go ahead and do an Avoda. And if you go ahead and do the sprinkling for the Masorah, you're then taking these and doing an Avoda with them after the Knesset has already been brought, and that's going to be an issue of the over on this complementary region. And so we're not stuck. What are we going to do with this when we're going to have and burn this new stuff from reload the server? Because either way, we're having issues working it out, right? We can't do it after because of the issue of complementary region. And we couldn't do it before because then we have an issue where when you take the pizza, you can't have any removal of the shirayim before you had to burn the pizza. So the issue is what do we do? Amar Yehuda, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the map. Amar Yehuda, there you go, Shimon Hazi, Masakaru, Shane. Here is the chart. Go ahead and make a try when you are when you're breaking. So let's do a Rocky Shane. Then Talma, what do you say? If this is actually a Mitzvah. They have to start up and therefore the burning of the police is really nothing because there was a police like that. The police is only required if the load was in the but not required if it's a load from the Mitzvah. So how a lot of that are like. So then, then we don't have a problem. We're taking it from you're doing the hazot from the oil, and there's an issue of purine because there was no real comics because it was a Mitzorah. If it's a case where we're not going to write a Mitzorah, and rather the load is in the Zava, Daftar Sakoma Sakara, and then this the burning of the comics actually is something official and is a real burning of the comics without Yishman, and so we would have an issue if we took we did the sprinkles afterwards, we're worried about the problem of Yishman and Yishman again taking the Shirayim and using them for that. Then, so then you make a try. When you do the sprinkles in the Torah, you say if this is the actual Torah and these are the Torah, no problem. If this is really a load that's in Java, then these sprinkles are not an extra avoda. It's just like sprinkling of water. And because you're saying that it's not an extra avoda, you don't have an issue of taking Shirayim and using them for a further avoda. Tanya back in the Gemara, the last line. Tanya, the other Omer, the Reach, the Torah, the Atamala, Atamala, the same. We said the only issue of bringing the Shirayim back out to the death of really everyone is if it's an actual avoda Reach for purposes of being an avoda. But if it's something that's just the Shemitzim, like they're burning for the wood, something that's not an avoda purpose, you don't have an issue of using the Shirayim. So that's the shot. That's what we do in this case. We take the comics and burn it right away, and then we go ahead and do the hydro. We do it with a tonight that if we are doing it, if this actual load is brought because it's a Mitzorah, then these are true burns, and it's not a problem because there wasn't really an actual pizza, so that we don't have to mix it that way. And if this was really a load that's in a Dava, then these sprinklings have nothing to do with the Avoda because it's not from the Torah, and it's just sprinkling of water on the breath, and that's how we're able to figure out what to do in this case with the load that is left.
love to show you some support. But in the meantime, we'll be having an
We are now on the
amazing day,
top
guys. Make sure
of
you're
Iron
following
Giant
each
Hunter
other.
House.
And absolutely.
Okay, so we're still, all right, we're not, I apologize, we're not fully out of the woods. We've always figured out the woods, we're not fully out of the woods. Baiga Shirayan, we have another Baiga Shirayan, the Baiga Lando, we got Puta to a conflict. If you remember back, what did we say? We said that when we take the, we take off the helmet, we go ahead and we burn it, then we go ahead and do the stubborn zones for the Sarah, and the Galara had asked on another piece, and it asked, well, now you're deficient in the fuel, right? Because it's sprinkler, so you lost some of the oil. And what did it say? Okay, add more oil back. All right, great. So what's the issue? That oil just added back. We never took the piece. So we filled in the amount, but the piece was very different from the original. Now we have some Ryan and some additional oil that was added in that did not have pizza taken from it. And if we're in a situation where this load is on the Java and not a logo on the Java, you need to have pizza taken from that, or either that, or you have now something mixed in with already proper Java oil that has a pizza taken on it, and now you have other oil that's mixed in. What do you do? Say this color. So you go ahead and you are Kodak, that additional oil. Let's see, the Rocky oil, that's 7 lines down, we'll actually think of color play. Oh no, what do you say? In Anum soda, if this is not a logo soda, right, you're stuck with this question where we have Ryan that is, not Ryan, but other additional oil that was added in to build to our previous level. So what do you say? Oh no, in Anum soda, a logo in Java, a master of Saki, a logo soda. And therefore, what I put back on that was not needed, cool on most of them. Then it is Kodak onto this oil. And therefore, that's again the why I told you that the Gemara asked, when exactly are we going to go ahead and do this review? Or sorry, not when, but where? Where are you going ahead and do this review? If you're going to do it when you're still inside of this then a mile two was up. So now we have an issue, because now the point is now brought to him to the other, because it's easy to get out of it, it's part of our but now when we are coding it to something else, we now have the green oil that's now mixed in, that's inside the face maker. That's an issue that will bring us to Azar. Yeah, right. Okay, fine, so let's take the whole thing out and do it outside. Well, that's a problem, because we have right, is to load the outside. Then, the entire logo is a problem, because the real has the spectrum of when you bring it outside of the Ninja, you create it, so it's great. That works with a little sliver that you added, and now the entire logo is a problem, because you just brought touching outside of the Ninja. So, where exactly are we doing this Ninja? So, our answer is, right, but really, do it on the inside, and then the Ninja, and use login, and use that, and here's where we get it right. You're worried that you're bringing a problem of bringing fueling inside the Ninja, but you have to understand is, this is not actively going to bring in fueling. The issue is, take fueling and actually transport it and bring it inside. What happened here? When it was added inside, it was inside, it was part of the mixture. You went ahead and you recorded it. When you recorded it, it became a fueling while it was already inside this mixture. It wasn't fueling that was brought in, but rather it was already inside, then it became fueling. So it's not an active bringing fueling in, which would be the issue, but instead it is something that transforms itself or transforms into fueling while already inside the mixture. And that's not going to be a problem of actually bringing fluid inside the basin. Stop in, got a couple extra minutes.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Today's daf is daf Ayin Hey. We're going to pick up in Mirk Hashem on Ayin Daled days, 3 lines up. So the Mishnah, we were discussing various karbanos that got mixed up. So the Mishnah discussed that you had kachim bekachim let's say you had Minden, so you had two forms of carbon that were the same type of carbon. So, for example, you had two carbon cathodes that got mixed up. So, what did you say? You said in the Mishnah that the Kohen should bring it, each one for who you should have in mind, whoever the owner is. And we discussed as Alan raised this question the other day. We talked about the fact that Katas and Pesach, needs to be Lishma, but that's considered enough. That as long as you have in mind for the owner, that's considered Lishma, even if he doesn't know specifically who the owner is. So the Gemara asks as follows. Well, how about Smicha? But I have a problem. Karbanos require Smicha. And how are you going to do Smicha? Because if you don't know who the owner is of each of the Karbanos, so the two Katas got mixed up, and you have two Karbanos and you want to make Smicha, how are you going to know which one to do? So you might ask yourself, well, what's the big deal? So let them each do Smicha on both of the animals. So the answer is that we learned before that Smicha has to be where he leaves with cold cocoa. He leaves with all of his strength. So what happens when he leaves with all of his strength? The animal is holding him up. So if this is his carbon, that's halacha. You do Smicha. But if it's not his carbon, so you have a problem because then you're being mishtamish because then you're using the animal to hold you up, and it's not a case of smicha because it's not your animal. So therefore it's a problem to just do that. Now, what a lot of the Mefarshim discuss is the question of, well, we learned previously in the Masechta that smicha is not ma'akiv, so who cares? In other words, smicha is not, it's something you're supposed to do, but if you don't do it, it's not a big deal. So what's the Gemara's problem? You just don't do it. So the different teruts, and some understand that the concept of kol haroi l'bila ein bila makeves, that the idea is that sometimes when something is not ma'akiv, it's not ma'akiv if you're able to do it, but you choose not to do it, or you don't do it. But whereas if you're not able to do it at all, that could be a problem. So therefore, that's one answer, that maybe the fact that since you can't do it because you don't know whose it is, so it's not comparable to the case that he could have done it but just didn't. Others understand, as we're going to see later in the Gemara and a similar concept. The idea is that maybe it's better to just let these animals graze until they get about moon, then you can close it, then you buy another animal and you'll do it the right way. So I think maybe that would be better. So that's another explanation. Okay, so the Gemara asks, Mika, what are you going to do here? Rav Yosef says the carbon nutshell. That's what we're talking about. Is you're right, it's a problem. That really they're supposed to do Mika. So rather, we're going to say that which kind of processes are we talking about that got mixed up? These are processes that are brought by women. What is brought by women? Women don't have the halacha of Mika, and they don't do Mika, so it's not a problem. And therefore, the Kohen can bring the carbon in mind that is produced to women, even if he doesn't know which one is which. So the Gemara asks, what are you telling me? The carbon are nothing low? You're going to tell me, Rashi says to me as a question, you're going to tell me that carbonates that belong to men don't do, I'm sorry, that you don't do shmicha, they don't do shmicha on, I'm sorry, you're saying that only when the women's carbonates does it get offered, even if it's mixed up, but if it's the men's carbonates, you wouldn't offer it when it's mixed up because you're worried about shmicha. If so, Eishe Abaya, the top of that in A, Abaya asks as follows from a Brisa. You say, and we're going to quote a Brisa, and then we're going to read it the way it's written. The Gemara is then going to analyze the Brisa to understand it and through that answer the question. Okay, Eishe Abaya asks as follows. Carbon Yachid, Shemikharev the carbon Yachid. You had a carbon Yachid, a carbon that belongs to a person, so an individual person that got mixed with a different individuals. And Rashi says, you don't study or nafsi, you study or galim, and you have the study or the nafsi. I'm sorry, that's coming up for later. So you just had, you had two, let's say two classes that got mixed up, or two olas, whatever it is. or the carbon C version is, I'm sorry, carbon Yakush is Arab, carbon Yakush. The carbon C version is Arab, the carbon Tibor. You have two kinds of carbon Tibor that got mixed up with each other. Where carbon Yakush, the carbon C version is Arab, there you have the carbon Yakush got mixed up with the carbon C, but that's the one Rashi starts to say that, for example, you have the Sire of the Nasi of the king that got mixed up with the Sire of the Regalim. And the question is discussed, how could you have on Yom Tov, when you have the Sire of the Regalim, you don't have individual karbanas, or you had a communal people Ola, and you had an individual Ola. Same question, but in any event, they got mixed up in some fashion. The Gemara says, Nothing Dalad Matana Kol Echa Be'echa. Says, so now we're going to address the case. Let's say the way most of us can understand this particular phrase is going specifically if it is a kata. So what should you do? Let's say these are two katas that got mixed up, two katas carbons that got mixed up. So you should take from each of the carbonates, you should go do the proper dam application on the four chronos, on the four horns of the Mizbeach. The nasa matana mikol echad yasa. He says, and if you just do one matana in each one, in other words, ideally you should take each carbon and you should do each kata, and you should do it properly. But if you only do one application for kata, as we know, I believe in the Shita Bela or in the Testa, so then that's okay, you're yatsa. Now, in nothing arba mikulan yatsa. So, and if, okay, so the way the Mefarshim understand this, that this is now going on a carbon ola. So remember, a carbon kata gets put on the four corners, the carbon ola gets the science chain arba, gets the application on the two opposite corners, and you do it on the corner of the corner so that it crosses on both sides. So the way we're understanding here is if we're talking about a carbon ola, that needs an application at Stein Shem Arba. So it says nothing Arba. If you put four Mikulan from, because remember, we're talking about two different carbonates that got mixed up. So if they're olas, so you do each one gets one corner that covers two, by which you're doing four. So that's what it says nothing Arba Mikulan Yatsa, then you're Yatsa, because there's some thought that maybe those are you have to do both corners. The idea is no, you can do one corner from each, and that's enough. Okay, so it says the Brisa continues. When did we say this? The concept. When did we say the concept that you should put a matana on all four corners? That applies to the Arvel time, where they got mixed up when they were still living, right? So then, therefore, you have individualized carbonas. And each one you should bring the way it should be brought. So if there were two Catholic carbons that got mixed up, the Torah should bring each one the way he would bring a regular carbon Catholic. But let's say they got mixed up after they were shafted. What does this mean? The way we're understanding this is this means that the blood was already combined somehow into one Kustarek. We now have these multiple carbonas that are combined. We're saying Nosin Arba Matanas Mikula. That you so it says that you should put collectively with this blood that's collected, as Rashi points out, this would be according to the opinion Yesh Bila, second time we're referencing Bila today, but Bila is the concept of mixed things. So the idea is that when two things are put together, you can assume that they become fully mixed. So therefore, when you apply blood from this aggregated kelu, the kelu that has multiple carbonates in it, you can assume that some blood from each of the animals is making its way onto the Mizbeach. So he's saying, Nosin Arba Matanas Mikula, and that from this collective blood cup, you put the four matanas because it's a carbon kata, and you don't have to do, let's say it was two carbonates, you don't have to do two applications on each corner, you do one, because each application has blood from both. The nasa matana akas and kulan yata. Similarly, just like by regular kata, if you put only one parent, one corner, and you do it with the combined blood, it's good just like you would do it if you did one corner of a regular carbon kata. Okay, to which Rebbe says, going at the matana in yesh fuck the day was that Kera is not true. Rebbe says as follows, and the Gemara will address this later what it means. Because you have to look at the matana, the blood that was put on the Mizbeach. If there is enough for this one and enough for that one, meaning you have two carbonates, and you use enough blood in the application that's good enough for two carbonates, then it's a kosher application. In lav psula, and if not, it's possible. Basically, Rebbe is saying that there is some minimum here, minimum amount of blood that needs to be applied on the mikvah. Okay, so that's the brisa. So, and remember, we're coming to address this question of whether when you have mixed up carbonates that belong to men, whether you can bring them or not. Maybe you don't because of smicha, which seems to be the opinion of Yosef, because anyway, you don't have smicha like carbon nashim. Now the Gemara's question goes as follows. The Tani Yachid Yom Yud people. He says, we're learning that the Yachid, remember, this brisa started off with three cases. A Yachid carbon got mixed up with a Yachid carbon, a Kibor carbon got mixed up with a Kibor carbon, or a Yachid carbon got mixed up with a Kibor carbon, right? So the Gemara is assuming that there's a parallel in the types of cases that we're talking about in each of the three here. So we're saying as follows, that presumably the carbonates Yachid that we're talking about are similar to the carbonates of the Kibor. The Mat Kibor Gavri, Yachid Gavri. Just like the Kibor is, the carbonates of the Kibor are men, so too when we're talking about the carbonates Yachid, we're talking about carbonates that come from men. I'll get back to saying something in a moment, but let's just finish the thought. Okay. So the Gemara is saying that you see that the carbon Yachid, that the carbon Yachid that we're talking about is the carbon that's brought by men. And what do you see? That the brisa goes on to explain to you how you make these offerings of these multiple carbonates. So you have a case where you have carbonates that belong to men, Yachid that got mixed up with the Yachid. Rashi points out that we're not talking about. He says you can't ask for the carbonates Kibor because he says the only carbonates Kibor that have smicha are the kates pnimius, and we're not talking about kates pnimius in the brisa because the brisa says one blood application is enough. So that's only a halacha by kates on the outer mizbeach. So that's because not a kasha from the Kibor carbonates because there's no smicha, but from the Yachid carbonates there is smicha. And we've been able to establish that this is the carbon of a man. So, interesting question as to exactly what does this mean that the carbon Kibor belongs to men? So some understand that it's that the massacres of Jackal, which was used to buy the carbonates, was contributed by every man. So therefore, carbonates Kibor come from the men. Others understand the question just very simply, is that carbonates Kibor come from men and women, right? So you see that included in carbonates Kibor is carbonates of men. So you say the Yachid is like the Kibor. So there's an element of carbonates of men mixed in, and yet you see that when they get mixed up, carbonates of men, that you do it. So there's a misunderstanding an application like that. This is actually part of this is the basis of a very interesting and well-known Kibor Lager about whether women have a feel about emotion. She holds that they don't, because he's saying that you see that the carbonates Kibor, which is what is represented by the carbon Musaf, is something that is unique to men. So he says that and the class explains that really you have that the reason is because tefillah, even though women aren't the in tefillah, but the idea is that since they're loyiraka, that when you daven, you're asking for your needs, the women should also do it. But by tefillas musaf, you wouldn't do it because it's not a loyiraka. But yet, the Shlach points out that if a woman wants to do it, that she definitely can, because it's no worse than any mitzvah that says that's my grandma that a woman's not going to do. And what about the fact? It's an interesting question that generally there's my focus between the Shulchan and the Rambam on the one hand, and the Ramah on the other hand, about whether a woman makes a bracha when she does something that she's not supposed to do, in the mitzvah say. Because the issue is, she says, I checked in Shannon in the course of the Tivano, or commanded. So brachos is an issue. So for example, by today, by Spartan, like women don't make brachos on many things, for example, or whatever. So how do you make the brachos? So he points out that there's nowhere in Muslim you do say brachos. So you don't say I checked in Shannon in the course of. They said you can do it, but the bigger proof that you don't, that a woman, I think it would be a woman who wouldn't daven Muslim is because people are garbage. But in any event, we have this question that from our brisa it seems that you could have a case where you have carbonas of men that got mixed up, and yeah, you offer them. And so why did you, Rabbi Yosef, say that it's only carbonas of women that don't require shmita that can actually get offered by the Torah? Amar Rava answered this question of a Bible. He says as follows: Hizra Hamikaratzahi. He says, do you think that the price of the way we explained it is correct? That's the correct explanation or answer of the price. He says, but I have a problem with the overall price. It's depending on the Mezbar. When did we say that you should make four applications for each carbon on the Mizbeach? When the price is so when they got mixed up alive. So the idea is, so then they're each separate. And so when you bring each carbon, you can offer each carbon and put it on the four corners. But after Rava, when the time was too low, so that implies that if the carbonas have already been separated, you would not apply down on each of the corners, right? Because that's the much more of the brisa. But he asked, Mali Kai, Mali Shifted. He said, what difference does it make whether they're alive or they're already separated? As long as the blood is separated, meaning it's in a separate pre-current, then yes, the brisa discussed what happens if they all got mixed together. But if they didn't get mixed together, then why shouldn't we do the application from each of the clay currents? If each one represents a different carbon copy, to do the four applications from each of the poles, each of the clay currents. It doesn't make sense. Why should you say, if you're understanding that when it says that they were mixed when they were kind, means when they were alive, so therefore telling you that when they're dead, you would not do the application for each carbon separately. He said, why? He said, Ella, Huffy Comer. Rather, how do you have to understand the Bible? But Medvar, when did we say that you should do a separate application for each of the carbon copies, which would entail putting blood on all four corners of each of the copies? When did we say this? In the average Putin Kain Kayan, the Kosa. He says that when they got, we're talking about already tested carbonos that are in separate place starting. So therefore, the brisa is not talking about live animals at all. What we're talking about is talking about tested animals. So when it says the same kayan, that when you apply separately for each carbon when they're alive, it doesn't mean literally alive. It means similarly to when they're alive, i.e. that they're separated and you know which is which. So when it says in that fashion, when you have them in separate cultures and separate cups and separate place, then you should apply it each one to there. And what's the converse of that? That's no, but where they're already mixed up, that's when we talk about they somehow got all of the same place, then no Sindal Matan Kutulam. But then you do one application of the four corners for all of those carbonates that are mixed in the blood. You nothing Matana Acha Kutulam Yasa, and that's what we say that if they've already all been mixed together, then you do the four, and if you do just one, your Yotza like that. Awesome. Okay, so how does that answer the question? So what was the question of the Bible? The question of the Bible is you see that you have animals, carbon copies that got mixed up, that belong to men, and yet the Bible tells you that they get offered. So according to Yosef, you don't offer carbonates to men because you have a problem with Sifa. Answers Rava, that's not a problem because once you analyze the brisa, you understand that the brisa is not really talking about live animals. It's talking about dead animals, and it's just distinguishing between whether they're in individual place salaries, in which case you should apply each one on the four corners, or they got combined into one. So we're not talking about live animals. So perhaps if live animals that belong to men got mixed up, like with Yosef, you would not actually offer them because you have a problem with you. There's answer that challenge to the Yosef. So the Gemara 4 lines up on the bottom, reporting from the Brisa, Rebbe Omer Rebbe says לא אין את המתנה, יש בה כדי לזה, סתירה, ולמד תפילה. So Rabbi said, you have to take a look. You know, it's true that you can do one application that covers multiple kabbanos when the blood has been combined in a single keli in a clay shari, but you have to put enough dam. So Rabbi says you have to go look. You have to look at the matana, you have to look at the application of dam. If there's enough for this and for this, meaning for the two kabbanos that are here, did you apply enough dam, then it's kosher. You lap, and if not, it's kosher. So, Gemara asks, does Rabbi in fact have this theory that there is a shear for how much blood you need to put on the mizbeach, that you need to be checking is there enough of the shear? Gemara says, Tanya, we learned in a Brisa, where Rabbi himself said as follows: Amar Rabbi said, the Divrei Rabbi Eliezer, according to the words of Rabbi Eliezer on the base, that Hazah kosher mitaharet, Hazah in a tzipah shear. So the Rashi knows those things go together. He says that a sprinkling of, now what we're talking about here in this, what we're talking about here when we talk about Rabbi Eliezer is going to come later on Daf Pei in this Masechta. We're talking about actually not about Yuka, but rather it's talking about the water that was used in the Paraduma, sorry, what's the water? Not the Paraduma, but the sprinkling used to use the Paraduma house. So you know that we're telling us coming May, in order on the third and seventh day, they have to get sprinkled with water that has been mixed, and it's clean water that has been mixed with the ashes of the Paraduma, right? The question here is, what happens if some other water gets poured into the Paraduma water? Does it disqualify? And basically, Rabbi Eliezer says, Hazah kosher mitaharet, Hazah in a tzipah shear. He says that it's okay, it's not a problem. Why? Because even the littlest bit of water is mitaher, and there's no shear. It's kind of repeating the sin. So Rashi points out, so what does that prove us? He says as follows. He says that once you know there's no shear, once you know that when it gets mixed, you can sprinkle it, you have to know that there is no particular shear. Because even if you hold that there's bila, that there's mixture, right? At the end of the day, if there's a shear, how do you know that you had the adequate shear? Maybe 3/4 of the shear you used was from the new stuff and not the old stuff, and you didn't have enough of the shear. So it must be that if any little bit of water is enough, so then there's no shear, because if there was a shear, you have to make sure you had enough of the shear from the original water. So therefore, they use Hazah Master Puzzle, that you could do Hazah, you could do sprinkling where some of the water is kosher and some of it is puzzle. So therefore, what's the question? The question is, the Gemara's assumption is that if there's a rule for sprinkling of Paraduma water that there's no shear, and then remember this is Rabbi who's saying this, so if there's no shear by sprinkling water, presumably there's no shear by Zrika either, by blood, and therefore you see that Rabbi holds there is no shear for blood application. So the Gemara two answers. First answer is, regarding Rabbi Eliezer comment, you're asking me, Rabbi told us that there was shear, and so you need to make sure that there's enough to vote. We asked that Rabbi in the Brisa explains there's no shear. We say, look, Rabbi is saying it's under Rabbi Eliezer, so Rabbi is not saying his own opinion. His own opinion is that there is a shear. He's explaining that what you learned from Rabbi Eliezer, you'll see, you'll get the Daf Pei, was saying they have to have two applications of the water will keep their why. But the point is, Rabbi was extrapolated from Rabbi Eliezer's word that according to Rabbi Eliezer, there's no shear. So Rabbi was saying that's not necessarily my own opinion. By Dema, alternatively, you could say even if it was Rabbi's opinion that Rabbi agreed with Rabbi Eliezer by Adam Daf Pei, and that in fact there is no shear. He says, Hazol Lafud, and Yisum. The whole question is premised on the basis that if there's no shear by sprinkling paraduma water, then there's going to be no shear by sprinkling blood. And maybe those one parallel. Maybe the halacha is that there's no shear by paraduma water, but there is a shear by dam, and that's why Rabbi said that you have to check the shear. What would that shear be? So I believe Rashi and other Mepharshim say that it is enough that it should be noticeable. So if you're putting it on the dollar tongue, it should be noticeable. If you're putting it on the dying thing, my body, you're putting it on the corner and it's right to the side, you have to be able to see it clearly on both sides. That would be the okay. The fourth line from the bottom, from the top, we said in the Mishnah, Arvu Bar in Maisa. So if you remember, in our mission, we were talking about different things that got mixed up and what could we do with them. So Bakar and Meiser posed a very interesting problem. What was the problem? So let's say that an Ola that got mixed up in a Bakar or Meiser. Now, let's remind ourselves that Bakar is a kosher animal for its born, so it's plain, the carbon brings it as a carbon and eats it, it's like a bomb. You can eat it plain without bringing it as a carbon. Meiser is like a behemoth. The 10th animal, the owner has to take it to the lion. Okay, so what's unique about Bakar and Meiser? As we discussed when we went to Mishnah, there's no instance in which you can redeem a Bakar or Meiser. And so in our Mishnah, a lot of the solutions to what we were talking about was you redeem this one, you redeem that one, you put the maximum amount of money. The problem with the Bakar and Meiser, you can't redeem. So what do you do? So rather, the way the Mishnah explains what you do is that you take, and so let's say you had an Ola got mixed up with the Bakar. So what happens is that you wait until the animal gets warm, and then what you do is you take money and you say that you take money of whichever is the more valuable animal. So we use the example of $1,000 and $2,000. You have to take $2,000, even though you don't know. Maybe the $2,000 animal is the one that was the Bakar, and that's not the one you're redeeming now, but you don't know. So you have to take $2,000, and you basically say whichever animal is the Ola who's now gotten a mum should be redeemed on these $2,000. So then what are you left with? You're left with a decommissioned Ola, which has a din of cooling, and you're left with the Bakar or a Meiser, which has its own unique halachas, but it can be eaten by the Kohen, right? So therefore now, what does the Kohen do? He eats the Bakar, and he eats the cooling animal, but treated with the strictures of Bakar, because you don't know which one was the Bakar. So, for example, as we're going to get into detail now, Bakar has certain halachas. You can't weigh it, you can't sell it in the marketplace, etc. So you have to treat both animals that you're going to eat as if they have the restrictions of a Bakar. Okay, now we say, Amar Rami Bar Kama. So that was just a reminder of what the Mishnah discussed. We're going to go through a series, some questions about Bakar, and it's going to become relevant. Our Mishnah will become relevant. Rami Bar Kama says, Bakar le Shammai ain't machine when you go. So the halacha is that according to Beis Shammai, a Kohen that when they eat when a Bakar gets a mum, that you don't no, there are certain, according to Beis Shammai, there are certain conditions under which the Kohen can eat it with tumah, but not if it's the type of tumah of Nida, of a woman in the Nida. So a woman in the Nida can't eat this. The Torah has a different view that you can eat it, even a non-Kohen can eat it. But in any event, according to Beis Shammai, the halacha is that if you have a Bakar, you cannot feed it to a Bakar by mum, you can't feed it to a Nida, to Murasu Mahu. But what would be the halacha if someone did a Tmura of a Bakar? So a Tmura of a Bakar would be, if someone has a Bakar and they say, I'm going to substitute this one, so we know who Tmuratu Yiyah Kodesh. Interesting machoket, and we tell you about exactly who the Tmura goes to, but in any event, the question is the Tmura subject to the same restrictions as the original Bakar? Continues the question. Bakar in a nifeh. Now this has nothing to do with Machen's Beishamari Hill anymore. Everyone, the pasuk tells you that a bakar, you cannot be told you cannot redeem a bakar. But Shmurata Mahu, what happens if someone did a Shmura action with their bakar, and now who's Shmurata Yakoda? Can you be told that Shmura animal? Similarly, bakar in a nifeh of a litra. So a bakar cannot be weighed with a litra. Litra is a form of weight that they used to use because how did they weigh the meat? They had a balance scale. You put a 1 pound thing on it, and then you put meat, and you would know that's a pound of meat, right? So you don't. Now this is an interesting closest class. Closest in Rishonim generally they discuss a lot whether this is the right or the rabbanon. According to Rashi, which I learned today, this is a rabbanon halacha that you don't weigh it. So the question is, fine, everyone agrees you don't weigh a bakar with a litra. So what happens if you did a tmura of a bakar? Can you weigh that using the litra? I'm the Rava answers the question. I'm the Rava Bakar and Meiser Mishahumamu. That if you have bakar and Meiser, once they get a mum, hosting tmura, they still make a tmura. Why would you think they not make a tmura? Because as you know, that like let's say bakar, that the bakar, once it gets a mum, it's not even part of the carbon anymore. You might think that it doesn't have the kedusha enough to create tmura, but it does, because it's still subject to some restrictions in the Torah. So therefore, it's enough if you try doing a tmura of a bakar even after it became balmum, it in fact is tmura, and the Raisa continues with tmura and kiyotabahem. And the tmura has the same halacha like the bakar itself. So we answered all of our questions. We were asking, according to Beis Shammai, that it can only be fed because someone who's not in nida, can you weigh it? Can you be told that the answer is for tmura is the same halacha like a regular one, and therefore it would be no different than a regular bakar. Okay, so that hasn't been indicated on Mishnah. But come, why Rami Bar Chama asked another question. Hitzvah bakar lebedek habayis. That if this is talking about a Kohen who has a bakar that he had, and he chooses, even the lashon is saying hitzvah is grabbed on kedusha. It doesn't say matzvah. Why? It's already covered at some level. But what he does is the Kohen basically gives it over to the He says this is for hektish. He was allowed to eat this before, and he chooses instead to give it to Tzedek Abayis in the Ma'u sheyishko belitza. So what's the halacha of whether you can weigh it with a weight? As we said before, you don't do it. Why? Because it's a desire. Now, as explains Rashi, all other karbanos you do weigh with the litra. Why? But by bakar you don't. So what's the distinction? Why by a regular carbon you can do it, but when it's cold, it's balmum, but by bakar you can't do it? The answer is because a bakar, who gets the when you have ola and it gets a mum and you sell it, right? So if you sell it for maximum, if you're not going to use a litra, you're not going to sell meat by weight. Right? So what's going to happen? The price is going to go down. Because someone's going to say, I want it to look big enough that with my eye I could recognize that that's more than a pound. Because otherwise maybe you're giving me too little because you can't weigh it. So therefore, you get less money for something that you can't weigh with a litra. So by regular karbanos where you can weigh with a litra, why do you do that? Because let's say you have an ola, it got a mum. Now you want to sell it, right? You want to maximize the proceeds because what's going to happen? Those proceeds are going to get plowed back into an ola. So you want to maximize hektar. Or something that belongs to hektar generally. You can do that. But the car, who gets the benefit of the car? The Kohen. So why would we choose to have this zion of the bakar animal to weigh it with a litra if the only person who's going to benefit is the Kohen? That's the regular halacha. Regular kabbalah is the way with the literal before you can. So the Gemara's question, Rabbi Barkama's question here is the following. When this Kohen went ahead and dedicated his before to Hektish, does it now assume the status of Hektish and therefore it can be weighed with a litra? Or do you say it doesn't? So that's the Rabbi Barkama's question. So he says as follows. Boy, Rabbi Barkama hit this before the Belikabayis. If the Kohen gave this before the Belikabayis, now he used the litra. Can he weigh the litra? Do we say Rav Shabbat Hektish of it, that the profit for Hektish is better, and therefore you should weigh it with a litra? Or Dilma, you leave the before other. Maybe you're going to say that no, it causes a bizayon to the before, and that's more important. Now, you might ask me, well, we got over that bizayon for all other karbanos. Rashi seems to think about this, and would say that because here we're only talking about Bedek Abayis, as distinct from other karbanos which get plowed back into an ola or a kata, something that has traditions like both. Here it's just Bedek Abayis. So that's the question. Can you weigh it with a litra because it now belongs to Hektish, or do you say it still has it in like we have a regular before? I don't know if Yogi Judah said, Kashma coming here from our mission. If our root of before is a meiser, we said that if a carbon, like an ola, got mixed up with the before or a meiser, zero actually stubble, that you should let it graze until it gets a mum. And then we said you take the money, you're opposed to the money, the guy's left with a bafar and a fulin, a decommissioned ola that's now fulin, right? And what do? The yofu to bafar of kamaisa. And you have to treat it according to the stringencies of a bafar or a maisa. Why? Because even though it's now fulin, you don't know which one is fulin or which one is bafar. So you have to treat both of them like bafar. So what do you see from our Mishnah? Lav l'neimra deni nishko b'litra. So you see that it is not weighed with a litra. So how does this apply? Because what happened when we took the $2,000 and we said we're being told to the animal on this $2,000. So in order to make it fluent, how did we figure out the value of $2,000? If you can't weigh the thing, then you're going to get lower money, right? So therefore, in this case, you're essentially having a case where you're getting lower money for the carbon that you're being told because you're treating it like a carbon, like a bafar, and yet you see the Mishnah tells us that you continue to treat it like a bafar. So the Gemara says that should be a raya that it still retains its bafar status and you're not using litra. Okay? The Talmud of Yirmiyah said, please tell me, how can you compare our Mishnah to the question of Rami Bar Chama? Are they similar? He says, in the Mishnah over there, what are you talking about? You have one thing that has kedusha of I'm sorry. By the way, if it got mixed up with okay. Sorry. So you have two animals. You have two kedushas there. Let's say you had an ola and a bafar, and you have two bodies, meaning there's two different animals. And what you're saying is that because you're treating it of the significance of a bafar, but you don't know, so therefore you treat both animals as if it's like a bafar. So you're talking about two separate animals, and your idea would be that you should say that because so what happens if you treat the animal that you're being told at by weighing it? You're going to end up weighing both animals in order to figure out which one weighs more and is worth more. So what's happening? You're doing a bizayon to a different animal, to the bafar, because you're trying to maximize the value of the decommissioned ola. So you're essentially doing a bizayon to the bafar. But so therefore, in this case, you're suggesting that a second animal, the actual bafar, should have bizayon in order that Hektish should profit on the other one, on the ola. That it should get more money. It should get $2,000 instead of $1,800. So he says that maybe our mission tells us we don't do. But here, where in Rami Bar Chama's question, when you have one animal that became property of Hekdesh is state Kedushas V'Guf Echad. Yes, you have, you have a bakar, but then it became Bedek Habayis, but it's all in one book. So therefore, because the Bedek Habayis Kedusha is in the same animal as the bakar, maybe in order to maximize profits for Hekdesh, you would in fact weigh it, whereas in the other case, where you're causing the bakar to get weighed to benefit the other animal, you wouldn't do it. So therefore, there's no there's no raya from our Mishnah. So now, Master Yossi Barvin. Yossi Barvin is like, and I don't even understand what you're talking about. He says, because what's the theory? He says, not you Omer, if you bakar, he says, speaking about the Kabbalah from someone low. He says, let's say you would take a bakar and you would so you said, and you would take a bakar and you would give it to Bedek Habayis, and you would say, be poded. Let's be poded in order to maximize value for Hekdesh. Would you listen to him? Of course not, right? So it says, so therefore, what's your havamina that just because it's Bedek Habayis, and just like you wouldn't be poded a bakar just because it's profiting Hekdesh, what's your havamina that because it's profiting Hekdesh, you're going to do something that is against the rules of bakar? So the Gemara says, if you're telling me that you should be told that, Rahmana Amar Lo Sifta. He says, you're right. If someone said, I'm giving this bakar to Hekdesh and we should be told that, you're going to say no. Why? Because the Torah tells you you can't be told that bakar. But I'm asking you a different question, and this is where Rashi comes into play. Rashi says this whole thing is a derabanan of not weighing with the litra. That's not similar. So he wasn't impressed with this Rabbi Yossi Bar Alvin's master. Okay, so we're left with our question. Our Mishnah is non-determinative.
It's Kabbalah and coffee.
Two bodies
Right.
and two Kedusha.
Kabbalah and coffee.
Kedusha in one body.
Kabbalah and coffee.
Doesn't stand, so we're left
Why?
with one
Why not?
question as to whether
How
the
many fucking days
halachas
is
are
this? Like
relaxed
53 or some shit?
or
55.
whether halachas are relaxed in the case where the Kohen gave it over to Bedek Habayis. The Elam Rav Ami Hum Hikna Zeh El Mashakanu Lo.
No.
He says at the end of the day, did this guy,
Dude,
did
I
the
was such a
Kohen
little shit
give
when
to
I was a
Hekdesh
kid.
anything
Not even little. I was like
other than what he himself owns?
teenager, and I just used to
Rich
say
Rav
to my
explains
mother,
that what's happening here
55.
is that when he gives it, when he's
She looked at me and she
matzed
said, what is that
the
supposed to
Kedusha
mean? I'm just like,
to
55.
Bedek Habayis, he
Hey,
can't do it
you're
because
going to
it's really
turn
a bakar.
55 someday. She was so pissed.
So rather, what the Kohen doing? The
She would
Kohen
tell her
is
friend, do you know what this little shit
conveying
says to me?
his
He just says
rights in the
55.
bakar
It doesn't
to
say
Hekdesh.
anything else.
So what the
If
Gemara
he
is
knows
saying
that I
is
know
that
that he
can he convey anything more than he has? He himself is not
What
allowed
if somebody were to do that to you?
to
Just like
sell, to
55.
weigh the bakar with a weight.
Wouldn't
So when he transfers his rights
sucks.
to the
Really?
Hekdesh,
It's
Hekdesh
whatever.
is no better than him, so they can't do
Somebody
it.
thought I
That's
was
the answer
25
to
today.
Rami Barkoma's question.
Really? Yeah.
Is
I
you
got
would not be
99
able to do it,
Zeus and
even
what a
though
bitch ain't
the
one.
Rav,
Why?
the profit now goes to Hekdesh. It doesn't
Goes.
matter because Hekdesh only gets the rights
Diaspora
that the Kohen
exile.
himself had in it. Okay.
Okay.
I call you Chol. Sorry. So the Gemara
Being
said
da'at,
that all
wisdom,
animals should get
understanding,
mixed
knowledge,
up. It's almost like I said,
gay
well,
cock and
it's
often
like
young, like
practical
tis dying.
commentary,
Gay
except for
cock and
Chatas
often
and
young.
Asa.
Gay cock and often young.
Everything else
Gay
can be mixed
cock
up, but not
and
Chatas and Asa.
often young.
The Gemara says,
Gay cock and often young.
why can't mixed up the
Yeah,
high
I do
top
that
behind the
bullshit.
cable? Because
May
you
Hashem
can never
bless you
mix
and
up the
guide you.
Chatas
May
and Asa
Hashem
because an
shine
Asa
his
has
face
to
upon
be
you and be
a
gracious to you.
sucker,
May
and
Hashem
a
lift
Chatas
his
has
face
to
to
be
you
a cable.
and grant
So
you
just check
peace.
out the gender of the animal and you're good. So they can never really get mixed up. So the Gemara
Aken
asks,
ani
well, wait,
meraver
why
ivrit
do you say
bekar
Chatas Asa?
ivrit mikrai
Chatas for Ola
av
Nami.
shev befol
So
anaknu
it says
amram
Chatas and Ola, and
ledaber
Ola
Yiddish o
also needs to
ilat
be male,
parami
and a Chatas
shegam
needs to be
otan
female.
ani
So
yakov
therefore,
ledaber
why
b'mida
are you saying only an Chatas and Asa
mesu
can't get mixed up? Chatas and
yemet
Ola
agam
can't
ani
get mixed up either.
ma'ariv
The
anglit
Gemara says,
aken
Ika
bo
Satyer
u
nuts.
ledaber anglit
It says
ze
no,
nishma
because
tov laka.
a Satyer nut, an Ola and a Chatas could get mixed up. Why? Because a Satyer
If
of
he
a
gives me
Nasi,
some
the king's Satyer,
bullshit
is
advertisement,
a
bullshit
male,
advertisement,
and therefore you can
bullshit
get mixed up with an
advertisement. No
Ola.
one gives a shit
So
about your
don't tell me
stupid
that
app.
Chatas and Ola can't get mixed up because you might have a case of a Satyer Nasi Chatas that gets mixed up with the Ola. They're both male. Now, you should be asking yourself the question. So if there's such a thing as a Chatas that's male, i.e. the Satyer of a Nasi, then why did the Mishnah say that you can't mix up an Asham and a Patas because maybe the Patas is a male Patas because it's no, it's different there because high Seder is a high Seder.
Hey, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Bainismeka, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Bainismeka, Ula Nemarina, Hava, Nemarina, Hava, Nemarina, Bainismeka, Hava, Nemarina, Hava, Nemarina, Hava, Nemarina, Bainismeka, Uraki, but it's a mayor, Uraki, that's a mayor, Uraki, that's a mayor, Uraki, that's a mayor, Uraki.
The Nazir becomes Kameh, he brings his Asham and a Torah, brings an Asham, those, the Asham Nazir and Asham and Torah are brought as one year. What you were trying to say, that a Pesach and Asham, Pesach is always less than a year old, the Asham is always older than a year old. It's not true because an Asham Nazir and Asham and Torah, which are exceptions to the rule that Asham are generally 2 years old or in their second year, because an Asham Nazir and Asham and Torah, as Rashi points out,
we're not doing the timeline today.
generally means less than a year old. So that's one answer why you would possibly mix up Pesach and Asham, be by Zeba, or alternatively,
hey everybody, who wants to learn from fucking them up?
He says, the premise of your question was you can always tell the
Doug,
difference.
who's that fucking
An animal
Muppet?
is less than a year old, an animal is more than a year old.
Sesame Street,
less than a year old, that's the Pesach.
Sesame
The one that's
Street
more than a year old is the
Muppet
Asham.
that sells watches.
In other words, if it's a little bit close to its first birthday on either side, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. So the Gemara says, and the only one that you know definitively you'll never mix up is Patas and Asham. Why? Because the Patas is generally female, the Asham is generally male. What about if the Patas is the Sawyer Sharnasi? No problem, because one is a ram with hair and the other is a sheep with wool. Okay, very quickly we just do the Mishnah. Asham shenis arin to shlamim. So if you had an Asham that got mixed up with a shlamim, the Shimon Omer. So we talked about before that if you have two types of karbanis get mixed up with how you're poda it, but here it's different because an Asham and a shlamim have the same way that the dam is applied. So Shimon Omer saying you should have the tapon, the yoke will come to the head. That you should shack both them in the north because the Asham needs to be shacked in the north.
Yeah, no, we're not watching
but it can be. So therefore, shack both them in the north, and you just keep the restrictions of an Asham, which is they got to be hidden within 1 day and 1 night.
He sounds like this fucker from
no problem
Kabad.
with treating
Really?
the like an Asham.
Oh yeah.
Just offer them both
Oh,
up.
yeah,
Don't
the
mess
Yiddish words.
with waiting until they get a
Amachai, that's the sound a Rebbetzin makes. After we stop, what does halavai mean?
What happens if you're going to bring a shlamim,
Yiddish shakap.
and if you're going to
Jewish
offer the
yeah,
shlamim,
that's
but you're
common
going to treat it
fetish.
like an Asham, then maybe it's going to actually stay over for the second day. So if it was really a shlemim, that was fine.
Jews.
But what are you doing? Because you're treating it with the strictures of an asham, you're going to send it to the base of soul.
Snack. I wonder if gento
the
is a word
disqualified
for
area.
like
We don't want to do that. So therefore, better that you should wait for it to get a move. This I referenced earlier, the idea that some people have with why, even though Snifa is not ma'akiv, I'm sorry, because we talked about why when we talked before about the fact that you might be better to just wait until it gets a mum. So this was the idea that you see that sometimes it's better to wait until it gets a mum and don't bring yourself into trouble. Okay, says the Mishnah continuing this.
Soulmate Bashirta is
Kachik Halam. Let's say you have
female soulmate Bashirta is no soulmate mishmash mixture. Doctor says nothing means good down to him holiday. Time to life carb, neutral, black kosher, smooth, mensch. Mensch is a good dude. Mensch should be a thing, should be chick.
And one night,
but that's very
in that case, Even
What
the
is it?
Rabbanan would
It's
agree
a-
they should
it's a
eat
thing.
according
What is it?
to the more
What would it
chomer.
be?
You should treat it like the more chomer.
A
But you don't have the
shaykhayil
option.
or
Once it's already meat, you don't have the option of Yiruashi stubble of letting it graze until it gets a mum and to be able to take care of it that way. So for left
skoyak,
with no
that
choice,
yasher
then
kolak,
you
that
take
means
both chatifas and you treat both of them with the strictures of the more
yasher
strict one.
kokaka. May your shake be directed forward. And then skoyak. Then it became yasher kolak and then skoyak. Shtetl. Shtetl is a town. Scheidel. Shadel is a wig. Strymel is a hat. Milk pig is dairy. Fleischig is meat. Carbs neutral. Hamish or Heimish is homely. Shmata is red. Schwiger mother. Chazir is big. Chazer is to repeat. Schlepp is a carrier bird. Meshuggah, wow baby. Garniff is thief. Chafe means torn. Yard site is anniversary day. Klutz. Klutz is Yiddish for a piece of wood. It refers to a person who is clumsy beyond lack of physical dexterity. It can also refer to a fool. I'll read this one. In its English adaptation, but not in the original Yiddish, klutzy can be used as an adjective. So you can say, that klutz was so klutzy. Even though you can say that, you obviously should not if it will be hurtful or constitute lashon hara, forbidden evil speech. The connection between a block of wood and blockheadedness is not unique to Yiddish. In Russian too, dubina, block of wood, or a club can be used similarly. Klutz kasha. In Yiddish, a question that is somewhat simplistic can be referred to as a klutz kasha. Kasha is Hebrew Yiddish for question. Now, whenever you're considering asking a question and are afraid that someone might consider it a klutz kasha and even see you as a klutz, remember that what appears to be a klutz kasha can sometimes be the most difficult question to answer. Think, Daddy, why is the sky blue? Why is the sky blue? Actually, blue is the color that's reflected off of it. It's actually
Even it comes to
interprets as blue. This sentiment was expressed by the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of righteous memory, a young student by the name of Leibel Bistritsky wrote the Rebbe a letter in which he asked a number of questions about Hasidic philosophy. The Rebbe replied, translated from Hebrew, those questions that you ask are not, as you refer to them, klutz kashas. To the contrary, they touch on the most fundamental issues. It's only because we have become so accustomed to them that we don't pay attention to the inner depth. The very fact that the terms are so often used makes it seem that they are completely understood. However, even after study, it is clear that most of them remain too difficult to grasp. And so it is with every wisdom or science that the part that needs most study and research is the one that contains the most basic elements. In the years to come, the klutz kasha would become the cornerstone of Rebbe's signature analysis of Rashi's commentary on the weekly Torah portion. Time and time again, the Rebbe would begin by asking the questions that are so simple they are hidden in plain sight, using them as a springboard for in-depth analysis of Rashi's deceptively pithy explanations. The predilection toward asking questions runs deep in Jewish tradition, where questioning is strongly encouraged, starting with the 4 questions that kick off the Passover Seder. Indeed, the sages of the Mishnah say that the bashful one never learns. Alright, cool. So that's a klutz. Were you ever called a klutz? Not really. I would hear my grandmother say, like, you don't want to be a klutz. Like, really? Yeah. Your grandmother's a criminal record? Yeah. Dog, I gotta tell you this. Like, I'm just saying this to Israel. They'll be like, okay, yeah, all that shit that you did is really cool, but this fucking thing with these I call it like my music shotgun or whatever. I mean, it's not even that. What is it? What would it be? It'd be like one of those guns that, like, I don't know, it's almost like a non-turning minigun. But the music thing that I've made, I think people think that's the coolest thing that I did. Really? They'll be like, it's all really cool, but I can just hear some rabbits now saying, baby, baby, baby. I did not know that song existed or whatever. I'm glad. Like, it takes me. I heard one of the songs. It was this fucking Geico commercial song. It played during the mid-noughts, and it turned the whole fucking insurance company into, like, insurance mascots into like a primetime television show, which bombed, but maybe wouldn't in the future. But they had this song, these guys, it was just, I still remember, it was a cool little, catchy little song, and they're just like on that people mover in an airport, and I still remember that song. Whenever I think of it, I think of fucking insurance and other bullshit. Anyway, and I didn't know the name of it because it doesn't have words. If a song doesn't have words, it's really difficult to find sometimes. There are things like Shazam, but nevertheless. Okay, cool. Shazam? Yeah, some shit like that. Alright, let's get back to the Chabad website. Alright, Chabad. Kippah, stories, audio, significance of the skull cap.
Where the secretary suffix is limited, because you know sometimes you have a suffix about
Generally, Jews take for granted that man should be covered with a garment themselves in a holy place, such as the synagogue, or engaged in a secret occupation, such as the study of the Torah, reciting of prayers, or taking of food and the like. Actually, there is not a time that Jews learn these values of teaching, or is there any part of his life just waiting for the service of GD?
We heard this.
Shortly before Rabbi Joseph I years, the Lubavitcher rabbi, a saint and memory, passed away. A question was submitted to him by a prominent Jewish gentleman regarding the significance of keeping the head covered. The rabbi's answer, later supplemented by his successor, the present Lubavitcher rabbi, Rabbi Menachem ben Shearson, forms the basis of his brief explanation of the practice of covering the head. The rabbi of saint and memory prefaces his answer with reference to the dictum of the Talmud. What is a portion of Shalom placed before the portion of, then it shall come to pass, if you don't do it, etc.
That's cool.
But it's a little bit exciting to kind of see how goes concerning Bitcoin. So mostly, what do? Rabbi Meir Omer. So Meir says as follows. Meir says it's a machlokes. Rabbi Lazar Omer is what says. Rabbi Meir great.
One facts every Jewish
Rabbi Lazar Omer. Loven es hal yonos kilu mahalot ha'ayos. Rabbi Lazar has seen
Every Jewish guy.
the top of each barrel as if essentially it is separate from the rest of the barrel.
This guy doesn't talk quickly enough.
With the rest of the barrel.
We make him talk
The
faster.
contents of each bottom of the barrel essentially are what? Are the bottom of the top of the barrel. So I look at the top of each barrel essentially as if it's separate. And after it's separate, then you state with the rest of the contents of each barrel. And each barrel, by definition, has enough to be mavak special things up at the top of the barrel, and therefore so it's equivalent to 100 to 1. 100 parts human to every part. So apparently then there's enough volume in each barrel in the bottle to take some of these parts. Good, you could actually use them up. Go and also cure the half of the והתקלות מתאבות יכולות את העליונות של חוק ומקום. So Revelation is a very simple resolution. View the top things as if they are separate and distinct. Then again, as we read as separate and distinct, and view them as being distinct with the God of things. The God of things are mentioned in God of things. Solomon, all the things are believed. That's the love. And Yeshua says, so what's the matter again? This is from the mayor of the Mecca. And Yeshua says, he says all the different. Which they are proving. Yahweh. Listen, Yeshua said as follows. If there are 100 barrels, if there are 100 barrels there, 100 barrels if there are 100 barrels, if there are 100 barrels, then ultimately what? Human things will be wrong. They're in love, but it's not. Human are seen, then the top of each barrel will be offered. But the rest of the barrel will be delivered. Now, what's the chapter? Yeshua says, Yeshua does not strike the luxury. Now, why not? It's a very interesting idea. The Moses is a simple solution. What does he say? Essentially, view the top of each barrel with what? It's mixed in with the rest. Therefore, again, there's enough in the Bible for each barrel to be allowed to the top of Solomon. Rabbi Yeshua says, no, I can't subscribe to that. Why? The first reason why. Why? Because it's not a mixture. Because you know with absolute certainty that's what? The truma pigs are sitting on top of the mixture. So don't tell me it's mixed in when it's not mixed in. I know that it's sitting there. Therefore, Rabbi Yeshua is a different approach. He says you can do a back on the truma pigs if there are 100 other barrels there. So if there are essentially like 101 barrels there, then I could say what? They can also be essentially very interesting. Even though they're not all mixed together, I could say the one barrel which has the truma pigs on top is essentially butter on the rest of the barrels there, and therefore all of the pigs will be permitted. So right, that's it. He's applying bittul. What happens if there's not 100? Then what? And what's essentially, here's the good news. I can isolate the problematic, not problematic, I can isolate the truma pigs on their own. Why can I isolate their own thing? There's one thing I would have to certainty, which is what?
Kippa quiz. You think, how are we going to do, folks? What is a kippa? A kosher fish served on Shabbat? No. A head covering worn by Jewish men? Yes. A prayer shawl worn on Yom Kippur? No. A piggy bank shaped like a sheep? No.
And what? The rest of the contents will become.
It's a head covering. Okay. Why is a kippa worn? It was decreed by Rabbi Akiva. It's applied the reason. It reminds us of his Jewish direct identity and divine mission. He keeps his head warm and matches nights with a suit and tie. It reminds us of our Jewish identity and divine mission. Name two Yiddish words for kippah. There's Yarmaluk, which is Yarmal and Malka, some shit like that. Aramaic, some people think for
The top dates of every single
respect for the
barrel,
king.
but the good news
But
is
there's
that
Yarmaluk,
once you isolate that top
Couple,
layer,
and
the rest of the dates of every single barrel will
Yarmaluk.
absolutely.
Do you need to wear a kippah while showering? No, that would be silly. But I have. I don't know why they think it would be silly. That's kind of like, you could do it. Is wearing a? I've seen fucking kabadniks wearing them in fucking pools. Is wearing a kippah one of the 613 mitzvahs? Mitzvahs? It's mitzvah. Dog, who is looking at this fucking website? No, it's not Jewish law, but a mitzvah per se. What is the most common color for velvet kippah? How significant is the material kippahs are made of? It's largely insignificant. Do some people wear hats over their kippahs? Yes, why not? What style of kippah is favored by the traditional communities in Judaism? It is known as shrugim, knitted.
That anything that is ever sold as an individual unit, even if infrequently sold as an individual unit, is never bought.
Crocheted white yarn on top of the pom pom. That's big time.
Sold on its
What must be done with an old kippah? It must be placed among worn old toys. It should be buried. It should be treasured as a keepsake.
Because it's not bottled, therefore, even if you have 300 barrels, the liter of figs will still be problematic.
It may be discarded.
The top layer of figs of every level. Why is this important for us?
Really? Yeah.
Because according to
Where was I reading?
Rabbi Yochanan's understanding of
How do
Rabbi
you go
Meir,
back and read
of
what it is?
Holshed, of Eshedak Olivos, our Mishnah would have to reflect the view of Rabbi Yoshua in accordance with the interpretation, or Rabbi Yehuda's interpretation of Rabbi Yoshua.
Yeah, I knew that. Really?
Right?
Yeah,
Then
I had just heard it
would have to reflect the
when
view
they talked
of
about
Rabbi Yeshua's interpretation.
like about
Namely,
old toys and stuff.
any item
I've never thrown
that
it
is
out.
ever sold on
Really,
its
I've
own,
never.
even if what? Even if what?
Fortunately,
Even if exceptionally inconveniently, it's still
never
called
lost
double
one and
kosher,
never thrown it.
and therefore not bought.
Really?
If you go according to this approach, therefore what? I understand why an animal, even if an animal is normally sold on its own, but sometimes sold as a group, it's okay because our mission reflects a much more expansive
Really?
namely, even an item which I will say normally is not sold
All right.
on its own, but what is sometimes sold on its own will be called a double chashuv and therefore not incredible. Well, so let's just finish up this.
All right. What about kosher?
Darsa illegal, the Elio dead, the Isa Makamigo. Well, see, that this is just the intention. It's not expecting the literal things. And I go ahead and I pressed it into the barrel. And we'll say now, this you see up until now, it's focusing on what. That when I take the things in Truma, where did I put them? They're on the top. That's always more. What I will say, what happens if now Mamish I got it in the barrel, and I don't know where in the barrel it is? Or the Sona, or the Droma, Dibre Hakol Yao. So we'll say, actually, that's a better case. See, if I don't know where the things are, then what I will say, then it's clear that it's actually.
The Hebrew word kosher literally means fit. The laws of kosher define the foods that are fit for consumption for a Jew. This includes which animals are consumed, how food is prepared, and how, and even how and when it is consumed.
So we'll say, so therefore again, this entire exercise about the literate CEOs was just to give us an additional intelligence. Now we see, by the way, something amazing. I have a video who says that it's never I have not spoken to the Bill about the soap or about the definition of also got the windows, actually got the windows. Now, I'm back to the
Meat must come from animals that are slaughtered in specific arenas. Animal is sugar, and certain parts of the animal, including the blood, must be removed. Fruits, vegetables, and grains are basically always kosher, see alone, but must be insect-free. Wine or grape juice, however, must be certified kosher.
that is ever
Trace of non-kosher substance can render food not kosher. All processed foods and eating establishments require certification by reliable rabbi or kosher supervision agency. Origin and history of kosher. The kosher laws were invented by King Egyptian Israel at the Sinai Desert. Moses talked to the people, who wrote the basics of these laws in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. The details were handed down through the generations and eventually written down in Mishnah and Talmud. Various ordinances were enacted through the generations by the rabbinical authorities as safeguards for these biblical laws. Throughout our 4,000-year history, the observance of kosher has been a hallmark of Jewish identity. Perhaps more than any other mitzvah, the kosher laws emphasize that Judaism is much more than a religion in the conventional sense of the word. To the Jew, holiness is not confined to holy places and times outside the everyday. Rather, life in its totality is a sacred endeavor. Even the seemingly mundane activity of eating is a daily act of uniquely Jewish experience. What kosher means, one emphasizes a divine commandment and connection. Kosher because Jesus commanded us to, and by fulfilling the divine, we connect to eating. Our sages also point out the various advantages of the kosher laws, the health benefits, the humane treatment of animals, their unifying effect on indigenous people, and their role as shield against discrimination. Additionally, Nasranites, the great 12th century sage, and Kabbalist points out that the birds and many of the mammals forbidden by the Torah are predators, while the permitted animals are not. We are instructed not to eat those animals, so that we should not absorb these qualities into ourselves. Kosher laws can thus be seen as spiritual nutrition. Just as there are foods that are good for the body and foods that are harmful, there are foods that nourish the Jewish soul and foods that affect it adversely. None of the above, however, is a reason we keep kosher. Rather, we keep kosher because it is the will of the Creator. Which animals are kosher? Animals. A animal is kosher if it has split hooves and chews its cud. It must have both kosher sides. Examples: cows, sheep, goats, and deer are kosher. Pigs, rabbits, squirrels, bears, dogs, cats, camels, and horses are not. Found tour lists 24 non-kosher bird species, mostly predatory and scavenger birds. Examples of kosher birds are the domestic species of chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, and pigeons. Reptiles, amphibians, worms, and insects, with the exception of 4 types of locusts, these are not kosher. Fish and seafood. In water creatures kosher only that has fins and scales. Examples: salmon, tuna, pike, flounder, carp, and herring are kosher. Catfish, sturgeon, swordfish, lobster, shellfish, crabs, and all water mammals are not. The slaughter and butchering of kosher meat. Kosher mammals and birds are slaughtered by a special procedure called shechina, in which the animals are cooked slowly, precisely, and painlessly cut with a sharp, perfectly smooth knife, called a challah by shechin, a Latin trait to observe it and genie fear the individual. An animal that dies or is killed by any other means is not kosher. It is also strictly forbidden to eat flesh removed from an animal while it is alive. This prohibition is actually one of the 7 universal Noahide laws, and is the only kosher law that applies to non-Jews as well as to Jews. After the slaughter, the internal organs of the animal are examined for potential fatal diseases, like germs, sepsis, lesions, cervical hernias, or holes in the stomach. The urine study found dozens of specified terrible, as these defects are all renders the entire animal non-kosher. The important to making bones removing certain forbidden veins and fats from cattle. They are extremely prevalent in high waters, and due to the complexity involved in their removal, this part of the animal is generally not sold as kosher. Learn more about kosher slaughter. Blood removal. The blood of mammals and infants are forbidden for consumption according to the Torah. In 17 records of slaughter, all destructible blood is taken from the meat by a special soaking and salting process. Today, most kosher meat is sold with the blood already removed. The liver, which has especially high blood content, needs to undergo a special boiling process before it can be eaten. Milk, eggs, and honey are both not cited by the Torah. What comes from a kosher animal is kosher. What comes from a non-kosher animal is not kosher. Thus, milk and eggs are kosher only when they come from kosher animals. In addition, pollen should be carefully examined before use to ensure that they are free of blood spots. Honey is not considered an animal product. Some honeys kosher beans are not. Separating milk and meat. Meat and milk are never combined. Separate utensils are used for each, and only period is observed between eating them. Kosher foods are thus divided into 3 categories. Meat includes the meat, bones, and marrows, and flour, soups, or gravies made with them, and any food containing even a small quantity of the above. Dairy includes the milk of any kosher animal, all milk products made with it, cream, butter, cheese, etc. Any food containing even a small quantity of the above. Farm-made foods are neither meat nor dairy. Eggs and barley, as are all fruits, vegetables, and grains. Farm-made foods can be mixed with any together with either meat, or dairy, fish, or butter, but not meat, due to health concerns like lactose. Eggs, fruits, vegetables, and grains are basically always kosher, but they must be insect free. Produced grown in the land of Israel has special kosher requirements. Tithes must be separated from pairs before it can be eaten, and special care must be taken since fruit from the first 3 years following a tree's planting is unfit for consumption, and special laws govern produce of Shemitah, the Sabbath year. Therefore, produce from Israel should be purchased only if it comes with a reliable kosher certificate. Other produce is fine, also meaning without checking. Is hand-buried by the cow and by season to make the pollinarization of various crops. Learn more about produce from Israel. Learn more about chicken food and veggies. Challah Israel Jewish milk. The kosher law stipulate that all dairy products should be Challah Israel, literally Jewish milk. A Torah observant must be present when the milk contained in the processing to ensure that only milk from kosher animals is used. In certain Western countries, including the US, it is illegal to market milk from non-kosher animals as milk. Some Black authorities therefore prohibit using non-Challah Israel milk in places where Challah Israel is not available, and to rely on government inspection as sufficient assurance. Others, however, point out that in addition to technical reasons for the law, there are spiritual reasons for the requirement to use only Jewish milk. All agree that it is preferable to use only Challah Israel. Jewish food. In a series of biblical ordinances instituted as a safeguard against intermarriage and assimilation, the sages forbade the consumption of wine, bread, and cooked foods of a non-Jew, even when these do not contain any non-kosher ingredients. Mishnah Israel, Jewish cooking. The prohibition of eating food cooked by a non-Jew applies only in the following cases. It is a food that cannot be eaten raw. B. It is a respectable food, fit to be served at a king's table. Even foods that do not fall under these categories must contain only kosher ingredients, be prepared on kosher dishes, and comply to all the kosher laws. Pan Israel Jewish bread. The prohibition of eating non-Jewish bread applies only to bread, not to bread prepared in a commercial bakery. Nevertheless, it is the custom of many communities to use only Pan Israel, or Pan Israel Jewish bread, rather than take advantage of its leniency. If a Jew is involved in any part of the baking or cooking process, e.g., turning the baked to market food is permitted. Sephardi tradition requires the food to actually be placed on fire by a Jew. Learn more about Pan Israel and Bishul Israel. Jewish wine. Wine from grape juice must be served by kosher. Because wine is used in sacred service in holy temples, and because it can be derived through its use in mating rites, Torah law requires wine to be produced and handled by Torah observant Jews. Read more about kosher wine and grape products. Separate dishes. Even a small trace of a non-kosher substance, as little as 1/16, 1.66% of the food's volume, and in certain cases, even less than that, will render otherwise kosher food not kosher. By the same token, utensils that come in contact with hot food will absorb its taste and subsequently impart it to other food. For example, a loaf of bread baked in a pan seared with shortening that contains a small percentage of lard. Juice pasteurized in the same machinery as non-kosher milk, or a vegetarian dish prepared in a restaurant kitchen with the same utensils in which a non-kosher dish was cooked earlier. These will not be regarded as non-kosher if the proportion of the non-kosher substance is greater than a permissible percentage. It is for this reason that separate utensils are used for meat and milk, and that providing kosher certification is needed for this process or prepared outside the home. Even the slightest residue or taste of a non-kosher substance will render a food not kosher. So it's not enough to not eat kosher food. In addition to must be kosher, even non utensils and food preparation services are used exclusively for kosher food, and that separate stoves, pots, cookery, dishes, and other surfaces and cooking are used for meat and dairy. A general rule of thumb is that any time a food comes in contact with another food or utensil, the food or utensil will absorb its taste. Also called foods and utensils will, under certain circumstances, such as when food is spicy or salty, is held with a knife, or it sits in the utensil for an extended period of time, transmit their taste. Some food prepared in the kitchen or planted with non-kosher food is also prepared will invariably become non-kosher as well unless the embedded taste is first extracted from the utensils in a special kosher process. For guidelines on how to set up a kosher kitchen or kosher or previously non-kosher kitchen, see Kosher in Your Kitchen. Kosher certification. The intricacies of modern day food technology make it extremely impossible for anyone, even experts in the field, to know when a processed food is created a trace of non-kosher ingredients. Some processed foods and eating establishments require certification by relying on rabbi or kosher supervision agency. Check the labels of packaged foods and the kosher certificates of restaurants and hotels where not operating kosher food. Learn more about the need for supervision and commercial facilities. On a spiritual note, eating Jewish meats, first and foremost, the observance of kosher dietary laws, but it is also means eating with awareness. Awareness is a true source of our sustenance, and the purpose of eating. Not the ways, says King Solomon in Book of Proverbs. All your teaching should be for the sake of heaven, says Ethos of the Fathers. The Jew serves teaching not only towards study, prayer, and the observance of the mitzvahs, but also in its order of every act, including the secret day act of eating. There are times when the act of eating is itself a mitzvah. Eating matzah on Passover, for example. But even when this is not the case, the Jew does not simply eat. He eats for the sake of heaven. He intends to utilize the energy derived from the food to serve cheating. The bonus is each and every eat is such mindfulness we don't make the food, returning the starving genes that it contains by more than the purpose for which it was created. Kosher terms remain count. Kosher, Hebrew, the natural term that refers to all that is meant to be consumed, or to be used to have kosher food. 3. The word torn, referring to animal. The word torn is digestion, but extended to eat any food that is not fit to eat. 4. Usually in between neutral foods, returning milk or dairy that may be eaten with food. Milkshake, usually eaten. Variants include flea cheese and milk charge. Milkshake, huge dairy. Variants include milk charge and milk charge. Pistachio, kosher for Passover, Pesach. Since Passover has its own set of rules, and dishes that conform to the Passover standards are referred to as pistachio or pistachio. Kosher, usually after eating something kosher. Is heated with cold salted meat, or to the process of baking dishes or appliances kosher with the application of heat. Cashier, keeper, supervisor, appointed by a supervising agency to ensure that food grants and commercial establishment is kosher. Cashier, keeper, supervision.
What's up, you little bitch?
Appointed agency. Catcher, keeper, kosher supervision.
Yeah, I didn't get the. Well, would you want to the button again?
No, I'm in the middle of a class right now. Is there any way you can come back in 27 minutes? Excellent. Come back in 27 minutes, please. I'd love to speak with you. Thank you.
What I'm concerned about over here is
Additional strict routines that are beyond the letter of the law, or some immunities our individuals may adopt.
where all of these are going to be sacrificial animals. Well, actually, take that back. I'll tell you what the title is. Zira, Sheme Yavon, Yud Kohanim B'Vasachas. The issue of the Rabbi says as follows, which is that Halacha L'Maisa, maybe 10 Kohanim are going to come simultaneously and offer up all 10 of these animals at once.
Right, that's right.
That is one of these animals sacrificing, right? Either because it's a shepherd in stone or because it's a chatos that's supposed to be left to die. So what's the case over here? Look at Rashi. Number 11, Zir Shem Yavo Yukon Vasachos, second item from the top, I need to look at this. Hasat the night clock, Hashta the Kayish Shema, Achash Yikin Echad Echad, Ad Sheshachtu Yud, Behin Yod, Yavo Yud Kohanim Yizuku Delayim, Yiktu a Moreha Ke'echad. So here's the concern. Let's say again I employ this concept.
Kohanim go ahead and take the slaughtering limited animals and poultry for food. It is the only method of producing kosher meat that is allowed by Jewish law. It is a most humane method as explained below. There is no ritual involved to Shechem. It is a cardinal tenet of the Jewish faith that the laws of Shechem were divinely given to Moses at Mount Sinai. Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 21. The rules governing Shechem are codified and divided and are as binding and valued today as ever, and they ensure a swift and painless dispatch of the animal. Infringing the laws of Shechem renders the meat unconditionally forbidden to Jews. The time now of practice of Shechem, practice it is by compassion and consideration for the welfare of the animal, has been a central pillar of the sustaining of Jewish life for millennia. Shechem is performed by a highly trained shochet. The procedure consists of rapid and expert transverse incision with an instrument of surgical sharpness, a challah, which severs the major structures and vessels in the neck. This causes an instant drop in blood pressure in the brain and immediately results in irreversible cessation of consciousness. Thus, Shechem renders the animal insensible to pain, dispatches, and exsanguinates his sweet action, and fulfills all requirements of convenience and compassion. It is noteworthy that since 1928, Shechem has been protected by various enactments of primary and secondary legislation. Article 9 of the European Convention on the Protection of Human Rights, Article 28, now incorporated into British law, protects freedom of religious belief and practice. In the United States and Canada, the humaneness of Shechem is acknowledged in the humane methods of animal slaughter legislation. 3. What is a Shechem? A shochet is a ritual slaughter. The skillful practice of Shechem, slitting the throat of the animal is a ritual tradition. He does so using a challah, a perfectly sharp and smooth knife which he uses swiftly and cleanly cut through the trachea and esophagus and punctured its sweet motion. Before beginning his work, the shochet says the traditional blessing. Blessed are you, who has commanded us regarding Shechem slaughter. The shochet must be learned the laws of kosher slaughter and adept at sharpening and polishing his knives, known as shon or challah in Yiddish. He also trains other experienced shochet to learn how to hold the animal firmly, to slaughter it quickly and smoothly. Often, but not always, the shochet is also trained to be a bogan, checker, who examines the inner organs of the animal to ensure their vitality at the time of death. In the modern factory setup, these tasks are all divided. After a rabbi examines the shochet's knife and is satisfied with his skill and knowledge, he issues him a certificate of honor, attesting to his worthiness. In a traditional Jewish communal setup, the shochet is open to prospective members of the congregation. Since the difference between kosher slaughter and non-kosher slaughter are often impossible for the observer to detect, the community relies upon the faith and integrity of the shochet, trusting that their meat is indeed kosher. Shochet names. A certified shochet may sign his name in Hebrew, followed by the letters and acronym for shochet, slaughter, and checker. This gave rise to the Jewish last name, Shah. Other common family names that link to shochet in our ancestry include shochet, checker, checker, and resnick, Russian for cutter.
Simultaneous speakers that are going to go to the animal also. Look at actually just a moment. אלא מעטה מתבוסס סביבה, כלומר, לפי האחר שמשהו ולכו אחד לבדו. After each animal was taken individually by itself, ובנידו לכל אחד דמר מרובה מרש, שחטן וקיבל דמר. There's one side. The Gemara is essentially saying is, once those animals were dislodged from the group, somebody cast
Jewish law states that if meat is to be eaten,
guess
Genesis
what?
9:3,
Guess what?
Jews are required to dispatch the animal by Shechina, a carefully prescribed
No more
method.
discussion.
It is the method
After
by Jewish
with
law,
that
and
animal
is causes no
after
suffering to the animal.
after
Animal welfare, Jewish law. Jewish law requires that animals be treated with consideration, kindness, and respect. The vital Torah is the first systematic legislation prohibiting cruelty to animals and mandating their humane treatment. These laws are binding on Jews today. For example, it is prohibited to cause pain to animals. Sarbo and Jam, Ptolemy and 32. A person is required to feed his animals before himself. Deuteronomy 15. Animals are to rest on the Sabbath since work is forbidden. Acts 20:10 and 2:14. It is prohibited to sever limb from a live animal and eat it. Genesis 9:4. One is obligated to relieve an animal suffering. Deuteronomy 22:4. It is forbidden to kill a cow and her calf on the same day. Leviticus 22:28. An animal crushing fork must not be muzzled. Deuteronomy 25:4. An ox and donkey must not be harnessed together. Deuteronomy 22:10. Monkeys, and foreign judges love numerous laws for animal care and the life of animals suffering. Blood sports have always been forbidden to Jews. Jewish teaching permits the taking of an animal's life in order to fulfill a human need for food. The method is through Shechina, and a Shachin is always aware that it is his responsibility to perform Shechina only as prescribed by the Torah, Jewish law, which is the most humane method. Any modification renders the meat unconditionally forbidden to Jews as food. Judaism recognizes the link between the treatment of animals and the treatment of human beings. A person who is cruel to animals is likely to be cruel to people. Animal welfare is an important part of Jewish law and tradition. The personal conduct of a Jew in his religious observance and moral integrity is a fundamental part of the assessment of his suitability to practice as a licensed shachin.
According to Las Achmas, which is problematic. Which the Gemara says, "Ba'asara kana v'las achas mi'efsher." I don't think we have that level of simultaneity. Allah Abu Rabbi Mishum Kavua. Rabbi says, at the end of the day, Sarah Kohanim and Kavanos.
So rituals, shechita, the person doing it is a shochet, and the
therefore be able to see the animal on its own, and be able to say that it's good based on the concept of culture punishment and punish, that whenever a separate group is separated from the majority is pure. What are we concerned about?
the tool is a chal.
What? Proactively and actively remove one of the members. And if you remove one of the members of the most, then what is that called? That's called kavua. That's called going into the group. Removing a member of the group, that's kavua. The animals are fixed in place. And the animals are fixed in place in what the most called kavua. The next up next. But ultimately, the animals fixed in place. We'll say you can't come road, but rather again, that's like a 50-50 possible. So we'll say, so it comes down is as follows. What comes out is Rava essentially saying like this, even though it would appear that when I have this case of the Shar HaNisco mixed in with a bunch of other shvar, there seems to be an easy resolution. What's the easy resolution? Now again, I can't go in and take out the animals one by one. Why? Because when the animals are together, they're kavua, and the halacha by kavua is that when you take one of the members from a kavua group, it's connected to a mekza. So it's 50-50, I can't rely on it.
How is Shechina performed?
Shechina
Shechina is performed with a certain shot instrument for the job. It must be perfectly sewn, without putting a sponge or a regular animal. The shachin constantly examines the instrument to ensure the standard is maintained. The frontal structures of the animal, including trachea, esophagus, and coronal arteries and jugular veins, are separate from it and unobstructed action, causing a mix of heart, blood pressure, weight. This results in the immediate and irreversible cessation of consciousness and sensibility to pain. The clinical studies seem to achieve the state of unconsciousness by additional intervention. The shachina uniquely incorporates this loss of consciousness as an integral part of the procedure, renders the animal insensible to pain and brings exsanguination through rapid action. Exsanguination is the bleeding of the carcass. This is especially important in Jewish laws. Jews are forbidden to consume blood. Deuteronomy 12:23. Exsanguination is necessary in all methods of animal slaughter since blood deteriorates quickly and can putrefy the meat when it's retained in the animal. Shechina ensures maximum exsanguination. There are 5 halachic requirements that the shachin is obliged to ensure in the performance of Shechina. Shachin Yaraj, Deuteronomy 23. There should be no interruption of the incision, Shigaya. There should be no pressing of the child against the neck, Derisa. This would exclude use of a beating. C. The child should not be covered by the hide of cattle, or sheep, or feathers of birds, chalana, and therefore the child has to be of adequate length. D. The incision must be at the appropriate site to sever the major structures and vessels at the neck and derisa. There must be no tearing of the vessels before or during the Shechin process either.
All right, so there should be no interruption of the incisions of this. There should be no pressing of the challah against the neck so that would exclude the use of a guillotine, so none of that. The challah should not be covered by the hide of cattle, wool, or sheep, or feathers of birds, chalada, and therefore the challah has to be of adequate length. The incision must be at the appropriate site to sever the major structures and vessels at the neck. Grandma And there must be no tearing of the vessels before or during the shechita process.
What did I do? I offered it up as my chatos. I accidentally violated Shabbos. I'm bringing a covered chatos. If I bring a covered from that root, ultimately, again, the carbon does not affect. No matter, we have to no matter.
He is required to study for a number of years and is examined in theory and practice in the laws of Shushan. The Rabbi he serves in apprenticeship with experienced Shoshet, who is already qualified for the position of Shoshet, and should be very present integrity. Is respected by the Jewish community. You may also be interested in.
I know you missed it, so I'm bringing it back. Back to Chatas and Olas. Right, we're back. We're back. Baruch Hashem.
To enable Jews to eat meat and poultry. It is not a dispensable custom or an outdated rite or ceremony, but a divine Jewish teaching given to us outside of it remains until the present day. The Jews to eat meat and will therefore continue to be practiced by Jews. It is therefore humane and an integral part of Jewish law. Jewish laws governing Shechet and the other considerations are to be found in the
Even
Talmud.
if I
It
say
is
one
certainly true
chatos
that
that got
bodies,
mixed in
the Shechet
with
origin,
10,000 bird
Rabbi Joseph Kiro, of which
or
remains
one
700
over that gets
156
mixed in with
regulations, in addition to
10,000
commentaries,
bird
deal with Shechet.
chatos. We'll say, what is the halacha? What is the halacha? Yamusukla. We'll say, you can't offer it. You can't offer it. But remember again, there's no way you can't save the go. I can't save the go. We'll say, because they're separate covenants. So that's because the covenant is done. So it's not buckle. And they just have different blood operations. So because that's
What inspection does the Shechet perform at and after Shechet? He examines the organs and vessels immediately after severance by the Shechet incision to ascertain that the Shechet was properly performed. This examination is visual and tactile. We take this in them. This integral part of the Shechet process is required by Halacha 125. 1. The Shechet also examines the internal organs and lungs, intake and area of an animal in order to ascertain whether there are any abnormalities or defects disqualifying the animal from being kosher. 29 to 60.
you sell it off. You divide the two types of covenants. The question is, what's the problem over here? You can't deal with birds. You can't deal with birds. So because you can't deal with birds, you just simply let them die. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, the less they touch on the Ria. Here we go. Because also you can't send birds out to pasture until they develop a home. So you pick on the oak. Therefore, it's actually interesting halacha. There is no redemption by a bird.
If the study kills the animal and makes it a vila, an animal which has not been shifted, it is forbidden to Jews. With these methods, during delay between the stop and sticking or cutting, the animal can regain consciousness, as has been reported by animal welfare groups. The stun affected by Shechet is irreversible, and there is no delay. Shechet, therefore, is humane and efficient. Apart from the lack of prohibition against the above methods of study, there is no conclusive evidence that these methods render animals sensible to pain. There is evidence that they are only paralyzed and thus prevented from displaying their pain. Furthermore, the actual method fails. In approximately 50% of cases, it causes considerable additional suffering and distress to the animal. In such cases, the conscious animal is in acute pain. The active blood is reloaded and reapplied, or the electrical tones reapplied to restart the animal. Shechet avoids these problems in effective study. Since there is no mechanical or electrical appliance to be misapplied or removed, Shechet produces effective and irreversible stun, as well as being humane and efficient slaughter method.
And ultimately, again, half of them will be possible. Look at that. Or same thing, limnata. If you sprinkle the blood below the kodasikra, nechza kosher, umechza pasul. We'll say so. Essentially, this is fascinating. If he asks the shaila,
Is there a health risk with study? Recent research confirms that the measures and
die,
measure and use of
right?
multiple
If
stun
you didn't ask
molecules
the
affect
shaila,
the
but
using methods
instead
of the infected
offered
Shechet
all
parts
them
of the human chain.
uniformly,
This
either
method
above
supports
the
humans
line
attracting
or below the line.
NBCJ because the
The
same laws
halacha
apply to
is
voltages and
half are
success
mutter, right? Half are valid, and half will be possible.
In the USA, similar research, known as the Harvard study, by the
That's
Department
the
of
question.
Agriculture,
That's the
investigated
possible.
whether the stun methods using
Maybe
veterinary
the
poultry
chatos
are
we
effective,
have to
since
then
it's
allow.
intended to be
So
the
say,
US Food Safety and
ultimately,
Inspection
again,
Service,
what that means
FSIS,
is,
has amended the federal meat inspection
next
regulations
to
to
that
permit the use
possible,
of insecticides
wherever
and
the
controls
wind
not
blows,
fertilizer.
he has to
Shechet
just
avoids
bring
these hazardous
additional
sprays, not
kabanos
damage, and
to
so
go
protects
ahead and
human health,
sprinkle
as well
on
as
the
animal welfare.
other side of the line than the ones that he offers. What's the other? Which is what? What a shyness. Apparently, that's never been the takeaway for some. Right? You know, when you, right? So, you shouldn't have, the idea being is actually quite fascinating. The point asks, he's told don't offer anything, which makes sense. You're not going to offer something where there's a suffix. But if he didn't ask and he offered it, so essentially, again, what we'll say is, now we know in this mixture is chatos and ola. So if he did everything above the line, then obviously he's satisfied the ola requirement, but not the chatos requirement. And therefore, he'll have to bring additional birds to satisfy the chatos requirement. He did it below the line, he'll have to go ahead and what? satisfied the old Chatas requirement, but not the older requirement. I will say, now why is this going to be problematic for us? Because what did Rava just say? Rava just said that any time that you are not supposed to offer a carbon, right? Animals are carbon. If you did so, it doesn't work. Yet, what do we see from here? That's not the case. It works. I mean, it works. It doesn't work in totality, but that's okay. You don't expect it to work in totality. If I have a mixture of chatas and all the birds, and the Kohen checks it and sprinkles the blood, I know it's not going to work for the chatas because it's not a chatas. But I do see that what? It doesn't work for but it does what? It does what? It does work for Ola. That's spirit to Rava. Because Rava said anytime you're not supposed to offer the carbon, if you did it, it doesn't work. From here we see it does work. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, one more case. If ever you offered up one bird, lamala, one bird, lamata, it's possible. You might as well discuss what it is. Shani Omer, Chatas Peva Lamala, Va'ola Peva Lamata. It's supposed to say ultimately again. Now, why is it that ultimately again, if I offered up the group, the Mala or the Mata, why is it that at least the carbon works for some part of it? And although again, for the Chatos in the group, the sprinkling above the line doesn't work, but for the oldest it does. So again, you see that even in a case where I'm not supposed to offer up the carbon, if I did, at least it works to some degree. Ella, that you have to say that the Rava made a statement. He meant that Iman the Amar Ba'alei Chayim. Paul, Iman the Amar Ba'alei Chayim. What's the fundamental level? Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals and clothing for food. Shochet, total shochet, the person who performed shochet qualified by the federal knowledge of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology, and licensed by both religious and civic authorities. Torah, the source of all Jewish teaching, and law, also referred to as the law of Moses. Triva, plural trivas, literally Torah, generally used in non-kosher food. Similarly, Jam, the Jewish teaching that cruelty to animals diminishes man's own ethical and moral standing, and that it is contrary to Jewish law to cause animals pain or distress. They are effectively forever set aside for non-use. And therefore, even if you were to go and open them up, then what? It doesn't work. You turn off the rice that we just learned on the other side by the mixture of the chatas of all those holds, Ba'alei Chayin Einon. Which means that when I have a group of chatas and all the birds that get mixed in together, should I be offering it up? No. But if I did, it works. Why? Because Ba'alei Chayin Einon. I don't see the stuff over here for today. Think of my heart. A shochet is a ritual slaughter. The skillful practice of shochet, slitting the throat of the animal is for Torah tradition. He does so using a challet, a perfectly sharp and smooth knife with a chain swing, and moving up through the trachea, and esophagus in an uninterrupted swinging motion. Before beginning this work, the shochet says the traditional blessing. Blessed are you, who has commanded us to learn shochet slaughter. The shochet must be learned in the laws of kosher slaughter and adept at sharpening and polishing his knives, known as shaman al-challet in Yiddish. He also trains other experienced shochet to learn how to hold the animal firmly, to slaughter quickly and smoothly. Often, but not always, the shochet is also trained to be a bogan, checker, who examines the inner organs of the animal to ensure that it was healthy at the time of death. In the modern factory setup, these tasks are often divided. After a rabbi examines a shochet's knife and is satisfied with his skill and knowledge, he issues him a certificate of honor, attesting to his worthiness. In a traditional Jewish Indian setup, the shochet is among the most respected members of the congregation. Since the difference between kosher slaughter and non-kosher slaughter are often impossible for the observer to detect, the community relies upon the faith and integrity of the shochet, trusting that their meat is indeed kosher. Shochet means a certified shochet makes sign is named in Hebrew, followed by the letters and acronym for shochet, slaughter, and checker. This name rhymes to the Jewish last name, Shah. Other common family names that point to shochet in their ancestry include shochet, sheker, sheker, and rezek, Russian for cutter. Ultimately invalidates the mixture in its entirety. And the most extreme case, when we're talking about the types of karbanos as a result of their invalid status, have to be left to die, they would condemn essentially the rest of the group to that same fate as well. So the Gemara, again, I see the Gemara yesterday, in that first case, I will pick up today. Today's chapter is Ayin Beis 72, and we are on Ayin Aleph of Beis 71, the last two lines. To which the Gemara is as follows. The head yod nami karlo. The Gemara says, now we thought maybe the Chiddush over here of the Gemara is as follows. Maybe the Chiddush of the Mishnah is that halacha l'maisa. I understand that when you create sacrificial items, that is halacha is true. Namely, once again, that if you have something that is not only listed as a benefit, but condemned to die, that gets mixed in with other animals, so it gives the entire group that same status. But I might have thought that halacha l'maisa, when it comes to a mixture that involves non-sacrificial items, that maybe halacha l'maisa can we would just say that it's bottle. Kamashon that even when we deal with non-sacrificial mixtures, the entire mixture will still be usher. To which the Gemara says, but we already learned that. That's what the phrase means. We also learned the halacha
I
when it
just
comes
don't
to
know,
non-sacrificial, we call back to the better term, mundane or regular mixture. Or we'll say, let's just answer the Gemara saying over here. The Gemara is saying we already learned the halacha that if you have an animal that is asr ba'ana, now not dafka animal, we'll call it an item that is asr ba'ana, that gets mixed in with other things which themselves are mutter, that ultimately the item that
yes,
is
technically
ba'ana
can be.
precludes the other items from being used, even for what
Anyone
we
may
call
slaughter.
hedyot.
That includes women, slaves, even somebody who is ritually impure, as long as they know the laws of Shechita are properly trained to perform correctly. Rabbi Yosef Kari is this qualified woman. But then why don't we seek the Moshe? The Rabbi Moshe Israelis, the Rima, had that though technically permitted, the custom developed that women do not serve as shoftot. Reasons given historically. Shechita is a highly technical skill requiring constant practice. Life and became a professional communal role, modesty norms in traditional societies, social structure rather than explicit prohibition. But there's no universal halakhic prohibition in classical sources. Modern practice. In most Orthodox communities, women are not ordained or employed as shakatot due to tradition and communal norms. Some modern Orthodox and other Jewish communities have trained female shakatot. Historically, there are recorded cases in Europe of women who perform shechita when necessary. Bottom line, halachically, yes, it's permitted, practically usually not done in Orthodox communities due to mental custom or explicit prohibition. Okay.
Gets mixed in with other animals that is going to answer everything for sacrificial purposes and for mundane purposes.
Have you ever known a male
So
shofet?
essentially, when I was asking why do you need for our Mishnah, so the head of
Yeah.
supposed to do this before, and you're supposed to going to see
Really?
staff.
Yeah, but I think he was retired.
It's exceptionally interesting ribbon. I mentioned that before my opening remarks. But again, we're going to get to some basic halachos, some basic halachos. So the Gemara says as follows. Where do we learn this? Remember Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, these are items that will say that are usher, and furthermore, again, they convey an isser status, even in any amount to a mixture. Now, what are those items? Yayin nesek. We learned about yayin nesek. So idolatrous wine is mixed in with other types of wine. Usher is the mixture, afilu b'chol, even with any amount. Va'avodas v'chavan, and idolatry. So we'll say these are examples of items which themselves are usher ba'anah. They get mixed in with any other mixture, then what? They answer the mixture. We'll say not only that, they answer the mixture ba'ana b'choshu in any amount. So we'll say the point that the Gemara is making over here is why do I need our Mishnah? Why do I need the Mishnah? Because the Mishnah's halacha, that's something that is asr ba'ana, which gets mixed in with other permitted items, prohibits the mixture. Right? It's not batal boro, prohibits the mixture. So okay, so the Mishnah's telling me prohibits the mixture ultimately for sacrificial purposes. I already know that because I already know they're saying it's asr ba'ana that gets mixed into a mixture. We'll say what? Or already answers it what we call lehedyot. Already answers it for simple regular mundane use. If an isra hana prohibits a mixture for hedyot use, then what? Then it certainly goes ahead and will answer it for sacrificial use. To which the Gemara says, "Well, say top of ayin base amud aleph srichi." No, in reality, you need. I'll tell you why you need the Mishnah and Avodah Zarah, and you need the Mishnah over in the sentence. Look, I'll tell you why. Because I was saying, if I were to learn the Mishnah in the sentence Avodah Zarah,
Why is it some British cunt? Go back to your fucking island.
When does it Isra Hadar? When does it say that it's Asr Hadar? Put into a mixture. When does it, in what circumstance, does it Asr B'chol Shirun? Lehedyot. As the principle say that's only in the case of regular mundane circumstances. About the Gavoa, the Rosh when it comes to sacrificial purposes, Ima lo nafsidin in the food. And it's a Hadra Farad. I'm just like, up until now, we were kind of assuming it's follows. If something that is Asr Ba'anah will Asr what we call a hedyot mixture, just a regular mundane mixture, then it's certain what? It certainly will invalidate a korbanik mixture. To say, if it were asked to say that differently, to say that a kosher will invalidate a mixture of what we call hedyot from under purposes, then it certainly will invalidate the mixture for sacrificial purposes. Because we assume that anything that is used for sacrificial purposes is always much more sensitive than hedyot items. So if something is also for hedyot, it will still be also for karbanos. The Gemara says, maybe not. I'm going to put the opposite. I could have made the opposite argument, which is what? The Gemara says, you know, some having me the hedyot. When do you say from the Gemara section? From Avodah Zarah, what do I learn? That if you have yain or Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with other items, it's also the hedyot. About the Gavoah, Ema lo nafsidino the Kulu. It was like, actually, when it comes to carbonic items, I'm in a thought that maybe we're a little more reticent to validate the mixture. Why? Because by validating the mixture for carbonic purposes, what are you effectively doing? What are you doing? You're depriving the basic mikdash of something. Maybe I'm not saying in other words, the depriving hedyot. Like to deprive me as an individual citizen of something that Allah is willing to do. If you go ahead and deprive the base of certain karbanos, perhaps I'm a bit more reticent to do that. So the Gemara says, therefore it's not. Let's read that once more. If we would have just said Mishnah about I would have thought that when you introduce an item that is asr bana into a mixture, so it answers the mixture for hedyot purposes, about the gavoah, but for sacrificial purposes. I might have thought that I would not invalidate the entire mixture, and in fact, when it comes to sacrificial purposes, I would have thought, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? What will know? I would apply a simple majority ultimately to asri. I would apply the concept of rove, and therefore, again, if there is rove entered over Easter, I would have said that the mixture should be given for sacrificial purposes. It would be said Rashi. Speak if you also have Amina Hayim, Rashi says about kachim. Ema, the other little takanta. I would have thought about the zone teaches me that I don't apply bottle below by hedyot for regular mundane use, but maybe for sacrificial use, sacrificial purposes, or not to cause a loss too heavy. I would have said it should be bottle below. The name of Yikravu, the Echid, the low Nifsitinu, the Chamil, the Kudu, the Hacha, go back to the Gemara. And if we're just talking the Mishnah here on the Sachas Smokim, Hava Amina, Hani Mili Kachim, the Mots. So it's like we just learned the halakha over here by kachim. Namely, that's what it is. What is our Mishnah teaching? The halakha reminds you don't apply bitul below by sacrificial purposes.
No,
then
that's
what?
cool.
I would have said
You
that halakha reminds you don't apply bitul ultimately by kachim. Why? Because it's mots.
Allegedly.
What's in mots means what? It's not nice to offer up a carbon where ultimately, again, the only reason the carbon is effective is because of the mechanism of growth. It's not nice about pulling the say because it doesn't seem to be as much of a halachic argument as much as it seems to be what? Almost like an emotional argument. It's not nice. It's not nice about pulling the low voice. But also when it comes to pulling, where ultimately again there's nothing carnage. It's not noise. I would have thought it wasn't that lot. So the Rosa is the counter argument. If it would have just said the Mishnah by Zvachim, so then I would have said, when do we apply the concept of when do we suspend the laws of Mikvah below? That's only by sacrificial items. Because it's not nice, it's disgusting to offer up an animal that only becomes submitted through the mechanism of growth. So when it comes to hedyot, there's no meals, and therefore again what? And therefore let the animal be permitted as a result of Mikvah below. Therefore tzricha. So we'll say, therefore we need both. So we'll say what comes out over here is as follows. Here's what's fascinating about this. We'll say what comes out is, bottom line, it's the same halacha across the board, which is namely that what? Namely that when you have an item that is asher ba'anal, that gets mixed into that is mixed in or introduced into a mixture, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? The entire mixture is asr. In other words, they will say when we're dealing with isuri hana, we do not apply the concept of bittul b'rov. The presence of an item that is asr ba'ana will invalidate the mixture in its entirety. Now what we see, the Mishnah in the Sechas Avodah Zarah teaches me that what? This halacha applies to where? Hedyot. to what we'll call regular mundane cases. Then regular mundane cases, the mixture will all be asrabana, even if you have many times more heter. The Mishnah Masechet Svachim, our Mishnah over here teaches me that what? That this concept ultimately applies by sacrificial law. So whether it's sacrificial law, whether it's what we call hedyot, mundane circumstances, if you have an item that is asrabana that is introduced to a mixture, that invalidates the mixture in its entirety, even if there's much more permitted material than the prohibited. Good. So the Gemara says, ask a basic question. In other words, we are operating with the premise that an item that is asabana is not batul barov. Why not? Why not? Why don't we say that even if an item is asabana, ultimately again it should be batul barov? Right? Rashi says over here, "Uparchinon v'ni batul beruba v'haksiv achari rabin mahatos." We'll say the concept of love is the biblical concept. Achari rabin mahatos. Remember again, we'll say we're going to get into these studios much more. Sort of a little bit, not a little bit, one sort of lot. The primary issue is a little bit concept ultimately on a biblical level is trying to make sure on a biblical level when you have committed part, you want to specific part, but ultimately again the mystery is bundle and it should be the one and not again. That obviously is under because like where you have light items that are mixed together. It doesn't mean like dissimilar items, but light items that are mixed together are midaraisa batri chad betray. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why now it's exactly like a lot of the Moses is saying that it's under no, and it gets mixed into a mixture, whether for karbanos or whether for custom or for headnote, ultimately the item that is under no will not be bought. Now the Gemara just backs up and questions that premise. Maybe you'll see like this. So we'll say, maybe you'll say, we're going to say, yes, when something is custom, when something is custom, not custom real. Now, how to find that people, so that's what we're going to have to discuss. So the key thing, like, actually, the low body, so maybe you'll say ultimately again, that it looks focusing specifically over here, in the case of the animal. Maybe the item is custom, and therefore it's not custom. Maybe it's not custom.
Line commercial posted by Big Battle 9416.
Where do we see Zara? That's custom, it's not custom.
Degrees Fahrenheit at 5:30 in the morning. She woke up at 4:34 for sure. Oh yeah, you can catch that. Somehow Martin is immune to suffering from overexposure like he is cirrhosis. Posted by Big Battle 916. 6,000 views. Did not watch that episode, gotta say. No. This is about working till 855. We're doing a lightning round before we end. Oh, really, dude? Melia is now one of the mighty one of 10 stars. Not true. Not true. Not true. 0.3. Get it right, dude. Put some respect on my queen, dude. Okay, I'm not saying that. But here, let's do a little something for the fans, dude. They like when we do you. We've never done you. Not once, dude. So this is let's see what this is. Could do that as NASA if they wanted to. Plus my J code 7572. Let's see here.
Rashi says over here, Oyo is God's property. Now listen, we don't get my name very
Oh, I can't wait. BDD is right. Big dude energy. I can't wait to get my hands on him. That voice.
maybe the fact that
Thank God. This is why we don't go to you. Which one do you think is worse? Moving. Yeah, easily. Give me some, like, that whole moving thing is 100% like not happening. You know what I mean? They like can't sit in the kids. Give me something else.
how exciting this is. I think you can do it justice outside of it. Watch this. So the Gemara says, Honey Kalaman Damar, Kol Shedarka Vimoshen. Elaman Amar Es Shedarka Vimoshen. My players, once they can take this step back. Here's what we know. Here's what we know.
He doesn't even look like a cow.
Listen,
He Prater made it do that. That was Brian's idea.
Any item that is not
insane.
part of the group,
And then it's a good comparison because the Shabbos talk about BDE as a girl, dude.
right? That's how much it's a sheep. So,
This gives like,
so
you know,
in
that
general,
whole like
it's
dress
part of the group. In other words, how it's
like
then by
about like that.
definition, the individual item itself
See,
doesn't
that's
have
what I
an
was talking.
But
They
if
did
it's sold
it.
as an
Fucking suck,
individual
dude.
unit, then
What
we
the
assume
hell?
that
Where are their writers at?
has its
If
own
we
cushion.
could get even
If
worse
it's
if we
cushion
get
that is sold on its
cowboys
own,
and
then
Christmas.
what? Then it's not bucket.
Somebody
Now,
told them
going to
the
say that
best
is
if
enough
you really want to get like
Do we
people
say
eyes on
that
your
an
content,
item is only
gay
custom
cow
when sold
with
as
gay
its own
cowboy
individual unit?
man
When it's
dressed as a woman
always
talking
sold
about
as its
and it
individual
makes
unit,
sense to
meaning
them.
it's
They're like,
never
yeah,
sold as part of a
everyone's so
group,
gay now.
but you see, no,
That's what they
even
think,
an
because they
item
think everyone's
that
gay.
is normally
They're like,
sold
but everyone thinks
individually,
we have to.
even though what? Even though what?
All right, Danny
Sometimes
Kaufman
it's
too
sold
posted
as
this
part
one.
of a group.
2 minutes of
That's
unadulterated,
also
self-admitted.
I will say this is a
I hate that
major
term so
result.
much,
This
dude.
is not
Like,
focus.
it is kind of
Terrible
like
visual effects.
hardcore.
And the world
It's a
of
hardcore
the
term.
world of people shapes.
The UFC
It's
makes
more when you discuss
billions
this.
of dollars.
Because you have around
Yeah, because they don't pay the
Listen, we're
fines.
going to
Whatever the
come
fuck
to
it
this
is.
level of
They're the
Only
only
Shonan Damar,
combat
Polish
sports
Dark.
organization
What's
in
it
the
called? What is it?
history
Polish
of
Dark.
combat
What's it
sports to make
So
money.
Polish Dark will be
Getting involved in boxing is a good thing.
Milionem.
No doubt if I pay, that's a different discussion. I'm talking about the longevity and grow the sport and actually make stars and people want to tune in and care about the boxers. There's nobody better.
Listen to this. Polish Dark will means as follows.
Okay, sure.
Any item which more
But as
of
you will
most
show,
often
there's only
is
one guy
sold
that's
as
ever figured it
individual
out.
units.
So when
Any
Max
item that
Harris
is
says, I've been
normally,
waiting all my life for
more
a
often than not
boxing,
sold as individual
he's
units.
saying because it
But
actually
sometimes
establishes
they're
order and
sold as a
structure
group.
to
What's a
boxing.
good example?
We have all these promoters.
Animals.
I get the fight you want to see for a variety of reasons.
More
And when you
often
do, it's too
are sold as
late.
lots.
There's no consistency. This
No,
guy fights
you'll buy
once a year.
a
This guy
cow.
maybe
You'll
takes
buy
2 years off.
so
No,
more
all
often
that shit
than not, they're
stops
sold
when you
as
get the
individual
king
units.
to run this shit. When
It's
you get
not
somebody
unheard of
who looks at
that
like your
they're also
business
sold as
and
what?
consistency.
As a group.
And other
As a whole.
fighters,
It's like
all right,
that.
maybe you're not making $50 million a fight.
Shein
But you're
for an extra oxygen. Those are these are the both
This is exactly what boxing needs.
kosher dark lemons are first category of items that are normally sold as individual
I
units,
mean, the only
but
thing
not
I thought
always.
about that is that
Sometimes they're sold as a group.
fucking,
as
God,
well.
lost it.
So remember, let's take a step. Let me introduce
I
you to
don't remember what I was gonna say. I was the
as
worst
opposed
one.
to
Yeah,
Eshe dark lemons. So what's
there was
Eshe
something
dark
in there,
lemons?
but I don't have it anymore.
Eleman
Something
gama
about
Eshe dark lemons. She dark
Oh,
lemons.
yes,
You
I
cut the pack.
this
What's
power,
Eshe dark
but
lemons
the way
means
he says,
the item
like,
is
like,
exclusively sold as individual units,
that's the Jeff Guy
never
delivery.
sold
I guess I
as
am
a
there.
group.
We're
That's
supposed
right.
to laugh.
Eleman
because
gama Eshe dark lemons. When you go back and
Because you suck, I guess.
a moment.
All
She
right.
dark lemons you come attack.
So,
She in the adam the
just
most
sucks.
align you see.
If,
Individual units.
if
People never
the
had
clip is
never
about,
sold
what's his
another.
name?
Below
Dana White,
Moher,
right?
below Minion.
Or-
Honey,
so
in dark
he's
lemons you come in.
like,
She's
if Dana
I
White
watched it. Let's take a
was
step
there,
back.
he
So now
would
you
like
have your
his
coming out.
ass suck his balls in.
You got
His
coming out.
balls
You
cock.
get thanks.
Yeah, basically. As Dana White in the front. That's what I'm looking for in the show.
Sure, I think that's what I was calling
David
for.
Shaw, Dana's right.
Definitely had some support. You guys,
Dana White. Jeffrey Epstein.
I got it. I remember nothing
Jeffrey
else.
Epstein.
But I remember, actually, that's not true. You know, that's how
Okay, so it might be just like some sort of, yeah, it's like,
those things
that's
that
so
watch
funny
this.
that the
So
company's from
these big categories. Polish dark lemon
AT&T.
an item
Oh,
that
AT&T's in
is
it.
normally sold as individual units but not exclusive.
Did you
As
miss the
Shadar Kulimanos refers to items that are exclusively sold
Okay,
as
so they go into the
individual
funds.
units, never sold as a group.
Alright,
Now
well,
watch
that's
this.
it for us,
Let's
dude.
take a
I've
step
been
back.
out here
So
doing
Kumar just said,
job.
what
We
did
edit
you
these
say?
episodes down for about an hour, but we watched it for 4
But
months.
he said,
Yeah, it's like kind of like truck stop
and you're
diaries.
going to touch it on introduce to a group, answer the
Kinda like,
entire group, and then we decide to get to whether what, whether it's not headload or touches. Now, what's it, Kumar takes a step back. Kumar
Alright, y'all have a
says, one
great rest of
second.
your weeks.
One is that if you, let's take a step back to Mishnah's Vaka. Mishnah taught me that if I have an animal that is asur ba'ano, that is introduced to a group of human animals, what happens? It answers the entire group. To which the Gemara says, well, why is that? Why don't we say, say, just using the case of the Mishnah, why don't we say that, for example, the Shah Niska, right? The Shah Niska, the Shah that is about to be together. Why don't we say that that Shah is introduced to the other Shah that is introduced to other answers? Why isn't that just possible? Right? Why don't we say the Shah? You're telling me now the Shah is not possible. I'm asking you, why not? Why don't we say the Guru? It's like the Shah Niska is introduced of a meaning of some other wonderful, upstanding, Shemayim Shorim. Why isn't it possible? Jewish Gemara says, let's analyze this. So if you hold, so now let's read the Gemara. So the Gemara says, the teaching, like Hashimi Little Buckley, us, we will say that the shar is kosher. Right? Even in individual trouble, it's like the Davara kosher is an important item. And whenever you have a Davara kosher, something quote unquote important, it is not possible. Well, to call a shar a Davara kosher makes sense of what? So we'll say, watch this. That makes sense if you say what? Kol Shadarko knows that even an item that is only sometimes sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's sold as a group, that's still called a Davara Kosher but not Kosher. We'll say the shar, because the shar sometimes is sold individually, but sometimes is what? As a group. So if you hold Kol Shadarko Monos, if you hold that Kol Shadarko Monos is a Davara Kosher, then even an item that, although most of the time is sold as individual, sometimes it's sold as part of a group, that's still kosher. Okay, now I understand why a shard is a Davara kosher. And therefore, even if that shard Hanisco gets mixed in with a group of other kosher shards, nevertheless, it will not be bottled. However, if you know that the definition of a Davara kosher is what? Which means what? Which means what? Oh, that is only kosher if it's exclusively sold as an individual unit. But if it is sometimes sold as part of a group, then what? Then it is not kosher. Then guess what the most say? A shard is not a davar kosher. If that's the case, then what? Then what? Then it should be kosher. If that's the case, then when the shor hanispa, it's very exciting. When the shor hanispa gets mixed in to the meaning of kosher shards, then at the end of the day, it should in fact be kosher. And if it's kosher, I will say the problem with this. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Michael, this time I will say that the Gemara is going to tell us the focus of what we call kol shadak oluminos, es shadak oluminos. Its source is not here. Its source is in the following Mishnah. The Mishnah is second Gemara. This is what it says. This time, Mishnah hayolo chabile case. Let's say somebody had a bundle, a bundle of kiss. What's the kiss? Now he says what the word min habit lata holidah. Min habit. So this so put some people take out of this of spice. This is very important, expensive spice. One. The chadim kosher ma'od. The bundles of the spice are very important. Why is that? Sha'at kam ha'itz shovel a tree. And they'll say interesting enough because you down this case it doesn't need the stalk is interesting and the last
guy kind of reminded me because I've been watching Storage Wars and this takes place in the storage unit. And I said, no way, Chun-Li is on it. Unless he got Chun-Li somehow, but no, of course he's not big enough for Chun-Li. Over under on this guy being homeless? I would say no. It would be funny if he started playing this
So let's say I have, unfortunately, I have a bundle of fences, but it happens to be so what I mean is that I ended up planting it. I ended up planting it closer
it's like constant. Yeah, it's like a terrible boss, but it's entertaining. Yes, skits and bits all day long. Your payment is how much money you're going to have laughing.
What do you do with your fences to play? I was saying, I use in the base, beautiful. So let's say, so again, I lost my life, so whenever you play at that, there's only one thing to do, play at that, and you destroy it. You have to destroy it. You burn it. This Aruba, I watched it. So now I had this bundle of fences. The bundle of fences gets mixed in with another bundle of
with these
But
Icarus
the
lives.
second
What
bundle
happens
of
next?
Honey
Part
Beef is
15.
what? Or I should say, to make it easier, it gets mixed in with three
Imagine
other
it didn't
bundles
work
of
out.
Honey
It's
Beef.
just,
Now, I will say, those three bundles of Pilsons of Honey Beef are all mutter. So now I have my one bundle of Fly and Karen Pilsons that gets mixed in with three other bundles without mixing them in the number. More and more. It gets mixed in with others. More now, you know we have the gifts of bacteria, but the system is the best as in regards to everybody will use this. So what's the next dollar? Well,
Well,
gives the cookie revenue.
it makes.
What's the mayor
I can't remember. I'm admitting now that I have Graves' disease. I cannot remember what we just watched. What he said. But I feel like he said 40 something. So it would be funny to say less than that, as if it's better.
Others permitted bundles.
Is that the point of the clip?
Ultimately, again,
Can we rewind that?
after the environment.
What's next?
25. Things that people
So
are
the
doing.
player can look at that. It's asking what I watch this.
He's gonna say 40.
From the components say, no.
Oh, because it's more.
Na'alu,
But it would be.
the F-Hud
Do you think it'd be kind of funny if he said, "Oh, actually, oh, really? Oh, cool. I
I
did
look for
30."
Mesa, the players of Karen Kennedy will be
Yeah, but
permitted in
Of course, but Shaw wants to do more than everybody. True, but
If you are
it's
buckling
him also
200
kind of like
kilometers,
producing
you have
Thor, like,
200
you only get
parts
40, I
of
did 32.
to
Yeah,
one
I
part
guess
of it.
either way, if you get anywhere near what Thor guy got, that's pretty impressive.
Karen
So
will
yeah,
become
yeah, 40 is probably.
Sure, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Meir says the mixture is possible.
Last
So
summer,
Honey becomes permitted. The 200 to 1
I see
is
now.
permitted before
He
it.
said, no 40 because he's
Rabbi
going to
Meir,
say
Rabbi Meir
40.
says it's
So
possible. So
I
that's
said
here it is.
36 and
Here
he's
it
stronger
is.
than
Here
right.
Omer.
No, I was far from
Shedarko
He did
Limonos.
go above
Because
36.
what's the
Yeah.
year?
So the whole the setup is that he knows he's going to say 40.
Shedarko Limonos.
So he got, at first he fucks up. He says what Thor maybe actually
Oh,
said, or I don't know.
any item
He's like, oh,
that
no, it's
is
actually
normally
36. I will.
sold
We're on
as
the roll.
individual units, but is sometimes sold as part of a group, the cut, which was in the Kaddish with what? Is not buffer. Is not buffer. So the mayor is of the opinion that whole Shedarko Limonos Mekadosh, anything that is normally sold as individual units, but sometimes sold as part of a group, is costly, and because it's costly, it's not bottled. Also, using the word because the Kaddish causes the others to be unsafe. I remember again.
That's social media. This is it.
What does that even mean? How do you deadlift a truck? You want to call Mark right now? Yeah. Well, that was a car, wasn't it? Yeah. Shout out to Mark. He commented on the last episode. Oh, yeah. Very good. He sent me some pictures from SNL. What? Yeah. Oh, damn. Yeah. With him and ASAP and somebody else. He's having that all the time. That sounds awesome. Yeah.
That is separated for you.
Great guy. Never met him.
So again, something
It's not doing now, you know. So I'm not doing it now. And then the ideas are
it's us. The mayor's of the opinion says,
This clip has so many.
what's the shot of penalty? What's the shot of penalty? Everyone knows. Everyone knows. How do you buy bundles of penalty? Sometimes you buy them one bundle. You never have anyone buys stuff. Like nobody buys a stock of penalty.
I like that both options are wrong.
Can you buy when people sell one bundle by themselves or is it bills? So when it comes to pennies, apparently the normal situation
I like
is
how
you
Chris
buy
knows
a
the
bundle.
correct answer.
But sometimes
far down into
people
the
buy
abyss where you can
multiple
come in.
bundles. Now the fact is,
Shout out
whenever
to
you buy
me,
multiple
I think it's
bundles,
Forbes
the
that
fact
wrote
is that
down.
what?
Yeah,
Sometimes the seller will not
the same quote, by the way. I'm not
go
changing
with
it.
another
Okay.
bundle. So here says, whole should down to be money. Anything that is normally purchased sold as individual units, or sometimes sold as a group, is still called costly and therefore not profitable. Therefore, when you have the bundle of Freud and Karen Fennehy that gets mixed in with the other bundles, it is not bottled and it will answer the entire mix. The fun of the performance say, no, ain't no Mekadosh Elish Yusuf Barim. Let's say watch this. The Chachamim say there are only 6 things that are never bottled in the mix. And the people say, yeah, it's 7. Listen, I'll give you back in just a moment. Elish Yusuf Barim Bavad. Ein Shemakishin Es Kol HaMisarbin Barim. ותוך שהם גדולים ודמיהם יקרים וחשובים במינה. The Chachamim say there are only 16 levels that are so hyper important. They are only for the individual units, and therefore again are never buckled. I mean, people just said there's a 7. We'll say what are they? The Elohim. We'll say what are they? Here we go. Elohim. It goes in fact, this is interesting to see also historically what was considered to be like Namish like a double chashuv. It goes like that. It goes like it goes like that. You donate Badon. We'll say again, Badon is also a big Badon. You come also
I don't know. We should get 2 of those hats. Yeah, like we have every hat these ever worn.
It goes like that. Money Badon. Chavios Kimos. Sealed barrels of water. Sealed barrels of water. Okay, now again, so this is when you say these items are double kosher. What that means is that these items get let's say a wicked clock, which are over. Or you have a wicked clock, which are some other, or in the morning by that, or Chavios Kimos. I want stuff. I want barrel of Yain.
That's great.
Hold out that gets mixed in with 300 other
Shout out to Bob. Shout out to Chris Lives, dude.
So the Chachamim will say it's going to be awesome because these items are double kosher.
All right, so this is another BGL sighting. P.F. Chang's HR manager posted this. If you wanted to hurt me, you got me, brother.
Stocks.
I mean, unbothered. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, just another. He was a successful national commercial. Flight security. Perfect for the role. He's a big guy. Has a FedEx camera. I mean, stop me if I go too far. But Silver Fox. You know what I mean? Just handsome. Good looking compared to Papa. Yeah, I mean, this is a very normal picture in comparison to Papa. Right? No silly YouTube thumbnail face. And it's supposed to be silly. But he maintains some, it's silly, but it's not. You wouldn't confuse this guy. You know who he is. He's a strong man. It works. I honestly, I probably have already done this before, but I sincerely want to apologize to Mark for anything but I am so proud of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So Haroy Arlo, the Arlo, Haroy Laklai, I can't fly it.
His trajectory,
items listed over here. If they're Arlo, then they will answer in the mixture like Arlo. If they're Klaya, they will answer in the mixture like Klaya. We'll say here we go. And as this is the fundamental approach, this is the so therefore again, in this case, remember, let's focus on what we have. You've got the Kabbalah you've got the bundle of friends, that gets mixed in 2 other bundles of friends. So Rabbi Meir says, the entire
probably can't talk about Mark
the Chachamim say, no, it's technically a bundle is 200 to 1 ratio. So as long as you have 200 pieces of 200 bundles of permitted bundles, 200 permitted bundles, they will be in the back of these permitted bundles. But we're going to focus on the goal. So Meir says that Rabbi Meir's explanation. Rabbi Meir says because kol shedarko limaros mekabel, which means fenugreek is something that is some more often than not sold as an individual unit, sometimes sold as a group. It's a double kosher and therefore it is not kosher.
He looks like, this is going to sound like a joke, kind of looks like George Carlton.
And it was said about the Shita of Rabbi Meir. So now we're going to see that there's a machlokes in what Rabbi Meir said. Why the off the table? Why are the Chachamim off the table? Because the Chachamim say when it comes to Klaya Karen, there's a 200 to 1 people. So we're taking them off right now. We're not really focused on that. We're much more interested in Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi Meir said, watch this. Sigmar law. Rabbi Yochanan said, Es shekako manos shaminu. So we'll say, watch this. That is the machlokes. What did Rabbi Meir really say? Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Meir really meant Es shekako manos shaminu. What Rabbi Meir really meant to say was what? Es shekako. We'll say, what's Es shekako manos? What does that mean? Only an item
I'm not saying word. I'm stuck on word. Look at that old. We're really stuck at the ad here.
is considered to be a double kosher and therefore never buckled.
It's just so
Shemeloki shomer chol shedarko limaros.
here he's He looks like a guy that started
Rabbi
ice.
Meir
He's
went
like
to say
a
was
nice
what?
guy.
Kol shedarko. So it's like there's a machlokas. Understand? Machlokas is supposed to the city of Rabbi Meir said, "Tefillah now to the top."
This is like
Rabbi
why
Meir
he's
almost
addressing the
told
shared
Shedarko
holders.
Limanos. So you know, the machlokas of Yochanan and Shlokish is in that girsa. Is in that girsa by Kabila Tulsa. Rabbi Yochanan says the girsa is es shedarko Limanos. The only time Rabbi Meir said that something is not bottled in a mixture is when it's a double kosher, as defined as something which is exclusively sold as an individual unit. But if it is ever sold as part of a collective group, therefore by definition it's not a double kosher, and therefore what? Will be bottled. Reish Lakish says no. The sheet of Rabbi Meir is even kosher darko. Let's say even something which is normally sold as what? As an individual unit, but what? Sometimes it's sold as part of a group. It's also called a double kosher, and ultimately not kosher. I've also said kosher for the Torah. Now, we have a bunch of
I like the farting videos.
and we just learned about
I think I maybe always like the farting videos. If I'm being honest.
in the
When they make it seem like she farted.
Rabbi
I'm stupid. I think it's hilarious. That'd be funny if she was on inside the actual studio.
it is not bottled in a mixture, even if it's
Why do you fuck
even if it's 1,000 to 1, right? Even if you have 1,000 permitted pieces of fun on it, if it's kosher, it's not bottled. That's the sheet. Now, that's the sheet of Rabbi Meir. Now the machlokas is what? The machlokas is what? How do you define kosher? How does Rabbi Meir define kosher? Oh, that's the machlokas. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan says the way Reish Lakish defines machlokas, the way Rabbi Meir defines kosher is only an item which is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as a group, that's kosher and not bottled. Reish Lakish says no. Rabbi Meir holds kosher darko. Any item which is normally sold as individual units, but sometimes sold as a group, is considered to be a double kosher and therefore never bottled. We'll say, okay, they got my focus. Now we're going to plug this back. Remember again, what was our problem with our Mishnah? Our Mishnah taught me.
Can't escape. So also talked about this a lot. He tries to get away from
Like the shirt was just trying this I'm sure that's going to be killed. These are killed someone else, whatever the case is. Right? So we'll say if I have a shirt and that shirt gets mixed in with 10 other permitted shirts. That's how we'll say what the shirt means. The entire mixture is bottled. The entire mixture is bottled. So we're asking, why is that? Why is such a so watch this? Our Mishnah that says that when Rosh and Yisrael gets mixed in even to 100 other permitted shvarim, so that is also that makes sense. The Reish Lakish also wants this. So our Mishnah works well according to Reish Lakish. Reading our Mishnah works well according to Reish Lakish's interpretation of Rabbi Meir. Because what is Reish Lakish? What is Reish Lakish's interpretation of Rabbi Meir? What does he say? Animals are not eshadakim. Animals are kol-shadakim. Shardos, right? It's something that is normally sold as an individual unit, but it's sometimes sold by the herd. And when it's sold by the herd, it's possible like what? That the owner's going to put in, the seller's going to put in an extra one. They get an extra one. It's not precise. So we'll say, so watch this. So our Mishnah tells me that if a shah in a skull gets mixed in with another group of kosher upstanding Yerushalayim sharim, that the shah in this skull is ever kosher, not bottle, and therefore the entire mixture is permitted. A shah is kol shedarko limaris. Now you're telling me that what a kol. So now you're telling me that you're teaching me that kol shedarko limaris is considered to be a double kosher and is not bottled. Whose interpretation of Rabbi Meir does that reflect? So we'll say, which is fine. The Mishnah works according to Reish Lakish. Therefore, I understand now the shar in this skull that gets mixed in with the other shar is going to answer the entire mixture, and that's based on the idea that the shar in this skull is a double kosher, and we're using the definition of a double kosher of kosher darko limaros, which is Reish Lakish's interpretation of Rabbi Meir. Beautiful. I don't know Rabbi Yochanan.
So listen, remember again, I do want to point out what's the issue with our Mishnah. Our Mishnah is a Stam Mishnah, right? There's no Machlokas in it. There's no difference that is if it's two tell us what, then it's a halachmi that everybody agrees with it. So what is Rabbi Yochanan going to do with our Mishnah? So let's remember again. Let's go back. What does Rabbi Yochanan hold? Rabbi Yochanan's interpretation of Rabbi Meir is what? Eshedat Lumar, which means that for an item to be a dollar kosher, it has to be Eshedat Lumar, which exclusively sold as an individual unit. The problem is, a shard does not conform to that category. So, what is Rabbi Yochanan? What is Rabbi Yochanan going to do with that Mishnah? Gemara says, here we go. Rabbi Yochanan might be Gemara. That's not what
All right, so this one I started to read earlier and I just stopped.
Amar Papa,
This is why
I
you should
Shana, the Kana of our Mishnah was I.
espouse the belief that Rogan is super supportive. Constantly hear from Shane Gillis and James Schultz how generous Joe is.
Again,
But the reality is he's a
of
constantly
the
bully who can't stand
find that
seeing his
case
producers
tomorrow.
/ supposed
But
friend
again, I was saying, let's read the
be
next
excited
one.
for getting positive
The
feedback
Amar,
about his
top of
statement.
Chaim Gimel,
As if
Kol
being
Davar
ignorant to this
Shilish
read
Bo
wasn't
Min.
enough. He had to
What's
find
the
a source
result?
book.
However,
Red
Mishnah was
Band's
that
recent
is
shows
reflected
to make
on
sure he
another
knows what the headquarter is.
which says that what?
Constant use of the
Kol
insult
Davar
bitch.
Shilish Bo Min.
So casually
Anything
and
that
pathetic on
is
another level.
normally
As well as the
has
condescending
any
whisper.
shyness
I just said I heard something with Blue Roof. Okay, so obviously
Afilu
this guy's
b'drabanan lo basa. I was
Just
able
watch
to
a
actually
lot of Joe
have
Rogan.
a
I don't like that.
Kol Davar Shilish Bo Min.
Honestly,
Kol
fuck Joe
Shiddak
Rogan. I don't
Rimon
think women think he's
any
selfless
item
and
of
wanting
size
others to
that
succeed
at
is a
any
fraud.
point in
Jealous,
time is
vindictive,
ever
self-righteous
counted
prick,
as
and
an
spiteful
individual
asshole.
unit.
Now he's just gone. And he just goes, me. Let's see what he's talking about. That's so fascinating.
You were
Is it
saying that
real?
there are two mouths.
So he's using this as a reference for it. It's fascinating 25 minutes. And then sometimes extend.
You haven't seen me in a while.
I'm sure you're way better at comedy events. You never know.
I'm just saying you don't know even know my sister.
2 weeks ago,
It's
bitch.
just that sometimes here's another thing. Here's another thing.
So audience members
Another
yelling
thing
at
I
subjects
was
too.
saying,
The guys in the chip
Kol
is
Davar Shilish Bo Min. Kol Shiddak Rimon any item that is even sometimes sold, rare,
I did awesome.
individual
I did
unit.
really good.
Go.
I did awesome.
Litros
I
Shokitzios,
did awesome.
as you will see in the case of Litros Shokitzios.
No, I did.
Shelo B'nei Adam Emotion B'nim, Elazar also be this. There's like Litros Shokitzios means
That's a wonder. This is so heavy. Red band is
that will
not
often
good.
press what Mishnah was saying today. Tequila is our press page, right out press
I believe
page.
you.
So the Mishnah is a measurement. So when it comes to take the press page, it's Shelo B'nei Adam Emotion B'nim, Elazar also be evil. So when it comes to Litros press page, so
Oh, I
even
guess
though
that's.
Mitra,
I guess that's for different. I'm
very
from
often the
Brian
measurement
Callen's
is
crowd.
heavy. What would you do? Gather a bunch of things. That look, it's all the time.
So you know when
Eyeball
there's
it.
somebody
Right,
there's
you eyeball it. Right, you
and then
eyeball
there's
it.
somebody other
Kind
comic
of
just
gather,
comes on
maybe
stage
press them
that's not
together,
their
then
crowd.
make
You know,
it
it's
a
gonna be a
vessel
little
together.
weird sometimes.
The
You know,
walker
it's
come
still
and go
good.
yachad. Hold the common Shimon
That's
HaMitzvah
crazy. Yeah,
Bag,
back in the day,
the
he used to
Mokum.
have that.
Sometimes you sell
Yeah,
one
he's
mitzvah,
got this whole
sometimes you
dolphin
don't. Two
What's
mitzvahs,
the dolphin?
and more often
I
than not,
forget. But he had like the Olive Garden
one
and the dolphin
mitzvah.
man. He did it too.
Nobody
You seen
ever
his stand up?
bought
He
them.
talks about dolphins on
You
stage.
never
Dog, how am I live right now?
Very often you bought
Yeah.
a number of different
I don't know why I
mitzvahs.
can say that mean.
Did I hack it?
Could it happen that I buy a mitzvah? Could it happen?
Dog, I'm
Could it
not supposed
happen?
to be able to be live right
I don't
now.
remember
Did
anything
it
about
happen?
dolphins. Yeah, he likes how
Almost
dolphins fuck.
never.
Okay.
But
Really?
the fact that sometimes
Yeah, dog, you need to have 1,000
for this particular time,
people following you
tomorrow's about to go ahead and
because
say
of
the
the
Russian
fucking
Union
shitty
have a
new
caution,
rules.
and therefore it's not possible. So we're going to see now what we're going to call the Tana of the Church. The Tana of the Litra, the famous Tana of the Litra press base.
Really? No, it's whatevs.
That any item that
Really?
is ever
I don't know,
sold
dude.
individually
I mean, like,
is
cost.
considered to be a double caution, and therefore is not bought.
It's also
Okay,
easier
we're
that way
going to
too.
see. This is going to be the most overwhelmingly expansive, all-encompassing definition of a double caution. Because what essentially
Maybe
we're going to
agree
say
with
is that
some of
what?
the stuff he said.
Essentially any item that
Very
is
possible
ever
it's an
potentially
asshole,
sold
but in
as
that
an individual
particular
unit,
instance,
even if 99% of the time it is not,
yeah,
still
it's,
going to be considered
I thought
a
they were
double
gonna put
caution, and
there's
therefore
one
again will not be
episode
covered. What does it
recently
do
where
first two lines?
Red
Called
Band
Darish
said something
Shlish
funny on
Hakidu B'Drabana.
to kill
I'll say
Tony.
any item that is normally
And
that
I
is
think
sunk
Rogan was
that is even sometimes, even rarely sold by itself, is going to be a davar chashuv, and therefore again will not be bottled when it comes to rabbinic law, but also can be done.
Has it been a minute?
Worse a lot when it comes to
Nobody knows.
so we'll say, we're going to see a couple of tomorrow. What we're going to see is throughout this entire time that our Mishnah was reflected at the view of the Meir Vital of what? That a davar chashuv is not bottled. It turns out that, well, let's put it like this. According to
Would you start live streaming on here again?
the Mishnah was
I don't know, just to know that I had because I heard there's a little pet project. But we'll see.
animals fit into that category, and I understand why the animal didn't want to be kosher, not kosher. According to Yochanan, he has a stricter interpretation and therefore he always was supposed to say, "Es shekar kol b'mano."
Something you make like a science project or a movie about some Russian thing where plutonium is missing. Except I was going to say something about it. This is something obvious. To finish the bomb. You know what feel better?
What I want you to remember is in addition to
It's winter time.
understanding what was the emergency.
What are we doing here?
So first of all, again,
But you gotta, she's doing it
number
off
one,
the bed, right?
you need
How old is that dog? Why are you exposing yourself to it? That's kind of weird. Like,
that ultimately, again, the laws of Bittul will
Wear
apply.
a burqa.
Say,
I am on my job of doing this stuff, but you know, it is what it is. Some families are different. They probably don't. This is just the normal to them. They do TikTok dances now. That's gonna be the next thing I might have and start doing my family TikTok dances, videos. I just do them too. But eventually, maybe they can be like the D'Amelios or whatever. That would be funny. LeBron James fan. Dude, no. I don't even know what's the LeBron James fan. They do that. They were like, it's a lot cooler.
And the Mayor teaches us, the Mayor teaches us, father concept that a davar chashuv is not bottled. Father, davar chashuv is not bottled. My focus of Yochanan Chashuv is how we define
What I was laughing at is Slim Shop's
that Yochanan says the Mayor holds that what? S shekar kol. Only item that is exclusively sold in the Mayor will never be a part of the business of the chashuv not bottled. So it's what we call shekar kol b'mano, and that is normally sold. As it is even if it's sometimes
Yeah, I mean, he needs a
also
nickname.
not really that's not basis of the Mayor. The Gemara leaves us off a little bit of cliffhanger. I know we're going to listen to some much more expansive
Yeah, because you fuck up the names too. Whatever the nickname is, you fucking
that is
Tartler.
sometimes sold as will not be bottled.
They'd be stupid. I'm thinking about name like as the Weasler. And do like the Rizzler. No, dude. We're going to do like. I'm just be like, okay, bro, explain to me. You need to diversify your content, okay, and show us like that. So, I do my show, shop show, Fighter the Kid. Everybody loves it. But then I also have trucks. We do stuff at the stores. And then on top of that, me and my wife do content on TikTok. We make other people's kissing videos, and my husband looks like this. But then on top of that, my kids are getting into it too. It's like, I think when we go to Costco and we rate the chocolate, and people laugh at it, but it's tons of money. And that's why you gotta, if your kid has cerebral palsy, needs to take credit. He's gotta be on Instagram. My kids call him the Podler. These kids have a podcast. So funny.
I just got done getting fucking milked at the goddamn massage parlor.
Okay, I'll stop. It's a fucking X-rated kid podcast. Let's see here. It doesn't exist. Let's see. This was called Brennan Chop's college stats posted by Plenty Haunting 2263. So I don't know how to read these other than he probably said that. He's got how many games played? 11 or 13 or something. These are running 24-12. Not a running back. He got 4 yards. Yeah, but it says position running back. Yeah, they only got Receiving, he got 8 yards in 2005. Rushing, he got 0.2 or 0.3 yards a game. He averaged 0.3 yards. He got 12 penalties. Yeah, so he's that's interesting. I didn't know he was I thought it was on defense. Never heard of it. Also, only played junior senior year. Isn't that weird? I guess there's like different teams on the squad. There's like JV. Oh, this is high school. No, this is college. Okay, yeah, this is Colorado. I don't know if they have second squads or they have. Yeah, I mean like strings probably like NFL. But JV, that'd be high school. I would love to see some content or shot from high school. What he was like in high school. Yeah, strolling the most popular guy in the whole thing. And also, he misses all the barbecue. He used to have back then. The best barbecue there is. The most best. Let's see here. What about asking girls for truck walks? Posted by Ryan Gal, 1993. The only problem my husband kissed me. Is that she has a fanny pack? Oh, because they're rich. What is the problem? I think this is a screen grab, and they're saying truck walks. Like that's the answer. That's the problem that gives you. Right. I'm trying to figure out what's the problem that she has. We can look up the video. I mean, I think it's a video, but the screen grab. I don't really want to do it. If it's not on Jags, it probably sucks ass. Let's see here. Okay. DFAG came in hot. That's we're gonna skip this. Seems close on that one because it's a penis. 24 million views. Papa is a viral machine. Like this. Dave Oz, 66 kids. Yeah, that was cool. Sounds cool. A bunch of people were hitting me up about it. God, it's about to be my. The one right for my trucks, the biggest ever posted. I think that's like 24 million views. That's wild, dude. That's spicy. He's sales every single clip anywhere anyone posted. He's like also Fox. He posted on Washington. Yeah, that's I'm not really a numbers guy. I wonder. I mean, he's probably not wrong. It probably is something to like 4 million. We saw that. People in India are like, "Oh, bro!" When it's all over the world, they have no idea. They're just like the guy that flipped the truck. That'd be like people from foreign nations come here, see shot. They go, "Truck flip guy! You flipped your truck!" That's crazy. Well, it's just like the guy that punched the kangaroo in Australia. Everyone saw that. Nobody knows who he is. But you can recognize him if you saw him. I'd probably be like, that guy looks like the guy that punched the kangaroo. He looks like every other white guy in retail. If you really could see the kangaroo guy, you'd probably be weirded out. You'd be like, how do you know? That's true. Let's see what we got next. Blockbuster. So I'm assuming Born Salamander 8 watched it already, and he's saying that's Blockbuster. Check it out. Love you, Theo, but this ain't it. Oh, Theo Von posted it. Hey, sure. Yikes, who the fuck is watching this? I mean, the people have spoken, Daddy. Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog. Ain't nobody watching that. Is there any comedy in there? Dan being ashamed of his head. I usually skip this part. Nobody watches this shit free for what? One try 474 to cancel your Netflix subscription. But the bird thing, I got heated in the past because I said the machine. Stop saying that. I can stand by it. I enjoyed the machine, but I want to watch this show to see if I like it. Yeah, I know the preview made
One of the greatest stages of all time.
Dude, why are you gonna do that? I'm not gonna edit this out. I don't care. I want people to know that Othman said it was good. Oh no. Yeah, there's gonna be so much hate comments right now. Fair enough. He said it was good. I'm gonna watch it. Maybe I'll say the same thing. Who knows? So did you ever ask yourself if Othman was a bot? No, I know he's not. Okay, cool. Yeah. I didn't meet him in person, so yeah, he's not a robot. Yeah. But have you seen the show? No, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not even gonna hate watch it. Yeah. I have much more things to do with my time.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
I'm not gonna watch it ever. This is for all my friends that are fans and viewers of this show. That is a fucking boundary. Okay, I'm not watching. We're watching it. Fuck. Nah, but you said before that you don't judge things if you don't see it. It sucks. Okay, well, what I'm not doing here is saying that a friend of mine told me it sucks, so it sucks. I know for a fact. Deep down, I talked to God. He told me it was a bomb. It might be good. Okay, the machine was good. I'm perfectly fine with somebody like it. I'm perfectly fine with thinking it sucks too. I'll be the judge. Go back, watch it. You're gonna go into deep waters, Daddy. And you know what, dude? I'll be there with a life raft for everything else. I mean, here's the problem. I can't watch it because my wife listens to me too. But when I watch it, she can't see that I watch it. I'll have to watch it and see. What are you doing? Nothing. Not watching the bird and bird in their show. You bitch. That's the narrative. She doesn't even want to watch it with you, huh? I don't think so. Maybe. No. Because I've suggested good movies. I don't think she can watch Bert Kreischer's show. Just get him to write out a good bitch movie. Like it's an irreverent comedy about a guy that takes a shirt off and up to the stool at a comedy club in Boston. Whitney Cummings likes it. Yeah. Whitney Cummings said it was good. She's like, and I gotta figure out how to get you out of my apartment. Let's see here. From Kardashian to relatable housewife and mom. Me helping my husband before the screws and bolts that I threw out when I was overstimulated. Oh my God, stop saying overstimulated. How many of these idiots are going to keep using that as an excuse for their stupid behavior? It's being overstimulated. Go die. Overstimulated. Yeah, if you're overstimulated, it means you're done getting stimulated. Never come again. I'm tired of it.
If this works, I'd shit myself.
Fucking die. I agree. It seems annoying to continue. There must be just a buzzword that people are using now. Oh, sorry about
No
that.
way. It's a game over. No way. No way. It's game over.
Mom, I got an F, but don't worry. I was my mom's like, all right,
No way.
Shirking the responsibilities of being a parent. Well, guess what? I didn't make dinner tonight. Figure it out yourself, but I'm overstimulated. I'm no longer in love with your father. I'm overstimulated. I'm gonna go fuck a black guy. I'm out of here. I'm gonna work on the street now. And I'm gonna get stimulated every night for money. Mom's back to being a streetwalker. You've done it before. I was overstimulated as a child. You were actually overstimulated when you were born. Heavy the crack. I'm 100% on your side, dude. I hate it. I hate it, dude. You can't be uncomfortable for 1 second. You know, is that what it means? That sounds right. Overstimulated to me is a synonym of feeling uncomfortable. Yeah, like you can just like bite your tongue and live for a moment. Get the fuck out of here. Stop posting on Instagram and shit like you're overstimulated. Fucking Whitney Cummings is saying. When Whitney Cummings and Jaslyn Singh are the ones that are fronting your movement, not being in shit. Yeah, that's a good point. Plus, it would be kind of super annoying. You're living with a woman and she gets stressed out or whatever, and what she does when she's stressed out is either throw your stuff out or talk about how all the guys she fucked before you on YouTube. It's like, Jesus, what can we do? Is there a pill that you can take to less stimulate you? Because you can't go on YouTube and tell everybody that you fucked a lot of guys. All right, you're fucking guys, and you want to throw my stuff out. Can I get a kiss? You're overstimulated? How you fuck? They can't even kiss me? What is that? And why couldn't you? What would your stimulation level have to do with your kiss? If you're stimulated when you want to kiss me, right? Oh, I'll stimulate you. My lips are disgusting. I hate it. You sound like, oh gosh. I can simulate you, like, well, actually, that's the problem. You can't. I said, unless you're gonna become 5 white guys right now, you're not gonna stimulate me. Yes, and she's like, I would, I love you, but you're just not attracted. Not like the roster of white dudes. Those guys are hot. Dylan, especially Tuesday. Tuesday? Nuts. You know, Thursday. You're right here Thursday. He was a little weak. I hadn't heard the guy's name. He was days of the week. He's a week turn, dude. Anyways, yeah, I don't like it. Comment below, what do you guys think of the overstimulated shit? It's happening too often, dude. Have you ever been overstimulated yourself? You know, who has you overcome that? That's what ice agents are saying now, dude. I killed her because I was overstimulated. They might be. I can totally see, like, that idiot with the shame thing going. The ice agents were overstimulated because Tim Walz is telling people to stimulate them. Alright, let's see. What's his name? Bongino? Not Bongino. Bovino. I watched his speech and he was like, there's choices you make. When you make a choice, the choice is made. And when you make a choice, other people have choices too. And when you choose, some people choose wrong. And choosing is what we're going to discuss today. And somebody's like, why did that guy die? He's like, stop choosing. It's all about choice. Were you listening? You choose not to listen. He literally said that. In response to a question, he's like, it's all about, did you hear what I said about choice? Now I'm going to bring up Miss Rachel Chair. And now we're going to overstimulate Candace Owens. Alright, let's go. Keep on. Jiu-Jitsu. Ariel Helwani. Dude, Helwani randomly fires up the fire hydrant for the first time in years. What the fuck? This has to get more likes, dude. No way. Posted by Dog wins 770. 5 seconds, though. Not enough. Jiu-Jitsu. Great guy. Meta. It's addicting, you know? You'll never fully get away. When you dip your toe in, it's not going to be the last time you go to the beach. That was funny. I had to say, I'm going to myself a hats off on that one. Spicy. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes when you're coloring inside the lines, you're going to fucking bring a couple crayons, you know what I mean? And then you might eat them and smell them. There you go, crayon shots. Put a Sharpie in your ass. Everybody's eating a crayon. Alright, Loon Manding. Posted this. He said Sharpies in the ass. Loon Manding 56 posted this. What happened to thickboy.com? Oh, I saw this actually. I'm scrolling through Reddit, and they must not be selling the merch anymore. Or finances are good. They can't even afford a $12 fucking website. That's great. There's no more merch. What happened to all the brand boxes and boxes of shirts? Yeah, that's it. Drive fast on gas. What do you do when you can't sell? Great question. If Papa had the answers, there would be 100,000 less ships. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not even seeing merch stuff anymore. Like, he gave away a couple trucks. I haven't seen anything merch-wise recently. Do you want to look into this right now? If they're still selling it, or if the website's up, if there's any merch, sure, why not? I can talk about that. I remember the days of the merch when I would be going through them and seeing that there's women's stuff, you know, like women's shorts and I just can't imagine doing that ever. You buy your girl short shorts and say, like, thick boy or thick girl or something. And then there's only 6 shirts now. I mean, I'm kind of down to buy this bundle because as you guys can see today, I'm sorry, I don't have thick boy merch today. This sucks though. This is terrible merch. Fighter, the kid, the classic, have a kid fight. What the fuck is this? I don't even know what have a kid fight means. Why is there no Drive Fast All Gas merch? Yeah, this is on the Drive Fast All Gas thing too. Orders. I'm not gonna show you my orders. It's all. What if you just all list? These are the best selling shit. They're like, Sean, we gotta pick because all this shit is selling. So we gotta pick a few things to keep up. There's one guy in Seattle that really wants merch, dude. There's pictures of guys wearing this shit. Wow, it's posted. I love it. Everything about it feels like it was made specifically for me. The fit feels like I gotta meet this guy. Can I get on this? Because maybe they're almost guys doing this. I want to take a picture of myself. I'm sick. There's another reason. Dude, you're so right. Why are we doing this? Well, they posted it. Is it the same? It's the same fucking guy. I swear to God, dude. It is 3. This is awesome. Oh my God. I like how he's asking himself questions in the review. Fit, perfect. Material, perfect. Graphic, perfect. Oh, this action from soy boys who drive electric cars after they realize what it says. I'll give it a little wink. Perfect. This guy is. He has a nice house. He sure feels right. I want to meet my wife with it. This is like his parents bought in this house. They go, he just likes brand shop. He likes to buy brand shop clothes. He has some money. He's a nice kid. I look how he takes a picture. Bro, you can't even get that anymore. Yeah, that shirt's like out of.
In order to be kind of what he has to be designed,
It's in the thrift store.
desires has to be
Why no backside of that one? This is easy ordering it around very quickly. Product is quality. Exceeds expectations. And want to order more. That is so funny, dude. Why don't they say like thanks for ordering again? Why don't they say again? They don't recognize John, dude. John is keeping them in business, dude. John's really into it. And he's got great hats. Yeah, his hats are actually making the fit come together. Oh, I can't find that merch. Damn. Dude, that's amazing. I'm kind of fun. Yeah, John is all over the place here, dude. I want to see this one again, though, because there's 2 pictures in this one. Why is it not? It's John order. I want to see all of John's photos. What's that? Oh, we can't buy Blue Venom from Brendan. Works great. Love the taste.
want to teach you desires.
So except this is mentally cool mint. And then don't spill it on your white counters. Come on, keep it off the white counters. I wonder what sad child employees responding to this. Bro, how are we so far behind on this? This John guy has to have another one. There's no way to post 3 reviews. There's this many, do you automatically show up? Get rid of Brendan Shop. I like how they don't respond to this. And they left it up. We should just fucking post a picture of us with any of his numbers that we have that we show. We should get humor chat posted. Let's be fair, alright? Because like Ben. Yeah, Ben for a second. Super soft and bright colors fit his athletic. Thanks for the awesome feedback. We're glad you love the softness and colors, and the fit works great for you. Appreciate your support. What's the latest one from? What date? Does it have a date stamp? Let's see. They're still doing first over this guy. That guy definitely listens to Fat and Peter. It's so scary. He's pissing off for sure. The latest one. 10/28, so it's not again. It's a little misleading because some of them were from this month. If I can be mistaken. No, I think it is in chronological order. Yeah. So we're gonna wait for the next stuff to bid. We love this stuff. There's one. This one, no. Started to acquire my own home drive to install gas section in my closet. Curious comfortable. Gets confidence when I go out. Bro, anyone that listens to this can focus on this. That's what I'm getting. Yeah, these do look like pictures of people like beat us up. He turns around like, what'd you say about Brendan? He's in a fucking coat. They kind of, yeah, they look like they've all had one tough life. Tired WWE.
Does not
That guy, Shawn Michaels, baby. It is very interesting. Let's go one star reviews with pictures. You fucking almost got to one with your face on. I know Brendan would fuck them up. I don't want to leave a 1-star review. I don't want to leave a 5-star review. And so, guys, you gotta hold us accountable. Can you go back to that last one? Sorry. That was a funny story. After failing to ship the order before Christmas, so this is a Christmas gift. Oh yeah, like 1/21/2026. Okay, so this is, I said separately. That's exactly how weird my order was. Literally, can I get a single human being on the phone or email respond? I had to open up a dispute with my credit card company, and then suddenly 2 months later, a random package shows up in the mail. LOL. Anybody reading this? I have your package in open. I do not want this stuff. I've already got my money back. Damn, a Christmas present from Dry Festival Gas. That's appreciated.
And therefore, again, there are things ultimately from power, from Max is here in the class,
Yeah, this is the same person as twice.
ask to confirm the class, Caleb, it's horrible of his
So that's January 21st of this month. A blind subscription may help you forget about things you paid for. Credits tied. Best price on British on here. Okay, you guys give me gear for $30 a month. What the fuck? You have to pay for it twice. So if you're in the club, you get deals on the Dry Festival Gas merch. What do you get in the club besides that? Automatic double entries and 2 ball giveaways. Okay. Full control of your membership. Pause skipper cancels that job. No bullshit, no questions asked. Exclusive gear, monthly giveaways. Of what? Nobody else gets it. Keep it paid for a reason, Daddy. Yeah. Early access to new drop sales and giveaways. Get first dibs. Dry Festival Gas releases promos and giveaways before anyone else. I mean, when are they giving away the next truck? I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but we're gonna have to enter and send in a picture. Like this thing that we were gonna feel okay with. I want to definitely send in a picture. I guess we can buy the Epic Mini Fight Club app. No, I'm not doing that. We're not going backwards, Daddy. Okay, no more backwards. The future. No. Next drop. Oh, okay, yeah. TFAG, bearish, dude. When is the next drop? Everyone's waiting. Everyone's asking. Oh, that's great. All right, back to this. Let's see here. On Papa's weirdness, homophobia, and search for identity posted by potential beings 301. I'm curious to see how long it is. It's very long. I was caught off guard in a recent golden hour clip by Papa's overt homophobia. I suppose the rhetoric is typical of right-wing alpha male truck pods. Is it a thing? I don't know.
On social media, this isn't real.
I don't know if truck pods are a thing, but let's take truck out of that. Right-wing alpha male pods. Sure, there you go. Now it makes sense. Truck pods, very funny. Potential beings, 631. I think they might name their focus on yes. It's not, by the way, Cootie, it's not a truck pod. It's a golden pod. Oh, okay. And then even more evidence that it was a joke. Yeah. Kind of good issue a little bit there, but attempting to discuss the agenda and failing to identify what that means until a timely assist from on chip seemed like a big swing in a potentially alienating direction. So is he a gay man that listens to Golden Hour? Hold on. I don't know. Not yet. Assuming this to be a pretty obvious projection, I consider Bubba's own sexuality as her potential catalyst. His specific weirdness has been discussed and dissected at length. This brought to mind the resentment he likely feels towards himself, knowing that not only could he be living a more fulfilling life, putting stuff in his ass, pages in the bubble, like he says, he's already done that. Yeah. But what his career could have been like if he were able to confront the aspect of his life early on. The potential entertainment career from an out MMA guy who possessed both physical attributes typically associated with heteromasculinity with a queer sexual identity, which he confusingly acted out as comedy in the Ring of Honor. Wow. Couldn't have put it better myself, Mr. Holmes. Could likely have positioned himself to be much more financially and artistically fulfilled than where he finds himself today. Instead, you have someone who is all consumed with performative identity characteristics designed to influence how he is perceived by others, despite how obvious this appears. His obsession with defining himself as a type of guy, truck, sports, racing, fish, hunting, etc., is a practice more typical of someone in their teens or 20s, or like us, we like trucks. More than a 40-year-old plus with such very lived experiences Even his latest claim of a baseball dad portrays a superficial title that most folks would take as serious as a t-shirt slogan. Positions his role as a father as secondary, at least for all the pounding on him that is done. I do feel some sense of empathy towards him if this is in fact his plight. Hopefully, his public persona is just an Andy Kaufman-esque performance piece, and he's living his true life behind closed doors. So, yeah, we've talked about that, but what I was thinking about is there's a point here that I kind of agree with, in that Popov is doing something wrong. And one of the, because obviously, right? But could he have done what Tiger King does? Should he be doing that? Openly gay moral. There's not a lot of gay idiots, right? There's really not a lot of famous gay morons. Tiger King is the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe Andy Dick, Joe Rogan, but he's not openly, right? Yet, yes. So, but what I'm saying is, like, Bob is totally Tiger King. He's selling crap, and he's irresponsible, and I can totally see every financial recover from this. He's accidentally killed a staff person with his truck. You know, so he very much is Tiger King, just without other men. Well, Tiger King fucking chicks. He had chicks, right? Or ladies. I could be wrong. I know he was into dudes. He was, well, everyone knows he was with the guy with the crazy teeth. To piggyback off of your pause. Wrong topic to piggyback on. But with Bob, like I said before, dude, I think that, like, everything this guy said, his life would be way easier. He says it, he literally says it in his confidence when he does say, Felsky is shit. Yeah, and his wife's got an embarrassing. So, yeah, this is something to read and think about. But they be like, I mean, he takes supplements probably to get hard. Because he doesn't care. Oh, that's right. He does take a lot of dick juice. Yeah. Why is that? That's a good question. Why do you do that? If he's taking Viagra or dick juice just to have sex with women when he's like that, aren't his wife on the road, that's crazy. Just look at your true love. Spicy. I mean, you know, it's probably very frowned down upon from the circles that he's been in. Football locker rooms and MMA gyms, stuff like that. So he can't just go to the candy shop and all that becomes, but the thing is, he could be weed. Like, maybe he gets out to be closet. We don't know about that. And that's fine too. Or he's straight as hell, or just gay. Yeah. Comments. Anytime I see him, I go, it's painfully obvious how comfortable he is. I want to see it. Healthy man. 37 bitching for life. Oh, God. That's frightening. It's a weird face. And they're a family of, that's how they make a lot of faces. Talented. I mean, it's just some sort of failure. Like, this could be all. Well, you guys are nuts. It looks like one of those reality TV screen grabs. This week, last week, realized when I was in Boston, my 600 days of life. That's 600. Post my smile for window. The shot's really good. We made jokes about the Star Wars. We made jokes about the almost every reality show. They could be any Real Housewives, Star Wars, Intervention, Adderall, what are some more? Survivor. Intervention for the content. Like, dude, if somebody just sat down and like, stop podcast.
Mayor will say
Yeah.
that
Get back to
Malika,
stand-up.
in fact, goes ahead and presents the
Yeah, and then
elephant
everything,
and
the
then come
content is so bad.
even if the animal
Friends say,
itself,
look,
the bird
just do
itself,
stand-up.
was
It's
a
probably
foul
good. And they're like, yeah, but it's
wolf. If Madame, and so was
John
Mahmoud
left you
in
with
his
three
paper
different
veterinary
reviews for three
But Mayor
different
says that Malika
John loves
turns
you.
out to be done
John's
on
not.
the
John is
So
special.
Mayor says that the purpose of the fact that they
Fear factor, but it's just like Brennan eating in the truck.
the opinion of one says only if the bird is coming, if the bird was technically
I said, go ahead, the truck was. I've been
And the other
truck
thing is,
diaries.
no, even if it was a foul,
Whatever the fuck.
a focus, he's fine on it, I'm not a loser.
So yeah,
Kind of how
what would
you
the
Mayor
survivor
about
be?
me. It was a really unassuming of a loser. That the Mayor holds,
Maybe probably better
and
than
the Mayor was
survivor.
the hammer, even about the
Birds on
even
that
if the
too.
bird was
Oh,
a
yeah.
foul
Oh,
wolf,
you know they're gonna go.
on it,
I mean, I forget who it was. One of these commentary channels called it. Everyone's becoming. Oh, podcast crew. Everyone's becoming Brendan Shaw.
This
Why?
is true even if
Because
was, but
everyone's
even if
everyone's
they
getting
did
a wave
Malika
of hate.
on
Oh
peace
yeah,
and
Kreischer, Thompson,
that
Joe
was like
Rogan, Whitney
peace
Cummings.
and
They all laugh at Brendan Shaw at one time, but they're slowly becoming. They're all gonna be naked and afraid soon. So in the future, when everyone's at the same low point, you know, they should all have like a season of Naked and Afraid. It's so funny, dude. They fall so far that there's a season where Joe Rogan's like naked, like trying to 70 years old. Naked and Afraid is the what happened for that Brian got that bird. It was there. I had to do it.
I know. I told jokes. I do crazy shit. I made some mistakes. Made some mistakes. I knocked out my no care homes. And
I don't really know that many reality shows. Love is Blind. Yeah, Love is Blind. I've never seen yeah. So Dalia is like going on dates and they can't see how old the first question he asks. And when they sit down, they're like, hi. He's like, hold on. Yeah, they're like, I can't say like, well, you know, there are some interesting characters in the show. They're all Beast of a Burnout pop-up post by Clint Burger. Chips is our favorite truck. Look at that. He's working on it. I love this show.
Now it turns out, forget about a sheep of birds. People eat like chicken.
It's too loud. Yeah, my brats are a lot quieter. For sure. You know. I burned out my truck earlier. You out here in Seattle. Oh, that's right. Yeah, dude. I was like, dude, I'm so sick. I'm sorry. You ever read
For the service of the
all the wrong moves. Blockbuster Studios presents Cats on Hot Side by 39. City of Boston. All the wrong moves. Good. Are we on here? What is your name?
Obviously, even the bird turned out to be a shape recommendation.
Yeah, I'm on the
We're
military.
estimating
He's not
that
a
something
military.
very old that Malika is enough to go out and retire even piece of chickens. Forget about birds. So what happens if you break the neck of the goat? Wrong animal. I understand the services involved, but I'm asking over here is I use the right mechanism or the wrong animal? Does that prevent Thomas Marilla from devolving upon now the
Let's see. I
decapitated
eat your food.
goat?
You get cadooshed.
So
That was my exit truck. We're gonna
all
have to show
the
some
kind of
crazy
golden
here.
knife.
It's very predictable. And on this
Do I say
my
on one
exit
hand,
truck.
maybe the reason why the mayor committed Malika,
I'm not gonna fight you. That's not an option, man. I'm so mad the car's broke. We're gonna do this enough. Whoever loses leaves. Did he break in here?
all the time.
So I take my sweatshirt off and I'm just in sweat.
Not the other.
I don't wear your shirt. Get ready to fight. You would see stuff. Nothing, training, nothing. It's great. We're gonna fight. I'm not fighting you. So I'm like, I'm
Oh, Gemma, you look at the Hindu. And you know, it is fun to see what family, the Bahima family, the livestock family, the Bahima family, and that's enough.
Why does he do
Lucky
this?
that this on the way.
He's probably saw it on TV.
Seeing over these particular action.
I am
I'm gonna buy it. No, yeah, it's not. Listen, if you just these these places that well. That's a little bit of is in fact not listen, this is very what's the question that came up? The question that came up is whether or not you go ahead and does the entire team what happened? So listen, I just suppose that when you do so bad we had to go out. I ran to the University of Colorado, my first roommate. so the margin is like that's where do you know that from? That a regular on the LinkedIn? Yes, that is correct. A regular problem with that regular does not I'm going to say that
After the fucking thing, he probably goes, he takes me outside and goes,
therefore, we'll say again. So therefore, you exercise in a normal way. Doesn't make them up. That we all know. Therefore, showing that is using on the animal. Does that animal convey
you gotta stop the video. Come on, tune in.
Again, remember, stop the question that he made. Because they were throwing with that.
He has the poster up here. He's like,
That even
tune in
if
for
you
the
know
king.
a completely wrong animal. As long as
He
it's
really
in a
makes
bird
me
fowl
answer,
family, it's sacrificially valued, but it does not become an it doesn't convey to my
king.
and that's what I'm saying.
I mean, who's the king? Who's the king? He was the king.
The Apollo Sakuru.
Brandon Traub was the steakhouse. He looks like a bunch of bees still on his face. Is that real? Yeah. And then how do I know? Theo is the rat king. So the king. Oh, yeah, I know. Rat king. I forgot. It's so long. Yeah. But that's like a douche. Like, this thing is like a douche. I'm going to be seeing my therapist this week.
The Egla Rubin one, so also was an overcloud in the stomach, which is that the caleb of a kosher animal cannot be used as a therefore what? Does not convey tumor. Does not convey tumor. How do I know? What about the caleb of a shark?
On every single thing that's his, even individually, like, you know, when you get individual rappers and pop tarts, he opened the box and say with every single individual fucking pop we have a straight up fist fight. Throw it to his last one. And then he went and told the coach. I thought he getting cut from the team. The coach brought me in. Nor is he was so intimidated. His name is Gary Barnett. And we were in the little measure Gary Barnett. Oh, the coach. I think I met him one time. And he won Rosebud Northwestern. He's so intimidated.
Now, listen, because the animal is how do I know that that healer does not convey
where he put labels on everything
Roma
in the cover. That's the most annoying. All you're thinking, he would be so call his mom. It's crazy. None of this makes sense. I mean, labels on every single thing is amazing. I don't know if I'd be annoyed by that. I think it was a little weird, but I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna eat it now. It'd be annoying if, like, I bought boxes and they labeled that. I'm like, but I bought that. If they label here for anybody, that's a reason. But if you buy stuff and label it, like, oh, yeah. You know, I have violence in my DNA, so I'm gonna fight you whether you put labels on it or not. You're gonna fucking fight everybody for any reason. I'm gonna eat a hot pocket and punch you in the face. That social media, this isn't real. I'll eat it frozen. I have violence.
That the carcass would be
He like become all out and now, you know, they come in nutrients, come in a box. They're each individual. He took every single one out and wrote his name on it. Well, that's like most people who have, they buy a really nice car. Usually, like, dude, it sucks because you did something wrong. Brandon Chop did something wrong. And if you can tell the story, you can be like, dude, I was nuts. Yeah, I beat somebody up because they labeled the roof.
That would be really funny. Yeah, if you can make it fun. Like, I was a crazy person back then. When I was hungry, I asked my roommate if he wanted, like, you know, he got anything to eat. My roommate was like, well, I got some nutrient bars, and I just got pissed off.
Let's say I made a mistake, and I did the application then what could I do? I checked it. So the novelty
His mom called me from the hospital, and I was still drunk, so I called her a bitch.
Not good, I wish I had
I went to the hospital and beat her up. And the worst part of it is, the coach let me say, because I was good, he was like, so it just goes to show how fair it is.
where I didn't do the Arena service correctly, nevertheless, the Phillips still worked to
Yeah, I
make
mean, you
it.
can totally,
I
you can
became
still tell the story, but it's the way you're telling it. You're proud of what you did, like you did nothing wrong. It's so fucking weird. It doesn't make sense. You ate his food. He put the labels on there kind of like to help you in a way, like so it's easy to know what to let to say your friendship. Yeah, he's not, what did he do that was so, and
nor does it actually work for the opposing side. At least it should be good enough to go ahead and prevent it from being from them becoming a
I know this is different, but don't keep a car cover on it. Don't drive it. I'm like, listen, I can drive it. You precious bitch. But Brett, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it, or only before? I took it. I'm halfway through the dry sheet, Doctor. You tried to change the subject as fast as possible. I think this story that Brandon Shaw would have come to accountability. He's going to fuck you up, dude. That's it, looking at the Triscuits. He just realizes,
you're right.
I'm not so through with it. How dare you put your name on your Triscuits box? Oh, man. There's not a chance I've ever seen a therapist who'd be like, no, I don't think so.
I once heard
No, not unless he's forced to.
I
They won't take it seriously.
الناس بالحبايب من النار يتصل ناقل إنسان يوصل and I learned plus and when
Right? He's not complicated for sure. He's very simple. He's gonna be honest, I guess. In a closed room with no cameras, I'm hoping. And he might give me some birds to try to try to make it seem like I'm a nice guy. Why does everyone hate me? This therapist like, dude, puppy, listen.
And it turns out that the animal is the bird is
If you're his therapist, and you're like, you're just a normal guy, you get home, it's like, do you think you can help it? You're gonna watch the specials, you're gonna do the stuff for him. I mean, you shouldn't, but I'm sure it's very hard not to. The therapists are talking, let me check this guy out. He said he's a good dude. And then he starts watching Reddit, and the therapist starts feeling so bad about reading and laughing about the posts because he gets excited for the session where Brendan acts out the post of Red Life in front of him, and the therapist, one night finds that he's posted brain clips and his name is
Malika only works to go ahead and remove him off the law when the bird was sacrificially damaged. And there was some type of other issue.
Well, exactly, and it's just
the
like
bird itself was sacrificially imbalanced. Like in the case ultimately where it turns out to be a paper, so the Malika ultimately does not only doesn't help sacrificially, but doesn't help chemo-wise either, and the bird will in fact create tumors. I look for the Mesa, the process that's Buddha, and it turns out to be Malika, and the animal the bird is the paper, I look for the Mesa, it wasn't very
But at
important.
the end of it, he goes, Doctor, I'm Nagler, or Doctor, I'm Cutie, support and broken short. Yeah, you know what it was. You know I tried, dude. You know I fucking tried, all right? I'm tired. I was going to say, you know, session. Brendan chops his leg, and
But
then
the bird itself is sacrificially valid. It's just that what? Yeah, I messed something up in some of the details of the then or some other sacrificial detail. Then, although the sacrificially invalid, ultimately again it will not convey to us the data. But if the bird itself is inherently sacrificially invalid, then not only is it sacrificially invalid, but what? That's conveyed to my I was like, how do you know what?
therapist has shit like that. He wears one of those COVID masks because he's laughing, but Brennan thinks he's gay for having. Why are you wearing a mask? I'll get you out more.
Yes,
Therapist is like, call it. He says Brennan shots up by accident. But Brennan's too stupid to ever realize. How was your son's baseball game? You won. Therapist is like, call it. So you've been going to a lot of baseball practices, huh? I'll talk about that. The therapist is like, yeah, you did, yeah. You talked about the one session.
Done by one. One was about Mexico, done by one.
It's that's like a real issue for Brennan in therapy is that he's actually mad about his mother-in-law because make him fat.
The other one you don't have to take.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, that's it for this week, dude. Shout out to y'all for watching, dude. Y'all the realest, y'all the coolest, dude. See you next week.
I know I learned 12. Okay. One is that both regard and then both are done by non-police. One Felisa, one Malika, one the halakha is neither you should offer up. One of them, if you did offer up, you don't have to take it down from his death. And the other one, if you did offer up, you do have to take it down from his death. And I can't remember which one is which. I'm not discussing this says. I think I know this one. Mistabra, who needs to pay Malika Rossi. With a pure, I don't feel it. It's a one that comes by the 19th of the South. Even if the money is there, has to be taken off to his there. Malika Rossi. And I worked on this before the left inside to Malika and put it on his there. But you need to have to put it off to his there. It's a nice one, Malika. It's a wide range of different done by his dad. Done by his dad. You don't have to take it off to his there. Which is my answer. Yes, not with trauma. It's an ultimately a good example of Malika higher trauma. Because it was by a trauma, therefore what? Therefore, halakha the main stuff, therefore, halakha the main stuff, even if it's
Not called Joe. And let's go get a podcast and give me a name. You Joe. Instagram is a me. Yeah. Best friend. We talk all the time. And he's the Lord and stand up in the truck. Oh, this is so funny. Oh, this is so funny. These guys are so funny. Without even trying. Austin, Texas. You make a lot of fun. Austin, Texas. On the course of night. Remember how you think some gay. Answer my call, Joe. Listen to my podcast. Give me the name to make it time. I can't tell my companion, brother. I fucking love you, Joe. I love you, not that truck. Instagram is real. That is the real. Little Annie, oh, what you want me to my truck? Sleeping in my eyes, it's just about that. You have to know that something spicy. This is be my best friend. And we talk all the time, but he's just bored if we do. Well, I let him go. So my best is to get you to live the peace. Let me wish my part. We have a better team. It's so I'm taking out of shoes. Oh no. I'm drinking out of shoes. Oh, that shit is fucking gold.
Was not offered up on the chair. This is Monica Opos, which were offered up again on that's not necessarily true. It is my focus ultimately again what was
Austin, Texas. What make you wanna call it sitting there about the bag, look, it's old. Late, and then cry and fake some game. Before they left, he said, I'm his girlfriend. Then please answer my call, Joe. We tell you a podcast and give me a ring back if you find time. And I can come around, my companion and daddy. I fucking love you, Joe. I'm working up my truck. There's something wish my girl just hit the show. Instagram isn't real, but that is to pay my bills. Little lady, would you walk into my truck? Yeah, we get ready to joke, but you were so funny. Dripping in my pants, but 10 inches, how about that? You read about a girl who is sometimes spicy. Listen, I believe my best friend. But we talk all the time, and he is so supportive of me doing stand-up. So I'm in the truck and we play collide, let him know. Until the Mexican, she moves and I'm a piece. Then we fish my pot, we'll jump a better team. It's gonna take me some views, but I'm drinking out of shoes. No. I'm drinking out of shoes. That shit is so fucking fun. In Texas, if you wanna call some noise. Seems to go the MacBook is old invasion. If you're in LA, and Brian thinks I'm gay. He said I'm his girlfriend. He's answer my call, Joe. This is a podcast. Give me a ring back if you can tell me. I can't do it like companion daddy. I fucking love your joke. I love you up my truck. I love you fish my work. To control myself. Instagram is real. That is the thing real. Little Annie, what did you got? It's in my truck. You're so funny. Something in my ass. Once again, she's all about that. Yeah, about the real, really something spicy. Hasn't been hard to be my best friend. But we talk all the time. And he's so supportive of me doing stand up to us. But I like going. We tell the best it can't she knows that I'm a beast. It's cute. You can get some views. I'm picking out shoes. Shoes. Oh, that shit is so funny. Texas makes me wanna call set nine. Steven Trent with his back, look his old nation. Every LA, when Brian thinks I'm gay. Right before he left, he said I'm his girlfriend. Oh, fuck. Originally, answer my call, Joe. This is a podcast. Give me a ring back if you can tell me. We can't do a fight companion daddy. I fucking love your joke. I light up my truck. I'm up in Richmond, rolling in control herself. Instagram isn't real. That is what I'm bills. Lenny, talk to my truck. It's so funny. Spinning in my head. You're getting shit all about that. I want to work with, but sometimes spicy. Catch you on the piece with a fish, my hot better it's key. See the there with some views. But I am wishing out the shoes. No. I don't know the shit. Austin, Texas. We might wanna come to Nas. Saving good of the black book is old and nation. living in LA, and now Brian thinks I'm gay. Right before he left, he said I'm his girlfriend. Every day's answer my call, Joe. Every week to a podcast and give me a ring back if you find time, and we can do a fight companion daddy. I fucking love you, Joe. You loaded up my truck. Mother me wish my girl was able to control herself. Instagram isn't real, but that is what pay my bills. Little Annie, or would you walk me to my truck? You ain't had a joke and you're just so funny. Sitting in my iPad pants and 10 inches, how about that? And the burger is sometimes spicy. Listen, Bobby Lee, my best friend. We talk all the time, and he's so supportive of me doing stand-up. So when you ask me my truck, including Kalila and Dawn. Tell my best kid, she knows that I'm a beast. But only wish my pod would just be better. She do give me some views, but now I'm drinking out of shoes. Drinking out of shoes. Oh, it's so funny. Austin, Texas. Oh, would you wanna call St. Nas? See the chin on the MacBook is old and ancient. After in LA, and the Brian thinks I'm gay. He said I'm his girlfriend. Won't you please answer my call, Joe? We start a podcast and give me a ring back if you find time, and so we can do a fight companion daddy. I fucking love you, Joe. You modded up my truck. She just control herself. Instagram isn't real, but that is gonna pay my bills. Little Annie, won't you walk me to my truck? I can't write a joke and you're just so funny. Slipping in my pants, it's 8 inches, how about that? What about the girls that are sometimes spicy? Listen, Bobby Lee, my best friend. Oh, we talk all the time. And kiss was for me to stand up. So I'm on the truck and you ain't Kalila and Dawn. Until my last kid, she wasn't a beast. Never wish no one was ever better teeth. Never give me some views. But I'm drinking out of shoes. No. I'm drinking out of shoes. Austin, Texas. We'll make you wanna call St. Nas. See the chain on the back, book is old and Asian. We left her in LA, and then Brian thinks I'm gay. Right before he left, he said I'm his girlfriend. But you can please answer my call, Joe. Maybe to a podcast and give me a ring back if you find time. And so I can do a fight companion, daddy. I fucking love you, Joe. I modded up my truck. I really wish my girl would just control herself. Instagram isn't real, but ads don't pay my bills. Pay my meals. Bills. Little Annie, or would you walk me to my truck? I ain't glad a joke and it's just so funny. Something in my pants, it inches, how about that? But about the girl that is sometimes spicy. Listen to I believe my best friend. We joke all the time. The dudes so supportive. They do a stand up. So watching my truck and we ring Kalila and Bell. Then I'm Mexican. She knows that I'm a beast. Then I wish my pop was just a better team. Instantly me some views. But I'm making out of shoes. No. Austin, Texas, would make me wanna call Sanaj. Even people on the MacBook is old and Asian. We left her in LA, and now Brian thinks I'm gay. Right before he left, he said I'm his girlfriend. Would you please answer my call, Joe? And let's do a podcast and give me a ring back if you find time, and so we can do a flight companion, daddy. I fucking love you, Joe. I modded up my truck and really wish my girl would just control herself. Instagram isn't real, but batteries don't pay my bills. Little Annie, or would you walk me to my truck? So I didn't write a joke and it's just so funny. Kicking in my pants, it's 8 inches out of that. Heard about the girl who is sometimes spicy. Listen, Bobby Lee, my best friend. We talk all the time, and he's so supportive of me doing stand-up. So walk to my truck and we drink Kalila and Dawn. Tell my Mexican that I'm a beast. Only wish my pop could have a better team. Someone get me some views. I'm drinking out of shoes. No. I'm drinking out of shoes. That shit is so fucking funny.
However, where the problem with Malika, the problem is But
You get
is it
early
the animal
access of this
itself?
show
The
on
animal
the
itself
Patreon,
is compromised.
but
Then what?
that
The
is not why
Malika is
they're here,
sacrificially
Jimmy.
invalid,
Like your
but
swag
the
today.
Malika is totally invalid, and the bird has the
They're
status
here
of an
to
adult.
watch Timmons
So,
shot.
for example, I
I
will
don't
say,
think for
if
that,
I
dude.
go
I think
ahead
they're
and
gonna see
do
more
a
Carly
liquid
on
with
this
my
than
left hand,
Oh
or
my
I am
god.
not doing
I
this,
wish we had talked about
the
that on
bird
the
is
other show. I
going
forgot. That's one of the topics I had was the
Part of my
success.
PhD down.
You leave think there's no telling where you
The bird is simply what?
The sky is the
Shot, right? It's considered to be
trash can or
shot,
whatever you would say.
and therefore, again,
Oh,
it's not
actually, I
in
think we
the game.
did talk about
As
that.
opposed to,
I
I take
was
the
gonna
bird
say
with
that.
one leg, and I keep on point, I do my
I said that he would ask more on how many chicks he fucked. But they are here to watch Timmons shot, right? So start the timer. Let's go.
Alright, this one's
And
close
not
by
only
Gunslinger 4
that,
is Hello Carly makes SNL debut. I mean,
and therefore, again,
dude, we could have predicted anything we
but
wanted to on
let's
the
say
show.
that
This
is
is not
that's the piece of
within my scope.
No, I wish I had called it for this.
Like,
This is something.
Well, hopefully it doesn't get
on
confused,
bottom
but
of
it won't be confused on the Patreon. It's definitely gonna get confused.
Mom,
He's going ham.
It's
Hard to do this,
I
dude.
do my look, and it turns out that the animal is good.
How many chicks you fuck?
I do my look on the bird, we open up the bird, and we find out that the bird,
Just if I had one word to describe Martin, dude,
so obviously,
2 words.
the
How about that?
sacrificial
I was gonna
purposes,
say 2
so
words.
the animal
Trained
is,
professional.
the bird is
Right.
invalid.
Yeah, he's ready. Right?
Here,
They-
it says animal kind of
I don't know how
It says
he had to
bird
much
is
into
not
practice for that, but
the bird is not
I mean,
candid.
he just nailed it. He was always ready, and he was given an opportunity, and he took
I'm gonna
it.
be there a couple of days. I'm gonna tell you why I hold that.
Never would give it up for Martin.
Tell the phone.
Are you
Tell the
kidding
phone.
me?
Tell the
He's
phone.
not fucking
So,
What's next?
because of
He's getting the Oscar.
listen, when it comes to a data scale, what's the data scale?
So many tier leagues, like they
An animal,
have
like an animal,
Robert De Niro wins an Oscar or something. He's
So,
like, "This
I'm
one
not
thing,
the mad with the mad. It wasn't the thing that's came up.
I want to thank my trainer, Bugger out."
Well, it's like Jessie Buckley wins Best Actress, and she's like, I just want to be
Then by
Mark.
definition, it comes
You know, it's a lot of fun. Just like I heard, like, it's a lot of fun on
Yeah,
that movie happening. We had lots of we had so many hits.
It's a
Right?
higher.
The story
So
was
if you
great.
nevertheless,
Musky like guy was always make us laugh.
car,
Kept asking almost got it. Chicks
they
fuck.
bust off.
We all wanted to fuck him.
Paul would answer that
So,
Shakespeare.
if
Shout out to Mark, dude. Let's see, what else we got here? I don't like what we're seeing.
Michaelis, they bust on me some also.
Appropriate, dude.
Again.
9:30 posted this
So they
last thing in
come up
high
with
school.
Maga and
Overseas.
Masa.
This kind of reminds me of like, you know how on the Reddit, not Reddit, you know, like the Red Bar Facebook group, they do gore warning. But it's usually just about one scene. Yeah, it's so bad. But that's just like a real life gore warning. Actual gore. This is weird. Not necessarily that they rape us. I don't want to know the context. That's how bad this is. You know what I mean? It reminds me of how, and I'm not calling this guy a hot chick, but you know, hot chicks, they do like things, do a picture where they look terrible on purpose. It's like he's trying to do that, but he just looks terrible regardless. You shouldn't really do that for your hot chick. You should do it.
You can only do that to a certain age.
That too. Yeah, there's an age limit for this.
He was like 18.
I'm like a kangaroo cat poop that big.
Right to it, dude. We got the soundboard, dude. Hit him with something.
Oh, I bet Mr. Whole Foods.
All right, let's see what else we got here on the Reddit. Fuckface. After we bring some career advice. If you do a live stream with Super Chat, you and Brendan would make millions. You think 100%. Why let people shit on you for free? You and Brendan can light fire with humor and humility while you with the audience. Live streaming is where the money is. I know you can roll with the punches, and Brendan can drop his ego and let his haters roast him unfiltered. That is the only move at this point. Love that idea.
I guess that doesn't mean
Just like Aquila goes ahead and commits himself.
That's so fucking funny. Brian's like, I don't know if this guy's a hater or not, but I'm gonna pretend like he's not because it won't hurt my feelings if he is. That is like a niche quote, right? Like, don't look into the abyss too long or you become the abyss or something. They thought about the haters so much where they're just like, fuck it. Hey, maybe they have good ideas. Fuck it. I'll take an idea from anybody. I'm drowning. Help!
That a bird should be like an aggression.
You write a negative comment to Brian and he just writes back, help!
What fucking sense?
No, but that's social media.
Social media, this isn't real.
Honestly, yeah, if I were Brian, I might do that. Like, someone help me, please. That's why I don't talk to Brian, because I'm worried he'll ask me for advice. That's why, dude. I won't DM him because I'm worried that it will reach out and ask me for things.
That's so funny when we DM him from the Raccoon Tweeties Instagram account. It's just all videos of us watching that.
We DM him. He's like, oh, dude, things are looking up. He's in like some terrible situation. He's down on himself and he gets a DM from one of us. He's like, whoa. One of the team loves guys message me.
What's my style? Does it convey tumult or not?
It's so funny. It's gone from his victims to him saying, help.
Right, there's no clue. The case of Israel, you're going proper Malika. Shiloh is what does the status of each status of people.
That's so funny, dude. Alright, let's see what this weekend is. It's a hot start. Despite falling while being balls deep in failing while being balls deep in football, Barbara thinks he could have been a rocket scientist. Some people don't realize they're dumb. Posted by Khabib Time.
They know, but you should realize that. A smart person will realize that. That's the thing. Dumb people don't know that. Yeah. That's like, I'm not impressed with anything. That's like saying the brain surgeon or whoever. NASA. Cool. NASA.
You're a brain surgeon? Cool. I want to be that guy. Sometimes like, there's a brain surgeon, but over here, I'm like, cool. I don't care.
Brain surgeon or whoever. NASA.
Cool. NASA. That's so funny.
I am white as shit.
I hit you with the white as shit.
I was focused balls deep since I was 4 in football. You decided you're into rockets. Right. You went down that path. I went down this path. Okay. Yes. If I chose to go down that path, maybe I won't be as good there, but I'll be pretty fucking good. Yes. So I never get intimidated with that stuff. It's just with the
Maybe not NASA.
no, even with all, like, if I did get NASA,
Maybe not NASA. It's hard to tell whether this thing is trying to help him or Gadusha. He's like, don't say that you want to. Or he's saying, maybe not NASA, right? Because he knows you're making it worse.
pretty well. So what now? No.
Big boy rockets. That would be so
learning
fun.
how ultimately
Big boy rocket merch. Merch on the rocket.
for the purpose of being
Make this laugh in
inspired
his
to
face.
God,
You see that?
ultimately again, oath to be no stronger
Redact
than
man! Talking about you could work for that's all.
Therefore, now the real God, can't
No, you're gonna hold it. Hold this thought. Hold this thought because I'm not even going to get with the Nazis.
And Child's Rain, the Nazis are like, it's not just that, obviously, yeah, there were some Nazis were Ron or whatever, but Chop was like, they're actually really great. I bet you think the Nazis don't know the movie. He thinks Nazis are just astronauts. That's why he thinks that because NASA is so close to Nazis. They were real good NASA. You're so oh, dude, he's like, dumb people don't know they're dumb, and then says that he could have been a rocket scientist. Oh man, somebody did DM me today saying that it's going to be a great episode this week. Okay, and it's looking pretty fucking nice already.
Alright, let's see what else we got here. This is the next part 14. Dude. I don't think he says black belt keto, but that would be hilarious. Like, what would be the black mix? He's on a comedy podcast. I'm not in this.
What's the best?
I don't know if this is black belt keto.
She had all this promise, remember, you know,
Both being hundred on one hand, but they came up.
I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to, I know, I tell jokes, I do crazy shit, I make some mistakes, oh yeah, I'm not gonna buy no Carol, he's in the truck, I get all that final kids sitting, dude, I get all that.
Neither one to me is so fun.
Her mom Bumblebee, her dad Megatron. I think her mom Bumblebee is more redacted. Aren't they both men?
I don't understand why he would say, like, what is he talking about? A fighter, but and her dad is Megatron.
So which way?
Her dad Megatron makes sense, but her mom Bumblebee does not make sense. Keep in mind, it makes sense to say, but
I'm thinking it's like a nickname he's trying to do. Right? Like some fighters think like her dad,
Just
but
like
I'm gonna go with her mom.
the very
I like how he's searching for himself. He's like, I know I need to make a transformer reference right now.
is the
He's
action
a different
which
level of
prevents
IQ because of
Hamas
Bumblebee.
and Gala from looking at an animal, even if the
I'm
animal is
overreacting
a
myself.
host,
But yeah,
Dove
her
Shema
mom.
Shubakirov, the character also social
she had all this promise, remember, you know, her dad, Megatron,
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay. Wait, can you go back to the? I want to watch this one more time.
It's done on the bird. Even if the bird
she
itself
lit
is
up her striking is so bad,
nevertheless, it prevents the
she
animal,
just
the bird
hasn't
party,
gotten
from
better. It's like,
coming to us.
she had all this promise, remember, you know, she had all this promise, remember, you know, her dad, Megatron, and she had all this promise to be the next big thing, and she has the looks, obviously.
Ultimately, again, prevents the animal
Damn, he said her dad Megatron. I pray to God Bumblebee's not a
So to by hope,
we all look
Nico,
like
with
idiots.
so many different consumptions, will also go ahead and prevent the animal from attacking even if the animal was
So
already.
then I always wanted a light generation to like me as a young man in high school. If you had this, dude, I figured you were
The bird is what's his name?
Man,
So
I
I
think
stuck
that
it
would
out.
be that's
He
it.
finds the husky dashes it as well. What's his name? The Daily Shaper.
was made out
The
of
classic
gold,
steak,
and
the
you were
classic
basically
the Gila and Shaper. The Nefesh, the Total, the Gila and Shaper. What's his name? Ready? The Shaper Ramadana. The White Shaper. In Shaper Kaya. Was it Shaper that the love?
you were basically the Elon Musk of 2023. I just
This makes sense. Yeah, you were in high school in 2023. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, listen, when I try to correct him, I look fucking
that makes sense. You were the richest man in the world. Generation 2 started in 1999. I got very famous by
It's so funny that there's this many back-to-back in this segment because this guy gets one thing wrong every sentence. It has to be me, dude. Cold water's a cold water. She says it though.
Like I'm very famous by Paul Walker. There's a cult following.
This is Paul Walker. That's so funny. This is gonna get confused.
And then was it why does the Pasuk have a little shaper? That was shaper that was
Oh yeah, thank you, Chris
and even if
Liz.
it was
You
checked
make our
in
weeks
water,
every week.
it
They're
was
always just
getting guy of the shaper
let's see here.
It was checked in water.
This is going to be posted by Kemba 33. Papa says to his 9-year-old son, he will miss him when he dies.
Check the bird. Find it to be a shaper.
Okay, context here is like if they're having some kind of argument, like he tries to make the joke of like, well, Mr. President, that's my guess. Right. Yeah, or, okay, so that's your guess.
Social media, this is it.
My guess is he's so, like, they're training baseball, this and that, and he's like, damn, you're going so hard. And he doesn't tell him to slow down. He's like, hey, guess what?
I guess that was
And so hard you're gonna die.
He's like, he's lying. He's like, what? I'm like, when I pass away, you're like, oh my God, my dad took me to baseball when I wanted. He was playing catch. He made me protein shakes. He took me to the gym. He was saddling him for that. And I'm like, yeah, wait, when I'm done, dude, it could be in that. I'm like, he starts grabbing him every day. Have a good day. You're a saint. Why don't you sit on that for a while? You're a sick fuck. And then as he's in my hey, Richard, your friends at school, how many of them dads made a protein shakes? Go ask them. Ask them how many dads prepared them BP every day.
Just like Behemoth is no longer a shaper after the experience of sleep and something
I misinterpreted too. It was even more redacted. We, take a week off sometimes, you don't know. But yeah, that's crazy to say. Okay, I thought he was saying that Brendan's gonna miss his son when he dies. Yeah, which would be funnier. Yeah, that was just sad. Yeah, I mean, that is a crazy thing to say to your son that you're gonna die. Because usually with kids, you ran out of children. But I assume it's kind of the best to know. Yeah, I'm basically, I would baseball practice every day. I'm a beast of a baseball coach.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
Normally, kids are worried about their parents dying, so parents have to go. They have to have a conversation about death with them, saying something along the lines of, yes, everyone does die, but it will probably be a very long time before either of us die. Brendan said it's like, before the conversation even comes up, I'm probably going to die. So he has no disease. I'll breathe every day. You're going to be on your own, and you better be thankful that I yell at people that become your baseball friends. It's going to embarrass you forever. Yeah, I think he's doing skits and bits. You know what I mean? The great thing about Brendan is sometimes he's doing this without trying to be funny. He's trying to be funny, and he's not hitting as hard. Yeah, it's true. He's chilly. He's a great dad, dude. So that people do that. You're right. Yeah. I'm wearing his fucking jersey right now. I can't be promoting that kind of hat right now. Let's see what we got here. This is going to be picture posted on the page. Let me get out of here. Can we just stop and appreciate how the blue collar beer and Hunter used to dress only a couple years back? Posted by 9/11/shirts for Asher. Yeah, maybe 911. But yeah, this is that's very LA. This is very just voted for Kamala Harris type of press. I think it's like
so the fact that Malik has to be done by coin, that's not the novelty.
like an assortment closing.
What is it?
Like the crossroads.
Like Sunshine Mountain, the custom Sula, the basis of the meat, which is a novelty of the Mishnah is that halacha reminds although the malika is carbonic vessel, what the malika does accomplish is what? It removes the animal from the status of the baby. Now, by removing the animal from the status of the baby, so what does that do? It prevents the birth carcass from being too much. Let's remember it was 2 days ago. That is the yesterday also. Which is that halacha reminds if a person goes out and if you have a bird that let's say died without proper shelter, just not fed, and then what happens? You go out and eat that bird. When that bird comes to the boat, that bird conveys body to the clothes of the boat. That's probably
And then now he's bulking up, Daddy. He's a boat.
Someone was puzzled to come to Malika. So the halacha is the Malika is carbonic puzzle, but the Malika works in that what? The animal is the bird is not from the table, therefore doesn't look at actually the English time. Shemari Kasim, the second wide one in the Shemari Kasim with Taras, wherever to the it's
gonna be like comedians trying to find Red Bar. Yeah, it's gonna be the opposite. It's gonna be one comedian trying to find all. And guess what? You're gonna miss me on that. What if I show up here and you're dead because of the arrows through your neck? You shot me on your arrow. Oh no! Seriously, you're gonna miss me. Well, name another co-host that would use
carbonic.
You're bringing up a great point. Not the water that was fucking serious, but the one before that. That's why he's talking. He's not really one mission. My retribution for all the Pringle property. Yeah, I didn't know it was 1.1. That's why he got
Moloch is smoke. So what happens?
Do you think he's worried he's gonna die? He's going to. That's why how much he wants to know. We're gonna kill him. No, I'm talking about 2 million guys like New York comics.
Oh, but I
This is some
or next piece, Shachat Moving Technique.
Let's see here.
Shachat Moving Technique. And chef reverse offers inside the Shachat. Remember again, I will say, Shachat is what?
I mean, that would be so
what?
epic if you posted
A night. There is no Shika by bird. Therefore, again, I will say, the key so is you have a proper going, proper operation, which is issue over your Shachat Moving Technique, or touch him before, or a person who couldn't have done.
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
But you did it outside of the and you know how much money somebody is. What's a scene for long time? That although these acts are
so happy, it's so funny because like so many people they're trained to be in this credits and Mark Harley's just there fucking jumping it up. So the cameraman has to be almost or the producer in the booth like switching cameras like you chill on the credits dude. Who isn't homeless? There's probably less non-homeless than there are homeless at this point. That's what it's when they look at the California fraud, they're gonna be like, where's all this homeless coats going to the credits? Shout out to Talks About Us for that. This one is posted by
let's go back.
Redact really
Moloch
never goes to
Pesach.
name drop.
Let's say what happens here. Ultimately,
Yeah,
again,
you like
Moloch.
the apples from Britney Child.
Moloch
You see this?
human
No,
being.
what was this? I watched the whole podcast. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck on Joe Rogan Experience.
Malika on human
This year's, which is
being.
talking
And
those are two nice guys. Two good guys. I've never met them in person.
or
No,
Malika
but I did read it. They were great guys.
outside of
I did watch Good Will Hunting a lot of times. Basically, balls deep in
that's
Good Will Hunting.
Moloch Pesach.
Been a Good Will
Malika
Hunting guy
Lohadia.
since like 5
And the
years.
Atos are calling Iran. The Shiva Lohadia,
listen, it was so many days of just laughing the old man. Post my Instagram feed of a fighter, and I don't know who it was, but he was a heavyweight, and he goes, I had the chance to spar with John Jones, to work with John Jones, and he goes, I knew about it months ahead of time. He goes, I got my nutrition, everything was absolutely flawless. I got, my sleep, everything was on. He goes, I show up at the gym that morning, he goes, me and 5 other guys. He goes, he comes in, he went to sleep at 4 in the morning or something, he was out all night, and he goes,
Or Moloch doing the same as I give Malika. I give Malika and us as a good bird and Malika and Malika. Or a second of the all coming in or only the
why do everyone's homeless, dude? Oh, I see. I missed that. They do laugh. Because Matt Davis is doing a bit, he's trying to be like, and I can't remember who it was. But they know this is going to come out. He's trying to get Rogan to say it. Because you can't just bring up Brennan Schaub in front of Rogan, because Rogan loves Brennan Schaub. And he's paranoid that everyone's going to make fun of him. I can't play him, so we're talking about it. On your platform, on the show? Yeah, never. Somebody said something about my wife. Or this one, like, I'm going to be over here.
Also, now look at all of these things that we just mentioned now with other ones.
That's what Brennan says,
That's
dude.
only the Malika.
Alright, I guess I'm not
The Malika is totally
talking about
to the point
Alright,
that the bird
but yeah, so what's happening is Matt Damon and Ben Affleck they're 40 chess. They make Joe Rogan say Brennan. That's what you would think.
Category 1, is for that situation is where the Malika was not good.
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah.
Malika was
like, no, I wasn't talking about Reddit. I was on Instagram. I saw it on Instagram. Imagine being that. Ben Affleck would so uncomfortable.
Category number 2,
and realizing there's another.
Yeah, Brendan was a top 10 heavyweight. And John was even heavyweight. John was a light heavyweight. It was a lower weight class, and he just beat everybody's ass. And he said, this is his warm-up.
Sure enough for the dogs.
I mean, dude,
actually
proofs in the pudding.
Right,
That's pretty
Showing the golden
If it was somebody else, like, oh, you're talking about
you have to be adult turtle
innocence.
dogs and not young dogs.
Oh,
They know not to have dogs stop to have to be young. So they'll be golden. So they'll stop to go. So the customer was like, it's not that the itself is not what age
Just the name brings life.
dogs. What it does tell us is as follows. The Darshans, men had only communicated also what it says is from amongst the turtle dogs older dogs. Some amongst the real Darshans who are also like some types of animals that you can bring and other types that you cannot. Meaning, if you get used to all this Gemara, you see the imam, right?
Shorts and rollerblades and a half shirt. Not attractive. Weird, tall, white guy. Caucasian. Roller skates, which made us think. Maybe it's Terry. Maybe Terry would know this guy. Dude, both of them are stupid and ugly. So, that's right. He was just sitting there like fucking Brian Callen. Just waiting to get drilled by that fucking shop. Just sitting there at that fucking shop, fee for Sutherland. That's what I call him. Sitting on your phone, like just put it right against your stomach and just fucking absorbs it. And then it sends it right to Brennan Schaub. Just appears as John. The guy said to me, the guy said to me, runs in your ass. Well, I've got to get to work, but I mean, I suppose I could be on the well later, guys. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's the thing is, that character is based off of people, right? The next person does, it might be more believable for somebody else.
so ultimately, again, that does not if the bird actually misses something, you kiss the bird, and that will go ahead and disqualify the bird. So it actually said should spike. So it's so in this second category, remember again, it's comprised of the following cases. You did Malika with a knife, or you did Malika pulling inside the base of the judge, or sacrificial for our kind of base of the judge, or turtle doves, or pigeons that were too old or too young, that one of their wings withered, a blinded eye, missing the leg. In all of these cases of so the Malika is not only carbonically invalid, but also does not remove the animal status of the video. In other words, the Malika is totally halachically meaningless, and if the animal died on its own, is an avela, and therefore to ingest it will in fact convey trauma. And so also the other thing that comes to the most important. Zakla. What's the millionaire that
show up and meet everybody's
concept is silo, but hold on. Anyone that's coming to this
but he was a
there's a
heavyweight.
hello
And he goes, we just watched this.
where ultimately
Well, let's see the moment whenever
the animal was fine,
at 4 in the
the
morning or
Malika
something.
for
Yeah,
like
all
was
night.
fine,
He goes, he
but
ran
then
through.
the
That's
disqualified
my buddy Brendan Schaub. Is that who it is?
detailed out on the detail of carbonic law, that also under those circumstances, the halacha is that although the Malika would be carbonically invalid, the same animal comes from the data. On the flip side, if the animal vessel was inherently invalid, then what? The easiest illustration of this. The easiest illustration is what? The halacha l'maisa is the Kohen did the Malika with his left hand, for example, right? That's the similar. What's invalid? Here? What's invalid here?
Just ignore the jersey I'm wearing
There's a
now.
carbonic detail that's invalid. So in the case there's a carbonic detail that's invalid, the halacha is essentially again, the Malika's obviously
I do
happening
have a tiny
sacrificially,
crock pot. You didn't
it
even
will
notice that?
prevent the
You gotta
animal
pull
from
for the people to
becoming
see.
an avila. The animal is considered to be
Go ahead.
ritually slaughtered, therefore not an avila, but also carbonically invalid.
So
On the
we
flip side,
weren't
with the
lying.
animal
If you watch our other
itself,
show, we're not going to tweet it out because it's like for some reason you're really small stuff. That don't
so there's
give
in
it
that
to me,
case,
okay?
it is not a carbonic detail
Why?
that allows it. The animal itself is
Come on, dude.
plus.
It's because I don't have to
In that
come
case,
and
if I
say,
say
like,
the
some
Malik is
people
meaningless,
like
it's as if the
gigantic.
animal died on its own, using the
Let's see
deva,
here.
and
The
therefore
next
will
one is
contain
posted by
But also, this is
Peep
something
Time.
very
Bubba looks like he's being held hostage to film these
I'm
skits.
up with it. Time to be rough off. The trials that she was See,
All of them.
he asks
Wait,
a
let's
very
tell.
difficult question. He says, we see from this Mishnah that Malika Motzia Midei Masnevela, the aim Motzia Midei is.
All right, Fred said if I could catch 3 passes, he would take me to dinner wherever I want.
By the way, some of you skipped.
We did have a situation
And he said
where
he was
halacha
being robbed or
l'maisa,
something.
let's say an invalid Malika,
He
takes
should go
away
full force.
Tumas Nevela, but doesn't take away
Yeah.
this. What do I
He
mean by
wants
that?
to go to dinner.
So, for example, I
He's
was like,
hungry.
the halacha is that that's not
Also, why is he not wearing the jersey?
So, because those fellas, in these cases, well, let's say again, I'm a Kohen, I did Malika with my left hand. Malika with my left hand. So, what's the status of that bird? What's the status? Carbonically invalid, but what about Tumas Nevela?
She had to go back.
It's not a kind of film as something. I will say that, okay, so it doesn't give it too much. What happens if halacha l'maisa uses that bird?
Dude, Cooney could be guarding her with 2 broken wrists and still catch that ball. You know what I mean?
No, no.
I mean, if listen,
You're okay, Lagabe, Tuma, but you have committed an avila of eating a non-kosher item. So the uncooked points out something very fascinating, which is that something should be freed from Tumas Nevela, but yet still what? Still have a Isra Nevela. It's fascinating with it. So again, it could have Tumas Nevela, and assuming it has a chalos in the Nevela, it has a chalos in the it has no chalos in the Nevela by Tuma. But yes, when it comes to Akima, if you go ahead and you were to eat that bird, you would get malchus. So you got Asura and everything. You would get malchus that consumes an Akima. A dead animal, body without proper. So you learn from the ask, how is it to be distinguished between Tumas Nevela and Israel? And it's just something amazing. He says, the Lagabi Israel, it's a very good paragraph. The Lagabi Israel, Matsiusha Ashurazen Muslim. Ou seja, isso é when it comes to Isur,
where's the narrative?
prohibitions, you
You
have
should have said,
plenty
like,
of
I want to try to catch
times
three
where you
catches.
see there's something that is possible for one person, is not possible
Get
for
some
someone else.
cleats.
Most
Yeah,
things,
you know?
you can just
Why is the dog there?
right? I see
Well, it's
something
annoying.
you know,
It takes me. It's like it makes you kind of
that's
nervous.
good for you.
She's gonna follow.
So see, he sees on a halachic level, you find that sometimes
Is this cute or is this
Isur
fucking football?
like to start people go like, for example,
Yeah,
he
where's
says,
the
"Well,
catch?
also the Zen, which was that something is permitted to you, like you also to me." Come on, simple case will say what? Truma,
That'd be funny if
shemuter la kohanim,
set it up
umidarim
as, like,
shasel
some
la
football catch.
klanovis. We'll say simple
That's
answers
ridiculous.
like this.
I
Truma,
thought about that
Kohen
too.
is permitted to
And
Truma.
like he
I'm
shows up in a
not
tennis
like
outfit. She's
a
like,
neder. I make a neder not to eat
you know why
not
she would show up in a tennis outfit,
pizza.
right?
So I say, cinema.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that might be
Because
more
also
fun.
for you, with the foods, right?
Let's see here.
There are plenty of examples where
This one's posted by
they don't have to
some
be
black
really
man.
Isur
Ethan
between
Klein,
persons
he's
and
not one of our guys.
Watch this. The imkain, Shafir Shayat Lomar, Shemalika, Hotsa'asa Me'isri Avela Bahana, Velo Yisraelim. So actually, rules on this kasha. There's also saying over here is which is that it's almost enemy of this kasha. So let's see if in the classes actually it was almost like a case. There's nothing down that happens. It's like it's the bird doesn't need to tell them. What is the point of this how does one do back on? Let's say again, you saw the kasha, so let's say what's the law? What's the law? I give you the data. Why have I given you the data? Why? Because I also remember again, this bird, if I go home today, and I get breakfast on fresh bird, and I decide to do my lika on my bill, let's say what's the halacha? So remember what he's doing. See, that's the I read this in the general question. It's according to ultimately against the lika, yes, but also to go ahead and submit to the data. See, when it comes to the student, that's not enough. The plenty of examples of something that's for one person is looking for someone else. I love this good. He says, "In the chat, chapter number 2, we go to us and we should have about it. Although we saw different molecular side, we use the element of being the veil of back behind, but not for Israel. About a Gabi get their tumor, לא מצאנו כלל שיהיה דבר אחד חמי לאדם אחד יקרא לאדם אחד. So in the world of Tumah, either something is coming or it's not. There is no such thing as subjective halachos of Tumah. Now, there are different halachos of Tumah impacts us. But if something is coming, it is coming for everyone. So let's say a simple example of this. Remember again, it's like a Tumah snakes. Even though a Kohen, I might have one reaction to Tumah snakes. And I saw that differently. I different on the conditions for the Kohen versus me. Or it's the same Tumah snakes. So Tumah is Tumah is Tumah. There is no such thing as having a different relationship with Tumah depending on your status, big status. Tumah is uniform for everyone. Isur is relative. Therefore, again, it says, "Then came in a Torah tira malikas ofa kohanim, da'akar kavshirim she'ofen ofer mikdash, muchach she'izeshen inyan yitmor." So what's the Sarah calculation? Here, by the way, the proper malikas will need to be animal from Masvela, Halaya, which Halaya. וממילא יום שהמליכה מוציאה שם מביצוע סביבה, וממילא בעבר מוציאה עושה מביצוע סביבה. Okay, fine, we'll say just a very interesting thing. I will say something could go ahead and, let's say, something could have a relative effect in the Gabi Isser, but it always has a uniform effect in the Gabi Isser. And the reason for that is the Lord of Isser and Heather absolutely change person to person.
Like, now, I don't know if I said this last time we watched it, but it's so half-assed. He's not engaged anyway, barely paying attention. His brother is there. So like, he's got coffee and he just got out of the hotel room, maybe.
I'm gonna.
Was it? There's
So they're
beans.
going to have to be riveting my clothes, not going to be open. So Rav says, small balaylo, in which can be subject. Those are not from the Rav says. So Allah for the nice, if you go ahead and Umaluka, which the left hand, probably was Maluka was the left hand. Or Layla, that was when he does it all right. In the canon of his hand. Now, this I was going to point out, this is the most
This thing right here is frustrating.
what we
Yeah,
saw in
it's
the show.
frustrating. Hey,
So that says now look, I'm echoing this idea, but if you check, you only put the left hand, or if you Malika at right, so once remember again, left hand is also because I bring this to the right hand is also why, you know why? Because you have hands that have more. And also, don't put these pieces again, ultimately, always be something else. Even though the Malika of final nevertheless, the Malika removes the animal from the status of the law, and therefore, again, the verb is not fully in the time of the right, this is ingestion. It's only when you swallow it, even before you chew it or eat it, once it's in your throat, like that mixes so that's just now. Like the first piece. Sorry, Saki. Ultimately, God said to us in these cases, not only is the Malika carbonically invalid, but what else? It's totally invalid. To the point that Halakha Lamaisa does not even go ahead and release the animal from the law, and therefore the animal will be that's the Gemara, so let's analyze this. Nice, no smart. So we'll say, so, first of all, it's not immediately clear what these categories are. So I want to obviously say, small and Laila, if you Malika with your left hand, you do it at night. So the Malika, again, is carbonically invalid, certainly. But yet, works enough to move the animal inside of the Malika. Yet, Zara and Sakin do not work at all. The bird will be in a baby. I understand. My small, why is it that when the coin does move, that although it's carbonically invalid, it works enough to remove the animal from the status of the Malika. So I'll tell you why. This they actually other people. Because the most side, the concept of doing that holding with your left hand, although it is invalid, is not alien to carbonic service. There is a time during the earth when the Kangago does the Avodah with his left hand. When does the Avodah with his left hand? We'll say when? No, what happens when the Kangago does the Rashi says, Natal as a machlis, and the flight Note Natal as a machtabim. Not unless a machtabim, you're holding about the fire shovel, which holds on a clean right hand, as a half, like the spoon or the ladle with the incense in his left. So it says, what do you see here? Even though our vote is not going with the left hand, and therefore the human liquid with the left hand, the carbon is carbonically invalid. But left hand is not something that's alien to carbonic service. There is one time during the year, i.e. on the super, the same drug will have to use his left hand. Therefore, again, if you end up doing the liquid with your left hand, it's carbonically invalid, but at least we'll have some level of validity in that what? In that Halakha Lamaisa is the status of the Malika. But Laila, see again about saying nighttime is also a work between the Malika at night. It is carbonically invalid. Nighttime is not fully removed from our body either. Why? It's the action of the Ibanez flow. Ultimately, again, I will say because what do you do at night in the base of the brush? You burn the leftover fats and years. So even though the no carbonates are offered, and if you offer carbon at night, it is invalid. But again, Halakha Lamaisa, there is some level of carbonic service to burn the left. So allows us to be opinion. Therefore, if the point does the Malika is small, it is left hand or at night, although the Malika is carbonically invalid, there is some level of validity to these things, and the little bit of validity does enough for us to remove the bird carcass from being an available to make. Okay, that's right. I asked Mura one second, if that's the case, Zar Nami is the activity. Rav says that's what small and light law
talked about Bonnie from download for the movie Alice in
I
the
do like
Rainbow,
that too,
and he
James.
said that Zar the Saki is a non-poet. He does the score. It's done with a
When
knife.
Papa
Not
saw
really
the
used
video
by
on
the
the ground,
$100
we all started to
but
hate.
plus,
This was 3 months
let's
after
say
the
this
lift.
was
So
I
he was
understand.
staying close to my
Even
chin.
as Zara was like, has some shyness to Giovanni service. How so? Shkito. We'll say ultimately again, a non-poet has the ability to be Shkito. See, even a non-poet does the whole same level of connection to the others. If that's the case, using Zar's metric, then even if the Zar does move, even though Giovanni feels different, invalid nevertheless not. It should at least remove the animal from the status of the Veda, which the Gemara answers, Shkita Lavavos. Shkita's not Lavavos. Can't bring a right from Shkita. Shkita's not Lavavos. That's the fact that a Zar could go and use Shkita both sides. Doesn't do that.
I also got free tickets to UFC the front.
Bummer of the video. Shkita's Torah is like the
I would be messaging Dana White about it.
Right? Yet when David says, checking of a Torah Aguma, Shkita's is custom design. Once again, we see again that a non-phone is not promoted to check a Torah Aguma. Let's see what else we got here. Now remember, Torah Aguma might be checked.
Amazing for being the first UFC fighter to work the award shows and claims he optioned him an additional 3-year contract extension based
How do
on
we know that a non-point is not permitted to check the fight level? So because again, we saw that Torah Aguma doctor points out that it has to be done by a loser on coin and ultimately
Zoo.
an everlasting statute.
How you living, Pim? Who is? Why is that?
Because it says we determine your account. He is not an adult. He doesn't seem like you're.
Wow. All right. Dude, I'd love to play with you right now, but I'm in the middle of a project, so I can't do that. But I can talk with you.
Do you have age verification on?
Yeah, dog, because I don't want people who aren't 18 to be in here.
I don't want people under the age of 18 to come to shows.
They let people who aren't 18 come to your shows?
Said I don't want people under 18.
I know. Do they let people?
Yeah.
No way. So you could be any age and go to your shows where you talk about just the most heinous shit?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if that's cool. So Rhino Room doesn't have an age limit? Oh, that's pretty ridiculous.
James McCann started when I was 17. So does Demi Long. Demi Long started when she was 16. McCann started when he was 17.
Oh, okay.
Those items which only have financial sanctity.
The age for everything back everything but alcohol was like 17 South Australia to like 20.
I mean, can you be like age 5 and go there?
No, it could be like no. Oh, probably could. Like, but yeah, when James McCann was started, the age for everything was like 16. Like you could smoke cigarettes at 16. You buy cigarettes at 16, and then change it to 18, like 11, 12. What else can you do? You could drive.
I have a nail lift bummer. So why don't you
have sex with anyone at 17?
Not with anyone. You can't have sex with people who are young and 17.
So let's listen to this. Let's learn out how.
Yeah, and you can't have sex with a person in a position of authority.
Okay.
Who is permitted to offer up karbanos by a Who is permitted? Anyone.
Wait, you wouldn't get in trouble. The person who had the authority gets in trouble.
We're doing Malika. I want to offer up a chata so
Yeah.
my bama.
Okay.
I'm doing Malika. Rashi says over here, but even the Ashki Chalech share the Katila Bahama. So remember,
What else did you do?
we're focusing on something like that. Rav says that if you do Malika with your left hand or at night, the Malika is carbonically invalid, but what does the Malika do? It's
So yeah, I don't want to hear that.
it essentially acts as a kosher shmita. So it's valid legabe tuma.
All right.
Why? What was Rav's logic? Rav's logic
I'll
was
make sure
you're supposed to
nobody
do it
does.
with your left hand. So
If I
sometimes
can
left
control
hand
it.
is used for avodah.
So can't you?
Sometimes avodah
Don't they
is
have just like an adults only night?
So on the other hand, Rav says that ultimately, again, if it's a zar, if a non-coin doesn't or
It's very rare.
hello,
I've only seen it once for like two weekends.
but what? It actually conveys Torah. Because it says, I don't understand why. I could find a case where you could have a zar that does avodah also. So, for example, the Gemara suggests
They had their arguments for kids, like one of those called class rounds for 14 to 17 years. Good class.
Okay, and what is that?
Which the Gemara says, no, she does not have.
What is class rounds?
Yes, sir.
What about by Bama? By Bama, you have a case where a non-coin could go ahead.
It's a spin-off of the Raw Comedy for children, for teenagers.
And how young can you be?
Sorry?
And how young can you be?
14 to 17.
Oh, what if you're 13?
To remove the bird from being tummy, from being an
No,
Which the Gemara says, "Mi bama lo yoga." You don't learn anything.
Okay.
I think you can do the workshop at 13, but you can't complete from 13. You can do the workshop at 12 and 14, 12 to 13, but you can't compete in the competition to your 14 to 17, I think.
Has
there ever been somebody really funny for whom they made an exception?
And then brought back in? It should not be offered as a carbon. But if it was offered up low year, you don't have to take it out of it. Take it out from the example. We'll discuss what that means.
All right.
For raw comedy,
Take it out of the base of
All right. What did they do for raw comedy?
Allah. But if it's brought back on them as bad.
They had Aaron Chan on when he was 17 for raw comedy. They had Josh Thomas when he was 17 for raw comedy.
Brought back in, it should not be offered up. How do I know?
Do you think that was a good decision?
If it was offered up, that you don't have to take it down. Shari Yotz
They're two of the biggest comedians in Australia.
Ultimately,
Okay.
again, because we learned this concept from Baba. Tana,
I think their life turned out amazing because of that.
So it was a big deal?
Supposed to be on the Bama,
What?
then taken
So it
off
was a
of
big
the Bama,
deal?
removed from the confines of the Bama,
What, to get on what?
Yeah, at that young of an age.
You don't have to take it back down. So I learned that halacha to Mizbeach as well. So you see from here that what?
Are you basically guaranteed to be famous in Australia if they do that?
To get on what?
At age, like at a really young age.
That was based on a specific drasha from the pasuk of Zos Torah Soul. So we'll see what that drasha is. So we'll say
James McCann.
So
It's also
remember,
going
in Rav's Shita, what do we have? We have halacha lemaisa. If Maliko is playing with the left hand,
I would say you
or
guarantee
what's the status of that Maliko?
you get a decent performance.
Carbonically invalid.
But James McCann struggled for 16 to 17 years after his world appearance. He didn't win.
Right. Why do you think he struggled so much?
Why do I think he struggled?
Yeah.
It's invalid across the board, both obviously carbonically as well as we'll call it ritual, for ritual of purity. It's the Mela. That's right.
Because he only had the local audience of Adelaide that didn't know who he was.
About 8 lines up from the bottom.
Was he funny?
So we'll say, watch this.
And he was
Yochanan
poor
comes out
as well. He had no money.
Not true. This is
Okay.
He says, even a Zar, even if a non
He had no money. He only had the local audience of Adelaide really knowing who he was.
status, and therefore the animal, the bird will not.
So he couldn't travel basically?
Tami Abbas Hables. Was it Rabbi Yochanan? Really, what happens to is as follows. Rabbi Yochanan agrees with Rab in 3 out of the 4 cases. He agrees again in the cases of small and laila that Allah again is carbonically invalid or removes the tumah. He also agrees in the case of sakin that sakin of us will be totally invalid, both carbonically as well as tumah wise.
What do you think struggles the most?
He disagrees in the case of sad. In the case of a non-kohen who does malika,
Like anybody in society, you mean?
does malika, it's carbonically invalid and it's an avela conveys tumah. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Halach l'maaseh, if a zar does the malika, then what? The malika is carbonically invalid, but Allah prevents tumah from devolving upon. There is no
It's a good question.
So Rabbi Yochanan was dar in the Makaya
The
basically.
poor.
I watched some videos. I feel like
Go ahead
these
and
children
go ahead and start the bird with the
going in Africa who are like carrying like weights of waters miles and miles of kilometers, long distances, right?
Yeah.
They only
And then they go back to their tribe and they're dancing and smiling and laughing and they seem happy the most people.
as well as tumor-wise, and ultimately
Yeah, I mean, happiness is relative, right?
Yeah, I've seen this video and everyone's just like dancing, living water back to their tribe.
So their work is appreciated.
Remember again, we started this discussion today with the state.
I don't know, this is about more people need to be appreciated. Cities of the world, appreciative of some simple things that you got for whatever you don't need to struggle for. You got water at home, you don't water at my house, or you can go to the grocery store and buy food.
The malika is possible, but what?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
Does not convey tumah. So the malika is carbonically
You can get a balloon
but
in
the
your
malika
house.
is strong enough to remove the bird from the status of the baby.
Yeah.
So according to Rabbi Yochanan, what is that?
Western culture is
That thing is going to include kol.
You're spoiled.
That thing is going to include a non-kohen.
No, Western culture isn't spoiled at all.
Then what? The malika is carbonically invalid, but the malika goes ahead
Yeah,
and prevents
we are spoiled, but
an available.
there's so much the media controlling it to make it right.
Again, what does kol? What does the klal? What does the opening statement? General Mishnah come to include? Which
Is that how it works?
Kol asiyeh. So kol asiyeh.
Yeah, a lot of people have trauma and then they have to go on social media and be reminded of the trauma that what happened to them was the worst thing that could ever happen. Yeah.
Right.
Small balayla behekatan. I don't understand. Listen, the Mishnah explicitly talks about malika with the left hand and malika.
Are you going to perform on Monday?
Yep.
Are you excited?
Oh, no, that's like, I told you this. No.
4 weeks.
No, well, 4 weeks.
Are you going to come up with something really funny in the meantime?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, what'd you come up with?
And then we'll go on to the Mishnah to go ahead and more explicitly articulate. So
I
according to
won't get people out there because we didn't book. I'm going to do a skit around that.
or at night, which are cases which are carbonically invalid, but prevents the bird from.
Are you excited?
That is a funny name for, that's a funny name for a fucking group.
Okay.
Zakval.
You think he knew what he was writing? You think he knew what he was writing?
Anything that was ultimately
I don't think he wrote the book. I think someone approached him and said, hey, I'll pay you like $20,000 and put your name on this. And then he did that. And the book sold maybe like book sold a lot of copies and probably made like $2.5, probably made $250,000 in sales. I don't think he knew what he was writing. I don't think he wrote it. I think he just signed it. Someone just offered him money and he signed off on it.
So you don't know how that business works. It's very clear. He's not going to be paid. He will pay someone to write that book for him so that he makes huge amounts of money.
I think that's what happened.
Okay, but that's not what you just said.
There's two authors. There were two authors.
No,
There were two authors.
no, you're saying somebody came to him and asked him to put his name on it. That's not what happened. He would go and find an author and say, "Look, I'll pay you whatever amount of." You said they got paid $250,000. That's not what happened. That's not how that business works. He's a big enough celebrity. All he has to do is find someone to write the book for him, and then he will put his name on it. He will pay someone to write that book, and then he'll make all the money off of it.
Okay, that's what he was doing. That's what he did with multiple people.
Was in all of these cases, although the particular
Okay.
ultimately again will be hustle, but ultimately
I
again
think Bill Cosby didn't write any books. I think he just paid people to write books for him and made a lot of money because his name was on the book.
All right. I mean, that's like everybody. None of those people take the time to really write up their book. They just connect with an author who ghostwrites it or writes it in coordination with them.
You think Bill Cosby was writing all these children's books?
No, I mean, like he had a lot going on. He was doing stand up. He had a TV. He had a TV show. He had a cartoon. The point of contention is the case of Scott. What happens if a non-party does the movie? According to Rav Rabosai, it's carbonically invalid. Yeah, dude, that's the thing. Like, all of your stand-up has to do with the same shit. Why don't you diversify? Literally, it always has to do with sex between like people. It all has to do with sex. Can't you come up with something different? Dude, sex or people with mental issues. Like, can't you come up with something creative? Like, I don't know, on food. Come up with something on food. I'm gonna challenge you. I'm gonna challenge you to come up with a bit on food and nothing else. Don't make it sexual. Don't say that, people with low IQs like bananas. Don't say that. It is a disability that generally affects the body more than the mind, but it slows the mind down. Dog, disability. Just can you just come up? I'm challenging you. Come up with a stand-up routine just on food. Yeah, but you could say everybody likes food. What's a food that somebody doesn't like, and then go into it. No, you could come up with something funny, like, why is it called watermelon? It's not made of water. Or why is it called? I don't. Okay, here's one. Why are they called hummingbirds? They don't hum. That was Riser's. That was Riser's joke, but I thought it was funny.
Or the way the Mishnah here initially in the Gemara is going to pick up in this way, is going to assume that Rabbi Yeshua is of the opinion that if you have an animal and you, in some fashion, switch,
that doesn't make any sense.
Designation, that it can lose its status as something that is.
When have you ever known of a hummingbird to ejaculate?
Really, Rabbi Yeshua's husband is different. But for right now, that's the way that the Mishnah dealt with it when the back and forth between Rabbi Yezra and Yeshua, and that's the way the Gemara is going to start off. Tanya.
You're the one who said that's what they do.
Rabbi Eliezer said to Rabbi Yeshua, I disagree with you that you can switch the status of the carbon and therefore make it into a chatas and a chatas at a certain
I mean, I'm not
point
in
is no
I'm not
longer
in
subject
disagreement with
to
you,
law.
but can't you come up with
He said, I
something
disagree with
clean?
you, and I'll bring you a raya. Why? Because we know asham sheshachat tu
Okay,
b'tzafon.
I challenge you.
Shem shlamim
Come up with
yadiyah.
something clean that
He
doesn't
says,
involve children,
I could bring a proof
and I want to hear
could
it.
bring a proof from the fact that an asham, which that is shafted in the north, with shem shlamim. So in other words, someone had in mind an asham that they were going to bring it as a shlamim, and a halacha, at least according to the way Rashi learns, goes with the regular halacha that is that it doesn't
Dog, again,
for the owner, but
you
the
are
carbon goes through.
making
So you
things sexual.
see
Make
that
it non-sexual.
so he says, so there you have that Me'ila would still apply.
I mean, it
even
just
if
shows
the
that you're
asham
like
accepted
a
shem
one-trick
shlamim.
pony. You can't joke about anything that
He
isn't
changed
that
his
one
name
thing.
because it was supposed to be an
And it makes you
asham,
look
and instead
lame.
he did it with shem shlamim. You could still, and then you still have a halacha Me'ila. So he says, therefore,
Dude, they had somebody with Tourette's syndrome on last week's Kill Tony, on Monday's Kill Tony. You should watch it. He has it really badly, but he did a good job.
Even though you switched its name, meaning that you've chosen to treat this Ola like a chatas.
Okay, what about the Komodo dragon?
That you're still going to have Me'ila going on here. And again,
Dog,
so
what did I just say about
here
sexuality?
is just understanding that if you in other words, the way Rabbi Eliezer, the Mishnah Rabbi Yeshua, is that if you switch the status so that you have in mind a different carbon, that removes the concept of
come up with a joke that doesn't
I'll bring my proof from Asham that you bring the same shlamim, even though you switch
that doesn't involve sexuality.
Dog.
It's pretty simple.
From an Asham to a shlamim, it still has a halacha of Me'ila. Now Rashi points out that obviously we're talking about we have to be talking about proof would be specifically.
That's a famous comedian.
Speaking about an Ola Sa'ov, Rashi says Ola Sa'ov, Kamar is talking about specifically Ola Sa'ov.
Dude, Jim Norton was on the show with the Tourette's guy. The Tourette's guy is the number 2 guy who comes out. So all you have to do is watch William Montgomery, who you don't like, but Riser and I think are funny, and then the Tourette's guy is the second guy.
An element of Me'ila that continues even after the Zrika, which would be the Emurim, then that's not a question under Yeshua. So therefore, we have to be talking about a case where we're dealing with an Ola Sa'of. An Ola Sa'of does not have any part. I'm sorry. We're dealing with a where he switches it to a chatas. That the chatas ha'of does not have any part that goes up on the mizbeach. So we talked about this back. And when you have a chatas ha'of, you do the dam, and dam we know is never subject to milah. Once you do the dam, that chatas is eaten by the kohanim. So there's no aspect of it that goes that stays left.
And you can see the guy says "fuck" like 1,000 times, but it doesn't really get in the way of his comedy.
Said back to him, that's not a good raya. Lo im amrit ba'asham. You're bringing me a raya from Asham, Shemshina Shmo, where even though it's true that you've changed the name, meaning you've taken an Asham and you brought it with same Shlamim, or Shina's Makomo, you didn't change its place. Why? Because an Asham, as Kadshe Kadishin, is supposed to be shafted in the Tzafon, in the north, and he did shaft it in the north. So he says maybe that Rabbi Yeshua would say that maybe when I say that it can become, that it gets treated like a chatas, when you have in mind the chatas, it's not just because I had in mind when I was bringing this Ola Sa'of, I had in mind it to be a chatas, but also because I changed its place. How so? Because the case we're discussing is where instead of bringing the Ola where it was supposed to be brought, he brought it down to the bottom, which is where the chatas would be brought. So maybe it's the combination of switching the place and switching the name, going from Ola to chatas and from top to bottom, as distinct from Asham, which is switching to Shlamim. It's switching its name, but it's not switching its place because it's happening in the north. Tamar Ba'ola, you're going to tell me, so in other words, are you going to bring me a raya from Asham that you're only switching the name? Tamar Ba'ola, you're going to tell me in Ola Shashina Shma V'Shinas Makoma, where I'm switching both the name and the place. Okay, so that's no proof. So Rabbi Eliezer says, okay, you fed me an easy one there. Amalei Rabbi Eliezer, fine. You didn't like the fact that I set up the case where you shafted in the north. Why not bring it as follows? Asham sheshaftu b'daram l'shem shlomim yochiyah. He says, okay, I'll bring you the case of where you had an Asham, and an Asham is supposed to be shafted in the north. And this guy, not only did he shaft it in the south, but he had in mind the Shlomim. So now you have another. Rabbi Yeshua said maybe my case was only where you switched the name and the place. Rabbi Eliezer says, fine, I'll give you a place where you switch the name from Asham to Shlomim, and you switch the place from north to south, and you see Shashina Shmo V'Shinas Makoma that I switched both the name of the Asham to a Shlamim, and I switched the place from north to south. Tomorrow and there's still a din of Megillah by that carbon Asham. So too, you should not have a problem with having Olah to Apati Shashina Shema, Shashina Makoma, that even though you switch its name and its place, you should still have a halakha of Megillah. And therefore, you would be wrong, Rabbi Yeshua, and that would be said in the Mishnah that there's no Megillah by that. Rabbi Yeshua said, wait, lo imam the Asham Teshina Shmo V'Shinas Makomo, lo Shinas Masov. But wait, you're bringing me a raya from an Asham that he brought between Shlamim in the south. So yes, he took care of the fact that he switched the name from Asham to Shlamim, and he took care of the fact that he switched the place from north to south, but at the end of the day, in the case of the Asham, you're doing the same avodah, you're doing the same speaker like you would regularly do. Tamar Ba'ola, you're going to tell me that should apply in our case of the Ola, where not only Shashina Shmo, we switch the name from an Ola Tochatos, the Esma Seha, and we switched the way you did the carbon, because you did it with Melita of one of the Kana Vesses, one of the sexual esophagus, Shashina's Makomo. And I also switched the place because we took what should have been an Ola, which would have been on the top of his back, and I did it on the bottom of his back. So Rabbi Yeshua says, you haven't brought Uriah because the case I described had switch of all three things. Name, the way that you did the carbon, and the place that you did the carbon. Now, the Shita, I think.
How crazy is that, dude?
Okay, so all right, Amar Rava. So now the Gemara says as follows.
That drove me crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah. So if you look in the chart, so he says, so Rabbi Yeshua answered him this, and you didn't bring me a case where I switched the name and the place and the method. So Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. To which Amar Rava said, Amai Ishtik. Why was Rabbi Eliezer silent? Did Rabbi Yeshua really foreclose his argument? So Rava says, in Namalei, why not tell him? Asham sheshachatu b'daram l'shem shlamim t'shinoi balim. He says, so why not add a case where he shafted it in the south instead of the north? So it's the wrong place. He shafted it l'shem shlamim, so it was supposed to be an Asham, and he did it l'shem shlamim. And he did it t'shinoi balim. And Shinoi Bailam would be the equivalent of switching the method of the carbon. So it's another aspect of departure from the ordinary course. So you have there the Shina Shmo switched the name from an Ashram to a Shlamim. The Shina Shmokomo switched its place from the north to the south. The Shina Shmasav it switched its method of bringing it by having in mind the wrong Bailam. So he says. So Rava says, why didn't Rabbi Eliezer continue? He says, he was also Amalei, and from the fact that he did not keep at it. Because basically, Rabbi Yeshua kept feeding him the thing. He said, well, you didn't make a distinction for place. He said, okay, I'll fix the place. You didn't make a distinction for this. So in other words, here also, he should just say, okay, I'll switch to change the master by saying that he brought it to the wrong owner. So the fact that Rabbi Eliezer stopped is quiet, and he stopped pushing Rabbi Yeshua. He says, so Rabbi Eliezer says, why didn't Rabbi Eliezer continue? He says, so why not add a case where I switched the name and the place and the method of the carbon? So it's another aspect of departure from the ordinary course. So you have there the Shina Shmo switched its name from an Ashram to a Shlamim. And he did it with Melita of one of the Shechem esophagus. So Rava says, he was also Amalei, and from the fact that he did not keep at it. Because basically, Rabbi Yeshua kept feeding him the thing. He says, well, you didn't make a distinction for place. He said, okay, I'll fix the place. So in other words, here also, he should just say, okay, I'll switch to change the master by saying that he brought it to the wrong owner. So the fact that Rabbi Eliezer stopped pushing Rabbi Yeshua, he says, the one time I lay hockey, and the fact that he didn't tell him that Mami not nothing Rabbi Eliezer was timing Rabbi Shua. He says what really happened here is that Rabbi Eliezer stopped asking this whole line of inquiry because he realized that he was mistaking what Rabbi Shua had said. So in other words, as I said before, the Mishnah before in our Gemara seems to be going on the theory that Rabbi Shua said no, but when you switch the designation of the Ola to a Kashrus, that somehow it falls off. So therefore, I could ask you a question from Hashem in the south and whatever, all those things I could ask you from Hashem on this Ola to Ola. But actually, what's going on is that Rabbi Shua had an entirely different reason. And Rabbi Eliezer, it occurred to him, or he realized, or he heard, or whatever happened, that he came to understand that Rabbi Shua's reason was totally different. As he meets Ola to O, that gets brought as a chata, so therefore there's no questions to be asked from an Asham or anything like that. The Amar Rav, and the same is true for things that were asked in our Mishnah. Why? So what was the real reason of Rabbi Shua's Amar Rav Barabba? The Father Barabba says, Omer Hayir Rabbi Shua, Rabbi Shua used to say, Ola to O, that if you have this Ola to O, which is supposed to be done above, and instead he did it to above, the Mate did it below, the Mate Chata, that he should have done it where he cut through both the vessel and the ton of those pipes, and instead he did it the way the Chata, so he did one, the same Chata, and he had in mind a Chata, so everything was perfect about this scene for a Chata. The only problem being is that it was an Ola. So to that, Rabbi Yeshua says, basically, I'll tell you outside and then we'll see it inside, but basically what Rabbi Yeshua says is that when you have an Ola that gets brought in all respects as a Kata, it essentially becomes a Kata. And that's why Rabbi Yeshua says there's no Me'ila, right? Because what happens to a regular kata? When a kata is a kata, like from the time, let's say, it's shafted, or actually even before, from the time that you market something as a kata, so then it's subject to Ela. Once though that the Rita has been done, and in this case he did the Marsha he did the action here, so then a kata is no longer subject to Ela. Why? Because it gets eaten by the Kohen, right? So therefore, what we're saying is as follows: that when you have this particular case of an Olaf and Oath, that you treat it like a kata, then much like a kata, it loses its status of the Ela. So, no, because he was offering as a kata, the kata would be something that the Kohen is eaten entirely by the Kohen. None of it. That's the whole point. Because he did it in all respects, like a kata, we're going to convert it to a kata. So the fact that he did it in the place of a kata, in the method of a kata, and with the intention of a kata, for the same kata, so that's the issue of fit. Okay, so therefore, even Shemala plus Simon Echad, once he does Malika of one Simon, of one of the pipes, then Shechet Menasis Kata Ta'ol. So then it basically becomes a Kata Ta'ol. Now, I think as we go through, this will become a little clearer as to exactly how the course as we go through the Gemara. I'm not going to get into too much detail right now, and then we'll see as we go. So the Gemara says, if so, Kata Ta'ol Nami Shasa Lamala Kamata Ola. So he says, but then why not say the opposite? Say that if you have a kata ta'ol, that and a kata ta'ol for bird kata is supposed to be done at the bottom of the mizbeach, and instead he goes up and does it above. Kemase ha'ola in the kemase ola in the manner of an ola, the same ola, and he has in mind an ola, right? If you malik for simon echad, he must say to have a ola ta'ol. He says, why not treat that and treat the opposite case as also one where if you had a kata and you did everything on it like an ola, that it should become an ola. If you came a hafinami, and maybe you'll tell me that in fact that is so, and Rabbi Yeshua is of the opinion that it doesn't matter whether it was a kata that you brought as an ola or an ola that you brought as a kata. Well, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, some Rabbi Tanoi, Rabbi Yochanan says the name of Rabbi Naita,
so just to be clear, if that was true, if you could bring a chatas as an olah and a chatas as an olah, then that would be contradicted by our Mishnah. The Rashi points out because we're the Mishnah that said that if you have a chatas and you do it the same olah, it's possible, right? So in other words, it doesn't convert to an olah. So Rashi points out that therefore, if that was true, that Rabbi Yeshua had that opinion, then our Mishnah, which said it doesn't work that way, would have to be not like Rabbi Yeshua. So therefore, he says, if you came Akinami, maybe you'll tell me that it's so, that Rabbi Yeshua is of the opinion that a chatas can also convert to an olah, and it would be arguing on our Mishnah. But Rabbi Yochanan says, so it says, this is the this is like the outcome of the Mishnah. My love, Taki Atzav is too low. So isn't it so that it's telling you that our Mishnah, which says that Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer argue in the case of an olah that you treated like a chatas, that's the only case they argue. They don't argue in a case where a chatas got to, and then Rabbi Yeshua would not be saying his din in a place where a chatas got, he chose to treat it fully like an olah. So he says, Kachatza Shakula Mishnah. And he's saying this is where they argue on the means of the whole Mishnah, meaning Rabbi Yeshua could argue not just in the case of a olah that you treated like a chatas, but also the case of a chatas they treated like an olah. And Einakinami, this kiddush of Rabbi Yeshua, that if you do everything like the wrong carbon, then it can convert, would be true by olah to olah and chatas to olah. That in both cases is true. So now Rav Ashi is going to say not like that. He's going to say no. It's unique to the case that's in our Mishnah. That is the one where Rabbi Yeshua says it. Rav Ashi says, and this is where we'll see the mechanics of Rabbi Yeshua's opinion. He says, this loma olah to olah, when you have an olah to olah, she'atzah lamata, then you did it at the bottom the way a chatas gets done. Hemate chatas, and you did it in the manner of a chatas, meaning you only did one of the corner vessels, one of the pipes, the same chatas, the animal the chatas. He says, even the ha hafshera b'simin echad. I'm sorry. So he says, even the ha hafshera b'simin echad, the ha hafshera b'shnei simanim. The olah to olah lamata leisa. He said as follows: since this could not be treated like an olah, even though it was an olah, but it couldn't be treated like an olah. Why? Because what did he do? He tested only one of the pipes, and an olah to olah has to be done on the top of the mizbeach. And where did he do it? On the bottom. So far he's done nothing that could establish it, and he had in mind. He was doing it for a chatas, so it could not have been, the actions he's taking negates the ability to consider this an olah. So therefore, even the malach siman echad nimshakas v'nases chatas olah. So he says, so therefore, once he does that single siman, and he stops, he doesn't stop, but once he cuts one siman, which is the method of a chatas, and he's done it in the place of a chatas, and he did it in the same chatas, so then it becomes a chatas to olah. He says, but I'm sorry, he says el chatas to olah. But if you do the other way, we have a chatas and you try to treat it like the olah. Since you said Malika b'kol makom sheira. So now let's remind ourselves that the halacha, as I said before, olah to olah cannot be done on the bottom. So when he does it on the bottom, he's proving that he's treating it like a chatas. But a chatas to olah, even though the place we normally do it is on the bottom, but theoretically, we said the whole makom sheira. So if you go up on the mizbeach and you go to the upper part of the mizbeach, it could still be a kosher chatas. This is a regular case. You have a chatas to olah. If you go up on the mizbeach and you do malika there, and then you come down, that's okay, right? So therefore, when we're trying to establish a case where it was a chatas and he's treating it like an olah, but so far when he goes up to the top of the mizbeach and he does malika there, he hasn't treated it uniquely like an olah, so that could be a shlamim. If you malach siman echad,
Yipsala. So he says them as follows. So what happens at the time that he starts doing Malika, even if he intends to do both pipes, what happens? He's doing it in a place that's kosher for a kata. When he gets through the first of the kanar veshet, he's shefted, he's done Malika in the manner of a kata. So what's the problem? He's done it, and this is a kata's first so far. He's done it the same ola. Right? So at that point, it becomes a kata sula. So everything was working for it to be a kata. Unlike the ola that he did down below, where nothing about it was ola-like. Here, where he's taking the kata from the top, the place works for a kata. Cutting through one of the corner of that works for a kata. Now, he hasn't gotten through finishing Malika to do the second, but at that point, he now has something that fully qualifies as a kata, except that he had in mind an ola. So therefore, it becomes kosher. Therefore, he says, how could you, in other words, even though he then continues and does the second pipe, in other words, his intention was to treat it like an ola. In other words, let's bear in mind what we're talking about here. He took a katas, he goes up to the top, he intended to cut through both pipes, he intended to do it on the top like an ola, and he intended to have in mind ola. But the problem was his muscle wasn't messed up because that's an okay place for a kata to be. And when he starts the malika, he makes it through one tooth. That's okay for a kata. That's what you're supposed to do for a kata. At that time, he has the wrong kavanah. He has in mind the same ola, and so therefore it becomes a kata sula. So then at that point, when he finishes the malika, so now he's done something that's uniquely ola-like, i.e., going through both the kana and the veshet, but at that point it's already become a kata sula, and therefore it can't convert. So what the Rashi is saying is that the Yeshua's halakha is unique to an ola that gets treated like a kata because you could fully fulfill its status as a kata. He had in mind a kata, he did the malika of a kata, he did it in the place of a kata, so at that point it converts. Whereas if you try to take a kata and bring it up to be an ola, once you get through the first of the kana of veshet, by the time you get to the second, you've already made it a behema kula that is a covering into a kata kula, and therefore it doesn't work. Okay, so therefore, now we know the svara of the Yeshua that we've been spending a lot of time talking about other things. The real issue that Yeshua was saying is the unique halakha that if you have an ola ta'ol, that you fully treat like a kata ta'ol, it converts to be a kata ta'ol. Now, the Gemara is going to ask some questions on this. Rabbi is the one who explained that Yeshua used to say, Ola ta'ol, she'asa lamata kumase kata, the same kata that he did it below like a kata. He did the malika like a kata, where he did one of the kana of veshet, and he did the same kata. He was the malak and ekad, and shechas kumase kata ta'ol, that it basically, that Ola ta'ol converts to be a kata ta'ol. So on the base, so we're now going to examine this concept of whether a kata or whether an ola can convert to a kata. And we're gonna bring a couple of cases. Okay, so first we're going to bring a mishnah from Kines. Hashma, katas lezu, ola lezu. So what happened here? You had two women, and they were yoldos. So they had a baby. So the halacha is that you're supposed to bring an animal and a bird, but if you don't have enough money, the woman can bring two birds. We had two women who didn't have the money to bring an animal, and so they were each bringing two birds. So what happened, as follows, is that one of them had brought a katas, and one had brought an ola already, but they each needed to bring the other. Okay? So Rashi says we're dealing with Rachel and Leah. Rachel tries to speak a katas and Leidasa. But she had already brought her ola, and Leah needed an ola. She had already brought her katas. What did they do? They went in partnership, and they bought two more birds, and they said that this one is going to be for the katas of Rachel, and this one is going to be for the ola of Leah, and they gave her the katas.
Okay, so they went in partnership to fulfill their remaining outstanding bird. One needed an Ola, one needed a Kata. Okay, so what happened? Kata's moving Ola, do understand the Mila. So now, if there was a Kata and Ola, one of them should have been done on the top of the Mizbeach for Ola, and one of them should have been on the bottom of the Mizbeach for a Kata. But what happened instead? The Kohen did both of them above. So Mechta kosher, Mechta puzzle. Okay, so what happened here is simple. So the one that was done down below, I'm sorry. So the one that was the person who needed an Ola was helped because the Kohen brought it on the top. But the one who needed a Kata couldn't help because it was brought in the wrong place. It was brought on the upper part of the Mizbeach. So one of them is good. It's actually Leah who's good according to Rashi. Rashi says that Leah was the one who needed an Ola. She had already bought her Kata, so she's covered here because the Kohen did everything Lamala. Stay in Lamata. What happened if the Kohen did both below? Then it would be the opposite. Next to Kosher, next to Puzzle. So then in that case, Rachel would be good because it was brought on the bottom, so it fulfilled her Kata. But Leah is stuck because she needed an Ola, and this thing got done on the bottom of the Mizbeach. Now you might say, okay, perfect. He did one above, one below. The problem is that he didn't necessarily, in other words, he didn't necessarily know that he got the right one. In other words, how did we know that he got the one of Rachel, which was supposed to be a Kasas, and the one of Leah that was supposed to be an Ola? So therefore, stay in Psulah. So because Shani Omer, because I'll tell you, Katas Kivalamala, maybe the Katas ended up being brought above, Ola Kivalamata, and the Ola is brought below. Okay? So now, the question is going to be as follows. Mihi Nami the Ola Kivalamata, Timshak with the have a Katas O. He says as follows. Wait a second. What you're telling me is that if Leah and Rachel brought these two birds, and they had designated one is the Kata for Rachel and one is the Ola for Leah, and then the Kohen just brought them one on the top, one on the bottom, but he didn't know he got the right one. So he said they both have to bring a new carpet. But wait a second. Let's say whoever it was who needed the Ola, which we said was Leah. So let's say that I'm sorry. So let's say whoever it was that needed a Kata, which is Rachel. So let's say that Rachel's covered. Why? Because if the animal that was really Rachel was brought on the bottom of the Mizbeach, so that's perfect. If she needed a Kata, then her animal got brought as a Kata. Well, let's say she needed a Kata and her animal was brought as an Ola, no big deal, because the Kohen did the bottom animal, having in mind, he did it in the place of a Kata, he had in mind that it should be for a Kata, and he did it in the manner of Malika of a Kata. So therefore, if Rabbi Yeshua is right, that when you do everything the right way for a Kata, Rachel should be covered regardless. Either the Kohen did her Kata properly, or he did an Ola feeling like a Kata, so it's also a Kata. So therefore, if Rabbi Abba's explanation of Yeshua is right, then in this case they should not both have to bring it. We should say Rachel is covered no matter what. The Gemara says, no. Amar Dam Rabbi Yeshua, the Kad Gavra, the Trey Gavi Miyamar. He says, let's not go crazy here. Rabbi Yeshua had big kiddush. He said, if you have an animal and it's an Ola to Ola, and you bring it fully like a Kata, so then it counts for its owner like a Kata. Well, what would be going on here? What we're saying is that Rachel's covered either way. So if the bottom animal was her Kata, goes her Kata. And they say if the top animal wasn't, so it gets converted. But in other words, one of those is Leah's. So let's say it was Leah's that was the Ola. Then Yeshua never said that Leah's Ola that gets brought like a Kata can count for Rachel. There's no such thing. Well, it's too much of a kiddush. So you have no reason to think that Yeshua was not only saying this idea that you convert a Ola, but you convert a Ola to a person who doesn't even own it. He never said such a thing. Okay, so Tashma, let's bring another case. In this case, further in Kingdom, and the Kingdom is going to become relevant. So he says as follows: Katas Ola, which is Tuma almost for Reka. Okay, so what happened? Same thing. Rachel and Leah needed a Katas and Ola. They were missing one. Rachel needed her Katas. Leah needed her Ola. But they each had owed a carbon for something else, right? So they each need to bring 3 more birds. There's one more. Let's say Rachel needed a chatas, Leah needed an ola, and then they each owed a chatas and an ola for something else, right? So therefore, like let's say maybe they were a zav or something like that, whatever the point is. That so what did they do? They like being partners here, so they each brought a chatas and ola. One of them said, "This is my chatas and my ola." They had a second pair of animals that they just didn't say anything. They just bought it as partnership. Now let's just say there's a fiddush, which is really comes from my thesis, but by birth you don't need to designate who the carbon is for. You could actually check the carbon, and at the time you checked it, it counts for its owner. So when it's a stuma, so if the Kohen did all of them on the upper part of the Mizbeach, he did the wrong thing, because some of these are supposed to be chatos, max the kosher, max the puzzle. So then the Ola, Leah's in good shape, because 2 of her animals count as an Ola, and she just has to work on the Shlomim. But Rachel, who needed just 1 Ola and 2 Shlomim, got more messed up, 2 chatos, got messed up here because the Kohen did everything above on the Mizbeach. Let's say the Kohen did all of it beneath on the Mizbeach, so then it's the opposite, next to kosher, next to puzzle. So then half of them, meaning 2 of Rachel's chatas and 1 of Leah's chatas is good because it's done on the lower part of the Mizbeach. But the ones that were supposed to have been brought on the upper part of the Mizbeach as Olas, they're out of luck, right? And now, he says, let's say each pair, the Kohen put up 1 as a chatas and 1 as an ola. So now we're in trouble. You say, "Ein atzira el asuma, u'mischalekas beineim." So he says as follows. So the first 2 animals they had, they got these 2 and they said one of these is Rachel's missing chatas and one of these is Leah's missing ola. So that, like the first case we learned, that's mixed up, because if he did 1 above and 1 below, we don't know. Did he do the chatas above and the ola below, in which case it's puzzle? So therefore, those don't count, right? Now let's jump to the third case. The mefurashos, which are the ones where they said this one is ola and this one is a chatas, but they didn't say for which woman. So then that's also no good, because maybe they put the ola on the bottom and the chatas on the top, right? So the only animals that work in this scenario are the middle ones, the stumos. Why? Because they didn't say either one was an ola or a chatas, and they didn't say either one was for Rachel and Leah. They brought them as partners, so when you bring them on the Mizbeach, so when a Kohen brings them on the Mizbeach, at that point, 1 counts for Rachel, 1 counts for Leah. Now, how do you know which one? You don't. But what you'll do is, when they each bring, so then they each got either an ola or a chatas brought for them, so then they could bring 2, and they make a tanai and say, if I need an ola, it's this; if I need a chatas, it's that. Okay, so now the Gemara's question is as follows. He says, you're telling me that the first scenario where it said Rachel's chatas and Leah's ola, that we understand why neither of them work, because maybe the chatas was above and the ola was below. And don't tell me that Rabbi Yeshua's svara should switch it, because we're talking about 2 people. That's what we just said before, not 1 person. But now the Gemara is saying, but what about the mefurashim? The ones where they said this one is an ola and this one is a chatas, right? So he says, low. But you're telling me that the ones that they said that they didn't specify for which woman, but they specified which carbon. Yamai, Yihinami the ola trevo lamata, himself would have a chatas o. So he says, wait, let's say in this case that one of the birds, that that the ola bird should count. Why? Because if that one of these birds should count as a chatas. Because if the chatas is brought on the bottom, right? So then then it is then it was brought in the right place. And if the Ola was brought on the bottom but brought as if it was a Chatos, it should convert to a Chatos. Now, why is this better than the case before? Because since it has not been designated for neither carbon was designated for a specific person, so it wouldn't be switching from one person to another. We would at least have one valid carbon here. The Gemara says, okay, the became a huddle like Rabbi Yeshua, so maybe you'll tell me, you're right, this Mishnah in Kingdom, the second Mishnah, does not hold like Rabbi Yeshua, because Rabbi Yeshua is of the opinion that you can convert, and that's why I said Russian low, because it's not like Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yeshua has his opinion, but the Mishnah in Kingdom argues with him. The Gemara says, can you say that Rabbi Yeshua, that the Mishnah in Kingdom is not like Rabbi Yeshua? So I'm going to tell you what we're going to learn tomorrow, which is that the Mishnayos in Kingdom, in the last part of Kingdom, were all said by Rabbi Yeshua, right? So therefore, we were saying, we brought a Mishnah that asked the question of Rabbi Yeshua. If you're right that you can convert an Ola to a Chatos, then why not say that pair, the Mishulashim, the third pair, at least the Chatos should qualify, right? And so we said, well, maybe that Mishnah in Kingdom is not going like Rabbi Yeshua. The Gemara is going to prove that Rabbi Yeshua is the one who says the Mishnah in Kingdom. So you can't say the Mishnah in Kingdom is not like Rabbi Yeshua. Okay, so now the way the Gemara is going to prove this is going to be by bringing us a long piece that's a little bit complicated, and we're not going to finish it today. So we're now going to jump off onto a totally different topic. The purpose is to demonstrate to us that Rabbi Yeshua is the Hana in the Mishnah in Kingdom. So you can't say the Mishnah is Hana Rabbi Yeshua, and you can't say the Mishnah is not like Rabbi Yeshua because the Mishnah is said by Rabbi Yeshua. Okay, but that's the structure of the Gemara. So we're left off with a kasha from the second Mishnah in Kingdom, in Mishnah Vav. Mishnah Dalet. So therefore, we're left off with a question, and now we're just proving our point that there's no Rabbi Yeshua. How are we going to prove it? We're going to bring yet another Mishnah in Kingdom, which is the end of that parak Gimel, Mishnah Vav, which is where at the end of the Mishnah we're going to see that it's all Rabbi Yeshua. But we're not going to see that today. We'll see that Mishnah tomorrow. Tashma, come in here. Rabbi Yeshua, the one who said the Mishnah is in the last parak of Kingdom, as follows: Isha she'amra hareya like Khan in Eled Zakar. A woman who said, I accept upon myself a pair of birds if I give birth to a baby boy. Okay? Yolda Zakar, if she then gives birth to a baby boy, Negia Sheikhinem, that she brings two pairs of birds, one for her nether and one for her obligation, because since we just discussed this, if she's forced, she has to bring two birds, right? As her carbon yoledet. So she owes two birds for her carbon yoledet, and she owes two birds because she said a nether, if I have a baby boy, I'm going to bring two birds. Now let's just understand what kind of bird would she be bringing if she was, what kind of birds is she going to bring here? So the bird that she owes as a Yolada, she just finished saying, is an Ola and a Chata. She doesn't want to be. But the bird that she's bringing because she made a nether would be Ola, because there's no such thing as a voluntary, when someone makes a nether, that's a voluntary pledge. There's no such thing as a voluntary kata. Kata is owed because the Torah tells you you're a kata. So therefore, what bird is she supposed to bring? She's supposed to bring one kata for her Yoleda Tova, three olas, one for her Yoleda Tova, and two for her nether. Okay? So,
that makes sense.
Nasnatan Lakayan, if she gives them, when she gives them to the Kohen, now Kohen turns Lasoso Shalosh Marla, Aslamato. So the Kohen, we just said, it's three olos. So the olos all need to be done on the top of the back, and one needs to be done on the bottom of the back. And what happened? Not such a good Kohen. Melasa came, Elasa Shayim Lamato, Ubeis Lamato. Nimla. And he didn't consult with her. He basically thought that she owed, Rashi says maybe she was a Yoleda Zava, and she owed for being a Zava, she owed Ola and a Chata, and she owed for being a Yoleda Ola and a Chata. So he did two above and two below, he didn't ask her. So now there's a problem because she was supposed to have she thought that 3 olos, and he brought it as 2 olos and 2 chatas. So we say, Tzricha Titavi Ot Treda Achas V'Titrevena Lamalo. So he says, what happened here? She was supposed to bring 3 olos and 1 chatas, and instead he brought 2 olos and 2 chatas. So what does she need to do? She needs to bring an extra ola, right? So now, but that assumes Mimin Esa. Assuming, because what happened here, that if all of these animals, the way it brings, when you bring a pair of birds, you can bring the birds like a chatas and olos, you could bring a bird either as a tar or a ben yonah. So it can be either a dove or a turtle dove. But either one qualifies as a bird sacrifice, but you need to bring the same bird. So if the birds that she all brought were, let's say, all doves, right? So then it's fine. All she needs to do is bring one more Ola dove because she was supposed to bring 3 Olas and a chatas, and instead the Kohen brought 2 Olas and 2 chatas. So she needs an extra Ola. It's clear what kind of animal she should bring. She should bring a dove because obviously the pair was a dove, right? Or for that matter, as long as they know which one were brought second, in other words, well, actually not, because we don't know what the coin's intention was. So it was all minachon. In Mishnei Minim, let's say that there were that one pair was were doves and one pair was turtle doves, and the Kohen brought each as Ola Nakatas, but we didn't know which one was for her carving a leather and which one was for her Nadava, right? So in this case, you need to bring 2. Why? Because maybe, in other words, there was one pair that was for her Nadava, the Chatas part worked, but the Ola part didn't. So now the question is, I need to bring another Ola, but am I pairing it with a turtle dove or with a dove? Right? And you don't know. So you need to as an Ola, the Nadava, it needs to match, and therefore, since you don't know which pair was brought, you need to bring two birds now to fulfill the second half of the Nadava pair, and you need to bring a total dove and dove because you don't know which one was brought first. Okay. Okay. We say minimum time. So there's 2 different times here that you have to bring 2 birds. Nadara, what happens if she said as follows? She said, I'm going to bring my nether is going to be the Kohen, let's say, for example. So she says which type she's going to bring, right? And then she brings the carbonates as follows. And then she doesn't remember which one she said she was going to bring. So then what happens? She needs to bring 3 more birds, right? Because as follows. That now if all the birds that were brought were of one variety, and she didn't remember now which kind she said to be the Nidava, so then what she needs to do is she needs to bring one. She needs to bring whatever it was that was brought. Let's say she brought 4 doves, right? But she didn't remember if she said doves or turtle doves, right? So we know that one dove was brought as her Ola, her voluntary Ola, because one of the pairs, the Kohen brought it properly as a voluntary Ola, and now she needs to make sure that she has a full pair of the kind she pledged, right? So therefore, she brought 1 dove as an Ola. So now she needs to bring another dove to fill that pair. But wait, what happens if she really had pledged a turtle dove, not a dove? So she brought 4 doves, but she was supposed to brought 2 turtle doves. So therefore, she needs to bring also 2 turtle doves. So therefore, she brings 3 extra birds because in case, and let's say the first 4 were doves, in case she had pledged doves. One dove was done already as an Ola, as a Nadava, therefore she brings a second, and then she brings 2 turtle doves. Now what happens if they were Beis Minim? So then you can't even count one, because you say maybe even if she brought some doves and some turtle doves. But let's say it turned out that she had pledged doves. But maybe the 2 doves that she brought, the Kohen brought for her carbon yoledet, which is a chova. So then she ended up with what was brought as the second half was the turtle dove, but she never pledged turtle doves for Nadava, so even the Ola, half of that one doesn't count. So now what does she need to do? She needs to bring 2 doves. She needs to bring 2 doves in case she had pledged doves, and she needs to bring 2 turtle doves in case she had pledged turtle doves. That's what we say, is that that you have to bring 4 extra birds, so she really messed herself up here by specifying a species and then not knowing whether that species was brought. So that's what we're going to leave off right in the middle of the thing, but it gets into some more complicated cases, the end of which is going to say that Rabbi Yeshua is the one who needs this Tana, and therefore our question is going to be maintained, and we'll need to understand why the second mission in Kingdom is not a kasha on Rabbi Yeshua. What does that mean? So the verse is as follows. The verse asking the real why don't we get praise not come along with our coins? Remember again, the verse says the coin shall bring you to the why do I need to be told that it is the coin that is bringing you to the which far looks like tell me that the coin you must bring the Olah What is the success? Does that mean I don't know if you know what this is. One of our guys, Mark Raleigh, in the ASAP Rocky video. Because you know, say, I was at this fight with Hello. What part is Hello? Uma pensou, it's hard, it hurts, you know, to believe something like that. Once the dust settles, you know, you can see the forest and trees. Let's see what else we got here. Why does Papa continue to call out Brock Lesnar's daughter despite the church owner? I don't know if he did it again. Maybe we're wake up, babe. Joe Rogan just debuted a new fake laugh. Oh no.
We're having a conversation about being in the present moment. And I'm like, wait, you didn't record that one.
That sounds like my computer. That sounds like a baby. Turn the old
Wait, you didn't record that one.
I would have thought based on
you just gotta do that when you're talking to Wendy because she's so funny. Force yourself up to say do something. I wish I could do that every
where you don't have to have it done by a coin, yet it has to be done with a knife.
Matt, what game next? BGL talking to squirrels in the Mercury insurance commercial. Wow, he just killed it. Does everybody know he's never worked a guy?
Do require a knife, then ultimately the because the oath, which does require a coin, is certainly require a knife.
Yeah,
we're going to coin level.
I'm not going to shoot him out. He's the right guy to do it. But it's so funny that he comes from yeah, well, he was wasting his time with that shit. And now he's out there doing this guy was built for to be a goofy dude in commercials. Yeah, you know that Bubba uses that too, right? Oh, he's like, he's Elon shit, Mark's career. Like, he doesn't really like it. He started Mark's career. He's probably still talking about it to this day without mentioning all the bad stuff. Yeah, he's like, if you want to enter in here, you know, this guy's like, he's already, he was an ASAP Rocky music video. He does that for all these guys I hate. Those are the new entrants being after Marco. They go, oh, you started just like me. I started in a shop. You gotta get out of there. Get out of there now. I did think it was weird. He kept making me like pick up his plastic cups.
Let's see. Are you Saudi Arabia? This is supposed to find 990 ER. Wannabe white nationalist gets questioned about his race. Is that job? So I think he just has to. Are you Saudi Arabia? Dude, if you groove into it, emotional, it's a real photo really. You do actually have that. So, man. Get your ancestry text line now. That's my beer. Oh, dude. Oh, that's pretty great. It's awesome.
has to be done with the optimal supply what? The actual point himself has to be his body, i.e.
We've seen this one before. African American chin. Yeah, chin. Oh, it's great. I don't know if he's American, but he is black for sure. Black chin. Black chin, yeah. Black chin, hair up, shoulders. Yeah, that's very important. This is it, bro. We need a snapped. Pakistani beanie guy yesterday, dude. The Schwab's property tax laws are making $1,000 a year. It's going to be a problem with how the court is on its final legs. Let's look at it because it's interesting. I do struggle with like real posts like this and there's reality to it, but it's definitely interesting. Oh my god, HOA fees, dude. That's the only thing I love about California is the HOA thing kind of non-existent.
Then I don't need Kardashian.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done that, obviously, but I want to do like a rich person that had their they go condo. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot of taxes. I don't even know what that means, honestly. That means you have to pay $88,000 a year.
The coin himself, i.e. his fingernail, mainly, nothing nice.
Congrats to the little chocolate. Hope she keeps improving. Baba had to ugly flex that doctor though, and my shop isn't just dropped by toxoplasmosis. This is about therapy.
She's going to therapy. Still not one that really not know what we're going to do. And then, meantime, come back. Billy's chilling around. She's like, no. And this is just, I was trying to show us dude, she went around 10 times in the living room. Now she just goes Billy walks. She still has to have the orthopedics on. She's got them today. Okay. And she's fucking crazy crap. That is beautiful. I texted the doctor and I went, 2 years off. That's a liability then the way it'll be.
His brain just doesn't work. Is he tired? You know, only downhill from here. That's perfect.
2026, only downhill from here. You're going to be on the only my wife made like a goal board for 2026. Number one, build a lot. What an amazing win.
Everything sucks after that. Yeah. Oh,
both established
so good. It's worth
the week that
picking
started
up.
to me, that just as I'm currently offering no authority on the top of the staff, so to the Lisa is not
Congrats to the little
novelty.
trumpet. I hope she
What's
keeps
the novelty?
big Papa had to
Correct.
smoke me
The
fast
novelty is that like every other
and
carbon,
shop is
it
just
can be
drunk.
done
For me, I
anywhere.
love the new shop
Anywhere.
design.
Like
Only
Olas
downhill
and
from here.
Carpas to
Something
hold,
good happens. That's just so good.
when you run on the top of the staff.
What do you say?
Such when you done that.
I texted the
Next
doctor
time,
in 2 years,
Malik
Mom,
was
on
done
the
from the
video.
back
I
of
don't know what.
the room. Back of the so
Yeah, fuck
comparison
you,
between
doctor.
Olas and Carpas, just like Carpas to hold, established. Malik was done from the back of the neck. So to again, like Olas to hold, Malik was done from the back of the neck. Well, that's the case.
Papa has
Iman
long
Lahavar
for the 70s
is going
since
to
just a
compare
kid.
Olas to hold. Two
I know
Carpas, so I
Americans
would say as
people
follows.
take pictures of NFL coaches.
Iman Lahavar, Molek Ve'inom Lav. After Molek Ve'inom Lav.
Why does Papa do this? He's trying to Rogan it.
I would say as follows.
But then somebody
That just
puts
like
ahead
over
of
there, by
August
Tata,
post, but
now
still
look is you
redacted.
do
I don't
Malika,
understand it.
but you don't sever the head.
What do you
So I
say?
was
What
saying
I
that
think
Tata
what happened
of
in this,
you do
I could
Malika,
be wrong,
and
because
you
it was
don't
Jake,
sever
but
the head.
I think the original post
Like
was,
Ola Saul,
assuming that's Tom Landry, I'm going to go
but
out
don't
and do a shot.
sever the head.
Maybe be wrong, the
That wasn't
Cowboys
another
coach.
one.
And then the other guy is the dude that just got
What
fired, I bet, from
Omar,
Miami, who dresses
Umalak,
casual. But the James person,
Umalak, positive, you shall do Malika, and you shall offer up.
yeah, that looks like that's what I'm shouting. And I
Ma,
put the head
Torah
of the
Halosh,
shop and the
that's more
stupid
about
cowboy hat on Miami
Just
guy.
like the
Obviously,
burning
this looks like something
of
Sean would wear.
you burn
Oh,
the
yeah,
body separately and the head separately.
That's the point. He dresses
Malika,
like these.
Halosh,
So
yes,
what
more
this,
about Gufias.
the Miami coach
Because
looks like
it's
he's
like
wearing
Ola
Diet Stars
Saul,
Monday, and John
sever
wears
the
Diet
head
Stars
from
Monday.
the body penetration.
John doesn't dress like a blazer and a tie.
Ola
And
Saul,
I can't wait till that ever starts.
That's
oh,
also
yeah,
again,
that'll be
Malika
great.
is done.
Tom
The head
Landry's
and the
shop
head
was
from the body.
Tom.
Like Ola Saul, when
I don't even know if that was his
the
name.
head is severed
Michael
from
said
the
Joe.
entirety from the body. It must be nice.
Beautiful
Shot
exit.
cars, Halosh, that's what I'm that's what so both sides we
Listen,
don't
it was
need that.
improv, $5
Just like Ola Saul, burn that head with
Catch the outrage. I mean, that's not really a good
So
way
it's something that's in the body. A really, really burn the head of the body. Now it's like cars, Halosh, that's what I'm I don't burn the head.
It's definitely not Colin saying this because it's big problem posting it, but if I was Colin, I'd be like, keep not saying whatever.
I react to us.
I mean, LA Times is reading this too.
Then the person is burning up the body of the bird.
Ah, fuck.
How many kind of
Each ticket's only
Okay,
$5.
why don't you be extra brave? You shall burn it on the afterwards. Why does it have
That's
to be
$2 too much.
What do you think he's saying about next time?
Doctors, hello, Doctors,
That they're
that's something like the burning of the head. So the way you split the story discusses the burning of the head and the burning of the body separately by all us. What does that mean? That ultimately get burned separately. Burn separately. Now, what does that tell me? What does that tell me? That Malika severs the head from the body. Another might have colors of what by all us meaning
Let's change the
that
phrase
body
one
and head
always summer to one chop
the
tells
new
the
start
truth.
down there. Once you go to
Let's see if this is the smallest video of all time.
you shall go ahead and watch.
Let's see.
Thomas on the skinny side.
She got the blood from the body of the
Fantastic.
She was there. She was there.
It is
She was
fantastic.
there. Listen, now look at you. Go ahead. And you out. Like the husband, like you put them on them. You shall speak out the blood of the wall of the Israel. The wall out here has the wall out here. Listen, so you shall speak out the blood of the Ola Sahol. Onto you, onto the wall of the Israel.
Okay,
Not
so
onto
person
the
that made it
wall of
is on the resume.
and not into the wall. And it does. The ease of what area? The ease of that here. So it's ultimately the mindset is supposed to be upper wall.
I actually been listening to that song nonstop. Not the line one foot too close by now. It's a great song. Oh my god, you know what it's about?
No,
Getting a
no, it
boner.
doesn't have
It's just about getting a boner, dude. Yeah. What happened to music where we can't just sing about getting a boner anymore?
Well, it's heck to say this, or I'll say heck. When I was a kid, I had no idea.
The ease of that
And then once I got older, I was like, oh wow. So
which
this is
wall
about
is the
getting a
blood
boner.
stream out to?
Great song.
Zekira
So
out.
the girl's like,
This
I
is
feel
the
it
upper
poking me.
wall of
Yeah.
his
I
death.
listened to it as a kid. I was like, I didn't even think about that.
Oh, and
I feel a
half
poke
no,
coming through.
maybe
and
it's,
he's
you know,
like,
bottom wall, which is the wall below the red line.
This
This
is
is
happening. girl, and she's just like, I feel a boner. I was gonna have her. Because you know, songs are ridiculous. We should do that. You should do that in the shot thing. I can't get. I mean, I've been trying. Oh, really? That's why I've been listening to it nonstop. But I tried one R&B song, and it was very hard. That's true. The R&B stuff is difficult. If you want to try it, or if you want to listen to it, it's on the Patreon. It's Hamish to DJ. But I had a rough time doing that, and I gave up halfway because I couldn't hit his notes. Yeah, boy, I am. Tiger Thick is calling. Unique update on the lawsuit. Court of Appeals Beatles by Roland Rogan. This is definitely 8 minutes long, so I definitely will not watch the whole thing.
The Greg O'Connor come out. I really can't see it yet, but the day before that came out. So whenever the Greg O'Connor came out, he was lost, and now he's appealing. Now you have to remember that last month, in December, Brendan Schaub a copyright takedown. You know, fix yourself a fisticuffs. It's funny because Thick Boy Productions is still real, I guess. You know, I was now this was weird because we had a lawsuit. I won, and now we're in the appeals process of that lawsuit. You're not allowed to continue to do copyright takedown on ongoing pending litigation. And before anyone says, oh, you took your Patreon and talk and everything, in the first lawsuit that I won, the examples inflict, okay, the voice unique. I have no problem with it, but if Sean was like, hey, if he showed up here like Ben Affleck in that movie, what's the movie? Oh yeah, Ben Affleck in the Titanic, like, we gotta go somewhere, you can't ask any questions, just get in the car or whatever. And it was just a movie, not unique. I think that yeah, that's something I don't like about unique. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It looks nice to see the bad saying. Spicy. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to the guy and be like, you're great, keep doing it. It's just like, and also, he's not really demanding, like, that I like him more. It's very low effort quality of video. Yeah, I have like 5 lights, a green screen, 3 cameras, you know what I mean? This guy's just recording stuff on his phone and recording on the same microphone. So yeah, it's probably a little bit of like envy that I wish I could do that with low effort videos on YouTube and unique, you know? But then you have to be you. Well, is he one of our guys? Because unfortunately, yes, he is one of our guys. But here's what I'll raise you this thing. Because every night, I am on a conference call with Podcast Ridge, Elephant Graveyard, Too Lazy to Try, and American Redacted. And we talk about you're obviously. I am not there. You're there. And we talk about the state of comedy and YouTube and all the very important things. And one day, American Redacted was like, should we have Unique on this call? And everyone was like, so, all right, and that was a bit that. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was on those calls, guys. And then if they ask me if you need real, if I'll be like, yeah, what if you guys want to? You guys know exactly what to do. Here's the trade. Here's the codes. They're gonna have like the most he should be on the call. Yeah, shop. I'll be like, shop. They're my Joe Rogan. Too lazy to try my Joe Rogan. And then I'll be like, oh, dude, the whole time you made a video about Steve, that was so good, dude. I watched it 5 times. Okay, yeah, let's go get the video, please. I want to be the Brendan Schaub that just kills the vibe. So he died. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna speed it up. I'm Brendan Schaub. The same exact time video, the same length and location.
below the top of the gap.
But there's a reason I'm wrong. I had that before. 4 days before the car came in that shop. I tried to do something. Nothing was cut. So it has a force doing something.
Yeah, it's just we're 40 seconds further. Let's see. Let's give him one more try. Because it sounds like he's going to get something interesting going on. Yeah.
Now,
where he's standing, ultimately
That's right. Now you're fucked up.
الكاميرا الرئيسية وأسمع الناس الريولوشن.
But this is all being done for that big city guy. We need to calm things down. They just put the fire kit in the contact email with Nixon. That guy that you had around fire kit. They just had a bunch of people. And they did a picture on it when they had this guy out. So Shab is out there. Trying to get around this wall. Take down my channel. I'm playing this guy. I'm going to fire kit. Last time I checked, ready job home.
وأنا جريت في المسلمة وشريك في كل سبب
Litigation over time, right? That should he have his name on it? Or is he trying to go after you? Every container gives you for doing that false copyright. Especially since you have all against you. Saying that it was fair use. You're trying to assert that's how that was to continue to cover your name now. It's ridiculous. That's it was your job. We're still technically in the overlap because we're not MPO. But he did move to us. He has come to it. I got heads up. Everybody knows what we're did today, but the reason why I think it's good heads up because the lawyer had the thing down on his own. Which child I kicked this in court. It's all not here. It's going to happen. Those lawyers are what you got now is not jobs. They're setting up shop for what they want to do. Because we're not going to do now. I don't know. You know, I'm not going to who's all down for a lawyer. It's Jim Cornette saying. But the fact that it's like, dude, you lost. Get over it. Why don't you? I know what that's doing. I'm going to fucking podcast maker America. Yeah, I'm going to deal with this shit.
It is kind of funny that it's only him, though.
I need to
Everyone's decided to do Joe. Like, a lot of podcasts where you just get 2 minutes to take it away with this shit.
Why is it always just me?
Someone wants to move them
Sorry, Tiger. Dad's gonna work at his wall.
Side of his top of the ledge. They have to be able to build up, reach not pass Sunday, some of them up everyone is that block. That you need blood, some of them up Torah. So again, that's one of the that's what is the course.
Scale determines that it is unnecessary. Pursuant to our happy recording. Where it's so interesting that, like, Supreme Court, I guess, in California, is like saying, I guess, like, that they would hear something with Brennan Childs, kind of like a federal judge, or not, I don't know. It's very hard.
Speaking of the blood on the sidewall of the blood, spill out the blood to be close to the actual blood of the ultimate.
Now, what world market? They market everything in market laws. Did they not realize that in that judgment that Shab does the exact same thing that I do?
Either on the top or on the side, actually, the knowledge is put a secret above the red line. So if you're on the top or if you're on the side, you can be lower than it. I'm like that. Those are just incredible parts of
The judge is homeless.
walking us through the process
It's very exciting. How gangs he works so hard as a judge. He's learned out all of the cases. But what are the judge? He shows up and the judge is eating carne salad. Every fucking that's the biggest nacho.
No. The answer is more stuff.
It's the lawyers too. It's like, how can you stop looking at James? But we're not going to look at James. We don't need to look at James. Just do this.
I wrote
lawsuit.
something
Here, rather than here.